Gazing at the colossal blind box before her, Yin Shu was enveloped in perplexity. Had she not perished? The apocalypse had descended, freezing the world in its icy grasp. To buy time for her son's escape, her adoptive parents had thrust her into a horde of monsters. Just as she was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, a dense fog enveloped her, and upon opening her eyes again, she found herself in an ethereal space, with only a gigantic blind box silently positioned at its center. Peering through a hole in the box, she was met with an abyss that concealed its contents. The box bore the haphazardly scrawled words, "Do not touch." Yet she thought, why not? After all, she had already faced death once. A life devoid of value was worth the risk. Without hesitation, Yin Shu thrust her hand into the box, her fingers brushing against numerous large orbs, just enough to grasp one. She selected a white sphere, which bore similarly distorted lettering. Congratulations. You have acquired a 100-square-meter hotel, complete with an initial staff member. Worry not. There will be no salary to pay. Rest assured, there shall be no labor arbitration. Before Yin Shu could fully absorb the revelation, her surroundings quickly dissolved, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back at the very place of her demise. Her adoptive parents and brother had vanished, leaving no trace behind, and the monster that had claimed her life was nowhere to be found. In the previously empty space beside her, a storefront had inexplicably materialized, emblazoned with the words Apocalypse Hotel, glowing with ostentatious LED lights. The exterior was adorned with beige tiles, though several had fallen away, exposing the crumbling cement beneath. The glass door allowed a clear view into the hotel's interior, where two large windows offered ample ventilation and light, albeit not the ideal refuge in an apocalypse. The surrounding buildings were draped in frost and snow, exuding an aura of desolation, while the hotel radiated a warm orange glow, appearing inviting amidst the gloom. From a distance, the sharp cries of monsters pierced the air, and as the cold wind swept through, Yin Shu shivered, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. "Boss, it's time for lunch. What are you doing out there?" A tiny head popped into view, belonging to a minuscule sprite, no more than 20 centimeters tall, its gender indiscernible, possessing an ethereal beauty. Yin Shu rubbed her eyes, questioning whether this was a figment of her imagination or a premonition of her demise. What on earth was this creature? Noticing Yin Shu's immobility, the sprite urged, "Boss, I'm starving. Hurry inside for a meal." As the ominous growls of approaching monsters grew louder, Yin Shu, clad in insufficiently warm attire, shivered and dashed into the hotel. Upon entering, a wave of warm air enveloped her, infused with the delightful aroma of food. The scent of sweet and spicy fish fragrant stir-fry wafted through the air, causing her stomach to rumble in response. It had been over a month since the apocalypse began, and she had scarcely eaten her fill, let alone savored such a dish. She watched as the sprite retrieved a large platter of fish fragrant stir-fry from a long metallic frame on the wall, placing it on the table. Swallowing hard, she inquired, "What's going on here?" Her gaze remained wary on the sprite, recalling the orb she had drawn. Could it truly have granted her a hotel? In a world plunged into darkness and cold, how was this place illuminated? The sprite hovered in midair, its wings fluttering rapidly as it busied itself with serving water and rice. "Boss, this is your hotel. I am your first employee, you may call me Sprite. This realm belongs solely to you. Outsiders cannot enter without your permission. It is absolutely safe. Dinner is served." The tiny sprite, despite its diminutive size, effortlessly carried a large bowl filled with rice to the table, appearing quite whimsical. Yin Shu surveyed the hotel. The entrance featured a reception desk with a computer, accompanied by a table and 4 wooden chairs. Further inside, a corridor led to 3 doors. If one disregarded the sprite flitting about with a bowl, this place could easily be mistaken for an ordinary inn from the days before the apocalypse. The mingling scents of rice and fish fragrant stir-fry tantalized her senses, and as her apprehension began to dissipate, she resolved to satiate her hunger before delving into questions. A modest wooden table was set with a platter of fish fragrant stir-fry, 2 generous bowls of rice, 2 cups of water, and a pair of chopsticks. The sprite stood atop the table, declaring, "Boss, I'm starting now." With that, its mouth opened wide, devouring a large chunk of rice. How delightful! Only by following the boss can I enjoy such exquisite human food. Yin Shu instinctively distanced herself, sitting down to grasp her chopsticks. Tentatively, she picked up a piece of fish-fragrant stir-fry and placed it in her mouth. Oh my heavens! The long-lost sensation, the warmth of the food, the sweet and spicy flavors. In mere minutes, she had polished off an entire bowl of rice and a sizable platter of stir-fry. The sprite gazed at her with a mournful expression. I wonder if I should have saved some for the staff. With that, it whisked away the bowls and chopsticks, returning them to the metallic frame on the wall. Though it did not require sustenance, the aroma of human food was utterly irresistible. Having satisfied her hunger, Yin Shu glanced outside to see shadows of several monsters prowling the now darkened streets. They bore elongated limbs, their bodies resembling skin stretched over bones, colored a ghastly purplish red. Their hands were equipped with slightly curved claws, measuring several centimeters, and their flat heads were adorned with eyes placed at the sides, while their mouths gaped wide, often oozing a viscous liquid that occasionally froze upon contact with the chilling air. Truly repulsive sight. These creatures were once human. They fed solely on human blood, and once drained, the victim would transform into such a monster within an hour. Currently, these abominations roamed the streets. Yin Shu crouched down, taking refuge beneath the table, her body rigid with fear. These monsters possessed keen hearing, sharp eyesight, and swift reflexes without any supernatural abilities. Discovery would spell death. Her palms grew clammy with sweat. The hotel featured a glass door, rendering the interior completely visible from the outside. Regret washed over her for being so careless after miraculously surviving. Was she to face another inexplicable demise? If the monsters detected her, the glass door would hardly provide a moment's protection. Just as she held her breath in trepidation, the sprite flitted over, humming a tune, its voice ringing with clarity. Boss, are you unwell? Yin Shu swiftly grasped it, pulling it beneath the table, her eyes conveying a silent plea for silence. The sprite, understanding the gravity of the situation, whispered, Boss, they cannot enter without your permission, nor can they see us. As long as you remain within the hotel, you are the absolute ruler. Avoiding the sprite's wide-eyed gaze, Yin Shu turned to observe the monsters outside, noting that they indeed appeared oblivious. Tentatively, she stood up, astonished to find it true. This place was a sanctuary. Before she could thoroughly explore the hotel or seek answers to her myriad questions, two figures suddenly approached outside, shrieking in terror as they attempted to enter. Yet, as they neared within 3 meters of the hotel, it was as if an invisible barrier held them at bay. Help! Yin Shu! Open the door, please! Yin Shu recognized the two her neighbors, who had often scorned her as a wild child in her youth. Chapter 2. Good neighbors come inside. Yin Shu, open the door, you stubborn girl. Zhang Shui, exasperated and anxious, waved her arms in frustration as she observed Yin Shu leisurely sipping her water. The flesh on her face was frozen and turning a purplish hue, while frost clung to her eyelashes and eyebrows. With each word she uttered, a puff of white mist escaped her lips. Hadson, Livu, looked back in terror at the monstrous figures racing towards them from the street, screaming, Mom, hurry, I don't want to die. At that moment, a little sprite idly remarked, Oh, we have guests then. Noticing Yin Shu's expression, it changed its tone. Oh, I see, it's an enemy. Boss, let them in to take the crystal cores and luck from them. Here, the boss's command is the will of heaven. It might be worth a try. Yin Shu, intrigued, contemplated the notion of controlling the house and its occupants. She silently chanted in her mind, Let them in, but do not open the door. Suddenly, the invisible barrier before Zhang Shui and Li Wu vanished, causing them to tumble to the ground due to their momentum. Ouch! The ground was hard and frozen, and after being starved for a long while, they struggled to rise. Meanwhile, the monsters behind them approached with alarming speed, unbothered by the cold or pain. Their long legs striding in an unnatural manner. Their mouths gaped wide, stretching unnaturally with rows of sharp teeth and grotesque, straw-like appendages protruding. Li Wu, upon seeing the monstrous maw, fainted instantly, losing the bravado he had once displayed in bullying Yin Shu. Zhang Shui was no better off, terrified. She crawled towards the glass door. Yet, when she reached it, the same invisible barrier seemed to thwart their entrance. Desperate, she urged, Shu, Please open the door. I'm begging you. Once they enter, will life and death be in my hands? Yin Shu inquired. The sprite nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. Just command me, and I shall dispose of anyone you wish, boss. Very well. Yin Shu silently commanded. Open the door, and the glass door swung open automatically. Zhang Shui quickly seized her son by the collar, dragging him inside. As they stepped into the hall, warm air enveloped them, and Zhang Shui gazed around in disbelief. What is this? Why is it so warm? The lingering aroma of sweet and sour pork filled the air, and she greedily inhaled several breaths, her eyes glinting as she turned to Yin Shu. Shu, do you have food? Let us share it. Auntie and Wu Gu are starving. Yin Shu shrugged. It's all gone. Isn't that frustrating? Li Wu, roused by the scent, exclaimed, Is there food? Zhang Shui, now emboldened by her son's awakening, felt confident, thinking it would be easy to overpower the slender girl. Wiping her nose with the back of her hand, she scorned, This wild child has been spoiled without proper upbringing. Watch how my son and I teach you a lesson for your deceased parents. You have food? Let us kill her. They approached Yin Shu, fists clenched. With a snap of her fingers, Zhang Shui and Li Wu froze in place, unable to move. After all these years, your true natures remain unchanged, Zhang Shui. Sprite, deal with them. The sprite confidently replied, Leave it to me. Zhang Shui and Li Wu then noticed a miniature sprite beside them, attempting to struggle but finding it impossible, even unable to speak. In a flash, the sprite transformed into a tall, golden-haired youth, his curly hair framing a porcelain complexion and golden eyes sparkling with mischief, revealing pointed ears and a playful grin complete with sharp little fangs. Wow, you can grow. Yin Shu marveled at the sprite, who struck a heroic pose, as if accompanied by a soundtrack. Of course, boss, he replied in a melodious, youthful voice. Watch me. With that, he drew a golden, feathered arrow from his back, knocking it and releasing it towards Zhang Shui and Li Wu. Upon contact, their bodies shimmered like rippling water before dissolving entirely, leaving only their clothing and belongings behind. Were they really just melted away? Yin Shu gasped, astonished by the power of the arrow, which rivaled that of advanced abilities. Having failed to awaken any powers herself, she had only the most basic physical enhancement, making survival in this apocalypse a daunting challenge. Fearful of becoming a target herself, she cautiously regarded the youthful sprite, who was now looking at her with eager, expectant eyes. Truly remarkable. The sprite beamed at her praise, reverting to his miniature form and flitting about joyfully. Zhang Shui and Li Wu's discarded clothing lay in the center of the hall, their existence reduced to mere remnants. Yin Shu felt no remorse for their demise. She had witnessed the darkest facets of humanity and had no compassion for the wicked. Disdainfully, she prodded the pile of garments with her toe, searching for any crystal cores. These cores, sometimes found in the chests of monsters, were crucial for enhancing the abilities of those with powers and served as the currency of a new world. Regrettably, after rummaging through the pile for some time, all she unearthed were filthy, tattered socks. No crystal cores in sight. Damn it, they're as poor as I am. Just as she was about to give up, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Hotel account credited. 54 crystal core points, 28 luck points. What does this mean? She inquired of the sprite. The sprite explained, those struck by the sprite's arrow have their crystal cores automatically converted into core points for the hotel, while their luck is entirely siphoned away, transforming into luck points. Accumulating a certain amount allows for a lottery draw. The mention of the lottery piqued Yin Shu's interest, reminding her of the enormous blind box she had encountered in the void. If she could gather enough luck points, she could draw again. How many luck points do I need to draw again? Chapter 3. The absolutely safe sanctuary. The little sprite behind the counter produced a small booklet for Yin Shu, its cover inscribed with the words Hotel Management Guide. The sprite, pinching its nose, hurried to deal with the dirty laundry strewn across the floor, while Yin Shu opened the booklet and began to read. Within its pages were only a few straightforward points. First, this hotel is absolutely safe, with ownership belonging to the proprietor, Yin Shu. The proprietor's will is supreme. Within the hotel premises, their commands are absolute. Second, the proprietor and staff may access unlimited food and other basic supplies from the establishment via the teleportation frame on the wall. Guests, however, must purchase these items at prices determined by the proprietor to ensure not to overcharge them. Third, the universal currency in this establishment is crystal cores and luck. All else is rendered useless. The hotel pays its taxes fairly. Even the proprietor cannot access the public funds, although personal accounts are permissible. Fourth, for tea service and other assistance, seek the staff. For renovations, consult the staff. For more sinister activities, also approach the staff. A good proprietor must learn to delegate. Fifth, 1,000 points of luck grants 1 draw. I am weary of writing. Other rules and regulations will be explained by the staff. Head of the main store. Panda head Yin Shu closed the booklet, digesting and analyzing her current situation. Thus, if she desired food, she could partake freely and without limit. The items within the hotel were likewise at her disposal. By this reasoning, she should also possess a bedroom. The sprite had adeptly tidied the dirty clothes and water stains, and upon noticing that Yin Shu had finished the manual, it eagerly suggested, "Boss, allow me to show you around our hotel." Yin Shu nodded, "Thank you, little sprite." The sprite cheerfully continued, "Our hotel spans only 100 square meters and is classified as a 1-star establishment, yet it contains all necessary amenities. We are currently in the lobby. The adjacent computer can assist with room renovations and upgrade inquiries. Proceed onward. In the central area, you'll find 2 guest rooms directly facing the living room." Yin Shu opened the door marked with a number 01 and discovered a single room. It contained a bed with white linens measuring 1.2 meters wide, an old bedside table, a wooden chair, an air conditioner, and no windows. The room was roughly 10 square meters, simple yet warm and clean. A rare find in a post-apocalyptic world. Room 02 featured a double bed, measuring 2 meters wide, and was outfitted with an old wardrobe and a small window, boasting a size of over 20 square meters. To the right of the guest rooms lay a 6 square meter shared restroom, complete with a toilet and shower, thoughtfully designed for dry and wet separation. To the left of the guest rooms was, as the sprite announced, the proprietor's room. Upon hearing this was her own space, Yin Shu eagerly opened the door. Inside, it was approximately 20 square meters, adorned with a large window, a single bed, a warm, air-blowing air conditioner, a single wardrobe, and a small restroom with dry and wet separation. The decor was simple: white walls, a white wardrobe, and white linens. Although the room was modest, Yin Shu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, when people struggled to find enough to eat and face constant threats from monsters, who would have thought such a warm and comfortable sanctuary still existed in the world? Yin Shu collapsed onto the bed. The mattress was soft, and the blankets radiated warmth, imbued with the sense of disinfectant and laundry detergent. It felt like pure bliss, a dream come to life. "Boss, may I sleep here?" The sprite's voice chimed from beside the bed, and Yin Shu turned to find a miniature bed next to her. The sprite was bouncing merrily upon it. "I must refuse," Yin Shu replied, recalling that the sprite could grow in size. With an expressionless demeanor, she lifted the 30-centimeter-long bed and placed it inside the wardrobe. "You can sleep in there. This way, I won't accidentally squish you when I need to use the restroom at night." The sprite was left speechless, unsure how to counter this logic. After a brief exploration, Yin Shu nodded in approval. The small hotel, though not expansive, was well organized and even included a private bathroom for the proprietor. After admiring her hotel, she noted it was now past 9 in the evening. Yin Shu yawned and returned to her room. First, she visited the restroom, discovering it was stocked with disposable toothpaste and toothbrushes, shampoo, shower gel, toilet paper, and even a thoughtful supply of sanitary pads and a set of pure white pajamas behind the mirror. It had been ages since she had brushed her teeth, let alone bathed. The outside temperature had consistently hovered around -20 degrees Celsius. Although humanity had undergone significant physical enhancements, one could easily succumb to frostbite after a shower. Closing the restroom door, she shed her soiled clothing and turned on the shower head. The warm water cascaded over her upturned face, instantly enveloping her in comfort. She flicked her hair, but found it too tangled to move. The shower lasted a full 2 hours. Only when she felt thoroughly cleansed did she don her pajamas and dry her hair before stepping out. The sprite, seeing her, gasped in awe. "Wow, boss, you look absolutely stunning. I thought being covered in mud was your style." Yunshu's hair was of exquisite quality, now cascading smoothly to her shoulders. Covered in grime for so long, her skin appeared almost translucent, with a delicate blush from the warm water's embrace. While her features were not conventionally beautiful, they radiated a cool, ethereal charm. Turning off the lobby lights, she lay in bed, marveling at how surreal this all felt. Everything here was indulgently luxurious. In this comfortable environment, she quickly drifted into slumber. Yet, less than 2 hours later, she was roused by a cacophony outside her door. "I and Amp, Oppos. I'm so sorry, boss. I forgot to activate the soundproof mode," the sprite exclaimed, waking up as it pushed open the wardrobe door to apologize. "It's all right, I'll go take a look," Yunshu replied, rising from her bed. As she walked into the living room, she noticed the moonlight streaming in. With her enhanced vision, she spotted 4 individuals clad in heavy gear outside on the street, engaged in a struggle against monsters while seeking cover as they retreated. These were the very creatures that Zhang Shui and Li Wu had lured during the day. It seemed this unfortunate team had encountered trouble. "Damn it, I scouted this area just yesterday. They're wearing and Oppos. This many aberrations." Team member Wang Feng shouted as he ran, using his wind abilities to propel his teammates forward. "Stop blowing. Blow the monsters away instead. I and Oppos. Am freezing my ass off." Another member, Zhao Hua, yelled back, hurling fireballs into the throng of monsters without hesitation. The other 2 members were quieter, one wielding fire abilities and the other water. This team, all possessing abilities, was being pursued by monsters yet still managed to bicker amongst themselves. With such prowess, they likely held a considerable number of crystal cores. They were ripe for the picking. A golden opportunity. As the team drew closer to her hotel entrance, Yunshu opened the glass door and called out, "Are you here to stay, gentlemen?" Chapter 4. Hotel guests crystal cores for accommodation. Absolutely safe. The girl's voice rose in pitch, devoid of urgency or fear, amidst the sharp, jarring shrieks of the monsters. Her call stood out, capturing the attention of 4 men. Yunshu illuminated the hotel lobby, the warm light akin to a lighthouse, instantly brightening a small stretch of street. She stood against the light in the glass door, clad in a thin white printed nightgown, her soft hair billowing in the chilly wind seeping through the door. Her face betraying no trace of fear. In this desolate and frigid post-apocalyptic world, she resembled a celestial being. Internally, Yunshu felt a twinge of anxiety. She had once been a quintessential, socially anxious individual, and these men represented her first wave of guests. A little sprite fluttered beside her, landing on her shoulder. "Don't worry, boss. I and Amp, Oppos, got everything under control. I and Amp, Oppos, am your versatile initial employee." Hearing the sprite and Amp, Oppos, has somewhat boastful words, Yunshu felt a little more at ease. She then initiated her second wave of promotion, cupping her hands to mimic a megaphone. "Hurry, the monster and Oppos, as claws are nearly upon you. Come this way. You will be safe here." The 4 men hesitated for a moment before dashing towards the hotel, pursued closely by the grotesque creatures behind them, leaving them with no choice. Zhao Hua felt his abilities waning, each fireball he hurled diminishing in size, and he feared that soon he would be left with mere sparks. "Captain, we must hurry. I can hardly hold on. These damn monsters are like rabid dogs," he gasped, sprinting alongside Captain Chu Jiuzhou towards the hotel. "Can and Oppos. Do you keep up the talking while running?" Wang Feng quipped, pushing Zhao Hua forward with his wind abilities. In just 2 or 3 minutes, they reached the hotel entrance, panting heavily. Yunshu stepped aside swiftly, allowing them to rush in. Despite the hotel and Amp, Oppos' peculiar atmosphere, Chu Jiuzhou led them inside. As the 4 men entered, they quickly scattered to different corners of the lobby, guns raised and ready, aimed at the monsters outside. To their astonishment, the creatures that had been relentlessly pursuing them now seemed oblivious to their presence, dispersing on their own. Wang Hua, still catching his breath from the sprint, exclaimed, "What is going on? They're not chasing us anymore." It was then they noticed the warmth enveloping the interior, a temperature of at least 26 degrees. Within just a minute of entering, they started to perspire. This sensation of warmth had been absent for 4 long months since the apocalypse began. Chu Jiuzhou stood up, eyeing the white-clad girl leisurely seated at a table. He tightened his grip on his weapon, but maintained a polite tone. "Hello, I am Chu Jiuzhou. May I inquire if the monsters outside cannot see inside?" Yunshu nodded. "Yes, dear guests, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. This hotel is entirely safe. The monsters cannot enter. Should you wish to stay, a few crystal cores will suffice." Zhao Hua, Wang Feng, and Su Miao rose, relieved to see that none of the creatures had followed them inside. They began to assess their surroundings. The room was exceptionally clean. Although the tiles and bricks were old, they were spotless. There was no trace of blood on the walls or floor, and the glass doors gleamed. The warm lights added to the peculiar ambience. Chu Jiuzhou inquired, "How many crystal cores do you require?" Yunshu, sensing a business opportunity, smiled. "A single room costs 3 basic crystal cores per night, while a double room is 5. Though this price was not cheap, it was reasonable given their current circumstances. If they chose not to stay, they would have to face the monsters outside, making the cores seem worthwhile, a protective fee, indeed. Frequent task completers, the 4 men had some savings, and this amount of crystal cores was not burdensome. However, Chu Jiuzhou remained vigilant. Wang Feng pressed on, "Are there any hidden charges? Don't take advantage of us. We're quite impoverished." Yunshu nearly laughed. This child had likely been swindled by unscrupulous merchants before. His wariness was well-founded. "Rest assured, utilities are complimentary. If you stay, you may also enjoy free hot showers in the communal bathroom. However, food must be purchased separately." Upon hearing about the hot showers, the men were taken aback. Goodness, what kind of conditions does this girl offer? Even the leaders of major bases cannot casually enjoy hot showers. Given the infrequent sunlight and many non-functional solar devices, electricity was scarce, and few dared to take cold showers in the current sub-zero temperatures. Had they really heard correctly? Free hot showers? Seeing their disbelief, Yunshu approached the communal bathroom, pulling the shower lever. Steaming water burst forth, and Wang Feng hurried over to feel it, even taking a sip. "Boss, it's really hot water." Chu Jiuzhou was equally astonished, pondering the identity of this enigmatic girl. However, since she possessed the ability to block the monsters and provided hot water, it seemed she had no interest in harming them. He decisively produced 8 basic crystal cores. "Boss, I would like to reserve 1 single room and 1 double room." "Thank you." Yunshu and Appo's heart leaped with joy at the sight of the 8 sparkling crystal cores. 8 basic cores. In her previous life, she and T received a single one in 4 months and had often been robbed of her finds. She had always suspected that her lack of abilities stemmed from not having the cores to absorb. Eagerly, she accepted the 8 cores, her mind racing with visions of absorbing them. But to her astonishment, as soon as she grasped them, they vanished. A mechanical notification echoed in her mind. Hotel account, 80 crystal core points. Total, 134 crystal core points, 28 luck points. Vocal, who decided to confiscate these 8 basic cores. She had intended to absorb at least half. As if responding to her thoughts, the mechanical voice added, "Hotel operational revenue will be automatically deposited into the hotel and Appo's account for operational purposes." Dumbfounded, Yunshu handed the room access cards to Chu Jiuzhou and turned to retire for the night. Meanwhile, the 4 men formed a queue to enter the bathroom. Inside, adorned with white ceramic tiles, there was a wash basin equipped with disposable toothpaste, toothbrushes, combs, and soap. Adjacent to it was a toilet, and beyond a frosted glass partition was a shower, complete with shampoo, body wash, and towels. Heavenly, they indulged in showers for 3 to 4 hours, emerging thoroughly satisfied and slightly pruned before heading to their rooms to sleep. Chu Jiuzhou occupied the single room, while the other 3 squeezed into the double room. The following morning, as they basked in the comfort of soft blankets, they were roused by the enticing aroma of food. Chapter 5. The plummeting sanity value. It has been merely 4 months since the apocalypse descended. Yet the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air as if centuries had passed since it last graced their senses. "Can you smell that?" Wang Feng exclaimed, his nostrils flaring as if each inhalation of the fragrant air was a taste of bliss. "I can smell it. There was someone cooking, likely the attractive proprietor from the previous day." Zhao Hua also indulged in the scent, becoming enraptured by the fragrance of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, accompanied by the savory aroma of meat. Wang Feng was incredulous, not simply due to Zhao keen sense of smell, but because, in this world, where could one possibly procure ingredients for a meal? Though only 4 months had passed since the apocalypse, both flora and fauna had nearly vanished. The onset of the apocalypse coincided with the sweltering summer heat, when people complained about the oppressive temperatures, only for the climate to plummet dramatically. In a matter of days, temperatures dropped from the sweltering 30s to frigid -30s. Nature withered away. Many perished, and the majority of plants and animals faced extinction. "Let us go out and see if we can snag a bite to eat," Zhao Hui said, excitement bubbling within him as he hastily donned his trousers and shoes. Wang Feng followed suit, while Su Miao regarded the duo with a look of disdain for their exuberance. Upon stepping outside, they unexpectedly encountered Chu Jiuzhou, while Yin Shu was seated in the main hall, savoring her lunch. Before her lay a steaming bun, a plate of golden, aromatic sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and most enticing of all, a large chicken leg. Both Su Miao and Chu Jiuzhou were taken aback. Such a meal was a luxury even the leaders of large bases seldom enjoyed. Though the base had constructed temperature-controlled greenhouses, the energy required to maintain such conditions was exorbitant. Even the sizable peace base had managed to erect only a 3-acre greenhouse, growing a select few vegetables reserved for the elite. Meanwhile, meat was virtually unattainable. Animals had failed to evolve the abilities to withstand the cold, resulting in widespread extinction. To their astonishment, this proprietor seemed to have exclusive access to 2 delectable dishes. Noticing their presence, Yin Shu took a bite of her chicken leg and inquired, "Would you like to join me for a meal? Just a few crystal nuclei will suffice." What? Not only was she able to enjoy a meal, but she was also selling food? Chu Jiuzhou, maintaining his composure, asked, "Is there a price list?" Yin Shu gestured towards a food ordering station on the wall, where a semi-transparent screen hovered above. "Yes, simply select your desired dishes from that screen." They hurried over to examine the prices. As Yin Shu had yet to unlock a fixed menu, the offerings varied daily. Today, it consisted of sour and spicy shredded potatoes and chicken legs, with prices set at her discretion. Fragrant solid bun, 1-2 low-level crystal nuclei, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, 1 plate 1 medium-level crystal nucleus, delicious chicken leg, 1 medium-level crystal nucleus. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Jiuzhou purchased a plate of potatoes and a few buns, and they eagerly indulged, wishing they could devour the plates themselves. "So fragrant! It's simply exquisite," Zhao Hua exclaimed, devouring 3 buns in delight. "If only I could have a chicken leg, I would gladly exchange my fortune for it." Wang Feng mirrored his satisfaction. "You cheeky glutton," they laughed, as their expenditures in crystal nuclei transformed into points, automatically credited to the hotel's account, allowing them to extend their stay for 2 more nights. Sitting at the front desk, Yin Shu received a mechanical notification of the incoming funds. Hotel account credited, 360 crystal nucleus points. Total, 814 crystal nucleus points, 33 luck points. So much. 1 medium crystal nucleus equals 10 low-level ones. Indeed, the food industry was lucrative. Who could resist the rarity of such delicacies in a world where species were nearly extinct? A small expenditure for a grand indulgence. The only mystery for Yin Shu was the increase in her luck points, rising from 28 to 33. How do my luck points increase? Do customers earn luck points when they make a purchase? She inquired. A little sprite fluttered over, peering at the computer screen. Of course not. It seems you completed a task, boss. A task? After searching the computer screen, she finally located the task section. Upon opening it, she discovered a task labeled First Guest Stay, 5 luck points, marked in green, indicating its completion. As she moved the mouse, a mechanical notification chimed in her mind, announcing the next task. Accumulate 10,000 crystal nucleus points, 10 luck points. Indeed, earning luck points was challenging. Forcibly extracting them through violence seemed the simpler route. At that moment, she fervently wished for all the nefarious individuals in the world to visit her establishment, allowing her sprite to interact amicably with them. Additionally, she stumbled upon something intriguing on the computer screen. Peach treasure. If her guess was correct, This was indeed the fabled peach treasure. With her increased crystal nucleus points, she decided to explore what she could afford. Extending her hand, she opened the peach treasure, revealing an overwhelming array of goods, ordinary items from before the apocalypse, such as clothing and furniture, alongside peculiar products like flying broomsticks and invincible bubbles. Anything one could imagine was available for purchase. However, the bizarre items were exorbitantly priced, often exceeding 1,000 crystal nucleus points. The flashy witch-themed flying broomstick, for instance, cost an astounding 12,000 crystal nucleus points. Curiosity piqued, she attempted to click on it, only for a pop-up window to appear. Sorry, insufficient funds. Please select products within your financial capacity. How frustrating. Not only could she not afford it, but she was also barred from even viewing it. In indignation, Yunshu closed the expensive oddities section and ventured into the ordinary products area. Here, the prices were much more reasonable, with clothing available for a mere few dozen crystal nucleus points and furniture generally ranging from dozens to hundreds, with few items exceeding 1,000. Surveying her modest hotel, she realized a water dispenser was sorely needed. While she could easily fetch water from the ordering station, guests without crystal nuclei could not access it. Consequently, they were left to drink from the restroom's sink, functional, yet decidedly unrefined. Thus, Yunshu carefully selected a water dispenser priced at 210 crystal nucleus points. As soon as she clicked confirm order, a cardboard box materialized in midair. Goodness, that's remarkably swift logistics. Subsequently, a 3D rendering of the hotel appeared on her screen, prompting her to choose a location for installation. She opted for the wall beside the ordering station, and the box sprouted 2 cardboard legs, wobbling its way to the wall to set down the dispenser. It then extended 2 cardboard arms, conjuring an outlet from thin air. Witnessing a cardboard box performing the task of both mover and installer was utterly surreal, sending her sanity plummeting. This hotel truly was extraordinary. She adored it. Chapter 6. An abundance of dishes. The crystal cores can be likened to gold before the apocalypse. Nowadays, whether for trade or to enhance abilities, everyone requires crystal cores. The previously valued currencies, such as gold and silver, have lost their transactional significance. If one were to choose between a pound of gold and a primary crystal core, the latter would undoubtedly be favored. Boss, we should establish a fixed menu. If we continue with random dishes, we will have to set prices daily. With a fixed menu, customers can purchase items themselves, suggested the little sprite. Yunshu found this reasoning compelling and also relished the idea of choosing some of her favorite dishes. If she wished to earn money, her focus boiled down to 2 aspects: food and accommodation. The latter, however, presented limited financial gain. With only a handful of rooms available, exorbitant pricing would deter potential guests, making it inconvenient for profit. Conversely, food was a different matter altogether. People require sustenance, regardless of their status as ability users or elites. Everyone needs to eat. Even if the base leaders visited, they would undoubtedly require a couple of dishes before departing. Thus, Yunshu concluded that preparing a greater variety of food for sale was essential to amass more crystal core points and expand the hotel's scale. She envisioned a thriving establishment that would shine brilliantly. With this in mind, she inquired with the little sprite about the menu. You could select dishes on the computer, but unlocking them requires crystal core points. The sprite replied excitedly, for it adored human cuisine. As soon as the boss intended to choose dishes, it secretly hoped to select some of its favorites. Yunshu powered on the computer. To her delight, the hotel's computer was remarkably efficient, housing not only pre-apocalypse data, but also a plethora of fascinating resources. Among them was a modeling feature that resembled a simulation game. Every piece of furniture within the hotel was shrunk onto the computer screen, allowing her to manipulate the items and even alter the walls in reality. Lacking architectural talent, she opted for the default style and then opened the menu. A selection of cuisines appeared before her: Sichuan, Hunan, Cantonese, a smorgasbord of regional delights. Yunshu was dazzled by the choices while the sprite drooled in anticipation. You humans eat so well, it lamented, yet all that is merely a remnant of the past. Yunshu mused. Each dish corresponded to a specific number of crystal core points necessary for unlocking, and they were not inexpensive. Ultimately, she selected steamed buns, rice apples, stir-fried shredded potatoes, sweet and sour ribs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The hotel account still held 84 crystal core points, which left her somewhat speechless at how quickly the expenses accumulated. As Yin Shu made her selections, the screen at the food collection point transformed, displaying images of the chosen dishes, complete with steam rising vividly lifelike. Corresponding prices awaited her input. In the future, should anyone wish to order, they could simply select from the screen. Is this dish delicious? The sprite asked, pointing at the sweet and sour ribs and swallowing hard. Delicious. I'll order some for you when it's mealtime, Yin Shu generously replied, as it wouldn't cost her a penny. As the owner, she had free reign over the hotel's provisions, including food. Standing before the screen at the collection point, she set prices for the dishes. She intended to create a tiered pricing system, with some dishes being very affordable and others priced higher, ensuring that all guests would spend something. For less affluent patrons, she would gently coax their small change, while wealthier customers would be encouraged to indulge more extravagantly. Yin Shu converted all prices into crystal core points, thus incentivizing guests to recharge their accounts and obtain hotel membership cards. Delicious solid steamed bun, 2 crystal core points. Aromatic rice, 1 bowl, 5 crystal core points. Stir-fried shredded potatoes, spicy optional, 1 plate, 10 crystal core points. Sweet and sour ribs, 1 plate, 100 crystal core points. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 1 plate, 30 crystal core points. Sweet and juicy apple, 130 crystal core points. Once she completed the pricing adjustments, Yin Shu happily took 2 apples, giving one to the sprite while savoring the other herself. It had been ages since she had tasted fruit. Even the most mundane of fruits, an apple, felt like a luxury at this moment. The refreshing sweetness of the apple's juice flowed down her throat, momentarily making her feel as if the 4 months of exile were but a figment of her imagination. Yet, turning her head, the dilapidated buildings outside, frosted and worn, served as a constant reminder that the apocalypse was no dream, nor was it a fantasy that she had been thrust towards monsters by her adoptive parents. Just then, the 4 members of her team were preparing to embark on a mission. The crunching sound of Yin Shu biting into the apple made them all swallow in unison. "Is that a real apple?" one exclaimed. It appeared to be so, as both Boss Yun and the little sprite were indulging in it. "Our leader hasn't even tasted fruit before. We've only had dried fruit," Wang Feng lamented, eyeing Captain Chu Jiuzhou cautiously. He received a disapproving glance from Chu Jiuzhou. "Let us not forget why we are here." At that moment, Su Miao, the quiet water ability user, finally spoke up. "Our mission commission amounts to merely 2 advanced crystal cores. We shouldn't squander our funds before completing the task. We have hunted a fair number of anomalous creatures, acquiring numerous primary crystal cores. What if Bossian runs out of food in the future? We might never get to eat again," Wang Feng muttered, swallowing hard. Chu Jiuzhou, with a serious expression, raised his hand to check his pocket. He then approached Yin Shu. "Boss, pardon the interruption. May I inquire if you have any surplus apples for sale?" Yin Shu grinned indeed. "Additionally, as our establishment is newly opened, we are offering special discounts. All food prices have been reduced. Guests can simply order from a food collection point." Upon hearing about the lowered prices, the 4 of them gathered around the screen eagerly. "Boss, what are crystal core points?" Wang Feng inquired, captivated by the vibrant images of the food on display, his desire to feast overshadowing the mission. "They are the currency of our establishment. You can recharge your accounts. 1 primary crystal core equals 10 crystal core points, 1 intermediate crystal core equals 100 crystal core points, and 1 advanced crystal core equals 1,000 crystal core points." Upon hearing this conversion, the group was taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Compared to the previous day's prices, this was not merely a discount, but a significant drop. "Had I known, I wouldn't have purchased anything yesterday. I would have waited to enjoy more meals today. Boss, I wish to recharge." Wang Feng was the first to yield, hurriedly pulling out several crystal cores from his pocket and eagerly placing them on the table. Chapter 7. The VIP guest Yin Shu handed him a card, emblazoned with his likeness and name, with a line of numbers on the back. 000000001. "Congratulations, esteemed guest. You're the first VIP patron of our establishment. This is your card, which contains 250 core points. Additionally, as our inaugural VIP customer, you will receive a complimentary apple. With that, Yanshu walked to the counter and retrieved an apple, presenting it to him. The three companions watching felt a sharp pang of envy. Had they known, they too would have hurried to acquire a card and receive an apple for free. That apple was a rare treasure, difficult to procure outside. If someone were to present such a fresh apple at the base, the commotion it would incite is beyond imagination. Wang Feng accepted the apple with both hands. Although their bodies had been enhanced to varying degrees, the prolonged absence of fresh fruits and vegetables had taken a toll, leaving them reliant on vitamins scavenged from pharmacies. He hesitated to take a bite, bringing it to his nose and inhaling deeply. The scent of the fruit enveloped him. How could this not be a dream? If the boss were to discover this, his thoughts trailed off. He remembered the captain's strict warning to never let anyone in higher authority know about this hotel. Swallowing the remainder of his words and discreetly tucking the apple close to his chest. The other three, seeing this, hastily withdrew their core points, eager to recharge. In the end, Chu Jiuzhou recharged 300 core points, Zhao Hua added 230, and the water manipulator Su Miao also recharged 300. Splendid. Their balance surged to 1164 core points. As for how they chose to spend it, that was none of Yin Shu's concern. They could purchase whatever they desired. Each of them received their own VIP membership cards, but lacking the distinction of being number one, they received no additional perks. Consequently, they went to the counter to buy apples for themselves, tucking them away as they also grabbed 2 steamed buns each, before all 4 exited together. This left only Yin Shu and the little sprite in the shop. An immediate hush enveloped the space. The sprite devoured its apple with gusto before turning to clean the floor. The white ceramic tiles had been sullied by the guests' shoes and the melting ice water from their bodies, and the tiny sprite diligently wielded a mop far too large for its small frame, occasionally glancing up to see if Yin Shu noticed its earnest efforts. Yin Shu finished her apple as well. Despite it being complimentary, she consumed it with care, leaving only the seeds behind. Observing the sprite's industriousness, she returned to her room with a sense of pride. After all, even an attractive employee must fulfill their duties. As for her, she contemplated how to augment her own strength. Everything felt surreal, and she pondered how long this idyllic existence could last. Who was that enigmatic figure? The head of the main branch, the Panda Head? Was her resurrection and the ownership of this hotel orchestrated by them? She had tried to inquire about this from the sprite, but it claimed that all memories prior to its employment at the hotel had been reset, leaving it unable to recall anything unrelated to the hotel's operation. While the present days were smooth and stable, an underlying anxiety gnawed at her. It would be far better if she were stronger. What if one day that Panda Head regretted their decision and revoked her privileges? She had no desire to revert to a life of evasion, anxiety, and constant vigilance. Humans had a minuscule chance of awakening special abilities by absorbing core points. However, aside from physical enhancements, each individual could only manifest one specific ability. As Yin Shu had heard, only a handful possessed dual abilities, each a distinguished guest of the major bases, renowned for their formidable prowess. The majority, like Yin Shu, had failed to awaken any abilities, merely enhancing their basic physical functions to survive in this apocalyptic world, scavenging daily for resources, ever in a state of hunger that could neither be fully sated nor entirely ignored. She yearned for an ability. Even the most rudimentary enhancements of speed or strength would suffice. To awaken such powers, one needed core points to absorb. Yet, every time she came into contact with a core point, it was immediately consumed by the hotel, absorbed into the establishment's public account. Then she recalled a line from the hotel management manual. Even the owner could not access the public account, but the owner could maintain a private account. A private account. How could she bypass the hotel and procure core points of her own? If she could freely access items from the hotel, it stood to reason that she could sell them to others. To avoid disrupting the hotel's business, it would be best to choose items that guests could not obtain, but she could freely access. Suddenly, inspiration struck. The soap, shampoo, body wash, and sanitary napkins stocked in the hotel were items guests could not take outside, as they would be thwarted by the air barrier unless permitted by her. Therefore, she could sell these items, even at a low price. Selling them would contribute to her private account, as these were considered complimentary within the hotel. Moreover, in the corner of her room sat a medical kit containing basic supplies, also available for unlimited use. Notably, only her room contained this medical kit. Thus, she could also resell medical supplies. Without further ado, she set to work. She retrieved the medical kit from her room, extracting a small bottle of alcohol. As soon as she did, the kit automatically replenished itself with a new bottle. Following this method, she managed to extract 10 small bottles of alcohol, 10 rolls of bandages, and 10 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication. When the four-person team returned, she would sell these items to them and see if the hotel would seize the core points. While waiting for their return, Yunshu settled in front of the computer to watch a television series. Before the apocalypse, she seldom indulged in television at home, as her adoptive mother would chide her whenever she caught her watching. Now, in her own little hotel, she relished the opportunity to watch a show in peace. Aside from the lingering pressure of the unknown boss, Panda Head, which was a small price to pay for such comfort, the sprite perched on her shoulder, engrossed in the show as well. "This Summer Dong Chun is too much. Watch me extract all her luck," exclaimed the sprite, fully absorbed in the plot. The atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed, and soon the sky outside darkened. The four-member team hurried back, each displaying a lack of enthusiasm, indicating that their mission had not gone smoothly. They were closely pursued by several monsters, which they referred to as aberrations. Upon stepping through the hotel's entrance and feeling the warm air, they exhaled in relief, the tension gradually dissipating from their faces. Without even taking a moment to sit down, they turned to Wang Feng, hastily peeling away layers of his clothing. A gaping wound appeared on his shoulder, oozing blood profusely. Chapter 8. The boss's private accounts. The boss expressed his apologies. Chu Jiuzhou spoke without turning back, placing Wang Feng on the floor. Wang Feng and Oppo's lips trembled, already taking on a pallid purple hue. It was only then that Yunshu noticed that a significant portion of Wang Feng's clothing was soaked, with ice shards clinging to it, now frozen solid. The outer garment that had been pulled off stood rigidly on the ground. Upon their entrance, a considerable amount of ice debris had been flung inside, and upon contact with the warmth of the room, it transformed into murky water pooling on the floor. No wonder Chu Jiuzhou had felt the need to apologize to her. What had happened to him? Yunshu stood at a distance, casting a glance. She saw that Wang Feng's upper garment had been stripped away, leaving him in only a pair of red long johns, which had a hole at the edge. An alien claw had penetrated his shoulder. "Boss, do you have any medical supplies?" Chu Jiuzhou tore a strip of cloth, wrapping it tightly around Wang Feng's arm in an attempt to staunch the bleeding from his wound. Recognizing the severity of Wang Feng's injury, Yunshu hurried back to the room to retrieve the medical kit, seeing this as an excellent opportunity to promote medical supplies. He wasn't touched by the alien's mouth parts, was he? Those creatures inject a virus into humans when they suck their blood, assimilating them into the same monstrosity. If Wang Feng's wound had been contacted by those mouth parts, he would need to be isolated temporarily. Chu Jiuzhou replied earnestly, "No, boss, rest assured. I would never joke about the safety of my teammates." "All right, here's a medical kit, but you must pay with crystal cores," Zhao was said, quickly taking the box and opening it. "Thank you, boss, Amp, Oppos, LL definitely provide the crystal cores shortly." The medical kit contained a limited number of supplies, yet it had all the essential first aid items, including disinfectant alcohol, anti-inflammatory medicine, triangular bandages, gauze, and cotton balls. Zhao Hua looked at the contents with delight, handing some to Sum Yao. "Captain, this is quite comprehensive. This kid has struck gold. You want to die now?" Medical supplies were scarce. Even hospitals and pharmacies that had not been overtaken by the aliens had been rummaged through numerous times, leaving little usable medicine behind. To find a complete medical kit in this hotel was unexpected. Sum Yao, as always, spoke little. At that moment, he calmly took out scissors, positioned Wang Feng, and stated, "I need to clean up the necrotic tissue nearby." Zhao Hua and Chu Jiuzhou each held Wang Feng down, allowing Sum Yao to proceed with the cutting. The muffled groans of Wang Feng mixed with the sound of the scissors occasionally reached Yun Shu's ears as she contemplated how many crystal cores she would collect later. Su Miao clearly possessed some medical knowledge and promptly treated and bandaged Wang Feng's wound. Chu Jiuzhou felt relieved. Yin boss, thank you for allowing us to use such precious supplies. No need for thanks. The remaining supplies in this kit are yours to take from the hotel and use as you wish. I have 10 primary crystal cores for sale. Would you like to buy them? Absolutely. Chu Jiuzhou exclaimed, eager to seize the opportunity. He pulled out a medium crystal core from his backpack to offer Yin Shu. But to his surprise, she shook her head. I want 10 primary crystal cores. In fact, a single medium crystal core was rarer than 10 primary ones. But Yin Shu found it easier to absorb the energy from primary cores rather than the more potent medium ones. After a brief pause, Chu Jiuzhou exchanged the medium core for 10 primary ones and handed them to Yin Shu. Thank you. Chu Jiuzhou and Su Miao then assisted Wang Feng to room 02, while Zhao Hu took away Wang Feng's discarded clothing. Oh dear, it's dirty again. I just cleaned the floor. The little sprite huffed, picking up a mop to continue cleaning. You and Oppos. V worked hard. I and Oppos. LL head back to my room now, and I and Oppos. LL treat you to dinner later, Yin Shu said, anxiously examining the crystal cores in her possession as she closed the door behind her. These crystal cores had indeed not been accounted for in the hotel's public ledger, meaning they were exclusively hers. She gazed at the crystal cores, which were entirely transparent, shaped like diamonds, and felt cool to the touch, with the primary cores measuring 2 to 3 centimeters in size. Having never had the opportunity to absorb crystal cores while living with her foster parents, Yin Shu always witnessed them being given to their biological son, Yunzhe, during their escape. Her brother Yunzhe had been fortunate enough to awaken fire abilities 2 months prior, yet his control over them was lacking, resulting in him only being able to produce flames the size of a fist after 2 months. Following the apocalypse, Yin Shu had briefly joined a small base with her foster parents, but it was soon overrun by aliens. Small bases could not withstand the alien onslaught, and the small teams that remained in hiding were often unreliable, prone to robbery and murder. After Yunzhe developed his powers, her foster parents decided to seek refuge at a nearby large base, Peace Base, abbreviated as P. Despite her foster parents' favoritism towards her brother and his occasional rough treatment of her, Yin Shu never imagined that the people she considered her parents would cast her into the midst of monsters. Now, clutching the crystal cores in her hand, she felt a deep longing. What would it be like to possess the power to summon the winds and rain? The method of absorbing crystal cores was no longer a novelty. Most people were aware of the process. One simply places the core in their mouth and waits for it to dissolve in saliva. Though the thought of the cores being derived from the brains of aliens was somewhat nauseating, in this era, acquiring power was paramount. She washed one core and placed it in her mouth. There was no taste. She only felt a gentle warmth spreading through her limbs, yet the core melted slowly, taking over an hour to dissolve completely. Each individual has a different capacity for absorbing crystal cores. Typically, one would require about 1 to 3 hours to absorb a primary core. Thus, Yin Shu felt her absorption talent was relatively decent, having never absorbed a core before. Her body's tolerance was not very strong. After just one core, she already felt a flush throughout her body. Continuing to absorb might lead to a fever. However, no powers had manifested. If she were to gain abilities, her body would react. According to Yunzhe, he felt an immediate sense of comfort as the energy within him converged, and he instinctively sensed the presence of his powers. Sighing, she resolved to keep trying and absorb more tomorrow, convinced that her luck would change. Simultaneously, she decided to purchase some fitness equipment. Even if she could not gain powers, she would still train herself. Boss, are you done yet? I'm so hungry. The little sprite's weak and helpless voice came from behind the door. Yin Shu tucked the remaining 9 crystal cores under her pillow, adjusted her clothes, and opened the door. No one else could enter her room, so she need not worry about theft. I'm here. Yin Shu ordered a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour ribs, 2 bowls of rice, and 2 apples. The enticing aroma successfully drew her team members out. Zhao Hua, justifying it as a way to nourish Wang Feng, encouraged everyone to order sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and 4 bowls of rice. Since Shu lowered the prices, they were more willing to spend and even more reluctant to check out. Chapter 9. A new guest by the following day. Wang Feng's condition had improved somewhat. Thanks to the medication, coupled with Su Miao's timely and professional care, his wounds showed no signs of infection, and he was now able to move his arms. With their mission at a conclusion, Chu Jiuzhou and his team decided to return to the base. Boss Yin, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. We must take our leave now. Do you have any surplus medication available for purchase? Looking to buy medicine? That's splendid. How much do you require? Chu Jiuzhou's eagerness was palpable. I'd like 3 sets of what's in the medical box, if possible. Certainly, there'll be 30 primary crystal nuclei. Chu Jiuzhou promptly produced 10 primary crystal nuclei and 2 intermediate ones. These are all the primary crystal nuclei I have left. Will this suffice for the transaction? His tone towards Shu remained courteous, displaying a commendable sense of propriety, suggesting he was a person of significance even before the apocalypse. Shu nodded, retrieving the medical box and tipping its contents onto the counter. She then made a show of inspecting the room before returning, the once empty medical box now brimming with supplies. There you go, 3 boxes. Please count them. I presume you wish to settle your bill? As Chu Jiuzhou packed the medication into his backpack, he acknowledged, yes. We'll check out shortly. Thank you for your assistance. At that moment, 5 individuals appeared at the entrance, consisting of 3 men and 2 women. They initially scoured the area for supplies before approaching Shu's hotel. Leading the group was a tall and robust man. The apocalypse had not rendered him emaciated, indicating he possessed capabilities, and both Shu and Chu Jiuzhou scrutinized this unfamiliar team. The man donned a standard down jacket and leather coat, appearing shabby yet intact, suggesting he was faring reasonably well. His hair, once long before the apocalypse, was now tied back with a rubber band, and his face bore signs of excess weight. The other 2 men appeared healthy but lean, gripping a girl's arm tightly. The girl, disheveled with bruises on her face, gazed pleadingly towards Chu Jiuzhou, while another woman, plump and expressionless, stood beside the leading man. Open the door, Shu commanded, and the hotel's glass door swung open. The robust man regarded Chu Jiuzhou warily. Hey, we're just resting for a moment before we leave. Chu Jiuzhou replied coolly, you'll need to ask the owner. Only then did the man notice the slender girl behind the counter. Her immaculate appearance, flowing hair, and delicate attire contrasted sharply with the harsh environment. Looking for lodging, everyone? This place is completely secure and free from monster disturbances, Shu remarked, glancing at the girl being held captive. What do you mean? This is really a hotel? In this damned apocalypse, you still charge? One of the thin men scoffed, revealing yellowed teeth in a grin. Shut up, idiot! The robust man snapped, shooting a glare. He then turned back to Shu. Is this place really safe? Is that fellow over there providing protection? He gestured towards Chu Jiuzhou. Shu, preoccupied with selecting fitness equipment on the computer, replied without looking up, rest assured, if this establishment lacks strength, would we have electricity? That gentleman is merely a guest, and I'm the sole operator of this establishment. Upon hearing this, the robust man's intentions shifted. So, the man was not affiliated with the hotel. It was just this young girl alone. His gaze became more lascivious. I'll decide whether to book later. Let's hang around for a bit. He motioned for the other 2 men to join him at a table. At this point, Chu Jiuzhou and his team had finished packing and were about to step out to purchase some apples and buns for the journey back to the base. The helpless girl, still in the grasp of her captors, caught sight of Chu Jiuzhou and, in a desperate tremor, cried out, "Help me! Em willen, slap!" Before she could finish, one of the men struck her down. Already frail, she collapsed onto the ground, and the man yanked her hair, pulling her back up. You ungrateful wretch. I'm providing for you, and you're thinking of escaping? Wang Feng, witnessing this, attempted to intervene but was restrained by Su Miao. Don't get involved. The girl, despairing, shut her eyes as tears streamed down her face, tracing the bruises that marred her skin. This establishment does not permit acts of violence. This is your first warning. Any further transgressions will result in immediate expulsion. Shu's clear voice rang out, neither too loud nor too soft, reaching everyone's ears. The girl opened her eyes to see the one speaking up for her and shook her head at Yunshu, signaling her to refrain from provoking them. Yunshu's words ignited fury in the three men. However, mindful of Chu Jiuzhou's presence, they hesitated to act, merely glaring at Yunshu with malice, remaining restrained. Chu Jiuzhou and his companions expended nearly all their crystal nuclei, purchasing apples and buns, which they stowed in their backpacks. "Boss, we're checking out. Will the hotel remain open in the future?" Chu Jiuzhou inquired as he handed over 2 room keys. "Yes, we will continue to operate. The location will remain unchanged. You are all welcome to return anytime," Yunshu replied. Chu Jiuzhou nodded thoughtfully, then decided to extend a favor to Yunshu, asking, "Do you need assistance with those individuals?" To his surprise, Yunshu calmly shook her head. "No need. Take care, guests." She was still awaiting the opportunity to collect those individuals' luck points and crystal nuclei. With her response, Chu Jiuzhou and his team bid farewell and departed from the hotel. As soon as they left, the robust man and the yellow-toothed man swaggered up to the counter, rapping on the tabletop, flanking Yunshu on either side. "Hey there. Little miss, you're quite bold. Not just bold, you're quite alluring too, ha ha ha." Chapter 10. 4-person version of Burning Winter upon hearing the commotion. The little sprite flew in front of Yunshu, hands on hips. "What are you doing?" The group finally noticed the tiny creature hovering in the air, astonished by its presence. "Is it alive? What on earth is it?" "It is indeed alive, and soon enough, you two may find it difficult to speak," Yunshu replied calmly, observing the 2 individuals digging their own graves. The sprite, visibly irate, pointed a tiny finger and warned them of their unruly behavior in the hotel. "Having been warned once, you dare to disrespect the owner and even call me a thing?" It then cast a pitiful glance at Yunshu, as if pleading, "Boss, may I eliminate them?" Yunshu understood and nodded. Such scum were merely wasting resources in this apocalyptic world. They were not only vile, but also foolish, aggravating her further. By eradicating them, the 2 girls would be liberated. "You're just a little girl here. How could your benefactor allow this? It's so unsafe. Let's take good care of you," the 2 said, inching closer to touch Yunshu. At that moment, the sprite instantly enlarged, revealing a golden-haired youth standing protectively before Yunshu, his eyes filled with indifference and a hint of menace. He raised his hand, forming a bow, and an arrow radiating golden light materialized between his slender fingers. The 2, having survived various dangers in the apocalypse for 4 months, felt an overwhelming pressure from this boy that surpassed any threat from other species. As the arrow was aimed at them, they felt their hair stand on end, and though they attempted to summon their powers to defend themselves, they found themselves utterly powerless. "This establishment guarantees peace. The use of powers is strictly forbidden within," stated the sprite, releasing the arrow, which caused the 2 to vanish in an instant, leaving only a heap of clothing behind. "Oh, what have you done? Bring them back," screamed the plump girl, attempting to charge forward, but the other girl, who had been struck, quickly restrained her. This reaction caught Yunshu off guard. She had assumed both girls were forced companions. Such a situation was common in the apocalypse. While some women might willingly cling to the powerful to secure survival, many others were reluctant and unable to resist. "What did you do?" the injured girl shouted, her eyes reddening. "I sent them off to the afterlife," the sprite replied nonchalantly, transforming back into its miniature form, circling Yunshu. "So, boss, how lucky are we today?" Hotel account credited, 260 crystal core points, 60 luck points. Total, 1,424 crystal core points, 93 luck points. Quite a bit. Each of them was worth 60 points. "If we do this a dozen more times, we might just win a prize," Yunshu remarked, addressing the remaining man and 2 women. They violated the rules of this hotel and were thus punished. This hotel protects the rights of its guests. If you wish to stay, you must pay with crystal cores. If not, you may leave. Should you seek trouble, go find them to reunite. The man, trembling in fear against the wall as he watched the sprite, wasted no time when Yunshu suggested he could leave. He opened the door and fled. "Ningge," the girl cried, trying to follow him, but after just a few steps, she clutched her abdomen and collapsed to the ground in agony. She sat there, gritting her teeth and squeezing her eyes shut, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Unsure if it was heat or pain. "What is wrong with her?" Yinshu inquired. The girl who had been struck knelt beside her, her face etched with concern. "She is pregnant. Please shelter us. We can help you clean and do chores." Yinshu found herself puzzled by their relationship. If these two girls were so close, why did the pregnant one seem indifferent to the plight of the injured girl? "My room is limited. I cannot accommodate both of you. If you have no crystal cores, please leave before nightfall," Yinshu stated, observing the suffering girl and thinking of the innocent child. She decided to offer them a glass of water, intending to see if the girl would recover before sending them on their way. "Thank you," the injured girl said, accepting the water and handing it to the pregnant girl. "Xiao Qing, drink some water. With those 3 scoundrels gone, we could survive on our own." Upon hearing this, Ji Qing pushed her away, spilling water everywhere. "Ji Bing, stop trying to discuss me. If it weren't for you meddling in our affairs, I wouldn't be in such a mess. We could have lived together harmoniously." As she spoke, she began to weep. Yinshu listened, bewildered, as she sat behind the counter, straining to catch every word. A 4-person version of Burning Winter? Ji Bing gazed at her sister with heartbreak and despair. "How have you changed so much in just 4 months? Xiao Qing, do you truly believe those 3 scoundrels are more important than your own sister?" Ji Qing struggled to stand. "Yes. Ever since you intruded into our lives, you ceased to be my sister." With that, she pushed the door open and stepped into the cold wind, leaving Ji Bing alone in the hall, staring blankly at her sister's departing figure. Yinshu had not anticipated such a rift among them. She felt as if she had witnessed a scandal, but remained silent. After about 10 minutes, Ji Bing finally covered her face and began to cry silently. "Are you all right?" Yinshu leaned out to inquire gently. Ji Bing wiped her tears, forcing a pained smile. "Thank you for dealing with those scoundrels and for the water, though it was spilled. I'll clean this up." She picked up a piece of clothing from the ground and began diligently wiping the water and dirt away. She worked meticulously, and soon the floor was spotless. Then she asked, "What did you mean about staying at the hotel? How many crystal cores are required?" Yinshu felt a certain fondness for this girl. She appreciated how Ji Bing took the time to clean up the mess, maintaining her dignity even in dire circumstances. She must have been a person of great quality before the apocalypse. A single room for 1 night costs 3 basic crystal cores. Utilities are free. You can enjoy hot showers, and it is absolutely safe for monsters. Upon hearing the phrase "utilities are free," Ji Bing was rendered speechless. Astonished that she could even take a hot shower, she began to doubt whether she had been mortally wounded and that everything that had transpired was merely a dream. She possessed only 4 basic crystal cores, which she had stolen from the 3 scoundrels, intending to use them to escape with her sister. Now, utterly disillusioned with her sister and feeling utterly alone, she made a bold decision. Even if it was the last day of her life, even if it were merely a figment of her imagination, she wished to wash away her past nightmares in this warm hotel. Thus, she took out the crystal cores and carefully placed them on the counter. "I will stay for 1 night. Meanwhile, Ji Qing, clutching her painfully aching abdomen, stumbled her way back to find Ning Yuan, who had run out. She cried, "Ninga, they are dead. You are all I have left." Ning Yuan clenched his fists. "Let us seek that person and avenge our brothers." Upon hearing this, Ji Qing shivered in fear. "But we cannot meet his demands." Ning Yuan surveyed her with determined eyes. "Do not worry. I have my own methods." Chapter 11. Self-training. Dear guest, your room is straight ahead, room 01. You may freely use the items inside, but please refrain from taking anything outside the hotel. Remember to check out at the front desk before 2 p.m. tomorrow. Would you like to join our membership? It's complimentary. Yinshu stated matter-of-factly. She went on to explain that the membership card could accumulate points for purchasing food. In the process, she successfully acquired the last crystal core from Ji Bing. The crystal core automatically converted into points. Hotel account, 40 crystal core points. Total, 1,464 crystal core points. 93 luck points. With the newfound crystal core points, Yinshu contemplated purchasing some fitness equipment, although she doubted the guests would utilize them. After all, when one is barely able to fill their stomach, who would have the leisure to exercise? Nevertheless, she was eager to use them herself. Thus, she procured several dumbbells of varying weights and a jump rope. intending to keep them in her room. The total cost for the inexpensive dumbbells and jump rope amounted to merely 164 crystal core points. Upon placing her order, a cardboard box materialized in her room, containing her purchased items. With this, alongside an abundance of food and leisure time, she could enhance her physical fitness while continuing to earn crystal cores and luck points. Additionally, the lobby's computer offered a plethora of film resources, including instructional videos on martial arts. Although Ji Bing heard Yin Shu mention the availability of food for purchase, she remained skeptical, suspecting it would only be stale bread or frozen packaged meals. However, when dinner time arrived and she witnessed Yin Shu and the little sprite enjoying steaming fragrant scrambled eggs with tomatoes and rice, she was utterly astonished. Was this truly the apocalypse? Here, there was actual warm food. Dear guest, you still have 10 crystal core points on your card. You can swipe it at the food counter to purchase a meal, Yin Shu pointed out. Despite being broke, Ji Bing adhered to the belief that non-disruptive guests were inherently good, and she kindly treated Ji Bing with friendliness. Following Yin Shu's gesture, Ji Bing gazed at a screen displaying various dishes, dynamically showcased in a 360-degree view, complete with steam wafting from them. Boss, can I really purchase all these? She asked, her mouth watering as she inhaled the aroma of the food. During her time surviving with her sister alongside those unscrupulous individuals, she had rarely tasted a fulfilling meal. The three of them would occasionally find scraps to share, merely to stave off starvation. Even when she managed to find food, it would invariably be snatched away from her, with the three controlling her freedom and threatening her sister, Ji Qing, if she attempted to escape. Were it not for her desire to rescue her sister, she would have preferred to starve rather than remain with those vile men. Yet now, she could actually consume proper food. It felt surreal. However, with only 10 crystal core points, she could not afford the dishes displayed. She scrolled down the screen in disappointment. Fragrant solid steamed bun, 2 crystal core points. A bun costs only 2 crystal core points. She could buy 5. Excitedly swallowing, she could almost taste the bun already. Ultimately, she decided to purchase 2. As she swiped her card, the food counter promptly dispensed 2 buns, each larger than her fist. She eagerly grasped them and took a substantial bite. The soft, dense texture and the aroma of the grain soothed the pain of her abandonment by her sister. As she munched on the buns, reflections of the day's events washed over her, and suddenly, everything troubling her became clear. Since her sister had forsaken her, she realized that the once sensible younger sister had perished, along with their parents, in the frigid death of winter, consumed by monsters. From now on, she would live for herself. Thus, Yin Shu noticed a significant change in Ji Bing's demeanor. After finishing both buns, Ji Bing wrapped herself warmly, purchasing an additional bun to stash in her pocket, and expressed her gratitude. Boss, thank you for providing me with food. I'm going out to find some crystal cores, and if I'm not back by noon tomorrow, please check me out. Was she planning to confront the abominations barehanded? Yin Shu couldn't help but admire her courage. It was evident that Ji Bing possessed no supernatural abilities and wielded no formidable weapon. Those creatures were far from the sluggish zombies depicted in most films. They moved swiftly, their limbs equipped with sharp claws. However, they had a weakness. They relied solely on hearing and sight to locate humans. Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, their vision became impaired, granting humans an opportunity to retaliate. Ji Bing seemed intent on seizing this chance under the cover of night. Proceed with caution. I wish you a safe return, Yin Shu said, her admiration for Ji Bing's bravery evident. If the roles were reversed, she doubted she would possess such tenacity in a moment of weakness. Ji Bing cautiously peeked outside, surveying the environment and sounds for several minutes before stealthily making her way along the wall. As Ji Bing departed, the hotel fell silent. The little sprite, having feasted and tidied up, retreated to the wardrobe to snuggle under its blanket for sleep. Inspired by Ji Bing's determination, Yin Shu became increasingly apprehensive about succumbing to the hotel's absolute sanctuary and losing her edge. She opened the computer, selected a basic martial arts video, and began her training. Before the apocalypse, she had worked hard to save money for dance lessons, which had endowed her with good flexibility but left her lacking in strength. Now, as she resumed her training, it was inevitably challenging. Within 2 hours, she was drenched in sweat. After a brief session with the dumbbells, she completely exhausted herself before finally taking a shower and drifting into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, Ji Bing returned to the hotel, panting heavily, and immediately collapsed onto the floor. She had obtained a membership card, which allowed her entry as long as there were funds remaining. Her tattered scarf had been misplaced, leaving her ears and nose exposed to the biting cold. Her hands clutched a steel pipe tightly. Even through her gloves, the chill of the pipe had numbed her fingers. Upon entering the hotel, she finally relaxed and set the steel pipe down. The tension she had felt outside dissipated, and she recognized that her legs had grown weak. Previously, she would evade the creatures whenever possible, rarely engaging in combat, let alone venturing out at night to hunt them. Removing her gloves, she gingerly reached into her pocket. There lay 3 crystal cores, quiet and still. Luck was on her side. She had encountered 3 solitary creatures, each bearing a crystal core. It was worth noting that others might have to slay 5 creatures to find even 1 core. Ji Bing traced the edges of the crystal cores, licking her chapped lips, and rushed to the public restroom to enjoy a hot shower, sipping several mouthfuls of warm water. The following morning, as Yin Shu observed Ji Qing's exuberance, she realized that Ji Bing must have had a successful night. However, she was taken aback when Ji Qing, munching on a bun, announced, "Boss, I'm checking out before 2 p.m. Chapter 12. Posting advertisements, boss. Thank you for your hospitality these past 2 days. I will not be extending my stay." Yin Shu, enjoying her breakfast, looked up with concern. She only had this one guest, and if she left, wouldn't that mean no income? Haven't you found enough crystal cores? Ji Qing did not hide anything from Yin Shu, candidly replying, "I was lucky to find 3. But I want to take a chance this morning to see if I can absorb them and gain abilities." She regarded Yin Shu's extraordinary hotel with a sense of awe, having long perceived her as a remarkable figure, and thus felt no need to conceal her modest collection of crystal cores. Understanding her situation, Yin Shu responded, "That's fine. I will process your checkout at noon. You may keep your membership card. As long as it has a balance, you can enter the hotel." Ji Qing nodded in gratitude, realizing that if she encountered any threats from mutated creatures nearby, she could seek refuge in the hotel. Yin Shu's stature in her eyes grew even taller. She silently transformed into an ardent admirer, aspiring to become a person of significance like the boss. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Shu herself possessed no extraordinary abilities and was just as unremarkable as she was. Once in her room, Ji Qing locked the door and began earnestly absorbing the energy from the crystal cores. After a considerable time, without encountering other guests, Yin Shu, feeling the strain in her arms and legs, decided to take out her jump rope. She played music from her computer, creating a lively atmosphere as she began to skip rope in the lobby. 2 hours later, Ji Qing screamed, startling Yin Shu. What happened to the guest in room 01? You scare me to death, boss." A little sprite flew over and perched on Yin Shu's shoulder. Could it be she has evolved and gained powers? Ji Qing burst out of her room, her face alight with joy, her palm entwined with a vine. Wow, she really has evolved. Yin Shu couldn't help but admire her luck. With just 1 crystal core absorbed, Ji Qing had acquired abilities, albeit basic elemental powers. It was still impressive. The abilities that people evolved were diverse, with the most common being physical enhancements, followed by elemental and derivative powers, such as controlling wind, conjuring fireballs, or summoning vines. The rarer abilities included healing powers, summoning spirits, controlling minds, and invisibility. Very few could comprehend such rare abilities. It was said that only 1 in hundreds of ability holders had them. Those who possessed such precious abilities would immediately be regarded as esteemed guests by major bases, regardless of their control strength or potential. However, Ji Qing's vine manipulation was already remarkable. It was practical for combat and could ensnare other objects. Yin Shu felt a twinge of envy. She too yearned for abilities, even the basic elemental ones. Nevertheless, she sincerely congratulated Ji Qing, saying, "Congratulations with your newfound powers. It won't be long before you can return and stay with us again. With crystal cores, you can also buy more food. Our establishment welcomes you." "Thank you. I will hunt some mutated creatures nearby, and as soon as I acquire more crystal cores, I will return. Ji-Qing's excitement remained undiminished, her heart brimming with hope. By afternoon, she had recharged with 2 crystal cores, purchased 5 steam buns, and checked out. In truth, with her abilities, she could easily venture to a nearby base. About 20 kilometers away stood a large base that had been established just half a month into the apocalypse. It had withstood numerous assaults from mutated creatures, showcasing its strength. Yet, she preferred the comfort and warmth of the Doomsday Hotel. After all, here, 2 crystal cores could buy a sizable steam bun, along with hot showers. She was determined to find a way to stay. After Ji-Qing departed, Yunshu resumed her training. She considered starting with basic combat techniques to gradually build her strength. However, business at the hotel had been rather slow lately, and she felt a pressing need to earn money. While following along with the video, throwing punches and kicks, she asked the little sprite, "Can we advertise the hotel?" There seemed to be fewer guests. "Of course, boss. We can post advertisements in 2 formats. The first type costs 5 crystal cores per sheet and is a standard advertisement. The second type costs 50 crystal cores, and any survivor who tears it will be instantly transported to our hotel entrance." Huh, that's not an advertisement. That's a teleportation gateway. Yunshu was astonished by such a remarkable item. However, she soon realized the downside. "So, if anyone tears it down, it will cost me 50 crystal cores, regardless of whether they have any?" "Yes, it all depends on luck." Yunshu fell silent before deciding to take the plunge. It was akin to a blind box. It seemed intriguing, especially since it would be charged to the hotel account. With a grand wave of her hand, she boldly purchased 3 high-level advertisement sheets. The Doomsday Hotel is now open. Here you can find food, water, and shelter. Tear down the advertisement for a surprise. The sheets also featured images of various food items, with bold text stating, "This dish is genuinely supplied. Can I choose where to post them?" The sprite shook its head, "No. The advertisements will randomly appear on utility poles or walls. If no one tears them down within 3 days, they will change locations until someone does." Yunshu examined the 3 colorful sheets in her hands, roughly the size of 2 A4 sheets, with a sturdy feel and good paper quality. "Will they get wet in the snow? I don't want to waste 50 crystal cores." "Don't worry, boss. They won't be affected by wind or rain." "All right, let's post them." As Yunshu willed it, the 3 advertisement sheets vanished from her grasp, indicating they had been posted. To her astonishment, within 10 minutes, 3 individuals arrived at the hotel entrance. So soon? This is remarkably efficient. Yunshu peered through the glass door, only to find 3 people standing there. But a single advertisement sheet can only transport 1 person. How could all 3 have torn them simultaneously? It seemed more likely they had discovered the Doomsday Hotel on their own. As she opened the door to let them in, the leader, a girl about 1.75 meters tall, revealed only her fierce eyes, indicating she was no ordinary person. Following her were a man and a woman, all 3 brandishing firearms. With weapons in hand, they likely had some expertise or were connected to relevant authorities before the apocalypse. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the warmth of the hotel, though they did not react with exaggerated shouts. The leading woman removed her mask, revealing a strikingly cool face with high cheekbones and thin lips, adorned with an eyebrow piercing. "Hello, we have been observing this place for a day. Is this truly a hotel?" Chapter 13, Boss Recharge. Upon hearing the inquiries from the 3 individuals, Yunshu stepped out from behind the counter, affirming the integrity of the hotel's operations. "We conduct our business with honesty, offering safety and sustenance to anyone possessing crystal cores." The tall girl at the forefront scrutinized the room for a moment, seemingly assessing the veracity of Yunshu's claims. Meanwhile, the little sprite was sound asleep in the wardrobe, prompting Yunshu to independently open the doors to room 01 and room 02. "These are our rooms. Will the 3 of you be staying?" She informed them that a single room costs 3 crystal cores per night, while a double room is priced at 5, with complimentary hot showers included. The trio had already surmised the availability of hot showers, having observed the cleanliness of those exiting the establishment. However, they were pleasantly surprised by the prospect of a complimentary bath. Could it be that this girl was an exceptionally powerful water-type ability user? Or perhaps the hotel itself was an extension of her powers. If that were the case, why remain in this obscure alley rather than venture to the larger bases? The tall woman inquired, "What do you mean by providing food? What sort of food is available here?" Yunshu approached the serving window and explained once more. The three quickly decided to stay, surprisingly offering 3 intermediate crystal cores for VIP cards. While processing the cards, Yunshu glanced at their basic information. Noting the tall woman's details, Gout Jiu, 24 years old, healthy, stealth ability. Stealth ability. This was an exceedingly rare and special power, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where mutants relied on sight and sound to detect human presence. Possessing stealth would be akin to wielding an invincible advantage. No wonder she was so generous, presenting 3 intermediate crystal cores right off the bat. The hotel's balance then reflected 1450 crystal cores. The other 2 individuals were identified as Zhu Yin, 26 years old, fire-type ability, and Zhang Yin, 21 years old, water-type ability. Although they were also ability users, they paled in comparison to the stealth user. Yunshu felt a twinge of envy and resolved to attempt absorbing another crystal core that evening. Handing the 3 VIP cards to Gao Jiuyu, Yunshu asked, "The cards are recharged. How many days will you be staying?" "We'll take both rooms and stay for 2 days to see," came the response. Clearly, they were potential high-value clients. After deducting the payment for 2 days, the trio retired to their rooms to change, subsequently taking turns to shower in the communal bathroom. The allure of a hot shower was indeed irresistible to anyone in a post-apocalyptic setting. As dinner approached, Yunshu successfully absorbed a crystal core, though, regrettably, she still did not acquire any new abilities. Yet, she remained undeterred. Not everyone was fortunate enough to gain powers from a single core like Jibing. Most individuals had to absorb 10 or even dozens before obtaining abilities, which contributed to the scarcity of ability users. It was rumored that the offspring of leaders from major bases, even lacking potential, could forcibly acquire abilities through the expenditure of numerous crystal cores. With a sigh of disappointment, Yunshu placed the 8 cores back under her pillow, just as she sensed the hotel's door swinging open. Since it was not by her permission that someone entered, it indicated that a guest with the remaining balance had arrived. Upon stepping outside, she was taken aback to find Jibing. Hadn't she just left a day ago? Surely she hadn't amassed enough crystal cores to return so swiftly? As Yunshu had anticipated, Jibing greeted her with delight, producing 3 beginner crystal cores from her pocket. "Boss, it's good to see you again. I wish to stay at the hotel." Yunshu found herself in a predicament. With only 2 rooms available, both already booked, there were no vacancies. However, being foolish enough to turn away a paying customer was not an option. "I'm sorry, but all the rooms are fully booked. Would you consider this? I can provide you with a blanket, and you could sleep in the lobby for just 1 beginner core per night. You would still have access to the bathroom, and I can assist you with check-in once a room becomes available." Jibing readily agreed. For her, this was a favorable arrangement, as she didn't possess many cores and was particularly concerned about her sleeping arrangements. She was already accustomed to finding a corner to rest in, often sleeping with one eye open to remain vigilant of her surroundings. Now, in the safety of the hotel, with food and drink available for a single core, she felt quite content. Seeing her agreement, Yunshu retired to her room, retrieving her own blanket, soon placing a new bedding arrangement in the lobby. She set up 2 blankets, one in the corner as a makeshift bed, and provided her with 2 pillows. "All right, dear guest. You may make do for the next 2 days. The food can still be purchased from the screen above the serving window. Remember to recharge your card if it runs low." Yunshu offered a reminder. Despite Jibing's recent financial struggles, she now appeared to Yunshu as a promising potential. Her luck was extraordinary. Not only had she quickly acquired abilities, but she also consistently found crystal cores. If only one could harness her good fortune, who knows how much could be gained? Alas, she could not bring herself to harm the innocent. After Gao Jiuyu and her companions finished their showers, they washed their dirty clothes and donned only the most comfortable short sleeves and trousers. Yunshu ordered a serving of sweet and sour ribs along with spicy, stir-fried shredded potatoes, sharing the meal with a little Sprite. Even the usually composed Gao Jiuyu and her companions were visibly taken aback by the feast. Though they had seen images of these dishes on the screen the previous day, Who would have believed they were real? Gao Jiuyu had fared well at the peace base, having become the leader of a special team due to her stealth ability. Her companions, though ordinary fire and water users, possessed strong potential and control. The trio was well regarded at the peace base, enjoying good treatment, which was evident in their robust appearances. Yet, despite the favorable conditions, they had never had the privilege of savoring fresh, warm delicacies. Can we truly purchase these dishes with crystal cores? Gao Jiuyu inquired, to which Yun Shu nodded, amplifying the allure indeed. Would you like to taste a bite? As she spoke, she served 4 small ribs, offering one to each of Gao Jiuyu, her companions, and Jibing. A taste would surely whet their appetites, increasing their desire to buy. As anticipated, the 4 cautiously took a bite, their faces lighting up with joy and appreciation, savoring every morsel until they had licked the bones clean, wishing they could consume the bones themselves. The sample tasting proved to be remarkably effective. Noticing her card's insufficient balance, Gao Jiuyu produced 6 intermediate crystal cores, exclaiming, "Boss, recharge." Chapter 14. Expanding the hotel, Yin Shu's eyes sparkled upon seeing the 6 intermediate crystal nuclei, representing a total of 600 crystal nucleus points. Observing Gao Jiuyu casually retrieving them without a hint of remorse confirmed her status as someone not lacking in crystal nuclei. Indeed, Gao Jiuyu was well off in this regard. Her unique ability allowed her to traverse the outside world with ease, enabling her to effortlessly undertake various advanced missions. Except for combat-related tasks, she found the others, such as reconnaissance and retrieval missions, perfectly tailored to her skills. After Yin Shu facilitated a recharge, Gao Jiuyu promptly ordered a plate of shredded potatoes, a plate of sweet and sour ribs, and 6 large buns, sharing the meal with her team. Meanwhile, Yin Shu contemplated her current balance of 2050 crystal nucleus points, sufficient to expand to a single room. A single room required 2,000 points. After finishing her meal, she sat at her computer, accessed the expansion tab, and opted for a single room. Although the layout could be freely modified, she chose the default design, identical to the existing single room. She positioned the new room between room 01 and room 02, designating it as the new room 02. Thus, she now possessed rooms 01 and 02 as single rooms, with room 03 being a double room. Gao Jiuyu and her companions watched in astonishment as the new room 02 emerged, their curiosity about the young proprietor's background and abilities intensifying. However, in the apocalypse, it would be imprudent to inquire directly about someone's powers, akin to asking about their bank balance. Yet, Gao Jiuyu harbored her own suspicions. Perhaps this youthful owner was the daughter of a prominent base leader, potentially even the enigmatic daughter of the peace base commander. Her ability might even be akin to domain-related powers, designating this room as her territory. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Jibing, noticing the additional single room, internally protested, wishing instead to sleep in the living room, as she currently lacked the surplus crystal nuclei necessary for accommodation. "Boss, may I stay in the living room for a couple of days? I'll gather some crystal nuclei and move into a room later," she shyly suggested. Yin Shu was unconcerned. The living area was relatively small, and her presence there would occupy space, but it was of little consequence, so she agreed. That night, Yin Shu absorbed another crystal nucleus, yielding little effect aside from slight enhancement in her physical fortitude and night vision capabilities. Just as she prepared to rest, she sensed someone at the entrance. In the dead of night, why was there commotion? She resolved to hire a junior staff member to guard the place once her crystal nuclei increased. She donned her outer garment and stepped outside. There she found Ji Bing leaning in a corner, glaring furiously at the outside, one hand behind her back, poised for action. "Boss Yun, be careful. Those people outside are not to be trifled with," she warned. Yin Shu peered outside to see an air barrier confronting several individuals, 2 of whom looked familiar, Ji Qing and the man who had fled. However, Ji Qing appeared gravely unwell, her complexion pale, and she struggled to maintain her footing. When Yin Shu had last seen her days prior, she had merely appeared frail, but now her countenance was alarmingly distressing. Yin Shu glanced at Ji Bing, who held back tears, unwilling to meet Ji Qing's gaze. "How long have they been out there?" They had stood at the door for several minutes, incessantly pounding against the air barrier. Ji Bing, unfamiliar with such a phenomenon, could only see them striking at the invisible wall, their mouths moving without sound, resembling a bizarre spectacle. Yin Shu deactivated the hotel's soundproofing, and their voices immediately penetrated the space. "Open the door, or my brothers will not be so polite," Ning Yuan bellowed, his demeanor emboldened, devoid of the timidity he had previously exhibited, unafraid of attracting attention from anomalies. Beside him stood a tall, robust man, approximately 188 meters tall, clad in a heavily obscuring outfit, draped in an extravagant fur coat. "Boss Yin, that person in the fur is someone I've heard Ning Yuan mention. He is the leader of a small organization in our area. They say he possesses a special ability, but he became discontent with the base's management and decided to operate independently. I'm not sure what his power entails," Ji Bing warned, her gaze fixed warily outside, her body tense. The occupants of rooms 01 and 03, alerted by the commotion, emerged armed. Gao Jiayu quickly grasped the situation. By her nature, she would not involve herself in such matters, and since she wasn't a combat-oriented individual and had little rapport with Yin Shu, she preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. However, she could lend a hand by providing intelligence. Having long been responsible for gathering confidential information, she was well acquainted with the details of the troublemakers. In a low voice, she cautioned Yin Shu. The one leading is named Li Xiang, nicknamed Li Xiao. His abilities include body transformation and skin hardening, allowing him to alter his body's shape and density at will. The 5 following him are his subordinates, all possessing elemental abilities. Yin Shu nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." Outside, the group continued their tirade, unable to contain their frustration. With the exception of the powerless Ji Qing and the pompous Li Xiao, the others began to summon their abilities to assault the door. In an instant, sparks, wooden splinters, ice spheres, and even lightning erupted in a kaleidoscope of color at the entrance. Apart from Yin Shu and the sprite, the others were startled and instinctively sought cover. However, they soon discovered something peculiar. The powers were halted in mid-air, merely glimmering like fireworks, devoid of any lethal force. This led them to reassess Yin Shu's capabilities. Indeed, their boss was a formidable expert. Seeing their efforts futile, Li Xiang's pride took a hit, and he finally seized his immobile stance. In a moment, his arm elongated by over a meter, seizing Ji Qing and pulling her into his embrace, his slender wrist coiling tightly around her neck. "If you don't open the door, I'll choke her," he hissed, licking his lips, contemplating whether it was more entertaining to toy with a girl who had just died or one who was pregnant. "Yikvink struggled virkelig." Her mouth agape as she looked at Ji Bing with tear-filled eyes, pleading for help. Hearing those words, Ji Bing trembled with rage, summoning her vines, unable to restrain herself from charging out. Yin Shu restrained her. "Let me handle this. I can't stand this despicable man any longer. Let us swiftly bring him inside to collect some luck points." With a thought, she dispelled the air barrier, and the glass door swung open automatically. The men outside, seizing the opportunity, strode in with swagger. Ji Qing was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, clutching her neck as she began to sob, fearful of the impending anomalies, and awkwardly followed them into the lobby. Upon entering, she rushed to Ji Bing's side, exclaiming, "Sister." Chapter 15. Mini blind box? In a sudden burst of emotion, Ning Yuan grasped her hair tightly, questioning her intentions. "Where are you going? Now you wish to find your dear sister? Don't we care for you?" Ji Bing, filled with rage, attempted to throw the vine from her hand, only to realize her powers had failed her. The men around her soon discovered their abilities had also been rendered useless. "Using powers within the store is prohibited. We cannot afford to damage my furniture," Yin Shu stated firmly. With a mere gesture, the men found themselves immobilized. At that moment, Li Xiang comprehended the gravity of the situation. His face flushed with embarrassment as he desperately tried to sense his abilities, only to find it futile. Gao Jiayu and the others, having stood guard since Yin Shu allowed them entry, were taken aback by the astonishing scene unfolding before them. She silently vowed to investigate whether anyone else possessed such terrifying powers akin to the enigmatic female proprietor. among the known individuals with abilities. Perhaps only the legendary figure could rival her. Ji Bing moved forward to pull Ji Qing from Ning Yuan's grasp. Ji Qing was gasping for breath, her lips chapped, evidently subjected to some form of torment. It dawned on her just how ludicrous her desire to follow them had been. Moreover, she had clearly witnessed her sister manifesting a vine outside the door, signifying that her sister had acquired powers and could now sustain herself. Perhaps she could even take Ji Qing to a nearby small base, freeing them from fear. Thus, she clutched Ji Bing's sleeve tightly. "Sister, I was wrong." To her astonishment, Ji Bing, holding back tears, forcefully pushed her away and struck her across the face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving Ji Qing bewildered as she instinctively covered her cheek. Her sister, who had always doted on her since childhood, even sharing their meager rations during the apocalypse, was now striking her. Ji Bing hardened her resolve, declaring, "I am no longer your sister. While I cannot bear to see you suffer before my eyes, consider this the last time I help you. From now on, whether you live or die is no concern of mine. Our parents are gone. I might as well consider you dead as well." With that, she turned to Yun Shu and implored, "Boss Yun, I have witnessed your prowess. Please do not spare that scoundrel Ning Yuan. As for Ji Qing, her fate is no longer my concern, so do not worry about me." She then retreated into the restroom, locking the door behind her, perhaps overwhelmed by unexpressed sorrow or unwilling to witness her sister's demise. "I spared you once, yet you sought help again, bringing back only a handful of individuals? Why not summon more?" Yin Shu lamented to Ning Yuan. "The more people there are, the greater the fortune I can accumulate. I wonder how many crystal cores they possess and how much luck they hold." Yin Shu unceremoniously cast Ji Qing outside. Although she had demeaned herself and disregarded familial ties, she had not truly provoked Yin Shu nor possessed any powers, suggesting her luck was rather poor and she likely had no significant crystal cores. "Leave. Stay away from the hotel in the future. In this apocalypse, relying on others is not inherently wrong, but you must discern right from wrong. Do not linger near the hotel. If you disrupt my business, do not blame me when I eradicate you." With that, Yin Shu dismissed Ji Qing from her thoughts. The small sprite, perched upon Yin Shu's shoulder, transformed into a youthful, handsome figure as it sensed the unfolding drama. In an instant, an arrow was loosed, and Ning Yuan vanished. Hotel notification: 50 crystal cores, 30 luck points. Total: 100 crystal cores, 123 luck points. At that moment, a unique notification echoed in her mind. "Ding! You have accrued 100 luck points, enabling the opening of a mini blind box lottery, costing 100 luck points per attempt." Mini blind box. What could that possibly be? Is it a diminutive version of the enormous box I encountered upon revival? Before she could inquire further about the mini blind box, the sprite unleashed several more arrows. Hotel notification: 7,900 crystal cores, 217 luck points. Total: 8,000 crystal cores, 350 luck points. My goodness, I'm rich. It was no surprise, given the small base's leadership, that they possessed wealth. Individuals had become accustomed to carrying their crystal cores, given their precious nature and the frequent need for mobility, which worked in Yun Shu's favor as she reaped the rewards. Having completed the task of accumulating 10,000 crystal cores, she received an additional reward of 10 luck points. Once the work concluded, the sprite, basking in the astonished and wary gazes of Gao, Jiuyu, and the others, reverted to its miniature form, resuming its place on Yun Shu's shoulder. Gao Jiuyu felt fortunate for not having remained entirely passive earlier. She had extended a favor and now sought to cultivate a relationship with this formidable female proprietor and the golden-haired sprite. Her companions, Zhu Yin and Zhang Yin, exchanged glances, signaling a desire to converse privately. Promptly, the three retreated indoors. Was that golden-haired boy truly human? Zhu Yin pondered gravely. Even amidst the apocalypse, he had never encountered a human with wings and pointed ears. Could it be that other unknown advanced beings had emerged in this world? "He resembles an elf," Li Yin mused, recalling the sprite's flowing golden locks as it drew its bow, a smile gracing her lips as she thought of her dream self. So dashing. Her ideal self was a golden-haired sprite. Zhu Yin lightly tapped her head. "Hey, What are you daydreaming about? You just dispatched Li Xiang in an instant. He is a highly dangerous being. Li Yin flashed a playful grin, convinced that the sprite and her ideal self shared a remarkable strength. Gao Jiuyu repeatedly reflected on the astonishing scene she had just witnessed. Enough of your antics. That boy must be human. Perhaps his form is a manifestation of his powers. It is conceivable that his ability allows him to transform into an elf. Though the apocalypse has birthed many inexplicable phenomena, there have been no indications of advanced beings beyond humanity on Blue Star. Li Yin silently interjected in her mind, "That is splendid news. There is no need to worry about reproductive isolation." In the base's records, Li Xiang's ability was rated B, while the enigmatic boy and the proprietor likely exceeded an S rating. The piece base categorizes abilities according to type, potential, and control, ranking them from SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E. Currently, aside from the Commander S unassigned rating, the base, housing thousands of ability users, boasted only a few at the SS level, all of whom were top-tier figures within the organization. As the three conversed in hushed tones, Yin Shu busied herself in the lobby, pressing the sprite for details about the mini blind box. What is this mini blind box? What rewards does the prize pool contain? What can one draw from it? Chapter 16, New Employees and New Guests. The little sprite began tossing the pile of clothes left on the floor into the trash can. The trash can seem perpetually bottomless. No matter how many items were discarded, they vanished without a trace. How convenient. The sprite tugged at the corner of a garment, soaring into the air to deposit it into the bin, appearing from a distance as if the clothes had taken flight on their own. The term mini blind box is quite straightforward, isn't it? What is a mini blind box, you ask? It is simply a miniature version of a blind box. The sprite began mimicking a scene from a variety show it had just watched, demonstrating its understanding of personal battles. Yun Shuyao, with a cool gaze, glanced over, and the sprite immediately reported, "Boss, regarding the blind box prize pool, we employees are not privy to that information. I only know that the mysterious big blind box might yield wonderful items, and the mini blind box should contain some good things as well." Yun Shuyao fell into contemplation as she observed the balance of her luck points displayed on the computer. She longed to draw. Just as the desire to open a blind box surfaced in her mind, a small blind box materialized before her with a sudden puff. The words "Don't touch me" were crookedly inscribed on its surface. It resembled the large blind box she had encountered previously, only much smaller in size. Yun Shuyao reached her hand into the opening of the blind box, feeling numerous small balls, each about 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter. She extracted one, a white ball. Was it possible that all the balls within were merely white? Upon opening the small ball, a cold, mechanical voice from the system announced, "Congratulations. You have drawn the unparalleled beauty enhancement from the mini blind box. While it may seem of little use, it certainly makes dining across from you more delightful." What was this? She felt a chill on her face and rushed to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror, utterly astonished by her reflection. The person staring back seemed as if a goddess had descended, with skin as smooth as porcelain and features as exquisite as a painting. Though she could still recognize herself, it was as if she had been granted a tenfold beauty enhancement. Beautiful as it was in a post-apocalyptic world, who still cared about appearances? In these tumultuous times, an attractive face was more of a liability. Yun Shuyao sighed in disappointment. Had she drawn this before the apocalypse, she could have debuted instantly or become an internet sensation, amassing great wealth. She glanced at the mini blind box still floating in midair, yearning for another draw. Although unparalleled beauty seemed rather trivial, it indicated that the blind box contained something worthwhile, at least not a scam. Perhaps the next draw would yield something extraordinary. Ideally, she could draw a branch store or perhaps acquire a special ability. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she extended her hand once more into the depths of the box. Once again, she retrieved a small ball, which was still white, suggesting that the balls were limited to this singular hue. Upon twisting it open, the announcement came forth, "Congratulations. You have drawn 50 luck points from the mini blind box." How unfortunate. Damn it. Spending 100 luck points only to receive 50 in return. Truly, a gambler's fate, betting everything and ending up with nothing. After 2 draws, she had only 200 luck points remaining. Now she was truly torn between saving for a larger draw or proceeding with another small one. A large draw could potentially yield a colossal disappointment. Perhaps it would be wiser to take a chance on the smaller draws to mitigate her risk. With that resolution, she swiftly pulled out 2 balls. Congratulations! You have drawn a level 1 employee toy, Dumbo. It is said that its trunk can fling people away, but be sure to keep its battery away from water. Congratulations! You have drawn a lazy sofa, which can be discreetly used in your room. As the announcements concluded, a small Dumbo toy, standing about 70 to 80 centimeters tall, appeared in the store. It was blue, with large ears resembling the animated Dumbo, and it blinked its eyes at Yin Shuliao as if it were alive. Upon noticing Yin Shuliao's gaze, it excitedly waved its trunk in greeting. Can't you speak? If you can understand me, please wiggle your trunk. The little Dumbo joyfully wiggled its trunk. Excellent. At least it could comprehend human speech. While it might not verbalize, it could follow commands. Hello, Dumbo. Welcome to the Apocalypse Hotel. I am the initial employee, the little sprite. The sprite circled Dumbo, inspecting it with delight, clearly enamored with the new addition to the team. Since you are new and unfamiliar with everything, you will be responsible for cleaning and guarding the entrance for now. Once you level up, you can take on more responsibilities. The sprite eagerly delegated the cleaning tasks. Now she understood why it was so thrilled to welcome a new employee. It sought someone to take on the mundane chores. Dumbo, ever cheerful, bounced around like a naive child, its trunk swaying, still retaining the feel of plastic toy material, reminiscent of the toys from Toy Story. Seizing the moment, the sprite explained the employee hierarchy to Yun Shuliao. It turned out that employees were categorized into levels, from the lowest level 1 to the highest level 10. The little sprite was a level 5 employee, quite advanced in rank. However, Dumbo was merely a level 1 employee, lacking speech capabilities and possessing limited intelligence and functionality. Nonetheless, it could handle cleaning duties. To upgrade an employee, one needed to consume core points. For the time being, Yin Shuliao had no intention of upgrading her employees, given that her core points were insufficient. The employees were managing well enough, and upgrading the hotel to add more rooms took precedence. She was still preoccupied with the lazy sofa she had drawn. The furniture obtained would not materialize on its own, but remained temporarily stored in the computer's warehouse. Upon checking, a pink, furry lazy sofa lay quietly in the furniture section. Yun Shuliao placed it beside her window, coupled with a large window and the snow falling outside. Lounging on a lazy sofa, while savoring a fresh, juicy apple, made everything feel almost perfect, save for the occasional passage of a mutant outside. Suddenly, Ji Bing opened the bathroom door. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having just cried, and she appeared devoid of spirit. Reaching into her collar, she retrieved a silver necklace, a birthday gift from Ji Qing the previous year. A year had passed, and the world had changed beyond recognition. She yanked the necklace off and tossed it into the nearby trash can before stepping out with 2 steam buns in hand. Her core points were running low, and she planned to venture out to eliminate a few mutants to earn some more, though she preferred to stay in the hall to conserve her core points. She didn't want to trouble Yun, the boss, any further. Just as Ji Bing left, a man materialized at the entrance. He was impeccably dressed, armed yet agile, with a communication device strapped to his waist. Only the leaders of large bases could use communication devices nowadays. The man wore no mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face, with a faint mole on his nose and long eyelashes casting delicate shadows, obscuring the wildness and sharpness in his gaze. At that moment, his slender fingers pinched a torn poster, his expression dark and brooding. Who could explain to him why this wretched piece of paper had appeared on his bedside? Chapter 17. Yun Shu immediately spotted the man at the entrance. He was strikingly noticeable, possibly due to his immaculate appearance and the sophisticated, modern attire he wore, coupled with his remarkable good looks that made him hard to overlook. Particularly intriguing was the piece of paper he clutched tightly in his hand, one of the 3 advertisements she had posted. Yun Shu allowed him to enter, and the man smoothly pushed the door open. Gu Paisai's discerning gaze scanned the room, puzzled as to when this hotel had appeared. Did a guest wish to stay? Yin Shu picked up an apple and began to nibble on it deliberately. This man clearly exuded an air of authority and wealth. Perhaps the simple act of eating an apple would entice him. The crisp sound of the fruit, indeed, caught his attention. Gu Paisai approached a chair and sat down with an air of calmness, revealing neither surprise nor anxiety. He seemed intrigued by the establishment and intended to stay and observe. At that moment, only a single room was available, but another guest was also interested in checking in, so she asked for a moment's patience. Yunshu opened her computer. She now possessed a substantial number of crystal cores, and with an additional staff member. The little sprite was less busy, allowing for the addition of another room. Spending 5,000 crystal points, she created a double room, designated as Room 04, and placed a public restroom conveniently between Rooms 02 and 03. Gu Paisai watched as the rooms seemingly shifted and another appeared out of thin air. He scrutinized the young woman in white, speculating on her ability level. Having encountered many unique powers, he had never seen anyone create rooms from nothing or silently affix advertisements to a bedpost. Her delicate white dress and fair skin further piqued his curiosity. Very well, esteemed guest, we currently only have a double room available for 5 basic crystal cores per night, she informed him. Gu Paisai placed an intermediate crystal core on the table, intending to stay for 2 nights. Upon attempting to use his powers, he discovered he could neither create a rift in space-time within the hotel nor discern the innermost thoughts of this enigmatic proprietress, leaving him with an unsettling sense of losing control. Before the apocalypse, he had been groomed as a high-ranking military officer, and post-apocalypse, he had acquired the top-tier abilities of mental manipulation and time control, making him well-versed in all matters. This hotel and the white-clad woman were his first exceptions. Should you wish to purchase food, you may do so at the designated area. Everything in Room 04 is at your disposal, though it must remain within the hotel. The public restroom offers hot showers free of charge. She thought he could afford such luxuries and planned to add several dishes to the menu soon. After all, it was a rare opportunity to cater to someone wealthy. As she collected the intermediate crystal core from the table, she heard his melodious voice, laced with authority, inquiring about how the advertisement had found its way into his bedroom. Oh dear, it randomly ended up there? Yunshu chuckled awkwardly, explaining that the advertisements were distributed at random, and this particular one seemed to have a special connection with him. He raised an eyebrow, curiously folding the paper and pocketing it before inspecting the food offerings. To his surprise, he found a plethora of pre-apocalyptic delicacies depicted on the screen. Are these available for purchase? He asked, noting that his base also provided fresh food, including precious vegetables. However, he understood the challenges of cultivating such provisions. As a high-ranking individual, he was acutely aware that soon, Blue Star would face a second temperature drop, leading to another catastrophe. Those without significant enhancements to their physical abilities would perish in the impending disaster. Indeed, you may purchase as much as you desire. You can also load a card for easy transactions, Yunshu emphasized. Recognizing his status, she envisioned the potential profits if she could become a supplier for his organization. Without hesitation, Gu Paisai placed a high-level crystal core on the table, stating, "Very well, let us proceed with the card." With a generous spirit, Yunshu swiftly processed his membership. 1 high-level crystal core equated to 1,000 points. She opened the food section on her computer, intending to add more items to the menu. He likely had an organization behind him, so she could offer items that were convenient for transport. Gu Paisai purchased an apple and took a bite, savoring its genuine flavor, unlike the wilted produce typically grown in greenhouses. This was a healthy apple, nurtured under the sun. His eyes sparkled with delight, and he refrained from questioning Yunshu about the source of these items. Seizing the opportunity while he enjoyed his apple, she added several new items to the menu. Sour and sweet oranges, 150 crystal points, takeaway box, 2 crystal points, compressed biscuit, 100 crystal points, honey glazed steak, 300 crystal points, chocolate, 150 crystal points, bottled water, 10 crystal points with the newly unlocked items incorporated into the menu. Yunshu quietly awaited his approach for a potential collaboration. If he truly intended to make a substantial purchase, it was likely he would opt for the chocolate and compressed biscuits, as they were the most portable options. As she anticipated, he approached the counter, removed his black gloves, and extended a hand towards her. "Greetings, I am Gu Paisai. May I inquire your name, miss? Though it was merely a polite exchange, his tone carried the weight of someone accustomed to authority, contrasting sharply with the underlying aggression in his gaze. Yin Shu shook his hand, introducing herself. Yin Shu, Ms. Yun, he continued. You mentioned your establishment could provide unlimited food supplies. Might I request a large quantity of compressed biscuits? Yin Shu stifled a smile, maintaining her mystique as a formidable business owner. Certainly. How many would you like? I'll begin with 100. Gu Paisai presented 10 high-level crystal cores before her. Yin Shu had never imagined a man's voice could be so captivating, and 100 was a staggering sum. 10,000 crystal points. With such a purchase, he could easily establish a branch of his own. Absolutely. I will first load the amount onto your card, and you may purchase at your convenience. She accepted the 10 gleaming high-level crystal cores and turned back to her room. High-level crystal cores resembled basic ones, both being transparent diamond-shaped crystals. However, within them flowed shimmering silver particles akin to flowing sand, resembling a galaxy when viewed against the night sky. Unfortunately, the weather had been harsh for so long that stars were obscured, let alone the Milky Way. Gao Jiyue opened the door, preparing to lead her team on a mission. Their task was to scout a nearby hospital, initially believed to have few anomalies, but those present were concentrated around the medical supply area. Thus, they decided to wait a while. As Gao Jiyue and her team stepped outside, they spotted Gu Paisai in the lobby, and their expressions turned to shock as they immediately stood at attention, ready to pay their respects. Shill. Chapter 18. The upgraded little Dumbo. He wiped the apple juice from his fingertips with a tissue, pretending not to recognize me. Indeed, he wished to keep his identity concealed. 2 days swiftly passed, and Ji being returned, bringing back an intermediate crystal core, fully charged. Gu Paisai had also procured 100 packs of compressed biscuits, intending to check out and leave. 100 packs filled an entire bag, and Yin Shu was genuinely curious about how he planned to carry them back. Setting aside the possibility of encountering other supernatural beings, it was likely that any other ability users they met along the way would vie for those biscuits. He simply could not afford to perish. If he did, where would he find such a handsome, well-off client? Thus, Yin Shu took the initiative to suggest, how about I lend you a towel to wrap around them? Gu Paisai donned his black leather gloves, his wrist adorned with a state-of-the-art smartwatch developed by the large base. No need, he replied, as he hefted the bag of compressed biscuits out of the hotel, tearing open a rift in the air. With a casual wave, he said, Miss Yin, see you later, before stepping into the rift and vanishing without a trace. Yin Shu stood, mesmerized. What an impressive exit. So cool, truly befitting a big shot. If only she possessed such dazzling abilities herself. It was time for her daily reverie, yet she had already absorbed the 10 beginner crystal cores she had earned. Aside from noticeably improved physical attributes, she had not manifested any special powers. Little Dumbo was busy using its trunk to mop the floor. Ever since Little Dumbo's arrival, the little sprite had taken on an air of superiority, leading one to mistakenly believe it was the second boss. Whenever it had free time, it would engage in what it called employee training, charming Little Dumbo into becoming increasingly diligent. Now, Yin Shu possessed nearly 15,000 crystal points and contemplated purchasing something. Perhaps upgrading Little Dumbo. It still couldn't speak, and with its plastic-like exterior, it often slipped while mopping, looking both adorable and pitiable. Opening the employee tab, she perused the information on the sprite and Little Dumbo. The sprite was classified as a level 5 employee with a special skill, the arrow of the sprite. To elevate it to level 6, 6,000 crystal points were required. Little Dumbo, currently a level 1 employee, needed 2,000 crystal points to advance to level 2. Upgrade. She spent 2,000 crystal points to elevate Little Dumbo, and a mist enveloped it, dissipating in mere seconds. The joints of Little Dumbo no longer displayed visible axes, allowing for greater agility. It blinked its eyes and chirped boss, in a voice reminiscent of a 5-year-old child, utterly endearing. Little Dumbo, you can talk now. Yin Shu exclaimed excitedly, lifting it up to examine it from various angles. It was light as a true hollow plastic elephant. Upon being lifted, its long trunk swayed, and its large ears flapped as it squinted its eyes in delight, exclaiming, "I like it, boss." The sprite, hearing the unfamiliar voice, emerged from its hiding place, and, spotting Yin Shu cradling little Dumbo, approached with a pitiful expression. "Boss, why do you upgrade it and cuddle it? What about me?" It wasn't that Yin Shu didn't want to embrace the sprite, but the thought of its youthful, handsome form made her hesitate. "Upgrading you is too expensive. Just wait a bit, and I'll save up some money for your upgrade," she reassured, gently stroking the sprite's head with a finger. The sprite cast a resentful glance at the jubilant little Dumbo in Yin Shu's arms. This little fellow, normally so dim-witted, yet now so adept at vying for affection. Today, it would have to mop the floor extra times. Having settled her 2 little employees, Yin Shu turned her attention to the prospect of opening a branch. To her astonishment, she discovered that establishing a branch required 1,000 crystal points per square meter, and the minimum size was 60 square meters. This meant that even the smallest store would demand 60,000 crystal points. This was utterly daunting at this moment. Yin Shu could only hope that Gu Paisai would return swiftly to procure the next batch. Meanwhile, Gu Paisai had already torn open a space rift to arrive at the command center of the peace base. "What is this?" his aide Han Jiao inquired, puzzled by the large bag of compressed biscuits in his hand. Has the commander grown hungry and ventured out to find an unsearched supermarket? Gu Paisai handed the bag of biscuits to Han Jiao. "Take these to Ling Si for testing. Extract a small sample from each piece. If everything checks out, the remaining biscuits will be secretly distributed to the laborers who worked on the outer wall construction. Ensure the report is submitted to me." "Sure. Can I eat one?" Han Jiao gazed at the enticing biscuits in the bag. "Get lost. Got it, off I go, Commander." With that, he departed, casting a final glance at Gu Paisai's shoes, which bore little dirt or snow. His curiosity was piqued. The commander had seemingly not walked far, yet had miraculously returned with a bag of biscuits, instructing him to deliver them for testing. As the son of the base leader, Han Jiao had grown up alongside Gu Paisai before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, he had always been overshadowed by Gu Paisai's superior performance in the secret military academy, and thus became the deputy commander, maintaining a close relationship with Gu Paisai. Once Han Jiao left, Gu Paisai extracted a neatly folded advertisement from his pocket, jotting down the details of an unknown hotel and a girl in white. Located on Jianan Avenue, approximately 20 kilometers from the base, with an indeterminate quantity of supplies, including water and electricity and 2 peculiar living dolls. The hotel was suspected of possessing a special field ability that could shield against supernatural beings and powers, categorized as SSS danger level. He placed this information in his private filing cabinet. Over the past couple of days, he had been observing the hotel while staying there, and the more he watched, the more his curiosity grew. He had seen the hotel on the pre-apocalypse map, noting that the area had previously been vacant, indicating that this apocalyptic hotel had indeed opened after the catastrophe. Once the Gao Jiue team returned, he would ask them about it. Meanwhile, Yin Shu, marked as extremely dangerous, was still in her room, grappling with the absence of supernatural abilities, while occasionally practicing her jump rope and martial arts. Gao Jiue and her companions had also checked out, followed closely by Gu Paisai, who had recharged 2 intermediate crystal cores and purchased some food to take with him. Thus, aside from herself and Jibing, who resided in room 2, the hotel was now empty. As night fell, she finally spotted figures at the hotel entrance. However, there were only 5 people, one of whom appeared to be over 60 years old. They gazed longingly into the room, trembling in fear. Chapter 19. An unusual assembly among them was an elderly gentleman, a young girl of about 8 or 9 years, 2 teenage boys, and a teenage girl, a truly peculiar combination. Despite their apparent frailty, they had managed to survive for 4 months. Upon their arrival, the 3 teenagers began to curiously explore their surroundings. The elderly man held the little girl's hand tightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for allowing us to enter. There are many monsters outside. Let's help you barricade the windows." "No need," she replied. "Those creatures cannot see the people inside the hotel. If you possess crystal cores, I can exchange them for supplies." Yin Shu, effortlessly lifting a dumbbell, realized it was time to purchase heavier weights. It was then that the three teenagers noticed the girl in white behind the reception desk, lifting dumbbells. Wow, an apocalyptic fairy, the hotel's beauty? Wei Zimo nudged his companion Ren Yi, both of whom, along with the girl Ruan Jingzhu, were high school seniors from the same neighborhood. They had grown up together, and while preparing for the college entrance examination in their dormitory, the apocalypse had struck, unleashing blood-sucking monsters in their school, resulting in numerous casualties. After awakening their powers, they fled the campus, only to find their homes abandoned. Thus, they decided to journey to the base, encountering Grandma Li, who was hiding in the basement of a small shop with her granddaughter. This led to their current unusual assembly. Rennie could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, are we on the brink of death? And it's so warm here." The girl smacked him lightly. "Lower your voice. They can hear you." Sporting a short haircut that had grown slightly longer over the past 4 months, she tied it back with a hair tie. Her sharp phoenix eyes and slightly thick eyebrows conveying a sense of decisiveness. Among the two boys, Ren Yi was slightly shorter and leaner, around 5 feet 7 inches, while Wei Zimo was taller and sturdier. The three were willing to accompany the elderly and the young, a rare display of youthful spirit amidst the apocalypse. "Sister, sorry for the intrusion. We didn't attract any monsters. We'll just stay a while to warm up before leaving," Ruan Jingzhu inquired cautiously. "Can those monsters truly not see inside?" Outside, a small group of creatures blocked their path. As night approached, they had no choice but to quietly retreat in search of a suitable refuge, discovering this peculiar hotel with its lights aglow. Yin Shu was surprised that they did not exhibit greed upon hearing about the supplies available. "They really cannot see inside. Do you have crystal cores? If so, you may temporarily stay. The drinking water is free, and you can take hot showers." "Free showers? Am I hearing this correctly, brother?" Wei Zimo asked Run Yi incredulously, as the trio was taken aback. "Sister, is this your ability?" Ren Yi began to ask, only to be interrupted by a kick from Ruan Jingzhu. "Shut up. What are you asking that for?" "Sister, I apologize. How many crystal cores are required to stay here?" "We don't have many. I fear it may not be sufficient." Ruan Jingzhu expressed her anxiety, worried that this beautiful young lady might be a thief. After all, this establishment was strikingly clean and appealing, suggesting its owner was well cared for and capable of ensuring its safety. The thought of such a powerful being easily robbing them of their meager possessions filled her with regret for entering. While she and the boys possessed powers, escaping with Grandma Li and the little girl would be considerably more challenging. Understanding their concerns, Yin Shu smiled gently. "Rest assured, I do not steal. I have everything here. There is no need to take from you. A single room requires 3 basic crystal cores, while a double room requires 5. Upon hearing this, the 5 felt a twinge of disappointment. It was too expensive. They cannot afford it. Despite their powers, they barely managed to protect themselves and Grandma Li, constantly evading the creatures, and had not accumulated many crystal cores. Spending the night for a shower did not seem worthwhile, especially since they still hoped to reach the larger base. However, Yin Shu's subsequent words changed their minds. The stunning proprietress approached a metallic frame on the wall and tapped the screen above it. Suddenly, a plate of sweet and sour ribs appeared, accompanied by a fluffy white bun. "Grandma, I want to eat that." The little girl, Xiaohua, tugged at her grandmother's sleeve. Grandma Li's expression turned awkward. She could hardly afford fresh food, let alone sweet and sour ribs. During their escape, they often went hungry, barely managing to scrape by. Since the apocalypse, Xiaohua had become malnourished, losing considerable weight. "Xiaohua, we can't eat that. It belongs to the sister," Grandma Li said, her heart aching as she spoke. Understanding her grandmother's words, Xiaohua refrained from asking for it, lowering her head as tears welled in her eyes. She knew the food was not hers, but hoped to evoke sympathy from the beautiful young lady, similar to how she had drawn the attention of Ruan Jingzhu and her companions to seek refuge. When no one was watching, a flicker of shrewdness beyond her years flashed in Xiaohua's eyes. She had indeed awakened a power, intelligence, granting her an extraordinary intellect at such a tender age. However, contrary to her expectations, Yin Shu showed no intention of sharing, not out of malice, but because she simply did not like children, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where no one was obliged to share their possessions. Moreover, Giving to one would be unfair to others. Thus, she felt justified in indulging herself. If you choose to stay, you can purchase these items. This bun costs 1 basic crystal core for 5. If not, you may have a cup of water and exit to the right. The 5 swallowed hard. Ruan Jingzhu appeared troubled. Sister, can we just buy food and leave afterward? Yin Shu shook her head. She did not intend to offer such services for now. She would consider it only once the hotel established a restaurant. Otherwise, it would soon become a dining establishment, and guests would be scarce. What if we pay double? Please, sister. Ruan Jingzhu pleaded, unwilling to give up. Please, beautiful sister. Xiao Hua chimed in, raising her small hands in prayer, her big eyes pleading. Though adorable, Yin Shu was unmoved by their pleas. Chapter 20. Return I and Amp. Oppos. Am sorry, dear guests. But our establishment currently only provides dining services for staying guests. Li Minghua felt a pang of anxiety. Yet she sensed an underlying danger emanating from this establishment and the woman in white. Recognizing that she could not afford to provoke them, she refrained from speaking and instead chose to hide behind Grandma Li, observing her surroundings. Ruan Jingzhu bit her lip in contemplation. This small group was effectively under her leadership. Before the apocalypse, she had been the class monitor, and post-apocalypse, she was the first to gain supernatural abilities, which afforded her considerable influence among the trio. Aside from herself and Ren Yi, Wei Zimo had consumed the energy from the crystals, leaving her with 5 primary crystal cores. However, those were reserved for their future life at the base. During their flight, they had encountered a member of a minor base who had imparted some survival strategies. Emphasizing the necessity of possessing crystal cores upon arrival at a base to secure a decent job through bribery. Thus, she was reluctant to part with these precious cores, though the desire for food was palpable. Sister, we truly have no crystal cores. Is it possible for us to book just a single room? Ruan Jingzhu and Oppos. S expression was troubled, as she feared her words might offend the enigmatic woman. Yin Shu nodded, that is acceptable. But do keep in mind that the single room has a small bed and the space is limited. Sleeping on the floor may be a challenge for you all. As she spoke, she approached room 01, opening the door to reveal the interior. Ruan Jingzhu was unconcerned about where they would sleep and quickly agreed, it's fine. We would like one single room. Thank you, sister. Grandma Li, holding Xiaohua's hand, also expressed her gratitude. After collecting the crystal cores from the group, Yin Shu continued her training, while Grandma Li suggested, I can sleep by the door with Huahua. You 3 can take the bed and the inner space. She felt embarrassed, having been cared for by these kind children throughout their journey, and knew that without their support, she and Huahua would have perished after exhausting their meager supplies from the small shop's basement. No way. Ren, Yi, and I will sleep by the door. How can we let Grandma and little Huahua take the door side? Wei Zimo exclaimed boldly. Exactly, Grandma. It doesn't matter where we sleep, Ren Yi concurred. The group reached a consensus on their sleeping arrangements, but room 01 was still in disarray. Upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of a small blue plastic toy elephant, about knee-high, diligently folding blankets with its trunk. Wow, it's come to life, Ren Yi gasped, pointing at the animated flying elephant. What kind of place is this? It's surreal. Is this a post-apocalyptic toy story? Perhaps we are not the protagonists of a novel, but have stumbled into some bizarre side quest. Wei Zimo mused, his imagination running wild. The little elephant noticed the guests entering and chirped in a youthful voice, Please wait a moment, I'm almost done. With that, it quickly finished folding the blankets with remarkable efficiency. Small in stature, yet brimming with energy. All done, goodbye. The little elephant, having completed its task, attempted to exit the room, and the 5 of them instinctively made way for it. This place is indeed peculiar. Not only is there water and electricity, but even the toys are alive, Ruan Jingzhu remarked. Meanwhile, Xiaohua gazed after the departing elephant, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Was this all a manifestation of the beautiful sister's abilities? She had just witnessed that even when strange creatures passed outside, they remained oblivious to the presence of those within the hotel, simply wandering away. Could this truly be a perfect sanctuary? If only she could earn the beautiful sister's favor and stay here, it would surely be better than going to a base. Ji Bing had already heard about the new arrivals and had deliberately waited for the hall to quiet down before heading out for food. After successfully hunting some strange creatures, she had acquired a mid-level crystal core, allowing her to indulge slightly. She treated herself to a plate of spicy stir-fried potato shreds and a bowl of rice. With the other guests absent from the hall, she intended to carry her meal back to her room. At that moment, Yinshu also felt a pang of hunger. "Would you care to join me for dinner while watching a show? I plan to watch Empresses in the Palace. If you're interested, you can come over." The little sprite was fast asleep, and she sought a companion for her viewing experience, setting her sights on Ji Bing. Ji Bing was pleasantly surprised by the prospect of watching television. She moved a stool over and said, "Boss Yin, you're amazing. Even in these times, you can still watch TV. I want to watch too." She had always loved Empresses in the Palace and had been an avid fan in the past. Thus, they settled in front of the computer, enjoying their meal while watching the show. While they relished their tranquil moments, Gao Jiuyu and her companions were traversing a perilous path. The commander had instructed them to return and report promptly, so as soon as he departed. They wasted no time setting off back to the base. However, unlike the commander, who could tear through space, they could only make their way back gradually. Along the way, they encountered numerous groups of strange creatures. Previously, such clustering behavior among these beings had been uncommon, but in recent months, they had begun to exhibit a sense of group consciousness, banding together for collective action. This development significantly escalated the difficulty of both survival and hunting. Gao Jiuyu remained unfazed. She could utilize her abilities to become invisible when encountering groups of strange creatures, but her teammates could not. "Captain, there are approximately 10 strange creatures ahead. Should we fight or take a detour?" Gao Jiuyu felt overwhelmed. A detour would lead them into a commercial area, likely swarming with more creatures. Thus, she commanded, "Fight through, protect yourselves." The group stealthily approached and engaged the creatures. However, to their shock, within moments, another dozen strange beings emerged nearby. Their energy reserves were finite and nearing depletion. Should they utilize more abilities, they risked exhaustion or even fainting. Reluctantly, Gao Jiuyu had to issue a retreat order. "Withdraw, head back to the hotel." Shortly thereafter, she led her team, pursued closely by a throng of strange creatures, back to the entrance of the apocalyptic hotel. Yin Shu, engrossed in her meal and the show, noticed a chaotic group rushing towards the entrance. "Aren't those the people who used to stay here?" Ji Bing exclaimed, rushing to the door to open it for them. Ruan Jingzhu and her companions were just exiting their room in search of food when they spotted Ji Bing beckoning to those being chased by the monsters. Fear gripped them as they exclaimed, "Don't let them in. There are so many monsters." Chapter 21. "You truly are a genius. Your actions could endanger us all." Ruan Jingzhu exclaimed as she grasped Ji Bing's arm, guiding her towards the wall and signaling for her to take cover. The monstrous entities were oblivious to their presence within. Ji Bing, resisting Ruan Jingzhu and Oppo's attempt to hold her hand, focused intently on the approaching Gao Jiuyu and her companions. The trio dashed towards them, standing at the threshold of the air barrier. The creatures were abruptly halted outside, clawing and flailing at the barrier, unable to breach it. "This is astonishing," Wei Zimo remarked. Little Li Minghua clung to her grandmother's leg, peeking out from behind her, a tuft of fuzzy hair visible as she observed the unfolding scene. As soon as Gao Jiuyu and her team entered the hotel, the monsters lost interest and dispersed in confusion. "They truly cannot see inside. What was that barrier we just encountered?" Wei Zimo inquired. "That is the hotel's air barrier. It guarantees absolute safety within. No monstrous entities or strangers can cross it without the owner's permission," the little sprite declared with pride. Wei Zimo gazed at Yin Shu with admiration. "Sister boss, you are remarkable." Ruan Jingzhu, Grandma Li, and Ren Yi were equally astonished. What a magnificent ability. If this hotel is indeed a sanctuary, could they not reside here and escape the relentless turmoil of survival? However, the cost of a night's stay was exorbitant, and they could scarcely afford such a luxury. Little Li Minghua tugged at Ruan Jingzhu's sleeve. "Sister." Ruan Jingzhu knelt to meet her gaze. "What is it, little flower?" Having lost her own sister and parents in the apocalypse, she felt a deep fondness for the obedient and understanding Li Minghua. almost treating her like a sister. Minghua whispered, "Sister, those monsters are terrifying. What if they hurt us while we stand outside?" Ruan Jingzhu gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Do not worry, little flower. That beautiful sister just told us those monsters cannot approach the hotel entrance." As soon as she articulated this, a revelation struck her. Yes, those monsters cannot cross the air barrier. This meant she could stand within the wall and eliminate them to collect crystal cores. Seeing Ruan Jingzhu deep in thought, Minghua smiled slightly, hoping she would quickly grasp her intent and secure more crystal cores. Ruan Jingzhu urgently called to Wei Zimo and Ren Yi, sharing her newfound strategy. "Hey, you really are a genius," Wei Zimo exclaimed, excitedly slapping Ren Yi's thigh. Ren Yi retaliated with a playful smack. "Pa, do that to yourself." The trio quickly agreed to proceed with the plan. Yet, given that this was the hotel entrance, they needed to consult the owner. Ruan Jingzhu, being more meticulous than Wei Zimo, pondered the implications of hunting monsters at the doorstep, worried that the bloodshed might offend Yin Shu. She approached the front desk, speaking softly to Yin Shu. "Hello, boss. We have very few crystal cores, and we're considering utilizing the air barrier to eliminate the monsters from a distance. We promise to dispose of the bodies after. Would that be permissible?" Yin Shu had not anticipated this suggestion. It was indeed a viable plan. As long as they cleaned up afterward, she would certainly allow it. After all, regularly culling the surrounding monsters would provide more opportunities for others to visit the Apocalypse Hotel. Yes, as long as you clean up afterward. The hotel supports your efforts to hunt monsters. Additionally, we have medicines for sale that can be purchased with crystal cores, Yin Shu stated, her words igniting excitement among them. Ruan Jingzhu became even more resolute in her quest to gather crystal cores. Medicines were far more precious than food. She hurried back to retrieve her weapons, layering on thick clothes and donning a mask and scarf before calling for Ren Yi and Wei Zimo to join her at the hotel entrance. "Honestly, I didn't think much of it, but after a shower, I feel clean and fragrant. This old outfit really stinks," Wei Zimo complained. "Indeed, it has a rancid odor. Perhaps we should wash it tonight," Ren Yi concurred. "Washing is fine, but let us avoid cleaning the outermost layers. We wouldn't want to give the impression that we can shower," Ruan Jingzhu interjected. "All right, enough chatter. Are we ready?" The trio stood at the threshold, each brandishing their weapons. They felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Although they had slain numerous monsters before, now they faced a formidable cluster of 20 to 30 creatures, drawn in by Gao Jiuyu and her team. What are they up to? Gao Jiuyu wondered aloud, observing the trio's intentions to utilize the mysterious air barrier for their hunt. Grandma Li, filled with concern, urged children, if it becomes dangerous, hurry back inside. In her heart, she cherished these young ones, grateful for their presence, yet aware of her own frailty and lack of abilities in this perilous world. If not for her granddaughter, she might have quietly slipped away, unwilling to burden them. Ruan Jingzhu turned back to smile reassuringly. "Do not worry, Grandma." Then, the three of them stepped outside. The moment they crossed the threshold, the creatures immediately detected their presence, turning in unison and emitting sharp, piercing shrieks, signaling to nearby monsters that food had arrived. With skeletal legs encased in dark, withered skin, the monsters charged forward. Ruan Jingzhu tested her abilities, only to discover that her powers were ineffective within the air barrier. You cannot use abilities within the air barrier. It is part of the hotel's domain, Yin Shu reminded them, exercising with dumbbells while observing their actions. Grandma Li, anxiously clutching Minghua's hand, fought back tears. Just as the monsters drew near, the air barrier reactivated, successfully trapping the dozen or so creatures outside. They pressed forward desperately, their grotesque faces squished against the barrier, revealing their ravaged skin and festering wounds. "Fantastic! Let's kill them," Ruan Jingzhu exclaimed, relief flooding her as she led her companions into action. They worked efficiently, swiftly dispatching several monsters. Gao Jiuyu, noticing their success, quickly rallied her team to join the fray, not even bothering to draw their guns. Ruan Jingzhu frowned. If this woman brought her team to hunt, wouldn't she claim a share of the crystal cores? While she understood the need for collaboration, it felt disingenuous to invite others to share in the spoils. Chapter 22. Injury Yet. there remained an undeniable discomfort in her heart. Crystals were a rare commodity, and with both Grandma Li and Xiaohua relying on her care, she naturally wished to acquire a few more crystals. When Ji Bing observed others venturing out to hunt the aberrations, her own desire to join stirred within her, though she refrained from doing so. "Why aren't and Apos to you going?" Yin Shu inquired curiously, noticing Ji Bing and Apos' eagerness. Ji Bing approached Yin Shu and replied, "Of course. I want to go, but the monsters are unpredictable. I still have a sufficient number of crystals for now, so there's no need to rush. The scene is chaotic, and I do not wish to offend others over trivial matters." She swallowed her final thought, which was that, in this apocalypse, sometimes humans were far more terrifying than the monsters. She preferred to forego a few crystals rather than risk incurring the resentment of other teams. So she chose to abstain from participating. Yin Shu nodded in appreciation, recognizing the clarity of thought in this girl. After being burdened by her sister Ji Qing, she had become increasingly perceptive after severing ties with her past. Soon, the 6 individuals dispatched the dozen aberrations. They began to scour the battlefield for spoils, standing outside as they used knives to pry open the bodies of the monsters in search of crystals. In the process, they inadvertently shifted the positions of the aberrations, leading to disputes. "Thank you and your team for assisting us, but it seems we were the ones who killed this one." Wei Zimo quickly interjected upon seeing Zhang Yin preparing to dissect a nearby aberration. Zhang Yin, not one to back down, retorted, "How do I remember it being us who did the killing? We weren't assisting you. It was merely a matter of opportunity for all to hunt aberrations. This hotel belongs to Boss Yun, and we all have the right to hunt here." Before Wei Zimo could respond, Ruan Jingzhu intervened. "All right, let us not argue. The body of that aberration might not even contain a crystal." She soothed Wei Zimo and turned to Zhang Yin, saying, "Sister, you can have this aberration. We all reside together. It's best to keep the peace. We mean no harm." Zhang Yin was only slightly older than the trio, merely 21 years of age, having been pampered by her family before the apocalypse, and her temper was rather headstrong. She muttered, "It should rightfully belong to us." To her surprise, the chest of the aberration indeed contained a crystal, a mid-level crystal. At this point, Ren Yi could no longer contain himself, glaring at the crystal with Wei Zimo. "Well, what luck. One mid-level crystal taken right from us." Zhang Yin tucked the crystal into her pocket. Although they had completed numerous missions and acquired a fair amount of crystals, no one would ever complain about having fewer crystals, especially not a mid-level one, which could be exchanged for enough points to purchase a delightful dish of sweet and sour ribs. "What do you mean? This aberration was clearly slain by us. Shall we compare the wounds to see whose blade inflicted them?" Zhang Yin argued, her temper flaring. However, their blades were quite similar, and given the multiple wounds on the aberration, it was impossible to discern whose strike was whose. "How about this? We can split this mid-level crystal equally between our 2 teams, and I will give you 5 low-level crystals as well. How does that sound?" Gao Jiyue proposed to Ruan Jingzhu. Sensing that the opposing team wasn't composed of ordinary individuals and preferring to avoid conflict, Ruan Jingzhu agreed. "All right." Yin Shu witnessed the entire exchange and felt that such a dispute was detrimental to both parties and the harmony of the hotel. After all, she did not wish for the guests residing in the hotel to bicker daily or engage in fights outside. Grandma Li donned a thick coat and earnestly instructed Xiaohua, "Hua Hua, wait for Grandma in the house and do not run outside. Grandma is going out with the older brothers and sisters to clear the monsters. Be good." Li Minghua obediently nodded, understanding, "Okay, Grandma." Grandma Li placed her in the hall and stepped outside. Once outside, she began to move the bodies of the aberrations aside. "Grandma, we'll be back soon. Don't go too far," Wei Zimo said, a hint of concern in his voice. Although the aberrations in the area had been eliminated for the moment, the noise had been substantial, and new aberrations could emerge from elsewhere. Given Grandma Li's limited mobility, encountering other aberrations while moving bodies would pose a challenge. "Don't worry, dear. I'll just move them aside, and then we can burn them all," Grandma Li assured as she strained to shift the bodies. Ultimately, the corpses of the aberrations were still dead bodies, and if not properly disposed of, they could lead to outbreaks of disease. In a hotel where there was no fear of attracting more aberrations, burning them was the best course of action. Ruan Jingzhu understood that this would ease Grandma Li's mind and refrain from allowing Wei Zimo to speak further, simply advising him to keep an eye on the situation. Li Minghua also leaned against the glass door, observing her grandmother's actions. Unexpectedly, while nothing occurred on Grandma Li's end, an accident unfolded on theirs. Gao Jiu's team member, Zhu Yin, plunged a dagger into the chest cavity of an aberration. As he made a small incision and reached inside with his gloved hand to feel for a crystal, he suddenly experienced excruciating pain. Zhu Yin quickly withdrew his hand, only to discover that a significant chunk of flesh had been bitten away from his palm. Zhu Yin! Zhang Yin rushed to grasp his hand, exclaiming, "What happened?" Just as she spoke, a pair of purplish hands emerged from the aberration's abdomen, clawing at the opening. The creature was entirely purple, devoid of clothing. With a large belly and thin limbs, it was unmistakably a baby aberration, gnawing on a piece of fresh flesh. Furious, Zhang Yin brandished her long knife and stabbed repeatedly, not stopping until the baby aberration's chest and head were rendered unrecognizable. She discarded the knife and pulled Zhu Yin into the hotel, leading him to the public restroom to rinse off the wound. "It's all right. You'll be fine," Zhang Yin reassured him, tears welling in her eyes. "That wretched little monster might not even have venom. It'll all be okay," though the probability of infection from a direct bite was 90%. She clung to the hope that this was merely a small aberration, and perhaps he would be unharmed. As she wept, unsure whether she was comforting Zhu Yin or herself, Gao Jiyue entered, seeking out Yin Shu. "Boss Yin, I need medication. Please, can you sell me some?" Yin Shu nodded, responding, "I will fetch it for you." Acquiring medication is no issue, but do understand that he will need to be quarantined afterward. After all, she could not gamble with the safety of others, nor her own. While she could manage the affairs of the hotel, should he suddenly become aggressive and she inadvertently allowed him to harm other guests, it would be disastrous. Rest assured, Boss Yin, that is only natural. Chapter 23. Please strike swiftly. Yin Shu emerged from the room with a medical kit and handed it to Gao Jiuyu. After expressing her gratitude, she hurried back inside. With the door firmly closed, Yin Shu and the others could no longer see the unfolding scene, save for the little flying elephant quietly cleaning up the trail of blood that dripped onto the ground. "Sister, what happened to that big brother?" Li Minghua inquired. Leaning closer, "He was bitten by a monster." Yin Shu, generally lacking in affection for children, felt a peculiar sense of intelligence emanating from this one. "How terrifying, sister." Li Minghua grasped Yin Shu's hand, attempting to charm her. To her surprise, Yin Shu abruptly released her grip, crossed her arms, and said, "Go find your grandmother. I have no fondness for children." Such bluntness. Rejected, Li Minghua walked away, feeling aggrieved, and stood by the glass door, observing Granny Li as she helped move the bodies. Having learned from previous experiences, the group was particularly cautious during the process. The mutated creatures had swollen bellies, as if their limbs had been absorbed into their grotesque forms, making it difficult to ascertain whether they had been pregnant in life. To their astonishment, even the infant mutants had developed teeth. Ruan Jingzhu leaned in to examine the already lifeless baby mutant, using a dagger to pry its mouth open, revealing not only sharp little teeth, but also numerous orifices designed for feeding. "It seems that person is in grave danger," Wei Zimo whispered. "This little beast possesses a mouth apparatus and likely secretes venom." Ruan Jingzhu, Wei Zimo, and Ren Yi surrounded the small mutant, their expressions grave. Although they did not know the individual in question and had nearly quarreled moments before, they were reluctant to witness the transformation and demise of a fellow human being who shared their roof. Moreover, his mutation could pose a threat to their safety. "I trust Boss Yin will have a plan. Let's discuss this matter with her shortly," Ruan Jingzhu decided, continuing to direct her teammates as they assisted Granny Li in clearing the remnants. A heap of mutant corpses lay piled together, resembling a decaying hillock, while large snowflakes drifted down from the sky, imparting a sense of despair and chill to the scene. "All right, ignite it," Ruan Jingzhu instructed. Upon her command, Ren Yi snapped his fingers, and a burst of flames leaped towards the pile of bodies, quickly igniting the fabric and gradually spreading into a bonfire. Yin Shu observed the proceedings. It seemed the awakened abilities of these three were quite formidable. The garments of the outside mutants were damp, and with the heavy snowfall, the speed at which they were able to ignite was impressive. Ren-Es powers were indeed exceptional, far surpassing those of her inept brother, Yunzhe. Uncertain about how Gao Jiuyu was managing with Room 03, she approached and knocked on the door. It opened swiftly to reveal Zhang Yin, tears streaming down her face. "Boss Yin, please come in," Zhang Yin urged, ushering Yin Shu inside before shutting the door again. There lay Zhu Yin on the bed, already beginning to run a fever. Gao Jiuyu was forcing a towel into his mouth while wielding a small knife from the medical kit, desperately trying to excise the infected flesh from his wound, pressing out the blood in an effort to expel the poison. "Zhu Yin, hold on. I promise I won't bully you again, okay? I'll call you brother from now on, all right?" Zhang Yin cried helplessly beside him. Her life had been saved by Zhu Yin when he had fortuitously crossed her path. He had brought her to the peace base, where she joined the current special task force, providing her with a supportive community and a meaningful purpose. Apart from Gao Jiuyu, Zhu Yin was the most significant person in her life. They were both brothers and friends, as well as lovers in silence, though they had never confessed their feelings. She could never have fathomed that his extraordinary control over his fire abilities would lead to his demise because of a cursed infant mutant. Zhu Yan's face was slick with cold sweat from the pain. He extended his unbitten hand, gently wiping away Zhang Yan's tears, his eyes filled with sorrow and concern. Zhang Yan grasped his hand, pressing it against her face, feeling the heat radiating from him, her heart sinking into despair. After being injected with the mutation toxin from the mutant's mouth, a person would initially suffer from a high fever, followed by incontinence, convulsions, and the expulsion of brown blood. Eventually, they would lose consciousness, their skin turning purple, limbs withering, and abdomen swelling. By the time they regained consciousness, they would have transformed into a soulless monster. Gao Jiuyu had already excised a considerable amount of flesh around Zhu Yan's wound, applying hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medication before bandaging it. She then removed the towel from Zhu Yan's mouth. "Zhu Yan, how do you feel now?" she asked, inserting a thermometer under his arm. Zhang Yan tried to stay composed. His fever may be a result of the size of his wound and not necessarily an infection. "Please fetch a cup of hot water and have him take his medicine." Zhang Yan nodded in a daze and quickly filled a cup with warm water. Zhu Yan took a small sip, his voice hoarse. "Boss, Zhang Yan, I fear I may be infected." Uttering those words appeared to drain him of all his strength, and he offered a bitter smile, each word tinged with resignation. "Don't say such things," Zhang Yan exclaimed, distressed. "Zhang Yan, listen to the boss. Your curiosity is too strong, and you're often lost. Before going on missions, remember to bring a few signal flares. Also, my crystal cores are stored in the private cabinet at the base. The password is the day I met you." He spoke slowly, his eyes beginning to lose focus, his complexion growing worse. Gao Jiuyu checked the thermometer, 42 degrees. Her heart sank. "Boss, I wish to speak with him privately for a moment," Zhang Yan requested. Gao Jiuyu nodded and stepped out with Yin Shu, closing the door behind them. Yin Shu sighed. It seems he might be infected. The fever is alarmingly high. After a moment of silence, Gao Jiuyu added, "Boss Yun, may I implore you to allow us to observe him a while longer? If he exhibits any further symptoms, I assure you, I will personally see to it that he does not pose a threat to anyone else in room 03. Initially reluctant to keep him, given the evident symptoms of soaring fever, Yin Shu ultimately yielded upon seeing Zhang Yan's desperate gaze. At the very least, she could remain in the living room for a while, instructing the other guests to retreat to their rooms. "Thank you," Gao Jiuyu exclaimed, and upon hearing Zhang Yan's agitated cries within, she rushed back inside. "What are you saying? You will be fine. I will not leave you," Zhang Yan cried, her tears flowing freely as Zhu Yan closed his eyes, retreating inward. He did not wish for her to witness his moment of weakness, nor did he want her to see him perish before her eyes. Understanding his intent, Gao Jiuyu pushed Zhang Yan outside and locked the door, leaving Zhang Yan pounding on it vehemently. "Boss, I can barely speak. Please strike swiftly." Zhu Yan trembled all over, his eyes darkening, bloodshot and horrifying. Chapter 24. Cousin, is that you? Gao Jiyue was aware that his time was running out. He drew a knife and asked, "Is there anything you wish for me to convey to others?" He opened his mouth in agony and murmured, "Yinzi, I like her." "All right, brother, may your journey be smooth." With a swift motion, Gao Jiyue plunged the blade into his throat, immediately covering the wound with his old coat to prevent the blood from splattering. Blood inevitably stained her face, and even the usually stoic Gao Jiyue shed tears in this moment of despair. After Zhu Yin ceased convulsing and his body began to cool, she struck his brain several times to ensure he would not mutate further. After sitting in silence for 3 or 4 minutes, she finally draped a white sheet over Zhu Yan's lifeless form and stepped outside. Upon opening the door, Zhang Yin was taken aback by the blood on Gao Jiyue and fainted. Yin Shu shook her head in sorrow, lamenting the loss of a seemingly ordinary guest. Even formidable supernatural beings were utterly vulnerable in the face of the virus. Moreover, her room, stains on the bed, could be dealt with by simply replacing it, but the white walls bore splatters of blood as well. The little sprite, with a grim expression, complained, "I'm at my wit's end. Can't you humans refrain from spilling blood? Now I have to clean up." After all, the little elephant was merely a name, incapable of flight, and the responsibility of cleaning those walls fell solely upon the sprite. Gao Jiyue, carrying the unconscious Zhang Yin, apologized to Yin Shu, "Boss Yin, I will cover all the hotel's losses and medical expenses once I handle these matters. It's fine, just take care of Zhang Yin and his affairs first." Yin Shu waved her hand dismissively. "Those are trivial matters. No need to fret as long as the attitude is right." Grandma Li covered Li Minghua's eyes, fearing the horror of room 03 would terrify her. Yet little Li Minghua peeked through her grandmother's fingers, silently vowing never to reach such a dire state. By any means necessary, even if it required sacrificing those around her, she would protect herself and her grandmother. Outside, a mountain of corpses burned, releasing thick plumes of gray smoke that carried an unpleasant odor. Yin Shu activated the scent barrier, rendering the foul, charred smell imperceptible within the air wall. However, approximately half an hour later, 2 individuals arrived, a man and a woman, seemingly a couple, both sporting yellow hair, likely drawn in by the thick smoke. Upon seeing the multitude of people through the glass door and the pile of burnt mutants nearby, they realized the strength of those inside and sought to ingratiate themselves. "Brother Long, do you think they will rob us?" The girl, Zhang Jia, said anxiously. "Relax, even if they try, what do we have? No crystal cores, no food, just these tattered clothes and you," replied the yellow-haired one, known as Brother Long, with a rough demeanor. Zhang Jia rolled her eyes. The pair entered the room, their surprise evident as they stood in the corner, observing the occupants. Gao Jiyue had already brought Zhang Yin into room 03, presumably to deal with Zhu Yan's body. Only Wan Jingzhu, Ji Bing, and Yin Shu remained in the hall. Li Daolong and Zhang Jia assumed that the towering Wei Zimo was the leader of the group. They grinned and said, "Brother, we are truly at our wits' end. Could you let us stay and earn a living? We'll be utterly loyal." Wei Zimo glanced at Yin Shu. "You've asked the wrong person. This lady is the boss." "What? This beautiful girl is the boss?" Li Daolong leered at Yin Shu, grinning. "Sister, do you think we could stay and earn our keep? We'll work hard. This is a hotel, not a shelter. If you have crystal cores, stay. If not, get lost." Yin Shu retorted, repulsed by his gaze. Li Daolong disregarded her words entirely. A woman, what could she possibly do, especially one as beautiful as her? It's easy to guess how she gets by. He and Zhang Jia were comfortable, shedding their outer garments and tossing them onto a nearby chair, revealing their unkempt yellow hair and tattoos, clearly indicating their delinquent nature. "Sister, let us discuss this, shall we? Don't be hasty. We mean no harm. You see, this place is mostly women and an old man, and this little girl without much experience. We both possess abilities and could protect them, right?" Li Daolong had envisioned himself as the leader of this group, imagining a life of luxury. With a smirk, he lounged back in the chair, crossing his legs and looking down at Yin Shu. "That insolent yellow-haired fool. How dare you speak like that?" Ren Yi charged forward and punched Li Daolong. Caught off guard, Li Daolong was knocked to the ground. Enraged and humiliated, he attempted to use his abilities, but upon realizing he could not, he began to shout in frustration and lunged forward to retaliate. However, Yin Shu raised her hand to stop him, freezing him in place. No violence is permitted in the establishment. I take it you intend to cause a disturbance? Zhang Jia sensed the escalating tension and quickly interjected, Sister, we absolutely did not mean any harm. We will just take our things and leave. At that moment, the door to room 03 opened. It was Zhang Yan and Gao Jiyue, having finished preparing Zhu Yan's remains for burial. Zhang Yan's eyes were red, clearly struggling to accept the sudden tragedy. Zhang Jia, in the midst of her frantic explanation, caught sight of Zhang Yan and halted, staring in disbelief for a few seconds before exclaiming, Cousin? Zhang Yan, lost in thought, barely registered her presence and attempted to leave. Zhang Jia rushed forward to grab her. Cousin, is that really you? It's me, Jia Jia. Only then did Zhang Yan snap back to reality, looking at the girl before her. Jia Jia, is it really you? How are aunt and uncle? Do you have news about my parents? Zhang Jia shook her head with difficulty. My parents are gone, and I have no news of uncle or aunt. Cousin, I never expected to see you again. Yet, Yin Shu had no intention of letting the male delinquent go. Her current principle was to act as an agent of justice, eradicating all who leaned towards malevolence to prevent them from causing trouble or harming others. As she contemplated summoning the sprite to eliminate him, Zhang Jia cried out in desperation, Cousin, please save my boyfriend. Chapter 25. Farewell to the wealthy Zhang Yan was heartbroken, consumed by despair. Yet the arrival of her cousin Zhang Jia ignited a flicker of hope within her. Despite Zhang Jia's lack of ambition, she was still a beloved family member with whom Zhang Yan had grown up. The thought that her cousin was alive suggested that her parents, who had vanished in the aftermath of the apocalypse, might also still be among the living. With this notion, the bleakness of her existence seemed to shimmer with a faint light. Without pausing to comprehend the situation fully, she resolved to assist her cousin. She turned to Yin Shu, the proprietor, uncertain of the charges against this individual, yet imploring, could you possibly grant him a chance? Zhang Jia rushed forward, desperate to rescue Li Daolong, only to find him still immobilized. In a moment of panic, she exclaimed, You let my boyfriend go. Jia Jia, do not speak that way. Zhang Yin interjected. I have matters to attend to. We shall discuss this upon my return. She was determined to ensure Zhu Yan received a proper burial. Therefore, she departed with Gao Jiuyu to find a suitable resting place for Zhu Yan. Once Zhang Yan left, Zhang Jia turned to Yin Shu and inquired, Sister, you must be acquainted with my cousin, yes? Did you hear what you just said? Though Zhang Jia was unaware of her cousin's extraordinary abilities or her standing, she recognized that Zhang Yan held a significant position. Her attire was meticulously arranged, and the badge she wore bore the insignia of the peace base, indicating her affiliation with a prominent organization. Yin Shu shrugged. I did hear, so what? While I may lack extraordinary powers, I possess my little spirits. How does that matter? Today, if this brash individual dared to provoke her, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Zhang Jia pointed accusingly at Yin Shu. You dare to lay a finger on my boyfriend? Just wait until my cousin returns to deal with you. Then I shall act, Yin Shu declared, and in an instant, her little spirit shot forth. Before anyone could react, Li Daolong vanished into thin air. Ah, where has long ago gone? Zhang Jia cried out in disbelief. He has been reborn, Yin Shu replied casually. Oh, but rebirth is a rare event these days, given the declining birth rates. With that, Zhang Jia dashed out, likely to report the incident to Zhang Yan. Such foolishness, Li Minghua thought to herself, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Li Nainai looked on with concern, startled by the sudden disappearance. Child, is he truly gone? Yin Shu nodded. Any guest who poses a potential threat to the store or its patrons will be eliminated. Isn't that rather cruel? He was merely a child, and a few careless words cost him his life, Li Nainai lamented, as if Yin Shu had committed an unforgivable crime. Li Minghua felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow. Please spare us. I have yet to fulfill my own days. She tugged at her grandmother's sleeve, attempting to remedy the situation. The blonde brother was terrifying, but the pretty sister is kind. Yin Shu's demeanor grew cold. This is the apocalypse, not the cherished world of the past, where love and law prevailed. Herda, my Vortislav. If you seek protection, abide by the rules. Otherwise, kindly take your leave. Ruan Jingzhu offered an awkward smile, attempting to defuse the tension. Yin boss, my grandmother is of advanced age and her thoughts remain anchored in the past. We all understand. Yin Shu nodded in acknowledgement. The apocalyptic inn welcomes all guests, providing shelter and sustenance. However, should disturbances arise, do not expect me to show mercy. With that, she retreated inside. Li Dalong possessed only 2 basic crystal nuclei and a meager luck value of 50 points. When will I ever accumulate 1,000 luck points to unlock the Grand Blind Box? She pondered, just as a new task notification appeared. Establish a restaurant. Reward, 100 luck points. Open a branch. Reward, 300 luck points. Together, that totals 400. Completing these 2 tasks would bring her closer to spinning the luck wheel. Meanwhile, as Yin Shu reveled in her thoughts, Gu Paisai had already received the testing report. It confirmed that the compressed biscuits were entirely safe for consumption, showing no signs of spoilage or freezing. They seemed as if they had just been plucked from a supermarket shelf prior to the apocalypse. The youthful medical prodigy, Ling Sixing, burst into Gu Paisai's command room, brimming with excitement. Gu Paisai, where did you find those biscuits? He sported silver hair and crimson eyes, resembling a rabbit. His curiosity about the biscuit's origin was piqued, as their intact condition suggested a warm location, potentially harboring new materials unattainable elsewhere, which could aid him in his quest for a cure for the viral infection. Gu Paisai glanced up, his expression unyielding. He despised intrusions into his command room, yet he recognized Ling Sixing's exceptional talents in medicine. Despite his struggles with social interactions due to his autism, following the apocalypse, Ling Sixing had gained extraordinary intellectual abilities, and he now led the base's team, researching viruses and weather phenomena. I acquired these biscuits by chance, and since they are safe, I shall return with more items soon. Ling Sixing's enthusiasm was palpable. You're going back? I want to come too. No, Dr. Ling, you cannot leave the base. Your contributions to the research are invaluable, and this decision is unanimously upheld by the higher-ups. Very well, but please use this wristband to document the conditions at that location, Ling Sixing implored, knowing that Gu Paisai was firm in his decisions. Agreed. After accepting, Gu Paisai changed out of his commander's uniform and tore open a rift in space-time, instantly arriving at the entrance of the apocalyptic inn. Ah, Yin boss, we meet again. He disregarded the corpses piled at the entrance and entered the inn. The moment he stepped inside, the chatter in the hall ceased abruptly. Li Nai instinctively pulled Li Minghua behind her, sensing a chilling aura emanating from this man. He can't be a bad person, can he? Everyone watched him warily until he casually purchased an apple and settled into a chair, awaiting something. Yin Shu, sensing his presence, stepped outside and exclaimed, "Oh, the wealthy gentleman has returned." She hoped he was there for another purchase, a smirk playing on her lips. Upon noticing Yin Shu, he leaned slightly forward, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Yin boss, the guest has returned. Were you satisfied with the biscuits from our last transaction? Indeed. So I wish to procure additional items. Might I inquire what you have available for sale? Yin Shu's heart raced at the prospect of another grand purchase. What does the guest desire? If the quantity is substantial, our little shop can accommodate 80% of your needs. Whatever we lack, we shall endeavor to procure for you, even if it means adding it to the computer on the spot. The Yin boss is quite audacious. I intend to buy some seedlings this time. Chapter 26, huh? Seedlings? Yin Shu did not anticipate that he would make such a request. She had assumed he would be interested in purchasing other food items or perhaps medicinal supplies. In truth, Gu Paisai merely wished to gauge Yin Shu's reaction. He wanted to ascertain whether these provisions were cultivated by her own hand or acquired through other means. If they were not grown, then unless her extraordinary abilities allowed her to traverse back to the pre-apocalyptic era and navigate through time, it would be impossible for her to possess such a remarkable establishment. Even if he himself were to gain time-manipulating powers, he could only tear through the fabric of the current temporal dimension. He lacked the capacity to influence the past or the future. This proprietor, Yin Shu, might very well become a pivotal variable in the apocalypse, potentially the key to its resolution. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Shu said, "Seedlings, just a moment." She approached her computer and conducted a search. To her surprise, she found a plethora of options. Not only were there various seeds and seedlings, but also an extensive array of gardening tools. "We can sell these. What plants do you want and how many?" Upon hearing this, Gu Paisai formed a rough estimate in his mind. He required seeds for cold-resistant plants, with 10 of each variety. However, Yin Shu shook her head. "That's not feasible. Am I asking for too much? The customer is asking for too little. It cannot be sold. Is this truly insufficient?" He stood up, approaching Yin Shu, his tall frame casting a shadow over part of the light streaming through the glass window. "How many can you sell to me?" "You may only select 3 varieties, with a minimum purchase of 20 seedlings for each," Yin Shu replied earnestly. She realized that unlocking a single plant would cost between 100 to 1,000 crystal points. Thus, buying in small quantities would not be advantageous for him. "Very well. I shall take seeds or seedlings for radishes, cabbages, and kale." Having spent her childhood in the countryside with her grandparents, Yin Shu possessed some knowledge about cultivation. Noticing that this customer exclusively sought cold-resistant crops, she regarded him with newfound respect. He seemed knowledgeable. Despite his noble appearance, he was more than just a rich heir. Gu Paisai truly was an heir, cultivated by a prestigious family. Thus he possessed a smattering of knowledge on various subjects. Yin Shu proceeded to unlock the 3 types he requested, costing a total of 300 crystal points. "Customer, please inspect the quality. 1 basic crystal is exchanged for 1 seedling. If you agree, we can conduct the transaction." She presented the potato tubers, cabbage seeds, and kale seeds for Gu Paisai to examine. Gu Paisai produced a high-grade crystal and placed it on the table, causing Wan Jingzhu and the others to stand up, captivated. Gue Zimo, drooling, exclaimed, "Wow, is that a high-grade crystal? Its radiant glow seems to penetrate my very soul. I'll take 20 of each, and please include some apples for me to take along." "Certainly. Come again if you find them useful." Yin Shu retrieved a plastic bag from somewhere, preparing to pack his items. At that moment, Gao Jiyue and Zhang Yin returned after burying their team member. Upon entering, Gao Jiyue's gaze met Gu Paisai's. Recalling Gu Paisai's earlier directive, she swallowed the words "commander" and feigned ignorance. Zhang Jia, who had been weeping beside Zhang Yin, suddenly ceased her commotion upon seeing Gu Paisai. She quickly wiped her tears, adjusted her bangs, and shyly glanced at him. "Cousin, forget what I just said. Who is this person?" Zhang Yin, exasperated by her sister's antics, chose silence and retreated into the room. "Cousin, why are you ignoring me?" Zhang Jia mumbled, perching herself on a nearby wooden bench. As for her boyfriend, Li Dalong, she decided to temporarily set that aside and focus on getting to know this distinguished gentleman before her. Yin Shu finished packing Gu Paisai's items, stating, "All set, customer. They're all inside. Would you like to count them?" "No need, thank you." Gu Paisai removed his gloves and gracefully accepted the bag from Yin Shu. As he reached out to create a temporal rift to transport the items back to the command room, he was met with an unexpected lack of response from the air. How embarrassing. He had forgotten that his powers would be suppressed in this enigmatic hotel. Yin Shu suppressed a smile, her lips barely containing their amusement as she observed the customer's ears slowly reddening beneath his composed exterior. "You can utilize your powers at the entrance." "Understood." After Gu Paisai spoke, he intended to leave, but Zhang Jia seized the moment, abruptly throwing herself in front of him. "Ouch, that hurts." Just as she hoped the mysterious and handsome man would assist her, she noticed his long legs confidently stride over her. "Is this a joke? At least in school, I was the belle of the ball." She was certain that the female proprietor had ensnared him first. Thinking of Yin Shu, she was filled with both resentment and jealousy. This woman not only eliminated her boyfriend, but was also stunningly beautiful, obstructing her chances of finding a new partner. Determined, she rose, huffing with indignation. What vixen! No wonder she possesses such enchantments. Surely, she has bewitched all those men. She even believed that the little sprite was another man enthralled by Yin Shu, consumed with envy. Why was it that she could only encounter a Li Dalong, while this woman lived a pristine life, feasting on delectable food, residing in a fine establishment, and effortlessly meeting 2 exceptional gentlemen? What are you talking about? Did you knock your head and lose your mind? Yin Shu retorted. I'm talking about you. With my cousin watching, what can you do to me? Let me tell you, my cousin is a formidable figure at the peace base. She exclaimed these words loudly. Gao Jiyue, hearing this from within the room, inquired, Yin, is that person your sister? Do not allow her to provoke Boss Yin further, or I shall not permit you to rescue her. Zhang Yan's eyes reddened. Oh, if you don't save her, then don't. But I'm not so heartless as to kill my own team members without a second thought. I know you're hurt, but Zhuo Yin was already on the brink of mutation. I will not listen. Before Gao Jiyue could finish, Zhang Yin stormed out, dragging her cousin Zhang Jia along, exiting the hotel. Yin Shu had little interest in where they chose to go. Given Zhang Jia's recent remarks, it would be lenient not to eliminate her altogether. Yet, feeling sympathy for Zhang Yan's plight, she thought, if they wish to leave, then so be it. Gao Jiyue sighed and followed them outside. As tranquility descended, Yin Shu rubbed her temples, relieved that the day's commotion had finally subsided. Little Flying Elephant and the Sprite resumed their silent work. Opening a new branch was not feasible at this moment, as she lacked sufficient crystal points. However, perhaps establishing a restaurant was a possibility. Yin Shu opened her computer, eager to explore the prospect of starting a restaurant. Chapter 27. Opening a restaurant. The computer displayed that establishing a restaurant required 5,000 crystal core points. A modest 30 square meter restaurant would be opened within the hotel, complete with an order-taking counter, while the kitchen would feature a mysterious food pickup area. Additionally, there would be 2 square tables, accommodating up to 8 guests. Any additional items would need to be purchased at one's own expense. Beyond providing a dining space for guests, the restaurant offered another advantage. It could facilitate food delivery. Moreover, receiving numerous positive reviews would translate into luck points. For every 1-star rating, 10 luck points would be awarded, with rewards doubling for each additional star. Conversely, a decline in star ratings would incur penalties, including a mandate for rectification within a specified time, during which food delivery would be prohibited and the restaurant would cease operations. After a flurry of activity, the little sprite approached Yin Shu, curious about her endeavors. Boss, are you planning to open a restaurant? Yin Shu nodded, affirming that having a restaurant would help her complete tasks. However, she lamented, we don't have delivery personnel. Neither I nor Little Flying Elephant can leave the apocalyptic hotel. Yin Shu was genuinely unaware of this predicament. You two can't leave? The sprite, seated beside the computer, explained, we can go out, but I turn into a figurine, and it becomes a plastic doll. Goodness, does that mean I have to deliver the food myself? She mused, contemplating her lack of special abilities. Relying solely on physical enhancement might allow for evasion and survival, but delivering food seemed an impossible task. How do we recruit delivery personnel? We currently lack branches, and our shop is too small, classified as a first-tier establishment with a maximum of 2 employees, the sprite stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu felt overwhelmed. So this is a deadlock? It's unreasonable. The mechanism of the apocalyptic hotel seems designed entirely according to the owner's whims. Why would it complicate matters for me? What then? The restaurant can't refuse delivery. Am I supposed to deliver it myself? Yes, precisely. You do realize your boss is entirely relying on you as an accomplice, right? The sprite, noticing Yin Shu's puzzled expression, suddenly exclaimed, oh right. Boss, here's the deal. If you wear the restaurant staff uniform, a small protective shield will appear at the exit, rendering you invisible to other creatures, and their abilities won't penetrate the shield to harm you. As the sprite explained, it clicked open the restaurant's display page. The computer screen showcased a pristine restaurant adorned with a white delivery uniform and a matching chef's attire hanging on the walls. How splendid! While others might be seduced by uniforms, I'll be ready to hit the road. Yet this feature was undeniably impressive. Donning this attire would shield her from creatures and negate all attacks. However, the sprite added, but should you fall or freeze to death, that would indeed be fatal. Well, that's hardly absolute safety, she muttered. However, delivering food has a time constraint. Walking for a month might not suffice. To achieve higher star ratings, timely delivery was essential. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, vehicles were haphazardly parked. Many trees and buildings lay in ruins, and hordes of corpses and creatures obstructed the roads, rendering most routes impassable. After receiving a delivery order, you'll obtain a timely teleportation voucher. This voucher is a single-use item, the sprite explained. Yin Shu recalled seeing such items on an online shopping platform before, but they were prohibitively expensive. I never imagined one would be issued for each delivery order. This voucher allowed for instantaneous transportation to within 100 meters of the desired location when silently wished for. A miraculous item indeed, superior to any regular teleportation coupon. With this revelation, Yin Shu felt reassured. Thus, establishing a restaurant and offering delivery services would ensure her profit without loss. She promptly clicked the button, fearing her own hesitation. Instantly, her balance diminished by 5,000 crystal core points. Subsequently, a door appeared on the right side of the hall, seemingly from thin air. This door wasn't here just now. Wei Zimo was the first to notice it, with Ren Yi expressing his astonishment, confirming its sudden emergence. Wei Zimo reached out and turned the doorknob. Inside, an immaculate little restaurant awaited. Dear guests, our hotel will officially open the restaurant starting today. The previous pickup area has been relocated, and henceforth, you can purchase meals in the restaurant, which is conveniently located to your right upon entering. Additionally, even if you leave the hotel in the future, you may still order food remotely using your VIP card, with guaranteed delivery within half an hour. As Yun Shu concluded her announcement, the guests erupted into enthusiastic chatter. Boss Yun is truly remarkable. She conjured a restaurant in an instant. This ability is extraordinary. Wei Zimo exclaimed, lavishing praise. Indeed, I wouldn't be surprised if one day Boss Yun builds a base. I would be the first to follow her. Ren Yi chimed in, eager to join her. Ruan Jingzhu shook her head in exasperation. Could you two refrain from being so overt? Did you hear? Boss Yun said, we can order food even when not in the hotel, but how will it be delivered? Yin Shu, understanding their concerns, reiterated the explanation given by the sprite. The group erupted into jubilant cheers. This was simply wonderful. It meant that even if they could no longer reside in the apocalyptic hotel, they would not starve outside. Not only would they avoid starvation, but they could also indulge in culinary delights. The restaurant's operational hours were limited, from 6 to 8 in the morning, 11 to 1 in the afternoon, and 5 to 7 in the evening. Missed meal times meant no food, but takeout could be ordered at any time, although delivery and packaging fees would apply. The familiar sensation washed over them as they envisioned the icons of popular food delivery services sparkling in Boss Yun's eyes. However, in light of this fantastic opportunity for takeout, no one voiced any complaints. The following morning, the guests made their first visit to the restaurant. One by one, they arrived, lining up to select their preferred dishes. Breakfast options were somewhat limited, with various choices available, but many opted to wait for lunch instead. Gao Jiyue and Zhang Yan's sisters had yet to return. Apart from the three of them, nearly everyone else explored the restaurant. Next to the front desk was a transparent display case showcasing the menu items. Previously, pictures had adorned the pickup area, but now, lifelike food models were exhibited within the glass cabinet, tantalizing the onlookers even more. Yin Shu nodded in satisfaction. The restaurant was indeed a worthy investment, and she had grown somewhat restless within the hotel, hesitant to venture outside due to her lack of abilities. Now, equipped with her invincible delivery disguise, she could seize the opportunity to explore. She initially believed there would be no delivery orders for some time. However, she was soon pleasantly surprised to receive a new order. Ding! You have a new order from Have You Eaten? Customer, Ji Bing, VIP number 0000005, requesting 2 steamed buns, to be delivered to 2596 Chang'an Street, Xinhua District, City C. Chapter 28. The first delivery, huh? Didn't Ji Bing leave in the morning? It's not even noon yet, and how is it that she's already ordering takeout? Yin Shu felt puzzled, but hurriedly donned the white delivery uniform. The uniform consisted of a white vest and a matching helmet, emblazoned with the words, Have you eaten at the Apocalypse Hotel? The top of the helmet was adorned with a tiny blind box toy. However, there was a pressing issue. The uniform was merely a vest and offered no warmth. She certainly did not wish to venture out and succumb to the cold. Unfortunately, all her tattered clothes had been discarded, and retrieving them was not an option. With no alternatives, she swiftly browsed online and purchased a set of inexpensive winter attire. Once dressed, she grabbed 2 large buns. Just As the delivery order appeared, she received a timely transport voucher. The voucher automatically printed the address of the recipient, allowing no room for Yunshu to exploit any loopholes. "Take care on your way, boss," the little sprite intentionally chimed. "Get lost," Yunshu retorted, reminding it to watch over the house before she flicked the timely transport voucher. The voucher spontaneously ignited and vanished from her fingertips, and in the next instant, she disappeared with a whoosh. She aimed for an impressive entrance. However, upon landing, the reality was less glamorous. She had been randomly transported to a snowdrift within 100 meters of her destination. To her dismay, she found herself in a large snowbank. Goodness! The protective shield could block all attacks but did not shield her from the snowflakes and biting wind. This snowbank was likely once a small pool where children fished, with snow accumulating past her calves. The cheap winter attire she had hastily purchased offered no moisture resistance and allowed the chill to seep through, making her teeth chatter. She knew all too well that cheap goods seldom deliver quality. Yet the location she had been transported to was a shopping mall. Perhaps she could seize the opportunity to find some clean clothes to take back, considering that the aberrations could not see her. However, the most pressing concern was to deliver the takeout promptly. A notification echoed in her mind, 12 minutes remaining before the order time's out. She quickly scanned her surroundings for Ji Bing. Let us head to the first floor. Ji Bing is out hunting aberrations, and, logically, wouldn't he come to the mall, where they congregate in droves? Certainly not a place a single Ji Bing could handle. She is likely in another building nearby. With this thought, Yunshu rushed to the stairwell, eager to descend. To her shock, upon opening the stairwell door, she was greeted by a throng of over 20 aberrations. Her mind surged with adrenaline, and she stifled a sound, swiftly crouching behind the door. Miraculously, despite her proximity, the aberrations remained oblivious to her presence, continuing their aimless wandering. It dawned on Yunshu that she was no longer the fleeing version of herself. The aberrations truly could not see her. Suppressing her rising fear, she stood up. The aberrations still did not notice her. Clearing her throat, she coughed, yet they remained unresponsive. Her courage began to swell as she reached out and pushed the nearest aberration. It stumbled and fell, still oblivious to her. Ha! It really does shield me from the aberrations. With newfound confidence, Yunshu picked up a metal rod that had fallen from a window and began to prod the nearby aberrations, maneuvering her way down the stairs. Meanwhile, the little sprite in the hotel suddenly realized it had forgotten to inform Yunshu that if the order timed out, the protective barrier would cease to function, and the return transport voucher would only activate after 10 minutes. In other words, if the boss failed to deliver on time and did not manually activate the return voucher, she could very well be trapped outside. The sprite was in a frenzy. What should I do? It's all my fault. Please don't let anything happen to you. Boss, I just started my job. I can't bear to be unemployed again. Yet, it had no means to alert Yunshu and could only pray silently. After much effort, Yunshu finally made it downstairs. Shaping her hands like a trumpet, she summoned all her strength to shout, "Ji Bing!" After a brief silence, there was no response. In truth, Ji Bing was hiding in a wooden cabinet on the first floor. She was taken aback by Yunshu's commanding call. Did she really just bellow like that without fear of attracting the aberrations? Next to the cabinet where she hid was the grain section. Ji Bing had initially intended to ambush a solitary aberration nearby, but was drawn to a bag of noodles tossed in the corner through the glass door of the shop, a rare find indeed. Seizing the opportunity, she ventured in to retrieve the bag of noodles, only for a ceiling tile to collapse upon her entry. As a loud crash echoed, Ji Bing cursed under her breath and quickly dove into the adjacent small cabinet. Initially, she planned to wait until the aberrations dispersed before returning to the hotel. But the situation proved more complicated than expected. The abundance of aberrations in the mall had attracted over 20 of them, and they showed no signs of leaving. Thus, Ji Bing remained cramped in the cabinet for 2 hours. When her back ached and her legs grew stiff, she recalled the possibility of ordering takeout, hoping that Yunshu could assist her. Thus, the first delivery order was initiated, when she witnessed Yunshu unabashedly shouting in front of the aberrations. Ji Bing was truly astounded. However, she dared not respond. Realizing the continued silence, Yin Shu understood that Ji Bing was either absent or too frightened to reply. Coupled with Ji Bing's unusual ordering behavior, she deduced the situation with reasonable accuracy. Ji Bing, since you can place orders, if I'm heading in the right direction, just order me a bun. After saying this, she chose a direction and walked. No order came. She switched directions, but still no order. Trying again, she changed direction once more. Ding! You have a new order from Have You Eaten? Customer Ji Bing, VIP number 000000005, requires one bun. She had guessed correctly. Yet, only 5 minutes remained before the first order would expire. Yin Shu sprinted towards the indicated direction. Upon reaching the end, she found a chaotic, empty wall of merchandise and a few wooden cabinets below. Ji Bing, are you in there? Hearing Yin Shu and Oppo's voice from outside the cabinet, Ji Bing was overwhelmed with emotion. Nearly in tears, she cautiously opened a small crack in the cabinet and extended a hand. Finally found you. Just order 3 buns to make this effort worth it. Yin Shu grasped her hand and pulled her into the protective bubble of her own. The aberrations were indeed unable to see either Yin Shu or Ji Bing. But the uncertainty remained. Would the timely transport voucher's return ticket be able to bring both of them back at once? Chapter 29. Teleportation to another place. Yin Shu held the auxiliary teleportation voucher in her hand, which flickered momentarily before beginning to burn slowly, as if protesting that she had brought others along. Seeing it ignite successfully, Yin Shu sighed in relief. At least it was usable. In the next instant, she and Ji Bing were pulled into a black hole, spun around rapidly within it. Yin Shu could see nothing, feeling as though the world was upside down. Goodness, the last time the teleportation hadn't been like this. After a dizzying whirl for what felt like over 10 seconds, they were finally expelled. With a crisp pop, Yin Shu and Ji Bing landed on the ground. The timely teleportation voucher was supposed to return them precisely to their destination. However, as Yin Shu rose and surveyed her surroundings, she gasped in disbelief. This was not the Doomsday Hotel at all. Surrounding them were numerous aberrations roaming about, resembling a miniature commercial street, lined with small shops selling Anhui noodles, spicy noodles, trendy clothing, and more. Each shop was in disrepair, doors and windows shattered, covered in frost and ice. Occasionally, she caught sight of a hanging sign or a couple of aberrations clad in employee uniforms. Where on earth are we? Ji Bing got up and looked around, equally stunned. Yin Shu shivered in her inadequate clothing, regretting her decision to cease the restaurant's delivery service. It would have been far better to remain comfortably in the hotel instead of venturing out for business. Now, with a lack of familiarity with the operational procedures, she had inadvertently put herself in danger. At that moment, the hotel's mechanical voice echoed in her mind, reminding her of an order for steamed buns in her possession. Yet, she was not in the hotel, unable to retrieve the order, let alone deliver it. She then glanced at the 2 steamed buns Ji Bing held. No matter where she had acquired them, the important thing was that they could be delivered. May I borrow your buns? Ji Bing, puzzled, handed them over without question. Yin Shu took them and promptly returned them to Ji Bing. Confused, Ji Bing wondered what Yin Shu was up to. The instant Ji Bing grasped the buns, a notification of order completion echoed in Yin Shu's mind. A scoring sheet then appeared in her hands. You may invite customers to rate your delivery service. Ji Bing naturally gave a perfect score of 5 stars. They both fell back into worry. I have no idea where we are. Should we look for a map? Yin Shu, still clad in her employee uniform, took Ji Bing's hand, intending to keep her within the safety bubble as they searched for a way back to the Doomsday Hotel. Though it was cold, at least they had 2 buns to stave off hunger. They walked confidently, only to be startled when an aberration suddenly emerged from a nearby shop. It had shed its previous docility, screeching wildly as it charged towards Yin Shu and Ji Bing. Run! Yin Shu yelled, sprinting away. Ji Bing quickly followed suit. With no time to ponder why her safety bubble had ceased to function, Yin Shu's mind raced with thoughts of escape. There were far too many aberrations nearby. They couldn't afford to flee aimlessly. They needed to find a way to lure this aberration somewhere to eliminate it, lest it attract others. But just then, rain began to fall through a leaking roof, and behind them, an aberration pursued, while 3 more approached from the front. What were they to do? Sweat beaded on Yin Shu's forehead as she scanned for alternative routes. "This way," Ji Bing shouted, kicking aside a wooden plank to reveal a narrow alley. Grabbing Yin Shu's hand, she dashed into the alley. Suddenly, Yin Shu recalled the delivery rules. If a customer placed an order, her employee uniform would generate a safety bubble to protect her. If Ji Bing placed an order again, would her bubble return? It was worth a try. "Hurry, place another order for steamed buns." Ji Bing, without questioning why, immediately complied and ordered another batch. The moment the order was confirmed, the aberration behind them lost interest, as if it had lost its target. "Wonderful. It worked," Yin Shu exclaimed. "They won't pursue us for half an hour. After that, you must order again, buying another bun to maintain the cycle." Ji Bing nodded, trusting that Yin Shu had her reasons. With the immediate threat gone, they wandered off, searching for landmarks or maps. "How do we even know where we are?" Ji Bing remarked, feeling utterly lost. "Let us see if any of the aberrations have identification or something that might reveal their location." "Sure, but they want to attack us, right?" "No worries, let us go." Yin Shu led Ji Bing back to the aberrations that had chased them moments before. Ji Bing, on guard, attempted to summon vines, but quickly discovered that her powers were ineffective within Yin Shu's safety bubble. Tension coursed through her as she braced for an attack from the aberrations. In a surprising turn, Yin Shu reached into the pocket of one aberration, rummaging through it. And to her astonishment, the creature remained docile, allowing her to search without protest. "How incredible!" Yi Bing marveled. Gathering her courage, she imitated Yin Shu, probing the aberration's other pockets. She successfully retrieved a small wallet, which was frozen solid. Opening it, she discovered an identification card and a driver's license. Using this method, they managed to find 5 or 6 pieces of identification. However, upon comparing the addresses, despair washed over them. They were no longer in City C, but had instead ended up in neighboring City T. Although the two cities were adjacent, the roads were now impassable, and most vehicles were inoperable. Returning on foot would take over a month, not accounting for the risk of getting lost. All she had wanted was to deliver some food. How had it come to this? Yet, every time a customer placed an order, a teleportation voucher would appear. Ji Bing had just ordered, so logically, Yin Shu should possess a new teleportation voucher. As she rifled through the scoring sheets, she indeed found 2 teleportation vouchers, those from Ji Bing's later orders. "What is this?" "A teleportation voucher, but I'm unsure if it will be effective." Yin Shu began to suspect that the teleportation vouchers could not accommodate 2 individuals, leading to the erroneous destination. While she was not entirely certain, she could not afford to test it. Using the vouchers would mean she would be sent within 100 meters of Ji Bing, leaving her unprotected by the safety bubble until they were reunited. She needed to find a sufficiently secure hiding place for Ji Bing first. Chapter 30. The Temptation of Home. Ji Bing, please listen to me. You need to hide in a place for a while, and don't come out until I find you. Where are you going? Ji Bing replied anxiously, reluctant to part with Boss Yun. After all, being with Boss Yun promised absolute safety. I must find a way for us to return to the hotel. By the way, don't eat those 2 buns you have. Keep them safe. Ji Bing nodded. All right, I understand. Yin Shu led her into a nearby furniture store, finding a spacious wardrobe. You can hide inside this wardrobe. I'll come to find you shortly. It won't take more than half an hour. Remember, don't eat your buns. After fervently reminding her, Yin Shu observed the surroundings for any lurking threats before releasing Ji Bing's hand, allowing her to conceal herself within the wardrobe. Then, she retrieved the 2 teleportation vouchers, only to discover that one had become ineffective. The one that had expired was from an order she had already completed. Discarding the useless voucher, she clutched the functional one in her hand and activated it. The voucher ignited slowly, and she vanished into thin air. This time, instead of being tossed around as before, she landed smoothly. She found herself back on the same commercial street and quickly located the furniture store where Ji Bing was hiding. After swiftly dispatching an approaching creature, she led Ji Bing out. Boss Yin, what now? Ji Bing crouched down, searching through the creature's remains for a crystal core. To her delight, she discovered a primary crystal core, which she wiped clean with a rag before naturally handing it over to Yin Shu. Yin Shu accepted the core and tucked it away. She was freezing, her limbs stiffening. If it weren't for the filthy clothes of the creature, she might have considered wearing them herself. She would never again buy cheap winter apparel from online shops. Let's hold hands and try again. She activated the return ticket of the teleportation voucher. The ticket twisted and reluctantly ignited, spinning them around before they landed again. Wonderful, another unfamiliar place. Yinshu looked around helplessly. This time, she found herself in a garden that appeared to be private, with a large villa nearby. It was beautiful, but she longed to see her humble hotel. I recognize this place, Ji Bing exclaimed, pointing at the villa. Really? That gives us hope, Yinshu said, eagerly awaiting Ji Bing's revelation. I saw a video of this villa on Douyin. It belongs to a wealthy man in City C, who supposedly keeps a mistress here. It seems the fourth mistress wasn't satisfied and wanted to live in the villa too, but the wealthy man refused, which led her to expose him. Yinshu chuckled at the outdated gossip, but felt elated. At least they were in City C, which increased their chances of returning home. Regardless of whose territory it was, as long as it was City C, it would be easier to navigate. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing Yinshu to sneeze, her head spinning from the chill. It seemed she needed to find some warm clothing before successfully returning to her modest hotel. The opulent mansion loomed before her, and she was certain that the mistress's winter wear would be warm. Boss Yin, are you all right? I'm fine, but I will be in trouble soon. Let us go inside the mansion and find some clothes. Okay. Yinshu and Ji Bing traversed the frozen, desolate garden, arriving at the mansion's entrance. Attempting to push the door open, they discovered it was secured with a keypad lock, rendering it impossible to enter. Truly a fortified mansion, Ji Bing remarked. Let us find something to break a window, Yinshu suggested. She picked up a large stone from the garden-esque viewing pool and hurled it at a window on the first floor. Fortunately, the glass wasn't bulletproof, shattering with a crisp sound. Why are the windows of this house so intact? Hasn't anyone explored this place? Ji Bing wondered aloud, considering that such a mansion should have many valuables. Perhaps it's because they didn't want to explore. Just look inside. Ji Bing leaned in for a closer look, gasping. Goodness, there are creatures inside wearing matching uniforms. At least a dozen of them, with the mansion's storage area located underground and an alternate entrance. It made sense why no one had searched the first floor. Let us go inside, but be careful of the glass shards. They held hands, cautiously climbing over the wall while avoiding the shattered glass. After several minutes, they finally made it inside. As the time on her order was running out, Yinshu said, "Hand me your bun so I can process an order, then you can order another bun." She anticipated becoming embroiled in order processing. Once Yinshu finished, she began rummaging through the mansion, despite the dirt and blood stains that adorned the floors and walls. It was evident that this mansion once radiated splendor. The furniture was crafted from genuine leather, clearly custom-made, and far more comfortable than Yinshu's own bed. If only I could move this furniture into my hotel. An idea struck her. Theoretically, the furniture outside could also be moved into the hotel. Perhaps one day, she could truly absorb the exquisite furnishings of this place. The first floor featured not only a living room and bar, but also a conference room, with staff and security quarters on the side. No wonder there were so many creatures on the first floor. She and Ji Bing swiftly ascended to the second floor, where they discovered the master bedroom. The room was over 100 square meters, resembling a grand flat. Within, a walk-in closet of nearly 50 square meters showcased an array of designer bags and shoes. No wonder she is a mistress. She could earn a lifetime's worth of money in just one night. Look at all these luxury items. Ji Bing's eyes sparkled. As a former fashion curator for a small brand, she was sensitive to such treasures. Yinshu, however, was merely searching for warm, lined shoes and a sturdy winter outfit. After rummaging through the mistress's closet for a while, she found nothing but revealing, sexy outfits, with only a few fur items. So it's all about style over warmth, is it? Do wealthy people not experience winter? In the end, she had no choice but to layer several outfits together for warmth, at least better than low-quality alternatives. As for shoes, there was an abundance of high heels. There wasn't even a pair of lined shoes to be found. Well, I'll have to make do with these. Thus, Yinshu ended up wearing 2 base layers. A one-shoulder sweater, layered with a fox fur coat, while wrapping herself in 2 scarves to cover her head, neck, and face. Ha ha, Boss Yun. Your outfit could grace a runway. Stop laughing. Who knows when we'll return to the hotel? Chapter 31. Gathering supplies. What district is this in City C? Yin Shu inquired. Although she was a native of City C, her upbringing had been rather unconventional, leaving her with limited knowledge of the city. At the tender age of 5, she was taken from an orphanage by her adoptive parents. Initially, everything seemed well, as they aspired to have both a son and a daughter. However, her adoptive mother, having reached an advanced age, could no longer bear children, which led to a relatively tolerant attitude towards Yin Shu. Yet, when Yin Shu turned 12, her older brother, Yin Zhe, violated her. She confided in her adoptive mother, only to be met with accusations that she had seduced her own brother, scolded for being a poor influence at such a young age, likely tainted by unsavory friends at school. Consequently, Yin Shu was sent to a boarding school in another city, only to escape that fate after her college entrance examination. Thus, her familiarity with City C was scant, and she had to place her hopes on Ji Bing. Ji Bing, feeling embarrassed, shook her head. I have no idea. I've only seen it on Douyin. Well, that hope is dashed. We must find our own way, Yin Shu replied. However, Ji Bing added, this wealthy individual is in real estate. Perhaps he possesses a map. That was indeed encouraging news. The two could not search separately and thus held hands. Embarking on their quest together, they discovered that the residence was unexpectedly vast, comprising 4 stories and an underground level. Each floor spanned over 100 square meters, making it quite a challenge for Yin Shu and Ji Bing to locate the affluent man's study. Inside, they indeed found a detailed map of City C, prominently marking the properties owned by the wealthy man. This is where our hotel is located, and this marks the mansion, Yin Shu pointed out, noting that the two places were not close to one another. City C was already expansive, and the mansion was situated in a suburban area, not in the city center. The distance between them was approximately 60 kilometers in a straight line. Oh no, even by car, that would take an hour and a half, let alone without a vehicle and with no good roads to traverse, Ji Bing exclaimed anxiously. She had yet to exhaust the funds on her card and needed to return. Yin Shu was equally anxious. If a new delivery order came in during this lull, the situation would turn dire, and she too needed to hurry back. This wealthy man must have a garage. Let us see if there is a usable car or bicycle. And remember, we need to keep the precious mantis safe for our orders, Yin Shu reminded her. A bicycle would indeed be ideal, faster than walking and capable of navigating tight spots. After searching for some time, they finally located the garage, but all the luxury cars had either been taken or were inoperable. The silver lining was that in the first floor employee lounge, amidst a myriad of belongings, they discovered a simple black bicycle. This is perfect. Let us take it along with the pump and see if we can find some food on the first floor to bring with us, Yin Shu said, bending down to inspect the bicycle, which was still functional. Great, but it's nearly dark outside, Ji Bing noted. Yin Shu glanced outside and confirmed the encroaching darkness. As night fell, temperatures would drop and visibility would diminish. They agreed to stay the night and set out in the morning, hastily searching for useful supplies. Ultimately, they found a pump, along with several bags of Wong Wong rice crackers, 4 packets of sesame paste, and 2 jars of Sanjay Bird's Nest drink that had unfortunately frozen. They packed these items into a large, high-capacity branded bag, each taking up a suitable weapon. Ji Bing chose a baseball bat, while Yin Shu selected a longer kitchen knife. At least we have food now. We won't starve, and if we get thirsty, we can eat some snow. Let us rest on a proper bed, Yin Shu declared. They picked the master bedroom, discarding the blood-stained sheets and blankets, and retrieved 2 thick, soft blankets from the wardrobe. To be fair, wealthy beds are incredibly comfortable. I can't imagine how delightful it must be to engage in activities on this bed, Ji Bing mused, her eyes half closed. Yin Shu remarked, why do I feel like Ji Bing has become more lively? She's a completely different person from when we first met. After a long, exhausting day, they soon found themselves enveloped in warmth and comfort, drifting into slumber. Just as Yin Shu was about to fall asleep, a cold, mechanical voice reminded her that her order was nearing its timeout. Darn it, how could I have forgotten? If I need to refresh my order every half hour, how can I possibly sleep? Yin Shu thought, already feeling the pangs of motherhood without even having a child. Let us do this. Block the door, cover the windows with sheets, and we'll sleep directly. If any creatures try to break in, You must quickly place an order for Mantu. Understood? To ensure their rest. They barricaded the door with furniture, and by the time they finished, it was well past midnight. The two drifted into a restless sleep, plagued by the fear of intrusions. This sense of dread felt like a nightmare, wrapping around Yunshu as she recalled her days of fleeing. Meanwhile, the little sprite at the hotel was utterly bewildered. What is happening? The boss hasn't returned, yet orders keep pouring in from guest number 000000005, all for a single Mantu each time. Boss. The plastic toy elephant's expressionless face conveyed worry through its tone. What if something has happened to the boss? We might end up unemployed. The little sprite felt guilty. This is all my fault for not clearly communicating the restrictions on the instant delivery vouchers. I assumed that with the invincible buff, sending a Mantu would be a breeze, and I disregarded those restrictions. While the instant delivery vouchers were useful, they had a temperamental nature. If the number of recipients exceeded one, the workload would frustrate them, leading to random mishaps in delivery. The more people involved, the farther the delivery location would stray. Observing the fluctuations in orders, the little sprite began to piece together the unfolding events. What should we do? The toy elephant paced anxiously beside the sprite. I'll come up with a solution. Don't fret. Just help me maintain the hotel's daily operations so that when the boss returns, we won't be out of business. Though not entirely devoid of options. The sprite realized that employees could only establish a mental connection with the boss upon reaching maximum level or if the boss carried a personal phone, neither of which was feasible at that moment. Only one last option remained. In the dire absence of the boss, an employee could forcibly call for the boss, albeit at the cost of regressing one level. If the boss did not return by the next day, the sprite would initiate the call. Consequences be damned. Chapter 32. On the road at the break of dawn. Yunshu awoke at 5 o'clock, not by her own accord but rather due to Ji Bing's audacious theft of the blanket, leaving her shivering in the cold. She cast a silent glance at Ji Bing, sprawled across the bed like an octopus, clinging to the covers, and resolutely donned her fur coat, deciding against returning to sleep. Thankfully, the previous night had passed without the intrusion of any aberrant creatures, allowing them a brief respite. The sky outside was beginning to lighten. It was time to embark on their journey. Having yet to activate the safety bubble, she dared not make a sound and opted to gently nudge Ji Bing. Ji Bing was about to speak when Yunshu swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, "Chill. Let us order a steamed bun." The sudden chill of Yunshu's hand jolted Ji Bing awake, and she quickly placed an order for a bun. Once the safety bubble enveloped them, they both relaxed. Noticing the dawn was rapidly approaching, Yunshu unfolded a map onto the bed. Look, we can avoid these commercial streets, hospitals, and schools by taking this route. If fortune smiles upon us, we might return today. If not, we could reach our destination by tomorrow. Ji Bing nodded in agreement. If the road permits, we should be back by evening. I miss the comfort of the hotel bed so much. Indeed, Yunshu echoed the sentiment, longing for the luxury of the hotel. With everything prepared, they set off, alternating their cycling every half hour to ensure both had ample time to rest and stave off the cold. As Yunshu spoke, she pushed the bicycle forward, while Ji Bing held onto the back of her hand, enjoying the warmth of the safety bubble. Ji Bing had always been the caretaker, having an unreliable younger sister, but now she found Yunshu exuding a reassuring reliability akin to that of an elder sister. The grand entrance of the mansion had long been pried open by an unknown hand, creaking ominously as they pushed it open. Fortunately, the safety bubble masked the noise, preventing any nearby aberrants from being alerted. The small bicycle basket was insufficient to securely carry their supplies, so Ji Bing took charge of the bag while Yunshu rode ahead, unable to find a place to store her gloves amidst the numerous compartments. She resorted to wearing the inexpensive gloves she had purchased online, wrapping her hands in the ends of a long scarf. Nonetheless, the biting wind stung her fingers, rendering them numb in mere minutes. Ji Bing wrapped her arms around Yunshu's waist, benefiting from the warmth and the protective bubble. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the half-hour mark to switch roles. Yunshu dismounted, feeling as if her face and hands were frozen. They exchanged places, with Ji Bing now in the lead. Along the way, they encountered various aberrants, some solitary and others in groups, yet they posed no threat to their progress. Despite the ice and snow blanketing the ground, the collapsed structures, and the occasional sight of corpses, the nimbleness of their bicycle allowed them to navigate through with relative ease. By midday, they found a sheltered nook to rest. "I can't go on. I'm frozen," Ji Bing lamented, her nose running from the cold, contemplating that her mucus might freeze upon contact with the frigid air. "Let's eat something quickly. The morning went smoothly, and we should be back by nightfall." Yin Shu retrieved some rice cakes from her backpack, savoring the delightful crunch and the sweet coating that melted in their mouths, offering them a moment of solace. As they indulged in their snack, Yin Shu suddenly detected the sound of snow crunching underfoot. She exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Bing, who instinctively stood up and pressed against the wall, clutching her weapon tightly. The footsteps grew louder, but they were not from an aberrant. The individual approached with deliberate caution, and it was only because of Yin Shu's enhanced senses that she noticed the subtle sound. As the figure came into view, she swiftly lunged forward with her knife. But the person reacted quickly, stepping back to evade her strike. "Don't be alarmed, sisters. I am human," the newcomer said softly, attempting to alleviate their wariness. A young boy, perhaps around 10 years old, stood before them. Though small in stature, he appeared well-fed, having clearly found sustenance in these dire times. He removed a scarf that had obscured his face, revealing a harmless expression. Ji Bing breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared us. Are you out here alone?" "No, I have 2 older sisters. Our hiding place is just behind you, but they went out to find food this morning. I thought it might be them returning, so I came to check." The boy edged closer, his fear evident as he eyed Yin Shu's knife. "That's not safe. You should return and wait for them," Ji Bing advised. The boy hesitated before adding, "You two are good people. I have an extra bicycle at home, better than yours. If you want it, you can trade it for 3 rice cakes." He eyed the half-eaten rice cake in Ji Bing's hand, swallowing hard. Ji Bing felt tempted, whispering to Yin Shu, "Boss, what do you think? This bicycle is quite difficult to ride, and we'll reach our destination by nightfall. 3 rice cakes seem like a fair trade." However, Yin Shu remained silent, scrutinizing the boy. Something felt off, very much so. 4 months into this apocalypse, it was unlikely for a child to survive. His invitation to their hiding spot seemed like an open invitation for robbery. Why was he wandering about instead of staying safely hidden? "Enough games. Just leave," Yin Shu said coldly. Her mind was set on returning to the hotel for a hot meal and a warm bath. Upon hearing her words, the boy's innocent demeanor vanished. With narrowed eyes, he clapped his hands 3 times. "Umph, you're not as foolish as I thought. But sisters, you want to be leaving." As he finished his claps, 7 or 8 individuals emerged from behind nearby structures, all of them exuding a menacing aura, brandishing various weapons. Their eyes fixed on Yin Shu and Ji Bing with the predatory gaze of someone eyeing their next meal. Chapter 33. The Great Battle Against the Cannibals. Ji Bing, filled with rage, pointed at the young boy. "You deceitful child." The boy silently retreated beside his companion. "These 2 sheep are disobedient," he muttered, glancing at the buzzcut man who wielded a hammer. "Your rhetoric is rather poor. You've failed to deceive anyone in over 10 days. A few days ago, one even escaped. Today, these 2 must be surrounded." Upon hearing this, the other's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yin Shu and Ji Bing stood back to back. "Ji Bing, do not leave my side. The safety bubble has a protective mode. As long as you maintain contact with me, they cannot harm us." "Understood, Boss Yun. Can we strike back at them?" "I'm not sure if you can use your powers in the protective mode, but you can certainly wield your bat." "Got it. Since they can't harm us, watch how I teach these scoundrels a lesson." "Boss, did you hear that? These scoundrels are clearly cannibals." "I heard. Stay vigilant and do not break contact with me." "Charge!" The buzzcut man yelled, and the group surged forward with murderous intent. Meanwhile, the young boy stood still, hands clasped together, summoning his powers to erect 2 towering walls of earth, each 2 meters high. The walls seemed to sprout from the ground, rising through the snow to block Yin Shu and Ji Bing's escape route. They were cautious and showed no disdain for Yin Shu and Ji Bing. Those with powers summoned their abilities, creating a dazzling array of colors that attracted several mutants. The buzzcut man was the first to charge, his power manifesting as electricity, explaining the metallic hammer he wielded. Blue-purple lightning crackled around the hammer, producing a sizzling sound that looked quite impressive. Is that Thor's hammer? Ji Bing quickly set aside his bat, realizing that a collision could be disastrous. The hammer swung high, ready to smash down on Ji Bing, who instinctively raised his hand to block, only to be pulled back by Yunshu. Do not let go of me. In a heartbeat, the hammer swung down, but mere centimeters from her head, it rebounded as if it struck a transparent barrier, sending the buzzcut man staggering back, nearly dropping his hammer. He was both surprised and furious, embarrassed in front of his subordinates. Why are you all just standing there? Get in there, he bellowed. The young boy, having summoned the walls, appeared exhausted, as if his energy had been depleted, while he observed the approaching mutants. 3 others focused on dealing with the mutants, while the rest unleashed their powers toward Yunshu and Ji Bing. However, without exception, they were repelled by the transparent bubble. Yunshu finally relaxed, having feared the bubble might fail, but it seemed quite effective. The only concern was that they needed to finish off these foes before the delivery order concluded, lest they be caught off guard when the safety bubble temporarily deactivated. What kind of powers are these? We can't get through. One man shouted. Switch to weapons. If we can't break through, drag them down. The buzzcut man spat. If we kill them tonight, we can feast on roasted meat. Nervously, Yunshu raised her blade, preparing to counterattack when they drew near. At last, a woman with a knife lunged at Yunshu, only to be thwarted by the safety bubble. Seizing the moment, Yunshu swiftly stabbed into her wrist, blood soaking her clothes. Shut up. The mutants are increasing. You must finish this quickly. The one in charge of holding off the mutants commanded. More and more mutants were drawn to the scene, and the 3 wielders of powers could hardly keep up. If they failed to subdue Yunshu and Ji Bing, they would have to retreat. The attackers swung their knives and clubs with fervor, yet they could not land a blow on Yunshu and Ji Bing, who seized the opportunity to strike back. Before long, several of their adversaries were injured. Curse them. Drive them to madness, Yunshu whispered. Come on, keep it up. Don't you want to taste my flesh? A bunch of toads. How can you eat humans when you were born as one? Did your parents abandon you to be raised by a placenta? Ji Bing relentlessly mocked. The buzzcut man's face shifted between anger and embarrassment. Don't stop. Keep attacking. If we wear them down, we can break through. The woman with the pierced wrist had turned pale, hastily bandaging herself, trembling as she dared not advance. The buzzcut man kicked her. Get in there. I can't, boss. We should retreat. The mutants are multiplying. No, those 2 women are clean, and they smell faintly of perfume. Killing them and roasting them will be a delight. They must have something valuable. Thus, they launched a second attack. This time, Yunshu and Ji Bing were prepared. Their counterattacks bolder. Ji Bing targeted heads and lower bodies, striking simultaneously, forcing them to protect one area while neglecting the other. Yunshu aimed for vital spots, targeting necks and hearts. Before long, a man fell to Yunshu's blade. Brother. The young boy who had initially deceived Yunshu and Ji Bing cried out in distress and rushed over. This is your brother? My apologies. As compensation, you can join him in death. Yunshu seized the back of his neck and swiftly slashed his throat. What a child. Those who dare to consume and kill must be prepared for retribution. Blood splattered across Yunshu's face, the vivid red contrasting with her fair skin, creating a haunting beauty, overshadowing her peculiar outfit as a delivery person and affluent woman. Her ferocity, coupled with the presence of the bubble, intimidated the others, who began to retreat. Boss, should we call it quits? We've already lost 2. That's enough food for a while. Let's pull back. Yunshu fixed her gaze on the buzzcut man, her expression calm, resembling a snow leopard. Shall we continue? Yet internally, she was anxious, as in 7 minutes, the delivery time would expire, and the bubble would fail. The buzzcut man retreated. Retreat. Let the mutants devour you. With that, he hurled his hammer, smashing it down on Yunshu's bicycle. The bubble could protect people but not objects, and the bicycle was instantly rendered unusable as one of its wheels was crushed. What the hell? Yunshu was stunned, aghast that they would resort to damaging her bicycle. Grabbing Ji Bing's wrist, she pursued, declaring, Dare to smash my bike? I will ensure you pay for it. Chapter 34. To retrieve the man with the buzz cut, leading his companions, dashed away with haste. Yunshu turned back, raising the hammer high. She aimed at the buzz-cut man and, summoning all her strength, hurled it forward. Her efforts in absorbing the crystal core and lifting dumbbells had not been in vain. The hammer flew swiftly and far, albeit its accuracy left much to be desired, striking only one of the man's legs. He limped away. "Boss, should we pursue?" Ji Bing was eager, feeling exhilarated from the earlier confrontation. "Chase him down. Quickly, let us switch to steam buns. Let us see if this bicycle can be repaired. If not, we need to find a new one." Outside the Doomsday Hotel, a little sprite anxiously gazed at the entrance. It could only remain within the transparent walls. Confined to the hotel's vicinity, stepping outside would turn it into a mere figurine. "Boss, back yet?" Little Dumbo approached the sprite after finishing the cleaning. With a sigh, the sprite shook its head. "Not back yet. I fear there might be some unusual circumstances." It lamented, "Looks like I have no choice but to resort to that method." With that, it transformed into a human-sized figure, seated at the computer, and clicked on a video call icon. The moment the call was initiated, the sprite could no longer maintain its human form and reverted to its miniature size. Yun Shu was astonished to see a floating translucent screen appear before her, displaying the words, "Doomsday Hotel incoming call. Accept, decline." She hurriedly pressed, "Accept." "Boss, what are you up to?" Ji Bing inquired curiously, noticing Yun Shu gesturing in the air, seemingly engaged in an unseen conversation. "Is it that others cannot see it? It's fine. You focus on fixing the bicycle." After accepting the call, a panda appeared on the screen, facing away and shaking its behind before burping, leading to the words "loading," appearing. Moments later, the sprite's large face filled the screen. "Ah, boss, where are you? The house cannot be without you. You don't know that cold-faced, extravagant man came again yesterday. Want to buy something, and just sat there watching me and little Dumbo work." The sprite lamented, fearing that Yin Shu might ask about the teleportation voucher and why it couldn't he return. "We're currently at," Yin Shu glanced around, spotting a tall building in the distance. Although some letters had fallen off or were obscured, she could still discern the words Central Hospital, on a street about 500 meters north of Central Hospital in a residential area. The sprite quickly searched the map. It's still at least 40 kilometers from the hotel center. "Boss, if you're walking back, you want to make it today. Do you have any transportation? I can't leave the hotel to retrieve you." At that moment, Ji Bing tossed a bicycle wheel to the ground and ran to the corpses of the mutated creatures nearby to look for crystal cores. Whenever a creature approached, she would rush back to Yin Shu's side. "Boss, we can't salvage this bike. It's too damaged." "No transportation? Just ask that guest to wait a moment. We'll return as quickly as we can," Yin Shu said helplessly. "I'll go get her." Gu Paisai stepped out of his room. His enhanced senses were exceptional, reaching the limits of human capability, allowing him to overhear the sprite's words from inside. The sprite recalled how it had been sweating profusely from the tension and retorted stubbornly, "You're going to fetch my boss? Who needs your help?" "I do," Gu Paisai replied, and Yin Shu could hear him. She wanted to return quickly. Being outside was tiresome, and if he could return swiftly, why endure unnecessary hardships? "Sprite, thank him. When I return, I'll treat him to a meal." The sprite reluctantly expressed gratitude. "Thank you. My boss will treat you to a meal when she returns." "All right, tell me the address." Gu Paisai donned his black, thick combat attire, standing tall and slender, unlike the bulkiness of others, indicating his temperature adaptation was also well evolved. "Central Hospital in City C, about 500 meters north on a residential street called Lewin Street, if the map is accurate." The sprite hoped fervently for the boss's swift return, knowing that its and little Dumbo's happiness depended on her presence. "Okay, have her wait there, don't wander off." "Got it. Hurry back, it's freezing." Yun Shu finished speaking, and before the sprite could relay the message, Gu Paisai had already stepped outside the hotel, tearing open a rift in space. "Boss, remember to have that guest place in order, utilize the protective shield, and return safely." The sprite repeatedly reminded before ending the call. "Sai, it's all my fault. I've been too preoccupied with sleeping, eating human food, and binge-watching shows with the boss, gossiping with guests. I should have clarified the precautions with her." Fortunately, nothing major had occurred. Otherwise, both it and little Dumbo would have to head back home. Ji Bing was digging nearby and actually found a beginner crystal core. Yin Shu squatted beside her, tugging at her clothing to prevent any mutated creatures from approaching and infecting her. Look, boss, I really found one. Ji Bing wiped the crystal core on a cleaner part of her clothing and handed it, along with another one from her pocket, to Yin Shu. Boss, thank you for coming to fetch me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be suffering from hunger and cold or encountering so many troublesome matters. Yin Shu accepted it without hesitation, placing it into her pocket. You know, in the future, when hunting mutated creatures, don't stray too far. It's better to stay near the hotel. If anything happens, you can run back. I want to save you if you freeze to death. Hee. At that moment, Ji Bing felt that Yin Shu was not as cold and unapproachable as she had imagined. Previously, witnessing her decisive actions had filled her with fear of this mysterious, powerful boss. However, after these 2 days, she realized Boss Yun is also human, not invincible nor indifferent. Gu Paisai moved swiftly, arriving at a location. If he didn't find her there, he'd immediately tear open a rift to the next place, quickly reaching a spot not far from Yin Shu and the others. Suddenly, the air above warped, and a 2-meter-high black vortex appeared. A pair of long legs stepped out. Who is this? Could he be an accomplice of that group? Such a handsome person. Does he also consume human flesh? Gu Paisai obscured half his face, and Ji Bing, having only seen Gu Paisai a few times, did not recognize him. Nervously, she raised her baseball bat. Thank you for undertaking this journey. Upon your return, I'll treat you to a meal. In the future, when you purchase medicine, I'll give you a 10% discount. Yin Shu, in her gratitude, did not forget to promote her medicinal business while also fostering goodwill. I'm looking forward to doing business with Boss Yun. Gu Paisai gestured for her to enter. I've already torn open the space at the hotel entrance. You can go in now. Chapter 35. The Emergence of Joints. Thank you very much. Yin Shu curiously peered inside. This black hole resembled the special effects she had seen on television, leaving her to wonder what awaited her within. The 3 individuals stood boldly on the street, already attracting a few abominations that shrieked and howled behind them, their cries sharp and unpleasant. As Yin Shu stepped inside, she found herself standing at the hotel entrance in an instant, as if she had traversed through a door to another dimension. Ji Bing hurriedly followed suit. Upon seeing the glass doors of the hotel, she was nearly overwhelmed with joy, vowing never to hunt the abominations from afar again. What a terrifying experience that had nearly cost her life. Just the thought of the warm bed, delicious meals, and the absolute safety of the hotel made her eager to enter. Yin Shu and Gu Paisai followed her inside. Upon pushing open the glass door and feeling the long-missed warmth, Yin Shu let out a contented sigh, experiencing a sensation akin to returning home. There was something undeniably gratifying about being back in her territory. She shed the peculiar attire of a wealthy lady and the riding gear, retreating to change into her comfortable little white dress. She emerged to set a delightful table, inviting Gu Paisai to join her for a meal. Let us adhere to the old tradition of discussing business over a meal. Though there is no wine, we shall substitute it with water. Yin Shu eagerly gulped down a large glass of water, her thirst overwhelming after 2 days without a chance to drink. Gu Paisai sat down, removed his mask, revealing his exquisite features before lifting his glass to take a sip. How did the esteemed Yun manage to venture so far? Gu Paisai set down his glass. His curiosity piqued as he observed Yin Shu. He wondered why she would forsake such a splendid sanctuary to travel dozens of kilometers away, especially since she appeared to be an ordinary person outside the hotel. Could it be that her abilities were akin to that of a hermit crab? He couldn't help but envision Yin Shu's face adorning a hermit crab, a whimsical thought that brought a smile to his lips. Yin Shu had longed for the hotel's cuisine, devouring her meal with gusto, her cheeks puffing with each bite. By the way, do you remember the advertisement that appeared by your bedside? Gu Paisai nodded in acknowledgement. It seems that the teleportation feature has gone awry. You see? Yin Shu was unafraid to share. Help yourself to the food. After all, you saved me, and you shall always be a valued guest of the Doomsday Hotel. Gu Paisai picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, refraining from further inquiries. He noted how much Yin Shu relished her meal. It was indeed quite appetizing. Once Yin Shu had eaten her fill, Gu Paisai sipped his water and set down his chopsticks. Yin boss, you mentioned there are pharmaceuticals here. I wonder how many varieties you possess. Gaojia, you had previously utilized Yun Shu's medical kit, later compensating her with a mid-tier crystal core. Yin Shu was no fool. She recognized the familiarity in Gao Jiuyu's companion's expressions upon first encountering Gu Paisai. Thus, even without mentioning the pharmaceuticals, Gu Paisai would likely glean information from them. Her suggestion of a 10% discount was merely to remind him. Do not forget, I also sell medicine. The variety isn't vast, but I have nearly all the essential medications. Allow me to show you. Yinshu stood, and the little sprite and little elephant scurried to tidy the table while she retrieved the medical kit from her room. Opening the lid revealed a treasure trove of medical supplies and remedies. Over 30 types in total. These are all for sale. One box for a mid-tier crystal core. And I will offer you a 10% discount, meaning one box will cost 9 basic crystal cores. Gu Paisai was astonished. This price was remarkably low. After all, aside from the top laboratories and major bases, the production and development of pharmaceuticals had ceased, and with doctors being scarce, hospitals had become hotspots for abominations, rendering medications exceedingly precious. Many lives have been lost to mere colds or infected wounds. While 9 basic crystal cores might be a rarity for ordinary people, for those with abilities, it paled in comparison to the value of this box of medicines. The most precious aspect was the complete variety of medications. Where could one possibly find such a comprehensive supply today? Leaning forward, he examined the kit, astonished to find that the production dates were all remarkably recent. Yesterday, in fact. Even Gu Paisai, usually composed, was taken aback. How could there be medicine with a production date from yesterday? Was it possible that parallel universes existed, and this mysterious girl was a traveler between them? While his mind raced with astonishment, he maintained an impassive exterior. Yin boss, I will take 1 box of these medications for now, and I shall return in due time. He intended to bring it back for Ling Si to research. Very well, esteemed guest. Gu Paisai placed a mid-tier crystal core on the table, considering the surplus as a gesture of gratitude for the meal. He then took the medical kit and stepped through the rift in time and space. The advantages of having time control abilities. After months of survival in the apocalypse, people have begun to discern certain patterns. For instance, abominations evolved gradually, their pace hastened by the number of humans they consumed. Moreover, individuals' abilities could also evolve and upgrade through the absorption of crystal cores. In such a short time, Gu Paisai had already mastered the art of rending space for travel, even managing to bring others along. One could only wonder how formidable his potential and control would become. Once Gu Paisai departed, the little sprite approached Yin Shu with a forlorn expression. Boss! He leapt into her embrace, relieved that she had returned. The little elephant hurried over, nudging her gently with its trunk. Yin Shu lifted the sprite by its clothing, bringing it to eye level. What happened to that broken teleportation ticket? Noticing a change in the sprite, she realized he had transformed. Previously, even as a miniature version, he had been a delicate little figure. But now, he bore joints reminiscent of a BJD doll. What has happened to you? Yin Shu inquired, pointing at his elbow. The sprite looked even more distressed. It's all for you, my dearest boss. I downgraded by 2 levels while trying to record a video. I can no longer maintain my human-like form for long. He glared at his joints with disdain. Boss, will you still like me even if I've changed? The sprite's golden eyes glistened with tears, resembling a forlorn puppy. Well, as long as you can still work, I will like you. Perhaps she shouldn't have asked. Don't worry, once I have the funds, I will upgrade you and the little elephant. For now, you'll have to bear with it a while longer. Yun Shu affectionately patted the heads of the sprite and the little elephant, instantly brightening their spirits. Chapter 36. She smiled while conversing with others. So, what about that broken teleportation ticket? The little sprite shyly recounted the details to Yun Shu. It turns out that it cannot transport people. What if I wish to teleport or bring someone along in the future? Yun Shu pondered, considering the splendid development conditions of her hotel. Perhaps she could eventually visit uninhabited areas with breathtaking scenery. Despite the current global cooling, the vast, icy expanse of the ocean and the northern lights in the Arctic must be mesmerizing. Moreover, it is likely that there are few aberrant beings there, making it a true sanctuary for the living, a paradise of extreme cold. There are numerous options, such as purchasing transportation tools, which come in various forms, with the more expensive ones boasting greater capabilities. However, the roads are currently inaccessible, rendering travel impossible. Yin Shu took another bite of her apple, savoring it as a delightful snack. The hotel's offerings are undoubtedly exquisite. There is no need to worry about travel issues. Flying through the skies or traversing the earth instantaneously poses no dilemma for the little sprite, who puffed up with pride. Yin Shu began to envision the days when she would possess a means of transportation, even though she knew she might not be able to afford one. Nevertheless, it is essential to dream. During her absence, guests had checked out, some completing their tasks while others lacked sufficient crystal cores. The Ruan Jingzhu team had also departed, likely due to similar reasons. Thus, Yin Shu enjoyed a few tranquil days, absorbing crystal cores, exercising, and indulging in her favorite dramas. After 5 days, she no longer felt anxious about the absence of abilities. She had come to terms with it. This matter hinges on the right timing, location, and human factors. There is no rush. Besides, she possessed a hotel, which seemed far more miraculous and practical than any supernatural power. Perfection is unattainable in humanity. Thus, let the temporary absence of abilities be her sole shortcoming. However, she continued to absorb crystal cores as they enhance physical fitness and sharpen the senses. On the 6th day, Chu Jiuzhou returned with Zhao Hua and Su Miao. Long time no see, Boss Yin. How's business? Zhao Hua greeted her with a familiar ease, his face radiating joy, clearly in high spirits. He had missed the hot water and meals here day and night. Once one has tasted the finest, the inferior becomes unappealing. In the past, during the apocalypse, merely having abilities to survive and a meal was enough fortune. But after experiencing the hotel's culinary delights, returning to the cold base and subsisting on biscuits and bread made him long for the hotel intensely. Welcome, esteemed guests. Your presence enhances my business. Yin Shu replied with a smile and a nod. Zhao Hua was momentarily taken aback. He recalled the first time he met Boss Yin. Although she was beautiful, her features were merely above average upon closer inspection. Yet now, while her features remained recognizable, she appeared far more stunning and refined than any pre-apocalypse celebrity. Chu Jiuzhou cleared his throat, reminding Zhao Hua to be courteous. Boss Yin, we would like 1 double room and 1 single room for 3 days initially. He presented crystal cores, which automatically converted to the hotel's account. During the past few days, there had been no takeout orders. Initially, Yin Shu thought it was due to a lack of interest. However, the little sprite informed her that she had been flagged for malicious order manipulation, thus barred from using the delivery service for 10 days. Nevertheless, the opening of a branch was not far off. Once Gu Paisai returned to make a repurchase, she planned to add a medical kit to the hotel's shopping list, which would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Meanwhile, upon returning to the base, Gu Paisai promptly went to Ling Si's laboratory. It was heavily guarded, rivaling the security of Gu Paisai's command room, as it belonged to the base's highest tier of confidentiality. Within the base, the highest authority lay with the base leader, followed by Gu Paisai as the chief commander, and then senior personnel like Han Jiao and Ling Si. Upon seeing Gu Paisai, all the station soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted. Gu Paisai entered the outer sterilization chamber of the laboratory, shedding his uniform in favor of a white lab coat, mask, gloves, and other sterile attire. A cloud of white disinfectant mist enveloped him as the heavy bulletproof glass door finally opened. Ling Si was engrossed in an experiment, surrounded by various aberrant beings, extracting tissue fluid from one of them. Unlike his usual calm and reticent demeanor, Ling Si was exceptionally focused at this moment, treating the grotesque aberrant not as a horrifying creature, but as if it were his beloved. Gu Paisai, well acquainted with Ling Si, recognized that he was in a state of extreme concentration resembling autism. He handed the medical kit to Ling Si's assistant. These are the medications I obtained from outside. Please test them for any issues and provide me with a report as soon as possible. Understood, Commander. I will inform Dr. Ling, the assistant replied. By the way, how is the new batch of aberrants being researched? We have discovered that the aberrants are beginning to exhibit some neural characteristics distinct from humans. capable of receiving simple signals from their kind, indicating the initial emergence of collective behavior. However, they lack thought and rationality, showing no instinctive responses akin to animals, nor have they evolved any abilities. Yet, if they continue to evolve, the outcome remains uncertain. The assistant reported, holding a substantial notebook filled with experimental records. Keep me updated on any new developments. Once you have arranged matters on that front, I must return to my command room. The base's combat readiness and special missions require my direct oversight. Any time spent at the hotel is already a precious respite amidst my duties. Just as he stepped through the time-space rift, he spotted Han Joan standing at the entrance of the command room in a dress. Upon seeing Gu Paisai, Han Joan beamed. "Hey Gu, where have you been? I've waited for you for so long. I've never seen you away on a mission for this long." Gu Paisai took a step back, reluctant to disclose details. "You should head back. I know I shouldn't disturb you, but I waited for you to give you this." Han Jiawan pulled out a scarf, unevenly knitted but made by her own hands. "Thank you, but I'm allergic to wool," Gu Paisai replied, fabricating an excuse as he slipped through the time-space rift and entered his command room. You are brushing me off again," Han Yavan hufed, tossing the scarf to the ground in frustration before storming off. In the following days, numerous drug tests were completed. However, due to the sheer variety, Ling Si maintained a keen interest in this batch of mysterious medications, conducting the tests himself, which stretched until the 6th day before completion. Upon receiving the report confirming the medications posed no issues, Gu Paisai promptly made his way to the hotel. As he approached the glass door, he noticed Yin Shu smiling and conversing with 3 men, one of whom, Zhao He, gazed at her with unmistakable infatuation. Chapter 37. Substantial income. He pushed open the glass door and stood beside Chu Jiuzhou, surprisingly a few centimeters taller than him, estimating his bare height to be around 1 meter 88. "Boss Yin." Yin Shu retracted her exposed teeth and asked, "How did the last batch of medicine work for you?" Gu Paisai's voice was melodious as he replied, "It was effective, hence I wish to repurchase. You can just call me Paisai." "Paisai? Pay death?" Yin Shu silently mocked his name in her heart, but nodded. "All right then, please make yourselves comfortable. I will discuss business first." Chu Jiuzhou nodded in agreement. No need to mind us 3. He felt that the name Paisai sounded quite familiar, yet he could not recall who it belonged to. Today, Gu Paisai was not in uniform but wore casual attire, a black sweater paired with trousers and a trench coat, resembling a character just stepping out of a Korean drama. Only someone with such a high degree of deviation would dare dress this way. Anyone else would have frozen to the bone. With no conference room available, Yin Shu led Gu Paisai into the dining area to converse at one of the restaurant tables. Normally, the restaurant was off-limits outside dining hours. But who could contest Yin Shu being the owner? She first fetched 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 oranges, and 2 pieces of chocolate, pushing 1 portion towards Gu Paisai. "Feel free to eat while we talk." After all, he was a major client, and she needed to ensure he was well entertained. From her current perspective, the prospect of opening a branch largely depended on this handsome benefactor. She had even drawn from her lucky value mini blind box, leaving her with 14,000 points. To open even the smallest branch, she still required an additional 46,000 crystal core points. "It all hinges on you, wealthy benefactor." Gu Paisai picked up a piece of chocolate and placed it in his mouth. The chocolate was rich and smooth, and the dim lighting in the restaurant, devoid of windows, made Yin Shu's eyes sparkle. "Paisai, how many do you intend to purchase?" "Currently, I plan to buy 300 units. 300? That amounts to 300 medical kits. 300, 100, 0. 9 equals 27,000, which would mean 27,000 crystal core points. I wonder if Boss Yin has enough on hand." Yin Shu excitedly slapped the table. "It's a deal. When can you deliver?" "As soon as you make the payment, we can arrange for delivery," Gu Paisai replied with satisfaction. After saying this, he exited the hotel, with Yin Shu trailing closely behind, fearful that her benefactor might vanish. Chu Jiuzhou and the others remained seated in the hall, making it a total of 4 people witnessing Gu Paisai at the entrance of the hotel. He extended his index finger, drawing a line in the air, which revealed a small rift in space. He reached inside and retrieved a bag that appeared in his hand, containing 27 gleaming high-grade crystal cores. It was then that Shu Jiuzhou recalled why the name sounded so familiar. He was the enigmatic commander of the base. This ability to manipulate space-time was unique to him. Usually, it was the deputy commander Han who made public announcements and arranged affairs. Aside from core personnel and a few who had met him on missions, no one had ever seen the commander, hence the lack of recognition. Gu Paisai handed the bag to Yun Shu, revealing its contents. She hastily accepted it, eagerly opening to inspect. The unique luminescence of the high-grade crystal cores captivated her. She was utterly enchanted. However, after just a few glances, the crystals were taken by the hotel staff. Outside the glass door, within the air wall, appeared a neatly arranged stack of 300 medical kits, encircling the hotel. Wow, these are the same medical kits we used last time, and there are so many, Zhao Hua exclaimed quietly. These are exactly 300 boxes, and I assure you, the quality is impeccable. I have as many as you need, Yin Shu replied with delight, her smile radiant. Gu Paisai now regarded Yin Shu not only as a mysterious woman, but also as a partner in collaboration. Thank you. Gu Paisai then tore open a rift in space and shortly returned with a few individuals. Upon their arrival, they were initially astonished by the hotel, but quickly got to work moving the boxes. Yin Shu returned to her computer, checking the account balance, which now stood at 41,000 crystal core points. She was only 19,000 points away from her goal. Her mind began to wander, contemplating where to open her new store, on the beach to gaze upon the ice fields, or in the Arctic to witness the aurora. However, to earn more crystal cores, the base was undoubtedly the best option. She could only imagine how much she could earn there, which could then be reinvested into opening more hotels. The next day, a man appeared at the hotel without pants, clutching a piece of advertising paper, precisely the one Yin Shu had posted. He was caught in a position reminiscent of someone about to wipe. What is happening? The little sprite quickly shielded Yin Shu's view. Boss, don't look. It's an emergency. The man, Yuan Zhuang, had felt stifled within his team and stepped out for a moment. He stumbled upon the slightly cleaner advertisement on a pole, tearing it off without bothering to read the contents, intending to use it for personal hygiene. Upon looking up again, he found himself on a different street, next to a dazzling hotel where an exceptionally beautiful girl was staring at him in shock. He hastily put on his pants and rushed inside to explain, no, don't misunderstand. I'm not a pervert. I have no idea how I ended up here truly. The little sprite covered her nose and suggested, Sir, please go to the restroom and clean up. We have free toilet paper. Only then did Yuan Zhuang notice the flying little creature. What on earth is this little thing saying? Sir, free toilet paper, please hurry, the sprite urged once more, guiding him towards the restroom. Yuan Zhuang finally recalled his urgency to put on his pants. His face flushed as he followed her inside. In his fluster, he had failed to notice how warm and clean the hotel was. After tidying himself up and calming down, he finally realized, oh dear, it's so warm here. Miss, how do you manage to keep it so cozy? Yin Shu stifled a laugh. It's my special ability. Would you like to stay? It's absolutely safe here. And staying includes a complimentary shower. Upon learning it was Yin Shu's ability, Yuan Zhuang clicked his tongue in envy. Miss, your ability is truly remarkable. You're so fortunate. However, he added, I can't stay. I need to return quickly. My wife and daughter are still in the team, and I'm worried about them. He was an ability wielder, quite powerful, which allowed him to protect his non-ability wife and daughter until now. Recently, the emergence of mutant hordes had made it increasingly challenging for him, and several times he had come perilously close to losing his loved ones. Consequently, he had joined a small organization he encountered on the road, which consisted of several ability users, each performing their duties, albeit with a leader who was somewhat lecherous and lacking in morals. Chapter 38. Out again, where is this place? Yuan Zhuang scratched his head. His hair now, a small tuft after 4 months without a haircut, causing a persistent itch. He opened the glass door and peeked outside. Yin Shu had informed him of the hotel's address, and he was utterly astonished. It was over 100 kilometers away from his organization. Returning now would take several days. What was he to do? He could not afford to remain absent. Given the nature of the few individuals in charge at the organization, If they discovered his disappearance, his wife and daughter would be in grave danger. Therefore, he had to return. Yuan Zhuang paced anxiously in the lobby. What was he to do? This was a disaster. He squatted down, rubbing his head, and suddenly recalling, what kind of nonsense did you post, sister? How did that scrap of paper bring me so far? You know, if I can't get back, my wife and child will be in peril. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu poured him a glass of water, feeling genuinely sorry. Please sit down. Perhaps I can help you. Yuan Zhuang, encouraged by the prospect of her assistance, accepted the water and gulped it down, taking a seat. Sister, my wife and child are waiting for me. They are in Shaojing District, H City. How could this happen? I just want to clean myself up, and now I've ended up over 100 kilometers away. As he thought of his emaciated wife and 7-year-old daughter, tears welled in his eyes. They were his only pillars of support in this harsh world. If anything were to happen to them, he would not be able to endure. Yin Shu felt a pang of guilt, knowing that her careless mistake had led to this, and she wanted to assist him as much as she could. She quickly called for the little sprite. What can we do? Is there a way to send him far away? The little sprite nodded. Yes, it just requires using crystal core points. Yuan Zhuang immediately rummaged through his pockets and produced 4 primary crystal cores. I have these. If you help me get back, they're all yours. Yin Shu pushed the crystals back to him. Keep them. This situation arose from our unintentional mistake at the Doomsday Hotel. We will definitely help you return. It's just crystal core points. I'll manage to make some more later. Thank you, sister. Yin Shu pulled the little sprite aside. What is the most cost-effective solution? The sprite pondered for a moment. The cheapest option is to purchase a timely teleportation ticket. However, it cannot be used solely by a guest. You must go together. How many crystal core points? Currently, the tickets for 2 people are on discount, priced at 1,000 crystal core points each. A ticket for 1 person costs 500, but the 2 cannot be used consecutively. There is a 10-minute cooldown in between. That is quite expensive. This meant that sending him back would cost 1,500. If I take him, will there be danger during that 10 minutes? I don't have any special abilities. From Yuan Zhuang's description, it was likely that his wife and child faced imminent danger. Without any powers to protect herself, and with no clients on the other side to order takeout, she wouldn't have a safety bubble. She had to find another way to ensure her safety. Abilities, The hotel sells a self-defense artifact, but it's single-use and allows you to choose a power somewhat akin to a special ability. What kind? How much? 1,000 each. It can maintain the ability for an hour and includes options like shadow manipulation, Medusa petrification, and controlling body temperature, with an invincibility bonus for the first 10 minutes. All right, I'll buy one. It was quite a bargain, a lifesaver in a critical moment. She immediately ordered a self-defense artifact, resembling a keychain. This artifact, shaped like a panda head, would activate once the head was pulled off, unlocking its power. Additionally, she purchased the teleportation ticket. How is it? Is there a way? Yuan Zhuang, impatient, leaned closer to ask. Seeing his tightly clenched hands, his knuckles whitening with anxiety, Yin Shu understood his urgency and quickly donned the peculiar wealthy lady's attire. Yes, tell me the exact location. Prepare to go. Yuan Zhuang hurriedly provided the details, and they exited the hotel together. Yin Shu then took out a piece of paper, attaching the panda head self-defense artifact to her waist, and shook the paper. She silently recited the address, and the paper spontaneously ignited without flame. In the next moment, she and Yuan Zhuang found themselves at an intersection. Yes, this is it, Yuan Zhuang exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you so much, sister. He rushed toward the nearby store. This store had a small basement where his organization had been hiding for the past few days. He had been gone for over half an hour. He hoped they had not yet realized his sudden absence. Yin Shu did not wish to remain alone, especially with the cold chilling her, so she followed him. As soon as Yuan Zhuang opened the dim basement door, he heard his wife's muffled screams. Stop screaming, Hua. Yuan Zhuang has been gone for too long. I sent someone to check, and there was no sign of him. Either he was devoured by a mutant or has abandoned you too. Stick with me. I'll protect you and the girl. Yuan Zhuang's anger flared. He was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. He kicked the dark door open. Lu, you old scoundrel. How dare you touch my woman? Yuan Zhuang. In the dim basement, amidst a heap of trash and several broken crates, a gaunt-faced man was covering a woman's mouth. Other men and women watched the scene with amusement. In a corner, a little girl with a bleeding forehead cried. Her mouth gagged with a cloth, while a man held her arm tightly. This must be Yuan Zhuang's wife and daughter. In a fit of rage, Yuan Zhuang summoned several massive earth spikes. Let my wife and daughter go. Huh, so what if you returned? We have 4 ability users here. If you make a move, I'll kill your daughter first. The gaunt-faced man sneered, but upon noticing Yin Shu behind Yuan Zhuang, he exclaimed, "Oh, what a beautiful young lady. Which star has fallen to our level?" The men behind him laughed uproariously. Yuan Zhuang, here, that's the deal. You bring that girl over, and we'll exchange her for your wife and daughter. What do you say? Yuan Zhuang hesitated for a second before redirecting half of the earth spikes toward another direction. However, it was not aimed at where Yin Shu stood, but rather at the stainless steel basin nearby. If you don't release them, I'll smash those steel basins with the earth spikes, and we'll all be done for when the mutants come. Yin Shu hadn't expected Yuan Zhuang to refuse the gaunt-faced man's proposal so swiftly. Since that was the case, she would lend him a hand. Chapter 39. Temperature Control. Yin Shu tugged at the panda head keychain around her waist. Wow, the invincible panda head. No need to worry about abilities. Please select the power you wish to activate. The keychain emitted a voice reminiscent of an elder, drawing everyone's gaze toward Yin Shu. Can't you at least say a few cool slogans? The abilities currently available for selection were Shadow Manipulation, Medusa's Petrification, and Control over Human Body Temperature. In the dimly lit basement, they were huddled in a corner where shadows were non-existent, rendering that option futile. Medusa's Petrification only worked when the opponent looked into her eyes, and if they closed their eyes, it would be ineffective as well. Thus, it was not a viable choice. The most advantageous option was the control of body temperature. I choose control over body temperature, Yin Shu declared. Wow, great choice. The panda head instantly transformed with a loud bang, morphing into a cloud of gray smoke that coiled around Yin Shu's wrist, becoming a gray bracelet. She immediately felt a surge of energy emanating from her wrist. According to the little sprite, she was invincible for the next 10 minutes. Yuan Zhuang, would you let your daughter die? Just look at her. She's only 7, so delicate and fresh, just starting her journey in this world. The long-faced figure continued to provoke Yuan Zhuang. Her life is just beginning, while yours could very well end. Yin Shu interjected suddenly, catching Yuan Zhuang's attention. Why isn't this girl leaving? It's too dangerous here. Sister, you should go now. I fear I might have a fight to the death today. Please. Thank you for bringing me back. Yuan Zhuang regretted his decision to join this organization, wishing he had known about such a safe haven earlier. He would have brought his wife and daughter there regardless of the hardships. This little girl, sure, knows how to talk big. We have several ability users on our side. Just make a move, and I will immediately kill that child. Go ahead, try. Yuan Zhuang exclaimed urgently, sister. That's my only daughter. Yin Shu stepped in front of Yuan Zhuang, whispering, step back, let me handle this. Just make sure their powers don't hit you. With her 10 minutes of invincibility, she needed to act swiftly. When I clap my hands, you immediately erect 1,000 barriers around your wife and daughter to separate them. Yuan Zhuang nodded in understanding. As Yin Shu clapped her hands, Yuan Zhuang summoned earthen walls, forming 2 protective barriers around his wife and daughter. At that moment, Yin Shu utilized her power to control body temperature, instantly reducing the temperature of those holding Yuan Zhuang's wife and daughter to freezing point. They immediately turned blue and fell to the ground without a hint of resistance. The others, though not directly involved, were complicit and thus deserved punishment. Yin Shu raised their temperature to a scorching 39 degrees, causing them to writhe in discomfort. 2 of them, one wielding wood power and the other fire, attempted a coordinated attack, entwining wooden vines and igniting flames. Yet, as they approached Yin Shu, the burning vines vanished without a trace. With a mere gesture, she dropped their body temperatures to 0, and they too succumbed, lifeless. The remaining individuals trembled in fear, and one by one, they knelt. Please spare us. Oh, divine fairy. Have mercy. We were wrong. Let us go. You should not have aided him in tormenting a lone woman and her child, and you deserve punishment. Experience a fever. Whether you survive depends on your fate. If you seek revenge, feel free to find me at the Doomsday Hotel. With that, Yin Shu instructed Yuan Zhuang to bring his wife and daughter out, disregarding the others. In fact, she hoped they would seek her out for vengeance, which could yield her some luck. Upon exiting, Yuan Zhuang immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Sister, I, Yuan Zhuang, declare that you shall be our family's benefactor." His wife held their daughter, tears brimming as she expressed her gratitude. Yin Shu felt a touch of embarrassment. Oh, there's no need for that. Suddenly, she remembered that those individuals might have crystals on them. She hurriedly turned back to loot. The afflicted individuals, suffering from fever, were terrified as the female avenger returned, collapsing to the ground in fright. "You all, empty your pockets of crystals, and don't forget to check the bodies of the deceased," Yin Shu commanded, initiating her heist. In this apocalypse, what was wrong with robbing from robbers? Upon realizing they were not to be killed, the others hastily searched for crystals, ensuring no one kept any for themselves, lest they face immediate death. "All right, we understand." In no time, Yin Shu had collected 4 intermediate crystals and 17 beginner ones. While she and T covered her travel expenses, it was still a substantial haul, not a wasted trip. Yuan Zhuang and his family awaited her return, and upon seeing her, he asked, "Sister, how will you return?" "I have my ways, no need to worry about me." He scratched his head in embarrassment. Could my family accompany you on your return?" Yin Shu did not mind having them stay, as crystals made for good guests. But she couldn't take them back with her. "I cannot take you back, but if you manage to reach my hotel, I will ensure your accommodation. Just a few beginner crystals per night, but it will be warm and safe." Yuan Zhuang was overjoyed. "We can't let you carry us. We'll reach there in a few days. Thank you for today." The little girl chimed in, "Thank you, big sister." Having sorted out Yuan Zhuang as family, the cool-down period was over. Yin Shu swiftly activated her teleportation voucher and returned to the hotel. "Boss, you returned safely. Did you resolve that person's issue?" The little sprite fluttered over, perching on Yin Shu's shoulder. It had been particularly clingy lately, hoping for an upgrade. It was currently at level 3 and lacked many functions, such as maintaining a human size for extended periods and using its sprite arrow multiple times. Its appearance had also deteriorated, which was utterly unacceptable. Yin Shu stroked its head, noticing the poor quality of its fur. To upgrade back to level 5, you need 9,000 crystal points, which is quite a lot. "Once I open a branch, I will upgrade you." She awaited the rewards from opening the branch to accumulate luck points for a grand blind box. The sprite nodded. "Boss, just now." Chu Jiuzhou and the others left, but before they went, they asked a strange question. "What question?" They inquired whether exotic abilities could be brought back to the hotel. Chapter 40. The Crystal Core Edition mobile phone bringing in a mutant? That is absolutely out of the question. Whether it be a living or deceased mutant, introducing it into the hotel would not only create an unpleasant odor, but also frighten away other guests. As afternoon approached and dinner time neared, Chu Jiuzhou and his companions indeed returned with a mutant in tow. The trio stood in a triangular formation, each holding a chain that restrained the creature, which obediently followed them. Its mouth was stuffed with a large iron ring, rendering it incapable of biting or screeching. Yin Shu opened the glass door. "No, I must refuse entry to the mutant." "Ah, boss, how about we book a room for it, lock it inside, and pay double the room fee?" Zhao Hua pleaded while holding onto the mutant. Once again, she declined. Seeing no alternative, Chu Jiuzhou said, "Yin boss, I apologize for the inconvenience. May we tether it outside our window instead? This mutant is needed for an experiment at the base. We took considerable risks to capture it. This particular mutant is unlike others. It was pregnant in life. Judging by the size of its abdomen, it has carried the fetus for several months, and the young one is nearly fully developed, which is why the mother has transformed into a mutant. They were fortunate to have found it. It was precisely because of the rarity of this mutant that they wished to bring it indoors." After a moment as contemplation, Yin Shu replied, "Very well. You may secure it outside your window. That way it will be out of sight for incoming guests, and you can keep an eye on it as well." "Thank you, Yin boss. We will express our gratitude by paying for an additional basic crystal core each day." Agreed. The following morning, they recharged with 5 intermediate crystal cores, purchased some biscuits and medicine, and departed with the mutant. The hotel was left with only Yin Shu and Ji Bing. Ji Bing unusually decided to take a day off. "Yin boss, the hotel has been quite peaceful lately. She placed a glass of water beside Yunshu, who was practicing with dumbbells in the lobby. Yes, it's just you who stays long-term. The others are all from the base. Have you ever been to the Peace Base? Yunshu inquired, hoping to gather information about it, as her adoptive parents and brother might be there. Ji Bing shook her head. I've only heard that the conditions to enter are extremely strict. It's not a place for just anyone. Before the tragic demise of her adoptive family, they had spoken of their intention to go to the Peace Base. However, given their limited capabilities, it was uncertain whether they would even be accepted. She planned to open a branch of the Peace Base to search for them and exact revenge without mercy. By the way, why Haven and Oppos? You gone out today? Yibing, since severing ties with her sister, often hunted mutants early in the morning and returned late, all to ensure she could remain safely in the hotel. Hearing this, Ji Bing smiled mysteriously and revealed an intermediate crystal core from her pocket. I found this yesterday. I decided to treat myself to a day off to absorb a basic crystal core and enhance my abilities. That's good. Improving your abilities will increase efficiency. Yunshu was drenched in sweat, which trickled down her neck, dampening a small patch on her shirt. Yin boss. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept in as the glass door opened, causing Yunshu to shiver involuntarily. Gu Paisai quickly closed the door, apologizing. No witties. The fortune god has arrived. Yunshu grabbed a towel to wipe her sweat and washed her face, her damp hair framing her exquisite features, giving her a captivating allure. Ji Bing had mysteriously slipped back to her room, leaving only Yunshu and Gu Paisai in the lobby. Are you here to purchase something? Not quite. I have something for you. Gu Paisai produced a small leather pouch, evidently filled with something. What is this? Yunshu took it and opened it to find a mobile phone reminiscent of Nokia, but with a more oval shape and a distinctly modern aesthetic. This is the latest communication device released by the base. As you are now a partner of the base, the leadership has instructed me to present this phone to you. Does it still have signal? It operates on energy derived from crystal cores. The battery within the phone is consumable. Once depleted, it must be replaced. Moreover, it can only make calls within a 100-mile radius. My contact information is stored within. Yunshu rummaged through the pouch and discovered a spare energy battery, thoughtfully included. All right, I accept it. Thank you. She was naturally pleased to have a means of communication with the fortune god. After delivering the phone, Gu Paisai departed. Yunshu began to fidget with the device. It contained no applications, only flashlight, call, and messaging functions. Text could only be sent effectively within a 100-mile radius. And only one contact was listed, Paisai. By his account, he was likely a procurement officer for the Peace Base, which explained his frequent bulk purchases. In truth, this phone had not yet been officially released. Only a limited number of prototypes had been produced. It had just been developed yesterday, and today Gu Paisai had brought one to her, thinking it would facilitate purchases. Once he left, Ji Bing peeked her head out. Yin boss, who was that? He is incredibly handsome. He seems to be some sort of procurement officer at the base. Ji Bing mused, silently admiring how well Yunshu and Gu Paisai looked together. Arin and Amp, Oppos, are you going to absorb your crystal core? Ji Bing shook her head, saying she and Amp, Oppos, do it later in the evening. Would you like to watch a movie? I'll treat you to some snacks. Yunshu suggested, feeling tired from her workout and wanting to unwind. With only the two of them in the hotel, a movie day seemed delightful, a small joy amidst the apocalypse. Ji Bing's eyes lit up at the prospect. Not only a movie, but snacks too. I knew following you was the right choice. Absolutely. Thank you, Yin boss. Yunshu selected a heartwarming family film, gathered some oranges, chocolates, and apples, and settled in to watch with Ji Bing. While they savored their tranquil moments, Gu Paisai faced a different predicament. Having just returned home through a time-space rift, he was greeted by his butler. Commander, Miss Han is at the front gate, requesting to see you. Gu Paisai resided in a 3-story villa adorned with a garden, one of the most splendid structures within the base. He rubbed his temples. What does she want this time? I'm not sure, but she insisted on seeing you. If we leave her standing outside, Master Han Jiaoyo will likely come looking for you. Han Jiaoyo was notoriously protective of his sister, often seeking Gu Paisai's assistance. And out of every 10 visits, 6 were work-related while the remaining 4 were for her. Let her in. Chapter 41. The Underground Laboratory, the Butler. now over 60 years of age, had been attending to his elderly master since before the apocalypse. He slightly bent his back as he stepped out to open the door for Han Jiawan. Han Jiawan and Han Jiao had often visited the Gu family during their childhood, and the two families had maintained a long-standing friendship. However, after Gu Paisai and Amp, Apos, as parents perished in the cataclysm, their influence had undeniably waned. Yet, Gu Paisai himself inherited his parents' power structure and, coupled with his unparalleled talents, became the most celebrated prodigy within the base. At the behest of her father, Han Jiawan frequently sought out Gu Paisai, driven by her own affections as well. Brother Gu, Han Jiawan adored wearing intricate dresses, and even amidst the apocalypse, she donned a splendid princess gown. Her petite shoes clicked rhythmically against the tiles as she approached. "Is there something you need?" Gu Paisai inquired, engrossed in paperwork at his desk, not lifting his gaze. Pouting, Han Jiawan circled to his side. "Brother, what are you so earnestly studying?" As she leaned closer, he abruptly closed the document and set it aside. "Where's your brother? Why aren't you with him?" "I don't know where he is. Why should I care?" "Then why does it concern you what I am reading?" "Brother, you weren't always like this." Han Jiawan felt stifled, her expression one of hurt, while the commotion gave Gu Paisai a headache. Rising, he retrieved a bag and stepped into the garden. Han Jiawan promptly followed him outside. Butler closed the door. "I'm stepping out," he instructed, wishing to spare Han Jiawan from wandering about his home. "Brother Gu, I want to go too." Gu Paisai remained silent as he opened a rift in space and departed. It was too noisy. He preferred to take a stroll outside. First to the Apocalypse Hotel to procure some supplies, and then to that elusive underground laboratory. It was rumored that several researchers had been trapped in the core area of the research base since the onset of the apocalypse. Just 10 days prior, they had sent a telegram stating that 3 of them were still alive and sought rescue. However, in the ensuing 10 days, several teams had attempted the task and failed. Thus, he resolved to assess the situation personally. At the Apocalypse Hotel, Yin Shu was drawing the curtain on the glass door, dimming the already scant light. As she and Ji Bing enjoyed a movie, Gu Paisai noticed the curtain had been drawn. "Is the place closed?" "It was just open a moment ago." Tentatively pushing the door, he found it unlocked. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see Yin Shu and another girl munching on oranges while watching a film. Remarkable. There is not only electricity here, but films as well, he mused to himself. Surely, they could not have access to the internet, as the global network was in ruins, save for a select few major bases with their own secure systems. "Paisai, you're back. Would you like to join us for the movie?" Yin Shu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing him. "Thank you, but no need." "Does Bossian have internet here?" he inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, Yin Shu had a connection to headquarters, yet she was oblivious to its workings. Not wishing to disclose this information, she shook her head. "No, the movie was pre-downloaded on the computer. Did you return to fetch something you forgot?" Gu Paisai sat down, rummaging through his backpack. It contained essential weapons and supplies. "I'm here to buy a medical kit and 5 packs of compressed biscuits." This was the first time the usually extravagant Gu Paisai sought so little. It was not for procurement, but rather for personal use. His tactical bag seemed only half filled, indicating he was likely embarking on a mission. "All right, coming right up." Despite the modest purchase, Yin Shu knew even the smallest flies were still meat. She quickly retrieved a medical kit and 5 packs of biscuits, handing them to Gu Paisai. "Thank you." He accepted the items, placing the medicines into his bag. "No need for the kit. Farewell, Bossian." With that, he departed swiftly. "Such a hurried visit," Ji Bing remarked as he peered from behind the front desk. Yin Shu could only hope Gu Paisai returned safely, at least until she could establish her new branch. Suddenly recalling something, she dashed to the entrance just as Gu Paisai was about to step through the rift. "Paisai, wait." Startled by her urgent call, Gu Paisai paused, momentarily dazed. "What is it, Bossian? Should you encounter any danger outside, just think of ordering takeout in your mind, and I will promptly come to your aid." He froze. Since the apocalypse, he had only been told by others when they needed his help or protection. It was the first time someone expressed a desire to safeguard him since his parents' passing. Touched, he nodded earnestly, a smile gracing his lips. "All right." With that, he stepped into the rift and vanished. Yin Shu shivered slightly, retreating to the lobby, contemplating how to continue selling her wares upon his return. She had to seize the opportunity with a big customer. 2 days later, business at the hotel had waned. Suddenly, Yin-Shu received a takeout order. Initially thinking it was from Gu Paisai, she soon discovered it was placed by Chu Jiuzhou. All makes sense. With Gu Paisai's extraordinary abilities, if he were to face danger, he would simply walk away. However, at that moment, deep within the underground laboratory, Gu Paisai and 3 researchers found themselves trapped in the core area, facing a dilemma. Commander Gu, you should take the documents and leave. The area outside is swarming with mutated creatures. We 3 likely cannot escape, said Researcher A. The trio had been ensnared for nearly 4 months, observing the outside environment through cameras and reinforced glass passages. Initially, they could communicate with the outside world, merely awaiting rescue. However, connections had since been severed. It wasn't until recently that the Peace Base restored radar functionality and received their distress signal. Gu Paisai stuffed their USB drives and documents into his bag. No, you must come with me. His gaze was focused and earnest. He could not abandon them, for these 3 were esteemed scholars in biology and environmental science. Their safe return was crucial for ongoing research. Here are 5 packs of compressed biscuits and some medicine, along with 2 knives. You 3 must remain in the core area. Do not venture outside recklessly. Gu Paisai presented the supplies he had procured. While there were some stored food and water in the core area, most had been depleted, especially since the 3 were of advanced age, with Researcher C in poor health requiring medication. What will you do? I will scout ahead. Chapter 42. 200 compressed biscuits. Do you have any idea how many aberrations are out there? Researcher A said, producing a few sheets of paper. These were surveillance snapshots printed while the monitoring system was still operational. Outside the 4 gates of the core area, at least 20 or 30 aberrations roamed, most clad in white, bloodstained lab coats. These 4 gates represented the sole means of egress to the outside world, now completely obstructed by the aberrations. It was common knowledge that the closer one was to the core area, the safer one felt. Thus, at the onset of the apocalypse, upon realizing they could not escape, everyone rushed down to the deepest core area. Had it not been for the automatic emergency defense system in the core area, which promptly sealed all exits, the 3 of them would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the monsters by now. Initially, 11 researchers occupied the core area. However, as supplies dwindled, many chose to sacrifice themselves to preserve the most knowledgeable individuals, thereby safeguarding the invaluable research data. Is there no secret underground passage? Gu Paisai inquired. In such a large facility, how could there not be an escape route? Yes, there was one, but only Dean knew the code. On the day the core area was sealed, he had been called out by a student to review experimental data. It's fine, I'll go take a look. Regardless of whether I return, you must not leave. Even if I do not come back, others will come to rescue you, Gu Paisai insisted repeatedly. He ventured out to assess the situation. If the aberrations proved too numerous, he would return to the hotel. 5 minutes later, he found himself outside the hotel. Why does a research facility require so many individuals for experiments? The aberrations were overwhelming and densely packed, coupled with the labyrinthine layout of rooms and corridors, making it impossible to lead the 3 of them to safety. It seemed more prudent to acquire additional supplies and bring the research data back. Upon entering the hotel, he discovered that Boss Yin was absent. Yin-Shu was busy delivering takeout to Chu Jiuzhou and the others. They had ordered 6 large buns, which had already vanished. Yin-Shu stood beside a frozen lake, once a wetland park known for its beauty. Now, under a blanket of snow and ice, it appeared even more enchanting. The lake had solidified into a thick sheet of ice, the trees long dead and covered in a heavy layer of snow, some adorned with icicles. Only a small wooden cabin could be seen on the opposite shore, suggesting that Chu Jiuzhou and the others were likely inside. Taking a deep breath, Yin-Shu inhaled the crisp, cold air, devoid of the decaying stench, replaced instead by the poignant scent of nature's desolation. She stepped onto the ice, which was solid and smooth. Occasionally, she glimpsed dead fish encased in the ice and human-made holes, perhaps created in an attempt to catch fish. Cautiously traversing the ice, she knocked on the cabin door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened promptly. Boss Yun, you really managed to deliver. Inside the cabin were only Zhao Hua and a tightly bound aberration. "Where's your leader?" Yun Shu asked anxiously, as her order had been placed by Chu Jiuzhou, and it had to be delivered directly to him. Why was only Zhao Hua present? Zhao Hua gestured towards the woods where Yun Shu had arrived. "The boss and Su Ge went to scout that area. I stayed behind to wait for you." "Seriously? I was sent to the wrong location." Panic surged as she checked the time. Only 6 minutes remained before she would be late. Frustrated, she grabbed the 6 large buns and hurriedly skated away, abandoning her earlier leisurely pace. "Chu Jiuzhou," she called out while gliding, exhaling clouds of mist that turned her nose a vivid red. In the woods, Chu Jiuzhou trudged through the thick snow, searching for the stone pathway, faintly hearing someone call his name. It seemed to be Boss Yun. Quickly, he and Su Miao retreated. Exiting the woods, they caught sight of Yin Shu, who slipped and fell hard onto the ice with a loud thud. Ouch! The invincible buff from the takeout could only protect her from others' harm, not from herself. The hard ice made the fall painful enough to leave Yin Shu feeling as if her backside had split into 8 pieces, her tailbone nearly shattered. "Boss Yin?" Chu Jiuzhou rushed over, extending a hand to help her up. Unexpectedly, Yin Shu pressed the bag containing 6 buns into his palm. "Here's your takeout. Can't you just stand still and wait for your order?" Taking the buns, Chu Jiuzhou felt a twinge of embarrassment as he watched Yin Shu scramble to her feet. "I'm sorry. I thought you knew to go to the cabin." "Damn it. Of course, I knew to go to the cabin. That's why I'm upset. The takeout must be delivered to the person who ordered it." Yin Shu exclaimed, snow clinging to her clothes and her face flushed with cold, making her look adorably irritable. Chu Jiuzhou found himself momentarily entranced. "I'm sorry. I'll remember next time. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's skip to the point. Spending more crystal cores is far more valuable than idle chatter. Here, fill this out." Yin Shu produced a sheet of paper, which was a takeout review. After diligently delivering orders for days, she was on the brink of achieving 2 stars. 5-star rating, Yin Shu instructed, watching as he wrote. Naturally, Chu Jiuzhou awarded her 5 stars. "Well, I'm off," Yin Shu said, her backside still aching, maintaining a facade of composure while longing to collapse onto her bed for warmth. She discarded the timely delivery voucher and returned to the hotel. The curtains on the glass door remained drawn. Assuming no one was inside, she inhaled sharply, rubbing her sore backside as she opened the door. Ouch, this delivery is infuriating. She halted mid-sentence upon spotting Gu Paisai in the lobby. Why is he back? Today, her image had been thoroughly tarnished. "Are you all right?" Gu Paisai rose, a hint of concern creeping into his tone, though he remained unaware of it. It's nothing, just a minor fall." Yin Shu released her grip on her backside, awkwardly brushing off her hands. "You returned quite quickly. Did you manage to buy anything?" Gu Paisai glanced at the snow clinging to her clothes, cautioning her to be careful outside. He was already contemplating bringing her a pair of non-slip shoes next time, though he wondered what size she wore. Perhaps he should just bring one of each size. "Thank you, but did you buy anything?" "Yes, 200 compressed biscuits." Upon hearing this, Yin Shu felt her aches vanish. Her fatigue dissipated, and she could almost leap into a fitness routine. 200 compressed biscuits meant she could open a franchise. Not only would it boost her chances of finding her deceased adoptive parents' family, but it would also earn her lucky rewards, allowing her to stock up for a grand blind box opening. She knew cultivating a good relationship with the affluent Gu Paisai was undoubtedly the right move. Chapter 43. Designing the branch. All right. Do you need it now? Yin Shu hastily shed her flamboyant attire and delivery outfit. A compressed cake costs 100 crystal core points. For 200 units, that amounts to 20,000 crystal core points. And with a 10 discount, it totals 18,000 crystal core points. Currently, she has 56,500 crystal core points at her disposal. She is tantalizingly close to opening the smallest branch. Soon, she plans to persuade the wealthy patron purchasing supplies to buy a few additional items, and then she will succeed. She had eradicated Li Dalong's 50 luck points, and her delivery star rating had ascended 2 levels, granting her an additional 30 luck points. Establishing the restaurant awarded her 100 luck points, totaling 170 luck points. Yin Shu mentally calculated her little finances. Since the restaurant was not yet open, She couldn't purchase items for herself, so she let him into the restaurant to fetch some cookies. Once the branch is established and there are extra funds, she will renovate the main store and install a vending machine in the lobby. After a short while, he emerged with 200 packets of cookies, a significant haul. Would you like to buy anything else? Feel free to ask for whatever you need. Yin-Shu smiled earnestly. As long as she could secure the wealthy patron and Appo's interest, she would unlock it for him on the spot. Gu Paisai initially intended to acquire items for his own team before reporting to the base leader, hoping to avoid disturbing Yin-Shu due to the leader and Appo's greedy nature. Therefore, he had not planned on purchasing much. However, upon witnessing Yin-Shu and Appo's sparkling eyes, he relented, thinking that acquiring a few more items wouldn't hurt. Do you have heat pads? The warm baby kind. Surely you must have those, he inquired. Yin-Shu quickly checked the computer, 200 crystal cores to unlock. Unlock. Now she had 300 crystal core points remaining. She set the price for the heat pads at 10 crystal core points each. Given that these were single-use items, setting the price too high would deter customers. Yes, they are 10 crystal core points each, equivalent to 1 basic crystal core. In truth, this price still seemed steep for ordinary individuals. However, he intended to purchase heat pads primarily to allow people to wear fewer layers of warm clothing in special circumstances, enabling them to carry out tasks with greater agility, as being overly bundled would hinder movement. I'll take 500 pads for now. 500 pads. Splendid. Yin-Shu could barely contain her beaming smile. Little Elephant and the Sprite eagerly assisted him in carrying the items to the entrance. Once Gu Paisai departed with his purchases, the Sprite approached. Boss, he bought so much. How much do we have now? 300 crystal core points. Wonderful. We can set up the branch now. The Sprite was absolutely ecstatic. Establishing a branch not only meant another store, but also allowed employees and the owner to traverse freely between the main store and the branch. It was always tiresome to remain in one place. With a branch, it could explore new surroundings. Let us take a look at the branch layout shortly. Boss, where do you plan to set it up? Yin-Shu pondered for a moment. I want to establish it at the base, but I should probably check with him first. With that thought, she pulled out the phone Gu Paisai had given her. There is only one number saved, labeled Paisai. How lovely that name is. Yin-Shu mused quietly before sending a text. Yin-Shu, sorry to bother you, but I would like to set up a branch hotel at the base. Is that possible? She initially thought Paisai would be busy, yet he replied promptly. Within a minute, she received a response. Paisai, are you coming to Peace Base? Yin-Shu, yes. Is that all right? Do I need to obtain some sort of qualification certificate? Many of the refugees nearby knew that entering Peace Base was quite challenging. Paisai, no need. I can handle that for you. Yin-Shu, that is fantastic. I'll treat you to a meal next time. By the way, what about the store opening? Gu Paisai happened to be examining the patrol routes and casually sent Yin-Shu a commercial district map. Paisai, here is the commercial district blueprint. The blank areas are available for selection. Let me know once you've made your choice. Wow. The efficiency of the wealthy patron is astonishing. Yin-Shu, thank you. She felt grateful for having befriended such a helpful acquaintance. It seemed Paisai held a significant position within Peace Base, as he was able to provide the blueprint and facilitate her entry and store opening procedures so swiftly. Yin-Shu examined the blueprint intently. The map was quite detailed, revealing that the commercial district of Peace Base featured 3 streets, with 4 to 5 vacant storefronts available. Most individuals were operating stalls to sell goods. Yin-Shu selected a centrally located storefront, uncertain if rent would be required. No worries. If rent is necessary, you could ask if food could be used as payment, suggested the Sprite, munching on an orange. Indeed, I could offer food as payment. They should agree, right? You're very clever, little Sprite. The Sprite, flattered, proudly lifted its head, resembling a puppy basking in praise. Yin-Shu then sent her selected storefront to Gu Paisai. Yin-Shu, I would like to choose this one. Is rent required? Paisai, you needn't worry about rent. However, there is no building on this site. Will you need to construct one? The commercial street is managed by the base, and Gu Paisai intended to allocate that land for Yin-Shu's use directly. Upon hearing this, Yin-Shu realized that she need not concern herself with these matters. Yin-Shu, yes, I will need to construct one. Can I move in tomorrow? Tomorrow? So soon? Gu Paisai was curious to see how she would transport construction materials over 20 kilometers to build the store. Paisai, yes. Thus, Yinshu finalized her choice of location. The next step would be to design the layout of the new store. It seemed unlikely that many people would be staying at the base. Yes, therefore, the primary focus of a new store would be selling goods or positioning it as a high-end hotel to attract the wealthier clientele of the base. The sprite chimed in with ideas. Perhaps it could cater to leaders seeking secret rendezvous with their romantic interests. Yinshu sat before the computer, opening the design page for her new store. The sprite perched on her shoulder to observe, while Little Elephant curiously leaned in, but was too short to see anything. Yinshu fetched a stool for it, lifting it onto the seat so that the three of them could admire the future store together. The total area was 60 square meters. She decided to allocate 15 square meters for the lobby. As she adjusted the room specifications, she created a dining area with floor-to-ceiling windows, enticing passersby on the street. This space would also take up 15 square meters. The branch manager and Oppo's S-room would occupy another 15 square meters, complete with a private bathroom. A 5-square-meter public restroom would feature a wet and dry separation. Additionally, there would be a 10-square-meter master bedroom outfitted with romantic lighting. Yinshu then clicked on preset, and she was instantly transported into a VR-like scene, surrounded by the newly designed branch. How wondrous! Yinshu gazed around, adjusting details like tables and chairs, and successfully completed the layout for the new branch. Now, all that remained was to make the payment and open the store bright and early the next day. Chapter 44. Opening a branch at the break of dawn the following day, Yinshu promptly completed the payment. Ding! Congratulations on successfully establishing your first branch store. Please select a location for your branch. Before Yinshu appeared globe. Goodness, she could set it up anywhere across the earth. If she wished, she could even usurp the office of the head of the largest base, transforming it into her hotel. Following her decision from the previous day, she chose the vacant land at the Peace Base. Please set your branch name. Recommended name, Doomsday Hotel Branch 2. After some contemplation, Yinshu decided to take this opportunity to rename the main store as well. What name would be fitting? Ultimately, she settled on the two characters, Qian. As in the apocalyptic world, what everyone sought was merely a chance to survive. Thus, she renamed the main store to Qian Hotel, and the branch became Qian Hotel Branch 2. Would you like to use the preset layout? Yinshu clicked yes. Instantly, two keys materialized in her hand. Unlike ordinary keys, these bore the image of a panda head, with the head and neck able to rotate. Yinshu twisted one of the keys, and before her appeared a shimmering teleportation portal. Wow, how sophisticated! Yinshu stepped through, followed closely by her little sprite, while the small elephant remained behind to guard the main store. Upon entering, she found herself at the branch location. The branch was situated on the street she had chosen, and the people of the Peace Base commercial street watched in astonishment as a store adorned with beige tiles materialized out of thin air on the previously vacant ground. The tiles bore slight cracks. The lobby featured a glass door with floor-to-ceiling windows leading into the restaurant on the left. Inside the restaurant were 4 tables, accommodating up to 24 guests for dining. The lobby contained a table, 4 chairs, and a front desk. The sign outside displayed the name, Qian Hotel Branch 2, in large, shimmering LED letters. The layout inside was similar to the main store, albeit with fewer guest rooms, just one. Just moments ago, this place didn't even exist. Passers-by paused, gazing at the suddenly appeared establishment. Indeed, I bear witness. I saw it with my own eyes. Suddenly, a store appeared. Is this real? It sounds incredible. Look, you still doubt it? So many of us have seen it. It truly appeared out of nowhere. Besides, nowadays, people can breathe fire and spit water. What is impossible? They chattered excitedly. No one dared to step inside. Suddenly, someone with keen eyesight spotted Yinshu behind the front desk through the glass door. Hey, there's a young lady inside. Look, she is stunning. Upon hearing this, the crowd craned their necks to look, realizing that she resembled a star from before. Did she open this store? Yinshu felt the atmosphere in the base was indeed different. Even with the store just opened, a crowd of 20 to 30 onlookers had gathered outside. Truly, no matter the time, People always love to watch the spectacle. She donned a coat and stepped outside, wearing her friendliest expression. "Hello everyone, nice to meet you. I am Yin Shu, the owner of Qianan Hotel. Our hotel has just opened, and we are offering a 20% discount for the next 3 days." One person couldn't help but interject, "A hotel? Who stays in hotels now?" "Ha ha. Little girl, you've opened the wrong store." Yin Shu, unfazed by the interruption, welcomed the banter. Following the person's lead, she explained, "Our hotel not only offers accommodations, but also free hot showers for guests. Moreover, we have a restaurant where everyone can dine." Upon hearing about the free hot showers, the crowd was astonished and began to chatter amongst themselves. What else does this beautiful young lady offer? Food. Yin Shu produced the flyer she had prepared in advance. These were provided by the new store system, allowing her to select several photos to display. She chose close-ups of the food and a first aid kit. Please take a look at these photos. They're all real shots. Our meals are made from fresh ingredients, and we also offer medicines for purchase. As long as you have crystal cores, you can satisfy all your needs for food, drink, and lodging here. The crowd eagerly clamored to see. They gazed at the pictures of sweet and sour ribs drenched in sauce, steaming stir-fried potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and even fresh apples and oranges. One person exclaimed, "Miss, are these photos from before the apocalypse?" "Exactly. Where'd you find such vegetables now, let alone fruits?" Yin Shu turned and retrieved 2 apples. She had already prepared them in bite-sized pieces. Everyone can line up to taste these and see if they are indeed fresh fruits. Curiosity got the better of them, and they began to form a line. Some tried to cut in, but with everyone possessing unique abilities, no one yielded. Thus, they lined up in an orderly fashion. Yin Shu distributed the pieces one by one. As each person tasted the crispy, fragrant apple, the crowd erupted in excitement. These are truly fresh apples. Suddenly, people surged forward, trying to grab another piece. Others eagerly inquired about the price of the apples. Silence. Yin Shu called, but no one paid attention. The chaos continued. In a moment of inspiration, she tossed the plate in her hand. The sound of breaking porcelain immediately silenced the crowd. With a smile, she addressed them. "We will sell apples without limit. As long as you come to our hotel, you can enjoy the freshest food available." Then she opened the doors to welcome customers. Just then, her phone buzzed, and upon checking, she saw it was a message from Pei Si. "Pei Si, have you moved in?" Yin Shu thought to herself, "This person is quite prompt with messages." Little did she know, Pei Si was standing not far away on the top floor of the core personnel office building, observing as Yin Shu gathered the crowd into her store. "Yin Shu, yes, thank you for your help." "Pei Si, no need to mention it." He had already made arrangements with a commercial streets manager, ensuring a smooth path for the new store. Meanwhile, Yin Shu was busy welcoming a flurry of eager customers wanting to buy food. Some were deterred by the prices and left after glancing at the menu. To accommodate these patrons, she had specifically altered the restaurant's dining hours to provide service around the clock. How expensive? An apple costs 5 primary crystal cores. Old Lee, you must consider, this is an apple, unlike any before. Where else can you find such a thing now? Indeed, then I shall buy one. It's perfect for my daughter and Appo's birthday tomorrow, a little celebration. Chapter 45. A warning through example. Alas, it is unfortunate that I have no money at hand. Otherwise, I too would wish to purchase one. Why not buy a steamed bun to enjoy? A primary crystal core could be brought home for the children to savor. For most, exchanging a primary crystal core for a bun is somewhat extravagant, yet it is still acceptable for families of moderate means. After all, those who can enter the base are not ordinary folk. They possess some skill in hunting anomalies, and naturally, they have a few crystal cores. Throughout the day, Yin Shu busied herself attending to the influx of customers. However, most merely browsed without purchasing. Even so, she accrued a significant amount of crystal core points. The elimination of Li Dalong granted her 50 luck points. Opening a restaurant awarded her 100 luck points, and establishing a branch earned her 300 luck points. Additionally, elevating the takeaway service to 2 stars rewarded her with 30 luck points. Thus, she currently possessed 480 luck points. Total balance, 3,250 crystal core points, 480 luck points, in high spirits. Yin Shu soon discovered a new task awaiting her attention. Serve a total of 100 customers. 85 100. Reward 200 luck points. Attain 20 members. 1720. Reward 100 luck points. These tasks appeared easily achievable. It was like receiving a gift. With a new store opening, customers flocked in and out. Out of every 10, one inevitably made a purchase. Regardless of what they bought, they would transform into patrons of the establishment. She estimated that by tomorrow, she would naturally accomplish both tasks. Just as Yunshu indulged in her daydreams of blind box surprises, two patrons suddenly shouted that the door would not open. Upon inspection, she saw two men forcefully pushing and pulling the glass door. Other guests were either watching the commotion or perusing the menu. "Excuse me, boss, why can't we open this door?" One pleaded. "Indeed, help us open it." The other added. The patrons inside wished to exit, yet the door simply would not budge. If it could not open, it could only mean one thing. The two men possessed items that had not been paid for, or items that were not permitted to leave the establishment. Yunshu let out a cold laugh. "Gentlemen, kindly produce any belongings that belong to this establishment." They exchanged glances. "Why are you slandering us? We haven't bought anything." One protested. "Exactly," echoed the other. Hearing the commotion, other patrons gathered around, drawn to the spectacle. Yunshu thought it was an opportune moment to establish some rules for her new establishment. "Here, we ensure the rights of every guest. Yet theft is strictly prohibited within these walls. Gentlemen, this is my final request. Please surrender any items in your possession." With about 20 patrons present, the two men, feeling the weight of scrutiny, stood defiantly. One proclaimed, "I told you, I haven't taken anything of yours. Are you planning to search me? Do you even have that right? What evidence do you have that I've stolen?" Yunshu stepped forward, her little sprite companion trailing beside her. "In this establishment, my word is the evidence." With a snap of her fingers, the two men found themselves immobilized. Yet, Yunshu deliberately allowed them the opportunity to speak, intending to provide a spectacle for the other patrons. I can't move," one exclaimed. "Neither can I, brother. Let's go," the other pleaded. Standing before them, Yunshu's ethereal beauty, accentuated by her pristine white dress, set her apart in the crowd, creating an unintentional space around her. The sprite perceptively fetched a chair. "Shall we now speak the truth? What have you taken?" The two men, clearly flustered, struggled to summon their abilities, only to discover they were entirely powerless to do so. "Brother, my powers 1T activate," one shouted in frustration. "Damn it, mine 1T either. Release us. Do you know who we are?" Yunshu interjected. "Oh, so you're men of some standing." She stepped forward and delivered a slap to each of their faces. "I have acted. It matters not who you are. Now, tell me, where are the items you have stolen?" The sharp sound of her hand meeting flesh left both men stunned, as well as the onlookers, who were taken aback. The reason for their astonishment lay in the fact that these two men were the sons of the deputy head of the commercial street, wielding considerable influence. Their family, comprising 4 members, all possessed abilities, allowing them to navigate the commercial street with ease. Typically, these two indulged in small thefts and occasionally took advantage of attractive women, with few daring to oppose them, swallowing their grievances in silence. Now, witnessing Yunshu slap them, many in the crowd silently cheered. Yet, some harbored concerns. This newly emerged girl might soon find herself in dire straits. Previously, there had been instances of resistance, such as a barbershop owned by a middle-aged man who had a daughter. When the brothers bullied her, the father retaliated, only to see his shop mysteriously close days later, supposedly for violating some regulations of the base. The family was expelled from the base altogether. This girl was indeed brave. Although many found satisfaction in her actions, they worried for her safety. The two men, recovering from their shock, were now filled with indignation. Initially drawn to Yunshu's beauty, they now bore the marks of her slap, their anger boiling over. "Damn it, my father is Deputy Liu. I'll tell him about this when I get back." One threatened, "If you release us now and kneel to beg for mercy, you might just escape, otherwise prepare to be thrown out." They boasted. Yunshu, having exercised herself and delivered her slaps with force, faced them with a defiant expression. Still daring to shout? Do the petty thieves wish to be struck again? She raised her hand, delivering another slap to each of them. Slap, slap. The crowd was a mix of suppressed laughter and astonishment. If you do not produce the items, I shall strip you bare in public and have you exit in your birthday suits, Yin Shu proclaimed. Finally, the two began to worry. Lu, thinking to himself, a wise person avoids immediate conflict. This stubborn woman will regret her actions when I have my father deal with her. He hoped to have her taken to his home, to be toyed with like the barber's daughter. In a hushed tone, he confessed, I only took a piece of chocolate. It was sitting on the table. Who knew it was for sale? It turned out that the chocolate was something Yin Shu had stored away in the front desk drawer for herself, which he had pilfered. Shameless. The sprite scolded as it retrieved the chocolate from his pocket. The crowd witnessed the act, and with the evidence in hand, Yin Shu declared, theft is unequivocally forbidden in our establishment. Regardless of your status, all shall face consequences. In a gesture of goodwill, she decided to offer a sweet treat to the patrons. My sincere apologies for the disruption. Before you leave today, each of you shall receive a complimentary steamed bun. Chapter 46. Those who were instructed by him, good heavens. Are they truly delivering? It seems likely. This young lady is undoubtedly remarkable. Just look at the establishment's decor. It's electrified and stocked with ample supplies. Indeed, they even dared to confront the son of the deputy street chief. Perhaps we should refrain from speaking too freely. According to Yin Shu's intentions, she contemplated eliminating these two individuals outright. However, her credentials were arranged by Pei Si. From the implications in their words, it appears they possess some backing. Being new to this place, she worried that their demise might bring trouble to Pei Si. Thus, she opted for a mere slight punishment, expelling them from the premises. With these two as examples, no one dared to pilfer thereafter. Yin Shu procured numerous steamed buns, distributing one to every patron present. This served a dual purpose, promoting her new establishment and sweetening the blow of her earlier actions. Furthermore, their advantageous position would ensure that the day's events would spread, swaying public opinion in her favor. As evening descended at 7 o'clock, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the temperature plummeted. The patrons in the shop dwindled to nearly none. Although the base had a power system, ordinary households could hardly afford electricity. Thus, most vendors ceased operations at night, returning home. Only a few shops on the street maintained a faint glow, with Yin Shu's hotel shining brightly. She had accomplished her 2 tasks for the day, earning a total of 300 luck points. Combined, she now possessed 780 luck points. Additionally, some food had been sold, accumulating a total of 3,500 crystal core points. The little sprite, having flitted about tirelessly all day, was now resting on Yin Shu's shoulder. She affectionately stroked its fluffy head. Soon, she would have enough funds to upgrade it. The sprite nodded, touched. Boss, I knew you wouldn't forget me. First, I'll restore you to level 5, and then you can oversee the main store while I manage the branch with the little flying elephant. The little flying elephant's language skills were still rudimentary, and entrusting it with an entire shop was impractical. Recently, the sprite had downgraded itself by 2 levels for its own sake, so Yin Shu planned to restore it first, allowing it to supervise the main store while she and the little flying elephant focused on earning more at the branch. Then, she would upgrade the little flying elephant as well. All right, let's take a quick look at the main store and then rest. Okay. Yin Shu took out the panda head key and turned it, causing the void door to materialize before her. Stepping through, she returned to the main store, so convenient, akin to a portal. The little flying elephant was busy tidying up, even though the floor was hardly dirty. Thank you for your hard work, little flying elephant. Yin Shu approached and patted its head. Boss, I missed you, the little flying elephant exclaimed happily. After playing with the little flying elephant for a while, Yin Shu decided to rest. Having spent the entire day bustling about, the shop was lively, devoid of the desolation typically associated with a post-apocalyptic world. This buoyed her spirits, allowing her to sleep soundly that night. The next day, Yin Shu took a quick shower and changed into fresh attire before heading to the branch with the little sprite. To her surprise, upon entering the branch, she found numerous individuals gathered outside the glass door. Clearly, her promotional efforts from the previous day had borne fruit, as at least a dozen customers queued outside. She promptly opened the doors to welcome them. Welcome, dear patrons. Our restaurant's offerings are available for purchase. and you may recharge using crystal cores. In addition, we strictly prohibit theft, and we trust everyone will adhere to this policy. Word of Yunshu's actions from the previous day had circulated widely, resulting in a complete absence of thieves. Business flourished, even if the number of buyers was limited compared to those merely observing. Nonetheless, Yunshu remained unperturbed. However, tranquility was short-lived, as trouble soon arrived at the door. "Look outside. Hurry. Oh my, indeed. Let's get out of here." Standing outside was a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, flanked by two men who either served as his lackeys or bodyguards. They exuded an unmistakable air of influence. The middle-aged man, despite his thick attire, bore an imposing presence. The patrons inside seemed intimidated by him, causing many to flee. A small group remained hidden in the dining area. Yunshu opened the door, curious about the trio's intentions. Upon entering, the middle-aged man seated himself without ceremony. "Are you the new vendor? Is your establishment registered?" His tone was sharp, his brow furrowed, clearly seeking to cause trouble. Yunshu had already surmised his identity. "You must be Lu, the deputy street chief?" Lu chuckled, crossing his legs. "Ah, so you were the one who assaulted someone yesterday, operating without a permit and brazenly resorting to violence. I take it your establishment has no future now. Your two lackeys stole from me, and even in these dire times, pilfering food is akin to taking a life. What does it matter if I struck them? I could have ended their lives, but I spared them for your sake." Unfazed, Yunshu replied indifferently. Yet Lu was evidently unwilling to let the matter rest. He clapped his hands, summoning Luda and Lu Air, who entered with their heads bowed. "Dad, it's her. She accused us of stealing and even struck us." Lu's countenance darkened, protective of his sons to the point of wishing harm upon Yunshu. However, having heard that she was sanctioned by the street chief, he refrained from rash actions. Before proceeding, he needed to ascertain her connection to the street chief. "All newly opened shops must bear my seal. Where are your operating papers?" Yunshu had none, as her credentials had been arranged by the affluent payee. "None? If you were affiliated with the street chief, how could you lack the necessary paperwork? It appears those claims were mere fabrications." Lu's demeanor shifted as he realized the woman had no backing, and thus he felt emboldened to act without restraint. He gestured dismissively, and his companions kicked over a wooden table in the hall. Just as Yunshu could no longer endure the situation and contemplated retaliating against them all, a well-dressed individual hurried in, nearly jogging. "Lu, you need to stop." Upon entering, he wiped his brow and scolded, "It's freezing outside. I just heard you were causing a ruckus at that mysterious hotel." Lu, upon seeing him, immediately stood and bowed. Street Chief. Chapter 47. Climbing back when mentioning the iron plate, the street chief first glanced at Yunshu and then flashed her a smile, apologizing. "I sincerely apologize, young lady. My subordinates are somewhat lacking in understanding. Please do not take offense. This situation is merely a misunderstanding. This child has been unruly since childhood." Yunshu found it peculiar that this man, who seemed to be in a position of authority, was treating her with such courtesy. "Are you two acquainted? Are you his superior?" "Yes, Miss Yunshu, is it? Welcome to our peace base. I'm the street chief of this commercial avenue, Nyomeng." He extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Yunshu reciprocated, replying, "Hello." However, Nyomeng suddenly shifted his demeanor, turning sternly to Lu Da and Lu Air. "You two have been aimlessly causing trouble every day. I should have reprimanded you long ago. Now that Miss Yun is willing to impart some wisdom, you should promptly express your gratitude." Luda and Lu Air looked to Lu Dadu for direction. Lu Dadu quickly stood, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Apologize at once." He now realized he had unwittingly stepped onto a landmine. Initially, he merely suspected a connection between her and the street chief, but the latter's demeanor suggested that she had a powerful backing. Lu Datu was filled with regret, not for failing to properly educate his sons, but for not avoiding this formidable figure in the first place. His sons could have chosen anyone to bully, yet they specifically targeted her. He bowed deeply, saying, "Miss Yin, I am truly sorry. In my haste, I failed to ascertain the situation before acting rashly. I sincerely apologize. I will ensure that my sons receive a thorough reprimand." The onlookers in the restaurant were now wide-eyed in disbelief. Did I see that correctly? The deputy street chief just bowed and admitted fault. What? Step aside. Let me see. Quiet down, everyone. Don't crowd. Yunshu had no intention of accepting this insincere apology. With her hands on her hips, she declared, "A parent's love for their child is profound. If the deputy street chief wishes to teach his children a lesson, why not do it here? Feel free to strike them. If they sustain injuries, our establishment has ample quality medicine." She produced a bottle of Yunnan by Yao and placed it on the table. Before the apocalypse, this medicine was a state secret, but now it had nearly been lost to time, making it increasingly rare. Lu Dada hardly paid attention to the precious Yunnan by Yao, his face alternating between shades of green and white. Though he was seething with rage, he dare not express it. "Indeed, I must teach them a lesson to ensure they think twice in the future," he declared, signaling to Luda and Lu Air as he raised his leg to kick them. With one kick each, they fell to the ground, howling in agony. Yunshu looked at the trio before her, finding their performance unconvincing, as if they could not even make it as extras. At this moment, Ji Bing also emerged to join the spectacle. Yunshu extended her hand. "May I borrow your hockey stick?" "Of course." Ji Bing quickly retrieved the metal hockey stick and handed it to Yunshu. "Here you go, Deputy Street Chief. Just be careful not to injure your official hands." Lu Dada's facial muscles twitched in frustration as he forced a smile and extended his hand. "Miss Yun, isn't this a bit excessive? They are still just children. Perhaps you could allow me to take them home for a lesson, and another day, I will come with gifts to apologize." Niomeng stepped forward to mediate. "Children? Look at them, big and burly, still managing to stay well-fed in this apocalypse. They appear to be adults, perhaps even older than I am. Does that mean I could also consider myself a child and beat anyone as I please? If that is the case, I shall take matters into my own hands." As soon as she finished speaking, she lifted the hockey stick high and struck Luda squarely on the back. He let out a genuine scream, collapsing to the ground. Daddy, save me. She's going to kill me." Yunshu handed the hockey stick back. "This time, will you strike them or not? If you want tea, I shall continue." "Of course, I will do it myself." "Thank you, Miss Yun." Lu Dado hastily took the stick, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. "Hey, and he still needs to thank us." Yunshu was determined to torment the three of them, holding them accountable for their misdeeds against the populace. Were it not for the need to avoid excessive measures, she would have already summoned the little spirits to eliminate them all, perhaps even accumulating enough luck in doing so. Lu Datu, filled with pent-up frustration, struck with increased vigor until both Luda and Lu Air were reduced to tears, snot running down their faces. Only then did Yunshu call for a halt. "All right, now that you recognize your mistakes, I kindly ask you to escort them home, so I may return to my business." Yes, let us go quickly." Niu Meng, still smiling apologetically, ushered the trio away. The patrons finally began to emerge slowly, each one maintaining a respectful distance from Yunshu. This woman was clearly not to be trifled with, and they were uncertain of her temperament, fearing they might provoke her ire. "You need not fear me, dear guests. As long as you adhere to the rules of the establishment, such as not bullying fellow patrons or stealing from the premises, you will always be welcome here." With the day's turmoil settled, Yunshu had firmly established her authority. She pondered the identity of the great benefactor. Would managing the base's supplies inspire such caution from the street chief? Though the title of street chief seemed modest, overseeing one of the three major commercial avenues of the base surely conferred significant power. It appeared the influence and status of the great benefactor far surpassed that of this street chief. Nonetheless, as long as this incident did not lead to any trouble for her, the rank of the official mattered little. Yunshu retrieved her phone, sending a message. "I apologize for the disturbance caused by some unruly visitors earlier. I hope it did not affect you." Gu Paisai quickly responded, "Just call me Paisai." "No, it won tea." In truth, he had been monitoring the situation from the operations center, standing before a large window, observing Yunshu through the glass door, bathed in weak sunlight. It seemed that Boss Yun handled matters quite decisively, indicating she would not be easily intimidated by others. He then returned to his official duties. Having resolved the farce, Yunshu planned to step outside for a stroll. However, without her abilities, venturing out posed considerable danger. To be cautious, she purchased a panda-head self-defense device, similar to the one she had used to locate Yuan Zhuang's wife and child. It cost 1,000 crystal cores, perfectly offsetting today's sales. She fastened the panda head chain to her waist, donning her mismatched yet stylish outfit. "Are you going out, boss?" the little spirit inquired. "Yes. I'm just going for a quick stroll. Please watch the shop for me." As Yin Shu walked down the street, she realized that life within the base was not as carefree and easygoing as she had imagined. The commercial street was predominantly filled with craft shops, with few selling supplies. Even those that did mostly operated using their unique abilities. Chapter 48. Encountering Yuzu. Before Yin Shu stood a quaint little shop, its sign proclaiming pure supernatural beverages. Intrigued, she stepped inside. "Welcome. All our beverages are crafted by the proprietor's supernatural abilities, completely natural and additive-free." The familiar voice caused Yin Shu to pause in astonishment. She looked up. "Yuzu, is that you?" "Shu Shu?" Unbelievably, the girl before her was none other than her college roommate, Ning Yuyu. Ning Yuyu hailed from a neighboring city, and given that peace base lay between the two cities, their meeting was not entirely unexpected, yet it felt like an extraordinary coincidence. Filled with excitement, Yin Shu rushed over and embraced Ning Yuyu. They had shared a close bond during their university days, and encountering her now felt like a serendipitous reunion with a cherished friend. "I can't believe you're alive, Yuzu. You have no idea how fantastical my life has been." Ning Yuyu returned the embrace. "Yes, I thought you were dead too, Shu Shu. I missed you so much. But tell me, how have you become so stunning? It's as if you've been enhanced tenfold, and all without makeup." While others had grown less attractive, she had transformed into a goddess. Now, that was indeed the most surreal occurrence. Long story short, Ning Yu suddenly remarked, "I get it. It must be your supernatural ability, right? Are you doing well? You're dressed like a wealthy lady and smell so good. You haven't sunk into depravity and been maintained by someone, have you? Is he handsome?" Yin Shu playfully thumped her on the head. "Get lost. If anyone is being maintained, it's me maintaining others." Speaking of maintenance, Yin Shu glanced around Ning Yuyu's small shop. Though it had a storefront, it was barely 3 to 4 square meters. "Where do you sleep, Yuzu?" she inquired, concerned for her old friend's well-being. If Ning Yuyu was struggling, she wouldn't hesitate to offer her support. Ning Yuyu led Yin Shu into the back room. "I sleep here." Before them lay a modest room of about 5 to 6 square meters, furnished with a single wooden bed and a box containing a few tattered clothes. There was too much else. "Don't be fooled by its size. I'm quite content with my modest space amidst this apocalypse," Ning Yu said, a hint of bashfulness in her voice. She held Yin Shu's hand. "I never encountered you at the base. Were you a newcomer? You must have nowhere to stay. My bed may be small, but we can squeeze in together." Sensing Yin Shu's potential hesitation, she added, "Besides, sleeping together will keep us warmer." Tears welled in Yin Shu's eyes. During their university days, Ning Yuyu had come from a well-off family. While Yin Shu's adoptive parents provided her with no financial support, especially during the mask-wearing period, preventing her from working part-time. It was Ning Yuyu who had helped her through her toughest times, often buying snacks and leaving one for Yin Shu, claiming she couldn't finish it. Reflecting on those memories, it was shocking to see the once pampered young lady Yuzu now smiling resiliently in such circumstances. "Yuzu, come live with me," Yin Shu gently urged, shaking her hand slightly. Ning Yu looked intrigued. "What do you mean? You haven't really become a wealthy lady, have you?" "Yes, really. Let me take care of you." "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. Let us go." Yin Shu took her hand and led her out of the shop. After Ning Yu locked the door, they strolled hand in hand down the street. Although they were still in the midst of an apocalypse for the first time, Yin Shu felt a warmth in her heart. "Shu Shu, where have you been since the apocalypse?" "I initially wandered with my family, but they abandoned me, and now I'm running a shop alone." Ning Yu had always known about Yin Shu's strained relationship with her family, but she was shocked to learn they had left her behind. "How could they do that? Your family is full of scoundrels except for you. What about you? Have you been at Peace Base all this time?" Ning Yu lowered her head, sadness flickering in her eyes. "No, I hid in the basement at first, but eventually made my way here." Yin Shu refrained from pressing further. Those who no longer had family nearby, even if they were alive, were unlikely to reunite in this lifetime. Ning Yuyu, wanting to divert Yin Shu's sorrow, asked, "What kind of shop do you run?" "A hotel." "Are you out of your mind? Who stays at hotels during the apocalypse?" "Hee, you'll see when we arrive." Before long, they reached their destination. Ning Yu had anticipated Yin Shu would have a tiny shop like hers, especially since rent was exorbitant. She had only recently managed to rent her own miniature space. However, standing before the Chinan Hotel branch number 2, Ning Yu was left speechless. "Wow, girl, are you running a legitimate business? This hotel looks incredibly official." "Ha, come on. Are you hungry?" Ning Yu rubbed her stomach. "Starving. I haven't eaten properly in months." "Can you believe it? I feel like I've lost over 10 pounds. Who knew the ultimate weight loss secret would be the apocalypse?" "Kumin, I'll treat you to a feast." As they entered, a wave of warmth enveloped them. "It's so cozy. You even have heating." Shoo. "You've truly become sophisticated, leaving me behind in the village." Yin Shu led her to wash her hands. Ning Yu exclaimed, "You even have hot water?" When she emerged from washing her hands and saw the spread on the table, tomatoes, scrambled eggs, stir-fried shredded potatoes, sweet and sour ribs, rice, chocolate, and oranges, she screamed in delight. "Oh my heavens, what kind of divine life are you living, Shu?" "No, Zizai, must know I've never had an older sister. From now on, I'll take care of you. Eat to your heart's content, just don't overdo it. There will be plenty every day." Ning Yu, upon hearing this, wasted no time and dug in heartily. As she ate, tears began to flow. Yin Shu stood by, offering her tissues to wipe her tears, fully aware of the pain Ning Yu harbored. Each individual in this apocalypse bore their own burdens. Ning Yu's tears fell in her bowl as she shoveled food into her mouth, her mind drifting back to the past. The last time she had such a warm meal was when her mother prepared a feast for her birthday. Her mother rarely cooked, but that day was an exception. They had tomato, scrambled eggs, and sweet and sour ribs, though they were terribly unpalatable. Yet, at that moment, she had no inkling it would be their final meal together. "Slow down, it's okay. It's all in the past," Yin Shu consoled her. "Once you finish, we can watch your favorite anime together." Ning Yu nodded enthusiastically. Though the apocalypse was harsh, the appearance of someone who cared felt like a ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness. For both of them, they were each other's glimmer of hope. Within 10 minutes, Ning Yu had eaten her fill and asked for 2 empty cups. As she reached out, they were filled with 2 cups of pink liquid. Chapter 49. From best friend to wealthy lady, she slid a cup towards Yin Shu. Give it a try. It's flavored with cherry blossom and lychee." Yin Shu gazed at the drink, a peculiar sensation washing over her. Though it was a product of supernatural abilities, it could still be considered a liquid crafted by humanity. However, upon seeing Ning Yu's eager expression, she lifted the cup and took a sip. The initial taste was refreshingly sweet lychee, followed by a delicate hint of cherry blossom. "Delicious. So your ability is to make beverages?" Ning Yu chuckled shyly. "Indeed, I can craft all sorts of drinks. It's thanks to this ability that I can run my own shop and have a place to call home. Don't be misled by the small size of my shop. I can produce up to 11 cups a day, each selling for 2 crystal coins. That is a maximum daily earning of around 22 coins. "Crystal coins?" Yin Shu inquired, puzzled. "Yes, they're the currency issued by the base half a month ago. 1 primary crystal nucleus can be exchanged for 10 crystal coins." She pulled out several objects resembling pre-apocalypse coins, adorned with elaborate patterns. However, they were smaller and lighter than the old dime coins. So, Ning Yu can earn 2 primary crystal nuclei a day. That is quite a commendable income. No wonder she can afford to run a shop alone. Nevertheless, many people have grown accustomed to using crystal nuclei. Holding them feels far more secure. It's akin to how gold and silver were the most reassuring currencies in chaotic times. In this apocalypse, crystal nuclei have supplanted them as the most coveted assets. "Yuzu, why not come live with me? You can help provide drinks at the shop, and I'll take care of your food and lodging. You can eat whatever you want from the shop." Initially, Ning Yu contemplated declining Yin Shu's offer. It wasn't that she didn't want to move in. It was just that certain resources were now more precious than life itself, and she feared becoming a burden to Yin Shu. Yet, the allure of free meals was overwhelmingly tempting. She swallowed hard several times in indecision. "This hotel is part of my ability, and the food within it is too, so you can eat to your heart's content. Cool, me. Let us live together. In this apocalypse, we can rely on each other. Those final words struck a deep chord within Ning Yuyu. Tears welled up in her eyes. All right, I'll close the shop tomorrow and come find you. Yinshu suddenly recalled the items in her room. Don't bring your cardboard bed. Just take what you need. We have everything else at my place. Sure thing, my wonderful boss. At that moment, a small sprite emerged from the guest room, tossing aside a mop. The wooden handle clattered to the ground, capturing Ning Yuyu's attention. What in the world is that? A sprite? Sister, are you a Barbie? The sprite, seeing this unfamiliar face, greeted her cheerfully. Hello, guest. I'm a hotel staff sprite, and welcome to the Qian Hotel. She is not just a guest. She is my friend and will be a permanent resident, providing special beverages. The sprite looked at Ning Yuyu in surprise. Wow, the boss's friend. It then flew over, extending its hand. Hello, boss's friend. Ning Yuyu extended 2 fingers, gently shaking the sprite's hand. Hello, little sprite. From now on, we're family. Let me show you the main hotel. Yinshu grasped Ning Yuyu's hand and instructed the sprite to watch the shop before summoning a portal of void. Wow, that is so cool. Ning Yuyu exclaimed as she was pulled through, and in the next moment, they stood in a much larger hotel. The shop was currently empty, with only the little flying elephant sitting idly. Upon seeing Yinshu return, the elephant flapped its ears excitedly. Boss, I missed you. Having just encountered the sprite, Ning Yuyu was less surprised by the flying elephant's appearance and exchanged greetings with it. Ji Bing must have gone out hunting the anomalies. Ji Bing now regularly stood within the air wall, luring the surrounding anomalies before venturing out to hunt them. Truly a formidable woman. My goodness, I underestimated your wealth. This is no apocalypse for you. It's a vacation resort. Yinshu guided Ning Yuyu around, explaining the hotel and the air wall regulations. You can stay in room 04. It will no longer be rented out. Room 03 is now occupied by Ji Bing, who has become our most stable guest. For the time being, Yinshu planned no further expansion of the main hotel. Given its remote location, the number of guests was limited. Only when the branch shop gained prominence would the business of the main hotel flourish. Yinshu opened the door to room 04. Ning Yuyu discarded her heavy, dirt-stained outerwear on the floor and collapsed onto the soft, warm bed. This bed feels 1,000 times more comfortable than my pre-apocalypse mattress. Shushu, I adore you. I never expected my best friend to become a wealthy lady one day. Seeing her joy, Yinshu felt happiness swell within her. In due time, I'll upgrade your room, add a larger window, and incorporate some greenery. Finally, the realization dawned upon Yinshu regarding the nagging sensation of something missing in the hotel. It was indeed the absence of greenery. Given the icy desolation outside, having some plants and flowers would surely attract a crowd. But to her surprise, Ning Yuyu protested, No, I don't want a window. A look of pain and sadness clouded her eyes, as if recalling a troubling memory. Yinshu comforted her, All right, no window. Rest assured, our home is completely safe. Nothing and no one can harm you here. Ning Yokyo noted. She had once watched in horror as an anomaly appeared suddenly through a window, its gaping maw lunging for her father's neck. Since that day, she could no longer bear to reside in a room with windows. Yinshu left her to wash up and change, while she ventured out to find the little flying elephant. Though the sprite claimed that hotel staff had no need for food, water, sleep, or restroom breaks, and possessed boundless energy, Yinshu was reluctant to view them as mere soulless tools. She preferred to regard them as beings with human souls inhabiting miraculous forms. As she observed the little flying elephant sitting and staring vacantly outside, an idea struck her. Perhaps she should introduce some entertainment to the hotel. For instance, acquiring small toys, gaming devices, puzzles, or books to help pass the time when there were no guests. Little flying elephant, can you read? Upon hearing her question, the little flying elephant tilted its head in confusion. I can't read. I don't know how. Its level was too low, and it had yet to unlock the ability to read, resembling a child in its innocence. Chapter 50. News of the foster family thus. Yinshu selected a few animated films from her computer and placed them on the desktop. When no one was around, she could amuse herself by watching the cartoons. Little Dumbo, delighting in the selection, nuzzled against Yunshu's calf. After exchanging pleasantries with Ning Yuyu, she returned to the branch. She had an important task to undertake, to inquire about the whereabouts of her foster family. The shop was already bustling with customers waiting outside. The little sprite could not maintain its human form for extended periods, and with Yunshu absent, it refrained from letting anyone in, fearing it might inadvertently cause chaos. "Thank you for your patience. Please come in. You may choose from the restaurant's offerings, and we also provide accommodation, which includes complimentary hot showers." Yunshu welcomed them inside and allowed them to browse at their leisure. Her deeds had spread overnight throughout the commercial street, and now people whispered her name, calling her the palm-sized beauty. Consequently, incidents of theft had ceased. Seated at the front desk, Yunshu, apart from occasionally responding to customer inquiries or glancing up, was deep in thought about previous events. She took out her phone and opened the chat page of her only contact, Pei Si. "Yunshu, excuse me, Pei Si. Could you assist me in locating someone?" In the base, her sole connection was the influential Pei Si, and, judging by the demeanor of those two street leaders, he wielded considerable power that might aid her. She noticed the typing indicator on his end and waited a considerable time before he replied. "Pei Si, who are you looking for?" "Yunshu, I'm searching for my parents and my brother." She refrained from disclosing the grievances between her family and herself, planning instead to confront her enemies upon locating them. Pei Si responded swiftly this time. "Pei Si, sure, if you find them, treat me to a meal." "Yunshu, even if you don and oppos, to find them, I and oppos, LL still treat you. I just need you to check if they are at the base. My brother's name is Yunze, and his ability is fire-related." With Pei Si's assistance, a weight lifted from Yunshu's heart. However, she felt that the likelihood of her foster family successfully entering the base was slim, given Yunze's mediocre ability. Pei Si acted quickly. By afternoon, he sent her a message. "Pei Si, I checked. Your brother has been here before, but he was refused entry due to insufficient ability and low potential. He could have entered on his own, but bringing their parents along was impossible." Yunshu was somewhat taken aback. Her selfish brother was willing to forego his chance to enter the city for the sake of family? Yet, she realized she had underestimated him. When Yunze first sought entry to the base, he was told he could only enter alone, and he desired to move in immediately. However, their parents vehemently opposed him, threatening to take drastic measures, which forced him to leave. Disheartened, she replied, "Yunshu, thank you. When are you free to come by my shop? I'll treat you to a meal." "Pei Si, tonight." "Oh, that was quite prompt." "Yunshu, all right." Far above, Gu Pei Si placed his phone down, glanced at his schedule, and pressed a button beside his desk, instructing, "Have Deputy Officer Han inspect the training of Team 7 tonight. Inform him I have other matters to attend to, and I expect a report after the inspection." "Understood." As night fell, guests gradually departed the hotel for home. Meanwhile, Yunshu had completed her luck value tasks. Accumulate 100 customers served, 100 reward, 200 luck points. Accumulate 20 members, 20 reward, 100 luck points. A total of 300 luck points gained. Along with her previous 480 points, she now possessed 780 luck points. Following the completion of these tasks, she immediately received new assignments. Upgrade any employee, reward, 100 luck points. Purchase a vending machine, reward, 100 luck points. A vending machine could be placed within or outside the hotel and required no supervision, as it replenished itself and collected crystal cores autonomously, making it incredibly convenient. However, there was a downside. The external vending machine's location could not be specified, and like promotional flyers, it would be placed randomly. In other words, purchasing it did not guarantee a specific placement. Moreover, it required 1,000 crystal core points and could only hold 5 items, excluding perishables. As Yunshu contemplated whether to buy one after upgrading the little sprite, the glass door suddenly swung open. Who could arrive at such a late hour? She turned to see Gu Pei Si, dressed in a stylish turtleneck sweater and trench coat, entering with an air reminiscent of a character from a Korean comic. "Are you not affected by this apocalypse?" "Ah, no worries. Dinner will be served shortly." Yunshu headed to the kitchen to fetch dishes, and Gu Pei Si, feeling familiar, followed to assist in setting the table. As Yunshu brought out one dish, he eagerly reached for another. and soon the table was laden with delectable food. The two dined slowly, leaning against the restaurant's large windows, unaware of when snow began to fall outside. The snowflakes drifted down gracefully, illuminated by the warm light within, resembling down feathers escaping from a pillow in the deep blue night. The restaurant was serene and beautiful. After finishing their meal, Gu Pei Si remarked regarding your family. I made some inquiries with nearby bases I have connections with. There seems to be news of them at a small base not far from here. Yunshu exclaimed in excitement. Really? Could you send me the location? Yes, I will send you the coordinates shortly. I have a task there in a couple of days, and if you need, I can accompany you. If Yunshu went alone, she would have to expend crystal cores on a timely teleportation voucher. With a free void shuttle available, she was more than willing. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Pei Si. Not at all. I appreciate your hospitality. I must take my leave now. As Yunshu noticed him preparing to leave, she quickly grabbed a few apples and handed them to him. Here, don't be polite. Take these back to enjoy. Gu Pei Si smiled at the apples in his hand, saying, thank you. He then stepped outside and vanished into the void, leaving behind a flurry of snowflakes swirling chaotically due to the distortion of space. Yunshu soon received the location details about her foster parents from Gu Pei Si, revealing a small town approximately 40 kilometers away. Pei Si. This base has a strategic partnership with Peace and is affiliated with it, but is not directly under our jurisdiction. We anticipate departing in 2 days, so you can prepare in advance. Yunshu, okay. The thought of potentially locating her foster family stirred a complex mixture of emotions within her, excitement intermingled with resentment. You raised me, indulging in my every need. You would rather perish than see your son harmed. This was the last sentence Yin Mujin had uttered to her before pushing her away. Chapter 51. The dazzling lightsaber. She had often fantasized about experiencing familial warmth, yet within the confines of her adoptive parents' home, she encountered nothing but indifference and exclusion, culminating in abandonment and betrayal. Yunshu had not much to prepare. After 2 days of selling food at the branch store, her reputation had grown, and many were now aware of this establishment where fresh provisions could be procured. She had amassed 6,000 crystal core points. Initially, she intended to upgrade her belongings, but she would need to venture out in a few days and was uncertain of her return, prompting her to consider purchasing other essentials first. I feel a bit embarrassed. Yunshu confessed to the little sprite. The sprite floated above her head, gently patting her hair. It's quite all right, boss. Your safety is paramount, considering your upcoming absence. Perhaps it's best to forego that self-defense gadget. Why is that? Yunshu inquired. The self-defense gadget has only a brief period of effectiveness. Once expired, it becomes useless. Instead, you could invest 3,000 in a protective talisman, spend 500 on a warm outfit, and use the remaining 500 to acquire a lightsaber. The protective talisman was a premium product from the Panda brand, and once worn, it provided immunity to all external harm and automatically shielded against aberrations. However, akin to takeaway clothing, it would not prevent injuries from personal mishaps, such as falling or stumbling into a puddle, and had a 1-month expiration date. The warm outfit, as its name suggested, ensured comfort and warmth. As for the lightsaber, the sprite described it as akin to the laser swords depicted in films, but it required the consumption of crystal cores. Nevertheless, she had sufficient cores, including 1 intermediate core and 4 primary cores, aside from those she had absorbed. All right, I shall purchase these 3 items, and with the remaining 1,000 crystal core points, I will procure a vending machine to dispense them. After placing her order, she first acquired the vending machine. Given that vending machines could not dispense items like steamed buns and allowed for arbitrary pricing, she selected compressed biscuits, 2 primary cores, a bleeding stop bandage, 1 primary core, antibiotics, 5 primary cores, fever reducer, 3 primary cores, and apples, 5 primary cores, slightly reducing the prices, ensuring a profit. Will the machine withstand external damage? Yunshu pondered, reluctant to part with her 1,000 crystal core points. It won't be damaged, but the vending machine will experience natural wear based on external conditions. For instance, in this frigid weather, it may become unusable within a month, though it will self-clean. Good. I shall proceed with the order. Can I track its location once deployed? Indeed. You can view its position on the computer. Yunshu finalized her purchase, silently wishing. To a place bustling with people. Upon checking the computer, she was astonished to find it randomly assigned to a small town in M country. Well, we have ventured into international business, she mused, resigned. After all, foreigners were still people and would likely make purchases. Next, she acquired the warm outfit, only to discover it was a fluffy white wristband. Donning it on her wrist, she felt no warmth initially. Clad in her simple white dress, she stepped outside and was pleasantly surprised to find the cold did not penetrate. Evidently, this wristband provided a thermoregulating effect, maintaining a comfortable body temperature. Excellent. This purchase was worthwhile. Had I known of such a marvelous item, I would have acquired it sooner. Next came the protective talisman. Yunshu speculated it would be shaped like a panda's head, and upon receiving it, she found it indeed was a headband adorned with panda ears. In this apocalyptic era, who conceived of this design? She wondered, placing it atop her head. The sprite immediately clasped its face in admiration, exclaiming, "Boss, how adorable!" Yunshu flicked it away playfully. "Your wages will be docked for such antics." "I have no wages," the sprite retorted. Yunshu proceeded to purchase the final item, the lightsaber. Upon receiving it, she found it somewhat weighty, with only the hilt present and no blade in sight. Could it be due to the absence of a crystal core? She examined the hilt, discovering a small compartment at the bottom, confirming it was empty. How stingy, peach treasure. Could they not include a battery? Returning home, she retrieved a low-tier crystal core to insert into the hilt. Yet still, no lightsaber materialized. The sprite returned, shaking its head. You need to set a startup command for it. The default command is, "Sword, come forth." How juvenile. Must I vocalize it? Indeed. Yunshu, feeling exasperated, declared, "Sword, come forth." Yet, nothing happened, prompting the sprite to erupt in laughter. "Ha ha ha. Who told you to flick me? I shall give you a beating. Now, tell me how to use it." Under Yunshu's piercing gaze, the sprite wiped the tears of laughter from its eyes. Just silently think of activating the lightsaber and flick the hilt. Be mindful. The lightsaber is rather lengthy. Avoid directing it at furniture. Yunshu gripped the hilt with one hand, concentrating, and with a swift motion, a blue-purple lightsaber manifested instantly, exuding an aura of coolness. The blade, reminiscent of a laser, shimmered with a blue-purple glow, as if lightning had been captured to forge this weapon. Stepping outside, adorned with the protective talisman, she noticed the aberrations nearby seemed oblivious to her presence. Approaching one, she swung the lightsaber, cleaving it in two, the upper half slowly sliding down, still twitching as it fell. Incredible. This is astonishing. Curious about the contents within the aberration, yet wary of damaging any crystal cores, she rushed back to her store for a small knife. Upon her return, she discovered a girl squatting beside the corpse, rummaging through it. "Are you scavenging on someone else's doorstep?" Yunshu approached, gently tapping her shoulder. Startled, the girl yelped and recoiled. Turning to face Yunshu, she recognized her. Wasn't this Zhang Jia, the eccentric girl, the cousin of Zhang Yan from the Gaojiu Yu team? Why isn't she with her cousin? Upon realizing Yunshu was not an aberration, Zhang Jia glared, adjusting her disheveled bangs. "You scare me. You owe me for that, do you know? Is it customary to frighten others?" "Of course not. I was merely inquiring if you had found any crystal cores while you were rummaging through the aberration I dispatched." Zhang Jia blinked a few times, her hands digging into her pockets. "No. How would I know this was your kill? I found nothing. My knife is now filthy." Yunshu observed her closely, a cold scoff escaping her lips. "Oh, where's your sister?" She returned to the base," Zhang Jia replied, her demeanor becoming noticeably uneasy. Chapter 52. Journey to the small base, what does it matter to you? Don't think that just because your brother talks to you a bit more, you are superior. Go away. She stood up and scolded, leaving Yunshu speechless. "Fine. Seek your own demise. I won't ask anymore. Your sister left you something. Come in and take it." After saying this, Yunshu turned back to the hotel. Zhang Jia hesitated for a few seconds, unable to resist the temptation, and followed Yunshu into the store. "What did my sister leave for me?" "Your life." As soon as Yunshu finished speaking, a small sprite transformed into a human-sized figure and shot out an arrow. It then immediately reverted back. Yinshu also received a voice notification from the hotel, indicating a deposit of 200 crystal core points and 20 luck points. Yinshu found this somewhat strange. She did not possess any special powers, and her luck points were not particularly high, so why did she have 200 crystal core points? Even if she had just intercepted a mid-level crystal core, there should still be 100 points from her own possession. However, Yinshu was too lazy to ponder over it. After purchasing a vending machine to complete a task, she was rewarded with an additional 100 luck points, bringing her total to 900. She only needed to upgrade the staff before she could spin the lucky wheel. She had always enjoyed drawing blind boxes or participating in lotteries, and now with this unknown grand prize, she could hardly wait. If it weren't for searching for her adoptive parents, nothing could deter her from pursuing wealth. Meanwhile, in the peace base, Gu Pei Si was assigning personnel for a mission. He indeed planned to undertake a task near that small base, specifically to rescue a few scientists trapped in an underground laboratory. Each of them was an academician-level expert, and rescuing even one would be an inexhaustible treasure of knowledge. He personally selected a team of 10, each possessing unique abilities. He would first take Yinshu to the small base, scout the surrounding area, and then lead this team to save the scientists. After the mission concluded, he would bring Yinshu back as well. Pei Si, Yin Boss. This mission may take at least 2 days and possibly longer. Yinshu understood he was reminding her to prepare the necessary items. She was indifferent to the duration. The only downside was that she would have to subsist on compressed biscuits for several days. However, it was not a significant issue, as there were various flavors of compressed biscuits to choose from, and she could simply bring a few different kinds. Yinshu. 1. She hastily arranged matters regarding the 2 hotel locations, instructing the sprite to assist Ning Yuyu in managing the branch, ensuring it operated normally each day while allowing Ning Yuyu to reside in the owner's room. Unfortunately, she could not grant Ning Yuyu any additional permissions, so before she left, she provided her with ample supplies of compressed biscuits, chocolates, and medicine to ensure she wouldn't lack essentials. Little Dumbo remained at the main store, where she left a key for the sprite, instructing it to check back at the main store every few hours. Time passed swiftly, and on the day of departure, they had agreed to meet around 9 o'clock. Yinshu woke up at 6:30, unable to sleep any longer. She decided to watch a film, specifically one centered on revenge. After finishing it, she felt invigorated, enjoyed a warm meal, and then selected a pair of pants and a top from a pile of eccentric wealthy women's clothing. Just then, Gu Pei Si arrived. Upon pushing the door open and seeing Yinshu in fitted pants, slender yet powerful, with her hair styled in a high ponytail and a contrasting panda headband adorning her head, he felt a sense of adorableness. Ahem, have you prepared your belongings? I'm ready. Let us depart. She carried a backpack containing several compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of water, her crystal cores, basic medications such as fever reducers, disinfectants, and bandages, along with a few chocolates. The light sword was gripped in her hand, appearing to outsiders as merely a hilt. Gu Pei Si opened a rift in space, and she adeptly followed him through, arriving in an unfamiliar location. This base was originally a military academy, but following the outbreak of a virus, it was sealed off and gradually transformed into a small base. Although they were affiliated with the peace base, one must remain vigilant at all times. If anything arises, contact me via phone, and I will guide you inside, Gu Pei Si explained patiently. Yinshu gazed at the fortified walls of the base. The brick walls were topped with barbed wire, clearly reinforced and heightened, yet still lacking compared to the peace base. A number of guards were stationed at the entrance, and as soon as Yinshu and Gu Pei Si appeared, several red dots locked onto them. Please halt. If you wish to enter the base, you must undergo a security check. Stand still at this location, one of the sentinels commanded. 4 armed personnel approached, 2 maintaining their aim on the pair, while the others intended to cuff them and take them back. Gu Pei Si produced an identification document, and the approaching guards promptly secured their weapons. Lower your arms. They are one of us. After a salute, one guard apologized. My apologies, Gu. It's fine, proceed inside. Understood. Please, you may enter. Yinshu observed silently, realizing that this seemingly simple figure of wealth was gaining a reputation, as others in the base recognized him. Upon entering, she discovered that while it was termed a small base, it housed at least several thousand people. She noticed individuals clearing ice and snow from the playground, collecting it to melt for drinking water or shaping it into snowballs for hydration. People were dressed in tattered clothing, yet it was still a relatively orderly refuge. Soon, someone came to greet Yin Shu and Gu Pei Si, escorting them into a building. Along the way, many gazes fell upon them, even with masks covering their faces. Their attire and appearance indicated their uniqueness. Their cleanliness, particularly in the post-apocalyptic world, had become synonymous with power. Yin Shu was not inclined to engage in conversation between Gu Pei Si and the Base S leaders, as it mainly consisted of flattery and formalities. While Gu Pei Si seemed disinterested, she quietly observed her surroundings, searching for familiar faces, but regrettably, she did not find anyone she recognized even after entering the building. "Miss, the individuals you seek have indeed been here and registered with us," one of the base officials informed Yin Shu, capturing her attention. "However, our base allows individuals seeking crystal cores to leave every morning at a fixed time, and we do not keep track of their return. So we cannot ascertain if they are still here. Could you tell me where they resided after moving in?" Yin Shu inquired. Even if Gu Zhe dared to venture out to hunt mutated creatures for crystal cores, her adoptive mother, Jinya, would never take such a risk due to a chronic ailment that made her ankles painful with prolonged walking or running. Thus, if she could locate their lodging, it would significantly increase her chances of finding them. "Indeed, we can ascertain that. Please hold on a moment." Chapter 53. A familiar voice. "I'll take my leave now. Feel free to reach out to me anytime," Gu Paisai advised after ensuring everything was in order at the small base before bidding farewell to Yin Shu. "All right, no worries." "Thank you," Yin Shu said, handing him 2 chocolate bars. "Is this for travel expenses?" Gu Paisai, who had never been fond of sweets, accepted them nonetheless, stowing them away. This is a token of gratitude, not travel expenses." After parting with Gu Paisai, the leader of the small base called over a neatly dressed girl with a crew cut, approximately 20 years old, sporting a beauty mark on her brow and an air of both confidence and aloofness. "Yu Yang, please escort this young lady to room 201 on the 2nd floor of building number 3 to settle in. Then proceed to the makeshift housing area to locate the Yun family," the leader instructed the girl, before turning to Yin Shu with a smile. "Miss Yun, your accommodation has been arranged, and I shall guide you to your family shortly. Thank you very much." Yu Yang, armed and vigilant, nodded and said, "Follow me." As they walked together, Yin Shu observed the basic layout of the small base. 2 buildings served as residences for everyone, while the leaders occupied a separate one. The remaining training grounds were divided into makeshift housing and trading zones. Those unable to afford crystal cores for proper housing temporarily resided in the makeshift area, including Yin Shu's foster parents. Leading the way, Yu Yang remained silent as Yin Shu expressed, "Let us go directly to find my foster parents. I do not have anything to set down." She was reluctant to leave her belongings behind, fearing theft and the prospect of returning home empty-handed. Yu Yang, after a brief pause at her call, cleared her throat and replied, "All right, I will follow you." Yin Shu knew she would not stray far behind. Firstly, she was evidently under Gu Paisai's protection, and they were concerned about her safety and the potential for unforeseen complications. Secondly, they worried she might uncover secrets best left undiscovered. "Thank you for your assistance," Yin Shu said, pulling her scarf up to shield her face, revealing only her brows and eyes. Around them, curious and wary gazes fell upon Yin Shu, yet none dared to act rashly with Yu Yang standing guard with her weapon. Yin Shu began to navigate through the makeshift housing area. She noticed that most of the remaining inhabitants were elderly or children, with few young adults present. Some stayed behind to guard against theft, while others likely ventured out in search of supplies. Many children sat hunched on the ground, cold and hungry, their disheveled hair reflecting their fatigue and lack of energy to play. "Grandma, that sister is so beautiful," a little girl of around 5 or 6 exclaimed to an ailing elder lying on a makeshift bed. "Will she be cold in that little outfit?" With that, the girl dashed over with a tattered blanket from beside her bed, but Yu Yang immediately raised her weapon at her. The elder coughed anxiously. Yuan, come back." Yuan approached Yin Shu, holding up the blanket. Sister, are you cold? You can borrow this blanket. Yinshu accepted the blanket graciously. Thank you. Are you cold? Is it your grandmother? Is it just the two of you at home? Yuan nodded, her small face etched with a sorrow beyond her years. My father went to find supplies. My mother has passed away, and my uncle went to the market to get medicine for grandma, who had a fever yesterday. Yinshu gently patted Yuan's head and stepped into their half-tent, half-wooden home, placing the blanket aside while closing the makeshift door behind her. Hello. Yuan's grandmother, recognizing the stature of the young woman, attempted to sit up despite her severe illness. Coughing, she managed to say, Greetings, esteemed leader. I apologize for my granddaughter's rudeness. No need to rise. It's quite all right. I would like to inquire if you know Yunzhe, Yintanchun, or Jinya. After a moment's thought, the grandmother replied, her cracked lips forming the words. The name Jinya sounds familiar. She might be from the east. Noticing the elder's frail condition, Yinshu kept her distance. She retrieved a pack of fever-reducing medicine from her bag and handed it to Yuan. Yuan, this is fever medicine. Keep it hidden from others and give it to your grandmother. Yuan's grandmother struggled to sit up, her frailty a stark reminder of their dire circumstances. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for burdening her son and granddaughter with her illness, even contemplating a selfless end to her suffering. When she saw this young woman willing to offer a whole pack of medicine, tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. Esteemed leader, thank you. You are a savior to our family. Not at all. Just remember to keep it hidden. When I leave, I'll feign displeasure. Yuan, do not easily give things away or converse with strangers. Understood? Yinshu spoke patiently, sensing the girl's inherent goodness. Yuan nodded. I understand. Thank you, sister. Yinshu then feigned a dramatic exit, slamming the door behind her. She reasoned that if she left with a cheerful demeanor, it might invite unwanted attention or theft. Upon exiting, she encountered Yuan's uncle returning, who hurried into the shelter. Yinshu chose not to linger, following the vague directions gleaned from the grandmother's words, heading east. However, after an entire afternoon of searching, she had yet to locate her foster parents. Just as dusk began to settle and she contemplated resting at her designated accommodation, a familiar voice pierced the air. Hey, what are you doing? My son will kill you. Get out of here. My son has abilities. She could not mistake it. It was the voice of her foster mother, Jinya. Chapter 54. Rescue. She immediately turned around, following the sound she had just heard. Though she had initially perceived it clearly, the source of the noise was not nearby. It was only due to her heightened senses that she could detect it. Following the clamor, Yinshu discovered a figure. She stood before a shed, forcefully kicking open the wooden door. With a loud crash, the door flung open and rebounded against the wooden wall, nearly collapsing the flimsy structure. Damn it! Who dares to ruin my plans? A man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, cursed as he adjusted his belt and turned around. Jinya hastily kicked him aside and dashed out, not bothering to see who had kicked the door, hiding behind Yinshu. Yu Yang, aware that Yinshu sought her family, feared that in a fit of rage, she might kill the man and leave him with a troublesome situation. He raised his gun, aimed at the man, and coldly commanded, "Get lost." Upon seeing the gun pointed at him, the man quickly fled. Miss, leader, you must advocate for me, Jinya exclaimed, slapping her thigh and attempting to grasp Yinshu in damp oppose as clothing. Yinshu sidestepped, causing her to miss. Yang, thank you. I wish to speak with her privately. Yu Yang nodded coldly and stepped back, keeping watch with his gun, granting Yinshu some space. Yinshu entered the shed, finding it too filthy to sit. Jinya, confused, felt the voice of this woman was vaguely familiar. However, as Yinshu had drawn beauty from a blind box, her appearance and height had transformed, now standing at 168 centimeters instead of 163, so Jinya failed to recognize her. Moreover, in Jinya's mind, her adoptive daughter Yinshu had long since perished. She had witnessed Yinshu being devoured by a mutant. Yinshu fixed her gaze on the woman before her. The first time she had seen her was in the orphanage, where the older children often bullied her, which was why she harbored a disdain for children. It was this bullying that drove Yinshu to desperately seek escape. One day, the orphanage director informed them that a couple wished to adopt a girl. Yin Shu cleaned herself up, approached them with water and tea, and was eventually taken home by Jinya and Yin Tanshan as their adopted daughter. Yunsha, 2 years older than Yin Shu, had taken pleasure in tormenting her, pulling her hair and snatching her snacks, with their adoptive parents always siding with their biological son. She had thought that even if she was not favored, at least she had a home. Little did she know, it would become her personal hell. "Do you not recognize me?" Yin Shu asked, gripping the knife's handle, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. Jinya, hearing this, awkwardly rubbed her fingers and replied, "Do you know me? My memory isn't great. I can't recognize a mountain for its height. May I inquire your name?" Yin Shu removed her mask. "Mother, do you not recognize me?" Upon seeing Yin Shu's face, Jinya's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with terror as she pointed at Yin Shu, her finger trembling. It felt as if the air had solidified, rendering her unable to breathe. You know it's impossible. Yin Shu was eaten by mutants. I saw it with my own eyes." Yin Shu yanked her hair, crumpled the mask, and stuffed it into Jinya's gaping mouth to prevent her from screaming. She then kicked her leg, bending her hands behind her back, and tore a strip of fabric to bind her. MMM. Jinya struggled, but Yin Shu ignored her, demanding, "Where are my father and brother? Where have they gone?" Jinya shook her head, her eyes filled with fear and hatred. She could not comprehend why Yin Shu, who should have perished, had reappeared before her. Is this dead girl a monster? She seduced my son, and now she has taken on a beguiling appearance. She must be a demon. Yin Shu drew a small knife. "In a moment, I will allow you to speak, but should you scream or utter a single word, I shall cut you. Do you understand?" She pressed the blade against Jinya's neck, drawing a bead of blood, prompting Jinya to nod quickly. Yin Shu removed the cloth from her mouth. "Speak. Are they dead or have they left?" Jinya swallowed hard. "Your father and brother." "Shu, mother had no choice before. Though you were not raised with us, but you have wronged me and even resorted to violence," Yin Shu interjected, silencing Jinya, who could not continue. "We took you out of the orphanage, provided for you, and raised you. You should have returned the favor. What wrongs have we committed against you? Did you wish to watch your brother be devoured by mutants?" Yin Shu, losing patience with her outrageous claims, stabbed the knife into the wood beside Jinya's face. "I ask you once more, when will they return?" I will tell you. After you left, your father and brother disappeared shortly after." Yin Shu kicked the old shoe of the man nearby, deeming her response insincere. She then cut her mouth shut with the knife. Yin Shu did not wish to kill her just yet. Jinya was so devoted to her twisted son that they deserved to die together, as a family of 3 should. Jinya rolled her eyes and fainted. Yin Shu wiped the blood from her hands, untied the ropes, and stepped outside to greet Yu Yangyang. "Yangyang, my mother is a bit agitated and injured herself. Please take her back to my room." Without further inquiry, Yu Yangyang nodded. "All right." He entered to tend to Jinya's leg wound, assisting her to her feet to follow Yin Shu. Upon returning to her room, Yin Shu closed the door and rebound Jinya. Her feelings toward Jinya were complex. She had once hoped to receive affection from her, only to be met with betrayal. Meanwhile, Gu Paisai and his team of 10 had arrived at the surface of the underground laboratory. He briefed the team on their respective combat tasks before preparing to enter. However, an unexpected twist occurred. Suddenly, 5 individuals burst forth, pursued by a horde of mutants. Gu Paisai's team was cloaked by an individual's invisibility ability, rendering them unseen. "Boss, should we save them?" one of the ability users inquired. Gu Paisai was about to decline, as survival in the apocalypse was a matter of individual fate, and he had no desire to intervene. Just then, the fastest among the fleeing group shouted, "Yunzei, unleash your abilities." Gu Paisai immediately turned back, deciding to save them. Chapter 55, Revenge Indeed. The team members responded in unison, promptly showcasing their various extraordinary abilities. Approximately 13 or 14 mutated creatures pursued Yunzei and his companions, but they were swiftly vanquished by the squad, led by Gu Paisai. "Thank you, brothers and sisters." The leader of the group hurriedly clasped his hands together in gratitude, though a sense of wariness lingered in his heart. He feared that these rescuers might harbor ulterior motives, perhaps aiming to slay the mutated creatures and seize their belongings. "No need for thanks. Is there someone named Yunzei in your group?" Gu Paisai inquired. Upon hearing this, The small leader exchanged glances with Yunzei, who subtly shook his head, signaling that he did not recognize these individuals. May I ask why you seek Yunzei? The small leader cautiously probed. He had resolved that if the inquiry were benign, he would assert that he and Yunzei were close friends. If it were hostile, he would swiftly distance himself. Answer the question promptly. A burly man behind Gu Paisai barked. Yes, yes. Yunzei, hurry. This brother is looking for you. The small leader decided to present Yunzei regardless of the circumstances. With a mere glance from Gu Paisai, a rift in space opened, and a figure emerged, dragging Yunzei into it. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the base. Yunzei, feeling anxious, asked, Leader, what do you need from me? He discerned that the individuals around him were not ordinary, suspecting they belonged to the upper echelons of leadership. He racked his brain, trying to recall if he had offended anyone recently. Since arriving at this base, following the death of his father, he had been exceedingly cautious and had not wronged anyone. Your family entrusted me with finding you. Yunzei's heart eased upon hearing this. It was not a vendetta, after all. Was it his mother who worried about him? Or perhaps some other relative had come to this place? Leader, who exactly are they? You will know upon seeing them. Gu Paisai had a rescue mission to attend to and merely directed the person to bring Yunzei to Yunshu's door, then sent a message to her. Paisai, your brother has been located. Have someone bring him to your door. I will return in a few days after completing my mission. Yunshu, thank you. Understood. Yunshu closed her phone, relieved that, aside from Yun Tongchun, her family would soon be reunited. The small base placed great importance on Yunshu, treating her with utmost respect. They assigned her a room consisting of a living room and a bedroom. Soon, someone was expected to arrive. Yunshu tied up Jinya in the bedroom and sat in the living room, sipping water while waiting for Yunzei. She had been concerned that her beloved brother might sense something amiss and flee. Before long, there was a knock at her door. Yunshu adjusted her clothing to conceal her face, donned a hat, and opened the door. Miss, the person has been brought. A young soldier stood at the threshold alongside Yunzei. The soldier bowed slightly and then retreated, seemingly a former military academy student of this school. Yunzei was momentarily entranced by the breathtaking beauty before him. When had he acquired such a stunning relative? Although half of her face was obscured, her figure and features radiated unparalleled allure. Brother, come in. Yunshu swiftly grabbed his hair and yanked him inside, then kicked the door shut behind them. Who are you? In reflex, Yunzei summoned a fireball to hurl at Yunshu, only for it to dissipate upon reaching her. What's going on? Realizing his powers were ineffective against her, Yunzei stumbled back a few steps. Yunshu brandished a light sword, effortlessly slicing a glass on the table in half with a swift motion. She then positioned the blade a mere 5 centimeters from Yunzei's neck. If I twist my wrist, your fate will mirror that of this glass. Yunzei felt the searing heat nearby, fear constricting his heart. His legs trembled, and he sank to his knees. Heroine, beauty, fairy sister, please spare me. I have an elderly mother and a younger sister to support. I cannot die. I do not know how I might have offended you. It was all the fault of the petty. Yunzei pleaded, tears streaming down his face as he begged Yunshu to lower her weapon. Yunshu smirked. Oh, you have a younger sister? Yes. Yunzei nodded fervently. My sister is only 3 years old, adopted from an orphanage. I am her sole provider. If I die, she and my mother will not survive either. All right, come in. Yunshu pressed the light sword against him, guiding him into the bedroom. To his horror, he found his mother bound within. The gravity of the situation dawned on him. His chances of survival appeared slim. Had his parents offended someone? Yunshu kicked him behind the knee, and Jinya, already awake, watched her son being brought back by Yunshu, shaking her head anxiously. Unfortunately, her mouth was gagged, leaving her unable to warn her son to eliminate this vile person. Yunshu unveiled her face. Brother, don't you recognize me? I am your little sister. Only then did Yunzei fully see Yunshu's visage, and he was struck by the resemblance to his younger sister. But hadn't she already died? You are not dead. I know you are gone. You cannot be her. Yunshu snapped. Where is Yun Tongchun? Your mother has already provided me with an answer. If your accounts differ, I shall execute you immediately. Yunzei, fearing for his life, hastily replied, Sister, sister, Our father has passed away. Please remain calm. Yin Shu raised her light sword. It is for the best he is dead. With a swift stroke, Jinya and Yun Zhe ceased to breathe. Yin Shu's hands trembled slightly, her heart racing uncontrollably. If I had only said what was expected, you would not have had to die. Having avenged her grievances, Yin Shu felt no anticipated joy. She had believed that finding her adoptive parents would bring closure to her pain, yet all that filled her heart was an indescribable bitterness. In this vast world, she had never possessed a home of her own. Was the serendipity of hotels, the encounters with little spirits, and Ning Yu merely the universe's way of compensating her? If so, she was willing to grant this wretched world another chance. Completing her tasks, she opened the door to the room. Yu Yangyang stood waiting at her threshold. Yangyang, could you please have someone tidy up the room? Thank you. Yin Shu stood at the entrance, her pristine clothes stained with blood, a string of crimson droplets marring her exquisite face. She offered a faint smile, as if nothing had transpired, as if she had merely spilled a glass of water. However, Yu Yangyang noticed the tremor in Yin Shu's wrist. Yu Yangyang, ever few with words, replied, "All right." Chapter 56. The little girl in the red dress. Upon learning of the deaths of two individuals, the small base remained notably silent. After all, they were merely two refugees affiliated with the base, and one was a low-potential ability user. It hardly warranted any discontent with Gu Paisai's people. Consequently, Yin Shu resided in this base for 4 days. The facilities here were, of course, inferior to her hotel, yet she was reluctant to purchase a teleportation voucher, hoping to capitalize on her current situation. Nevertheless, the base provided her with a meal each day, frozen, hard-canned goods or biscuits that had been hastily thawed. This was considered a generous treatment in the apocalypse. For her remaining meals, Yin Shu had her own supply of compressed biscuits, ensuring she never went hungry. On the 5th day, an unexpected visitor appeared at her door. "Hello, I am Lin He. My father asked me to show you around the base. Would you be interested?" Lin He, the son of the base leader, stood at a height of 184 meters, possessing striking looks. As a military academy student with a well-built physique, he was the object of affection for many single women in the base. Yin Shu was unaware of this, but she could guess his identity from Yu Yangyang's respectful bow. "No, thank you," she replied. She had completed her business and lacked any interest in touring the base. After speaking, she attempted to close the door, but Lin He propped it open. "Wait a moment, take this. I obtained it recently. Since you don't wish to explore, I will take my leave. Feel free to contact me if you wish to see anything." He handed Yin Shu a small paper package, flashing a bright smile that revealed 2 rows of pristine white teeth before departing. Yin Shu examined the paper package, which was wrapped in craft paper and tied with a simple bow fashioned from yarn torn from an unknown sweater. Upon opening it, she discovered a small card adorned with a smiling face and 5 fruit-flavored hard candies. "Does this boy have a crush on me?" she mused. Picking up the candies, she set the card on the table. Then she opened the door and placed the 5 candies into Yu Yangyang's palm. "Yangyang, you've worked hard these past few days. Here, have some candy." Without waiting for his refusal, she retreated into her room and shut the door. She appreciated the good intentions, but currently had no desire for romance. Her hotel business was thriving, and she was determined to become the wealthiest woman in the apocalypse. Having never experienced the life of the rich before the apocalypse, she was eager to embrace it now. She sent a message to Paisai. "Yin Shu, how are things going?" However, Paisai did not respond for quite some time. "Yin Shu, are you all right?" After another 2 hours, still no reply. Yin Shu began to feel anxious. It was only in the evening that he finally responded. "Paisai, I'm fine, returning the day after tomorrow." The situation on his end was dire. He was still hiding with his team and several rescued research experts. This base had implemented some shielding and security measures, allowing it to operate even in the apocalypse. However, this meant that whenever he entered the underground research base, his abilities were suppressed. Each time he tore through space, it consumed increasingly more energy. Furthermore, he could only traverse space alone, unable to take anyone with him, necessitating this method of rescue. He also discovered that these anomalous creatures were not merely exhibiting ordinary collective behavior. Rather, they seemed to be organized and coordinated in their attempts to encircle them. This revelation exhilarated the research experts, but sent a chill down the spines of the team members. They could hardly fathom the implications. If these creatures developed a means of communication, organization, and intelligence, survival would become significantly more challenging. It was conceivable that the base could face systematic attacks in the future. Doctors, please document the situation of these creatures. But always prioritize your safety and do not fall behind. Understood. We'll be careful, the researchers replied, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they began to record the data using specialized electronic devices. Gu Paisai dispatched an ability user capable of collective invisibility, accompanied by 2 offensive ability users, to scout the area ahead. They found themselves confined in a small laboratory with 4 doors, each guarded by these creatures. This phenomenon was unprecedented. After becoming invisible, the trio approached the outer disinfection room, peering through the glass wall to count the numbers of creatures surrounding them and to identify possible escape routes. At that moment, one of them spotted a little girl in a red dress, clutching a doll, flitting past. The 3 quickly returned to Gu Paisai's side. "Did you see that? I just saw a little girl outside," they exclaimed. "Impossible. There are numerous creatures outside. There can't be a little girl," B retorted. Gu Paisai gestured for A to continue. "Please elaborate. Be specific." I pondered for a moment, feeling an eerie chill creep up his spine. The experimental lights were on, but it was dim due to the low power. I followed the light and truly saw a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, in a red dress, holding a doll as she passed by. "Don't scare us like that. We sent you on a mission, not to tell ghost stories." The burly man cursed, though he was apprehensive, having felt a shiver run down his arm. Gu Paisai furrowed his brow slightly. "Enough of this. Focus on the task at hand. Completing our mission is of utmost importance." He would prefer to believe that they had simply misperceived the situation. Yet, with everyone's senses having evolved to a certain degree, enhanced vision was standard. If A was indeed correct, Gu Paisai hoped it was merely a figment of imagination. If there existed an ability user capable of controlling these creatures, coupled with an anti-human sentiment, it would pose a serious problem. Moreover, the sudden organization of these creatures was indeed troubling. This matter warranted a serious discussion upon their return. Listening to the trio's report, Gu Paisai realized that all 4 exits were blocked. Not only were they surrounded by numerous creatures, but the confined space limited their ability to engage in combat. Additionally, the 4 doors led to interconnected areas where reinforcements could arrive. His gaze shifted to the ventilation shaft above. Where could it lead? The research experts exchanged glances, uncertain about the structural layout but aware that it likely connected to other rooms. Gu Paisai began moving tables and chairs to create a makeshift platform. Others soon joined in to assist. "We'll crawl through the ventilation shaft. Be careful not to stay too close to the person in front, as it may cause the ceiling to collapse under the pressure. And try to remain quiet." Understood. Gu Paisai took the lead, stepping onto the makeshift platform, and used a knife to pry open the vent, a faint odor of decay wafting from within. "You all wait here, stay vigilant. I'll go in first to take a look." Chapter 57. Do not bother my brother. He pressed his wrist against the vent cover, using his foot to leverage himself, and slipped into the narrow vent. The passage was cramped, compelling him to crawl, and it emitted faint creaking sounds with each movement. Fortunately, the materials chosen for the laboratory were of excellent quality, ensuring he would not fall through. He signaled to the others, and they began to follow one by one. First, he sent 2 team members ahead, then separated the rescued experts with team members interspersed among them, preventing any unforeseen circumstances from hindering their escape. Silence enveloped them as they crawled, the tension palpable. The vent was frigid, causing the skin to ache from the cold, yet no one complained. Occasionally, a nauseating stench of decay wafted through, and a few experts stifled their discomfort, striving to keep pace with the group. Suddenly, a section of the ceiling could no longer bear the weight of so many people and emitted a loud creak, causing the team to halt in fear. They held their breath, anxious. The strange creatures below were drawn to the sound, shrieking in response, but unable to ascend. After a moment of stillness, a wood elemental ability user pulled several seeds from his pocket and placed them nearby, causing multiple vines to materialize and slowly entwine around the surroundings, providing a modicum of stability. "Let us move," Gu Paisai whispered, and they resumed their cautious advance. Unbeknownst to them, in the very spot they had just vacated, a door suddenly swung open, revealing a girl in a red dress, her eyes swirling with an eerie intensity as she surveyed the darkened room. With a sinister smile, she turned and disappeared into the shadows. While Gu Paisai was focused on retreating with the experts, Yin Shu found herself quite idle. She remained indoors, lacking any form of entertainment, spending her days observing the people outside from her window. Each morning, a group would depart, only to return by evening, accompanied occasionally by training soldiers. Amidst the chaos, there was an underlying order reminiscent of a small arc in the apocalypse. Thus, everyone yearned to join a base, even a modest one, preferring it over the perils of wandering alone. Lin He would still visit occasionally. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of Yin Shu and Appo's door echoed, and without hesitation, she guessed it was Lin He again. Upon opening the door, however, she was met by another boy, appearing no older than 17 or 18. His features bore a resemblance to Lin He, and upon seeing Yin Shu, he scrutinized her from head to toe. "Just you? What is so special? You're merely a pretty face. I fail to understand what my brother sees in you." Yin Shu, upon hearing this, attempted to close the door, finding the encounter tedious, especially since she had no interest in Lin He. She was about to leave, but he continued, "My brother wouldn't like you. He is merely intrigued. His true affections lie solely with me. You should give up." "Excuse me?" Yin Shu's curiosity was piqued by this unexpected revelation, and she reopened the door. "What did you just say?" Lin Zhu let out a haughty snort, his voice betraying a hint of effeminacy. A word immediately sprang to Yin Shu's mind. "Omega? I said my brother will only love me, not you. I have no interest in your brother, so don't get the wrong idea," she replied firmly. "You'd better mean that. If I find out you dare to entice my brother, you'll regret it. And let me warn you, you're not the first girl he has shown interest in, yet none have remained by his side, so don't harbor any illusions." With that, he seemed satisfied and departed. Yin Shu had expected a few more insults, but was left bewildered by the encounter. In a place unseen by Yin Shu, Lin Zhu sighed in relief. Approximately 2 hours later, Lin He hurried over. "Miss Yin, my brother didn't say anything offensive to you, did he?" Yin Shu shook her head. "No." He eyed her suspiciously, pressing further. "Then what did he want to talk to you about?" His gaze was intense, as if he sought to decipher her every micro-expression for any hint of deception. Lin He was typically polite and gentlemanly when visiting Yin Shu, radiating a sunny disposition. Yet this was the first time she had seen such a predatory glint in his eyes. Yin Shu frowned, and Lin He quickly reverted to his cheerful demeanor. "I apologize for my brother. He has had some peculiar tendencies since childhood. I feared he might have said something to mislead you. It's fine. He didn't say much. That is good to hear. Please accept these as an apology for my brother's behavior." He offered her a paper-wrapped package containing a few candies. Yin Shu declined. "No, thank you. I've already mentioned I prefer not to see you anymore." She closed the door firmly. A flicker of madness flashed in Lin He's eyes, but with Yu Yang still present, he maintained a smile and handed the package to Yu Yang. "Could you please pass this to her?" "Thank you." With that, he returned to his room. Inside, Lin Zhu was confined. Once Lin He entered, the smile faded from his face, replaced by madness and agitation. "Lin Zhu, have I been too kind to you? How dare you jeopardize my plans?" Lin Zhu cowered in the corner. "Brother, please stop. You're going too far, slap." Lin He struck him, blood trickling from Lin Zhu's mouth. "This base can only survive with my efforts. If you dare to sabotage my plans, do you think I'll let it slide?" Lin Zhu held his face, silenced by fear. He knew his brother spoke the truth, yet guilt gnawed at him. Their father tacitly endorsed Lin He's actions, even subtly encouraging them. Lacking any abilities himself, he could only watch helplessly as one girl after another fell victim. Lin He sought Yin Shu more fervently. Having learned from Yu Yang that she intended to leave soon, he began to linger at her door, eager for a glimpse of her. Meanwhile, Gu Paisai was ensnared by the orderly chaos of the strange creatures, unable to return on schedule. Rumors began to circulate within the base. "Have you heard? The young master has taken a liking to that newcomer. Are you talking about the girl who came in with that handsome guy a few days ago? Yes, that is her. I initially thought she was merely a visitor. Could she be a ploy from another base to ensnare the young master? Word has it someone caught a glimpse of her profile. She is stunning, even more so than the young master as previous flings. But isn't it curious? The young master is quite popular, yet many girls have come and gone. Where do they all end up? I heard they all left the base. It's baffling. With such a handsome boyfriend, the eldest son of the base leader, what could they possibly find lacking to leave? Chapter 58. You dare to lay a hand on my person on this day. Linjua reappeared at Yunshu and Appo's doorstep. This time he wore a mask, and upon seeing Yunshu, he maliciously declared, "Get out of the base." Yunshu shrugged her shoulders, responding, "I was already planning to leave. I'm just waiting for my friend to pick me up. Don't worry, I'll be gone in a couple of days." He anxiously insisted, "No, you must leave by tonight." Yunshu, feeling helpless, replied, "I've told you, it's not that I don't want to leave. I'm simply waiting for someone. I have no feelings for your brother. Have you eaten anything he gave you?" Linjua's sudden question took her aback. "No, I put it all away. Do you want it? I can give it all to you." Yunshu returned to retrieve a handful of hard candies, presenting them to him. She had no desire for the sweets, especially since they were given by a stranger. If he mistakenly thought she wanted them, then she would gladly part with them. Linjua glanced at the candies and noted, "There are 5 missing. Did you eat some?" "No, stop bothering me. You're driving me mad. Do whatever you want with your brother. Just tell him not to come looking for me." Linjua cast a long, penetrating look at Yunshu before turning away. However, as he rounded the corner of the hallway, he collided with Lin He, who leaned against the wall. Startled, he dropped the fruit-flavored candies, which scattered across the floor with a clatter. "Brother," Lin He's expression was icy as he fixed a cold stare on his younger sibling. "Do you aspire to be a savior? Are you not aware of the situation?" Linjua fell silent, clenching his fists. After a long pause, he spoke. "I don't wish to be a savior. I merely hope you will cease your actions. Get lost." Lin He was preoccupied with finding Yunshu, bending down to retrieve the scattered candies. Suddenly, Linjua exclaimed, "Brother, you must stop this. You have already harmed so many girls. Do their lives not provoke even a shred of guilt in you?" His voice caught Yunshu's attention, prompting her to crack the door open just a sliver to listen intently. Recognizing Linjua's voice, she was astounded to hear him accusing Lin He of having caused the demise of numerous girls. Veins throbbed on Lin He's forehead in fury as he thrust Linjua against the wall and swung a punch. "You forced me to reap the consequences." With that, he unleashed his powers, a wisp of pink energy wafting from the direction of Yunshu's room. Linjua felt blood trickle from his nose and lips as he caught sight of that familiar aura, despair washing over him as he closed his eyes. Another girl. The pink mist drifted toward Lin He, who closed his eyes, intoxicated by its scent until it fully permeated his nostrils. The sound of a body collapsing echoed at Yunshu's door. Lin He glanced up only to discover it was not Yunshu who had fallen, but Yu Yangyang at the entrance. Yunshu hurriedly opened the door to his sister. "Yangyang, are you all right?" Not receiving a response, she placed her hand on Yu Yangyang's wrist, only to find her pulse alarmingly weak, with barely any breath left. "Why her?" Lin He, shedding any pretense, wiped the blood from his lips as if he had just indulged in a lavish feast. "What have you done?" Yunshu quickly rose, gripping the hilt of her lightsaber at her waist. It seemed Lin He's repeated approaches were driven not by a lust for beauty, but by ulterior motives. But why would Yangyang? Suddenly, she noticed the scattered hard candies on the floor and recalled her act of passing some to Yu Yangyang. "So, these candies are the problem. I merely wish for her to leave this apocalypse sooner. They were originally yours, but unexpectedly, she consumed my pink skull candy." His powers were known as Pink Skull. Each day, he would conjure some candies that required the girls to willingly partake in them. The more they consumed, the greater the energy he could absorb during his harvest. Moreover, the more beautiful the girl, the more energy she would provide him. With this ability, he had significantly enhanced his potential, now able to summon numerous skeletons to fight on his behalf. Yunshu was taken aback that those few candies had caused harm to Yu Yangyang. Although she was not particularly close to her, they had always maintained a cordial rapport. Moreover, This vile man had initially intended to harm her. For both emotional and rational reasons, she could not let him go lightly. Thus, she swung her lightsaber with deadly precision. Then I shall send you away from this apocalypse. Meet your demise. Lin He reacted swiftly. Being a student at this military academy prior to the apocalypse, his combat skills far surpassed Yunshu's self-taught abilities. Furthermore, by consuming the life energy of girls, his control over his powers had become formidable, and his senses were highly developed. As Yunshu's lightsaber struck, he effortlessly evaded her attacks. Since you have uncovered my secret, I cannot allow you to live. What a pity. You could have been quite delectable, Lin. He dodged the lightsaber strikes and raised his hand. From the ground, dark smoke billowed forth, and 4 skeletons emerged. Brother, don't do this. Lin Zhuo rushed forward to restrain him, only to be swept aside by Lin He's arm, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. Huh, a fool who cannot accomplish great things. Yunshu gazed at the emerging skeletons enveloped in black smoke, wondering what kind of monstrosity this was. She had always known that some individuals possessed unique abilities, but this was exceedingly extraordinary. The skeletons charged forward, and Yunshu swung her lightsaber, instantly reducing one to fragments. Yet they swiftly reassembled, continuing their relentless assault. Unprepared, Yunshu was caught off guard by one of the skeletons, which lunged at her. As it thrust its bony spike toward her, the panda headband atop her head flickered, and its ears twitched, conjuring a translucent bubble that thwarted the spike's advance. Lin He frowned. This woman possessed a peculiar energy shield for protection. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His skeletal soldiers were tireless and immortal, and they could exhaust Yunshu into submission. Cease your resistance. Would it not be better to become my sustenance? One day, when I ascend as the ruler of this apocalypse, you, as part of me, shall find happiness. His eyes gleamed with madness, as if he had already envisioned himself standing atop the pinnacle of power. The leadership of this small base was seized through his abilities. However, in order to continue absorbing the life energy of other girls, he had allowed his father to assume the role of the visible administrator. In truth, the entire base lay under his control. His ambitions were far grander. He could not possibly be satisfied with this insignificant base. Although this woman had been brought by the peace base, no one had come to retrieve her for several days, which emboldened him to act. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a male voice rang out behind him. Do you dare to lay a hand on my person? Chapter 59. Bringing back Yu Yangyang. Gu Paisai appeared in the corridor, his presence commanding enough to make those rushing skeletons falter. Before they could approach, he raised a hand, pointing a finger, and Lin He crumbled to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The skeletons dissipated into nothingness. A sudden wave of profound sorrow engulfed Lin He. He sobbed, unable to recall anything else. The moment he tried to think of something different, it felt as though invisible threads ensnared his emotions, rendering him powerless. Yunshu observed the vanishing skeletons, sheathed her glowing sword, and turned to the newcomer. It was none other than the illustrious Gu Paisai. She hurried to help the unconscious Yu Yangyang, checking for her pulse, which was alarmingly faint. Gu Paisai regarded the distraught Lin He with a sharp kick, rendering him unconscious. Lin He, in a moment of desperation, drew his weapon, intent on eliminating Gu Paisai. To his surprise, Lin Zhuo emerged, shielding Lin He. Commander, please show mercy. My brother only acted to improve the base. His powers altered his disposition, transforming him into this. Gu Paisai tilted his gun slightly, dismissing Lin Zhuo's pleas. Though his abilities may lack moral integrity, they have sustained our base and protected many. As long as my father and I keep watch, he shall never harm another soul again. I implore you. Gu Paisai furrowed his brow. I intend to kill him for harming those I brought. With that, he vanished to the side and fired without hesitation. If the base were to be maintained by a deranged killer, its demise would be imminent. Eliminating him and appointing a suitable successor would suffice. As the gun fired, Lin Zhuo collapsed to the ground. No, brother. He wept, cradling Lin He, while Yunshu resolved to take Yu Yangyang with her. Can we bring her back with us? Gu Paisai holstered his weapon. Yes, let us go. Yu Yangyang, in her weakened state, required medication and nutritious sustenance, Resting safely in a hotel might facilitate her recovery. After all, it was her plight that stemmed from his actions. And with few guests at the hotel, it would be prudent to wait until she regained consciousness before returning her to the base. This thought offered Yunshu some solace. She felt a measure of gratitude towards Linjua, realizing that his prior warnings were meant to steer her away from danger. However, the intricacies of their circumstances were theirs to navigate. Upon returning to the peace base, Yunshu cradled Yu Yangyang, and Gu Paisai escorted her directly to the hotel branch. "Thank you for the ride. Feel free to come by for a meal anytime," she said simply. Gu Paisai chuckled at her unembellished gratitude before departing. Once he left, Yunshu settled Yu Yangyang into a guest room. "Who is this, boss?" a little sprite inquired, drawn by the unfamiliar scent. Observing Yunshu placing Yu Yangyang on the bed, it curiously questioned her. Before Gu Paisai left, she had given him some chocolate, asking him to find a doctor for her. Now, she awaited the physician's arrival. "Can't believe I went out and caused such distress to a young girl," Yunshu sighed, shaking her head, regretting her decision to let her have the candy. Her parents had always warned her against accepting sweets from strangers. How had she forgotten such wisdom in this post-apocalyptic world? Though she had refrained from consuming any herself, she had allowed Yu Yangyang to indulge. Was she still alive? Yes, but it felt as if her vitality was waning. The little sprite, sensing her unease, quietly flitted away to fetch water. The boss surely his tea had a restful meal during this ordeal. While waiting, Yunshu busied herself by reviewing the hotel's accounts. During her absence, to prevent any discrepancies, only the branch had been operational. It had generated 2,200 crystal core points from food sales, and the vending machine had contributed an additional 200 points, bringing her total to 2,400 crystal core points. The sprite was currently at level 3, needing 4,000 points to ascend to level 4, a shortfall indeed. Yet, business at the branch was thriving. She had underestimated the purchasing power of the base's inhabitants. She had presumed that amidst the apocalypse, few would spend extravagantly on food, but where there is a crowd, there is class disparity. While many suffered from hunger and cold, there remained a number of affluent patrons who frequented the establishment. At that moment, Ning Yu returned from the main store and spotted Yunshu. "Shushu, you're finally back. I've closed my shop and will remain here to assist you." "Yes, Yo-Yo, I brought someone back. She's resting in the guest room." Yunshu explained the situation, prompting Ning Yu to express her concern. "Thank goodness you didn't eat that candy. Here, drink this beverage I made to calm your nerves." She handed Yunshu a vibrant blue juice. After a sip of the blueberry-flavored soda, the doctor soon arrived. 2 individuals, in fact. One was a renowned medical expert, skilled in both traditional and modern medicine, though devoid of any powers. The other possessed healing abilities, albeit still developing, capable of treating only minor injuries. Yunshu was pleasantly surprised that Gu Paisai had sent a healer. "Please come in and examine this girl," she invited, opening the glass door and offering each a fruit. They exchanged surprised glances, quickly stowing the apples in their pockets, their smiles broadening. "Thank you, Miss Yin, you're too kind." With Gu Paisai's endorsement, the 2 physicians approached their task with earnest dedication. This young lady has suffered damage to her heart and is in a state of depletion. In the past, some herbal remedies could have provided nourishment, but in these times, that's not feasible. Fortunately, she is not in immediate danger. The doctor assessed Yu Yangyang's condition. The healer attempted to mend her heart, but the severity of her injuries limited their success. "We will return every 3 days for the next few treatments. With 3 or 4 sessions, she should awaken." Chapter 60. The Yuan family all right. "Thank you both," Yunshu said with a sense of relief. As long as there was a method for treatment, that was sufficient. Regarding compensation, she could freely utilize the resources in the hotel. A few supplies and some food would suffice. Ning Yu, noticing the doctor had left, remarked, "A few people have arrived at the main store." Upon hearing this, Yunshu rubbed her temples. "What kind of people?" "I don't know. They seem to be staying in the nearby house since our store is closed. The nearby mutated creatures are cleared out daily by Ji Bing, so it's relatively safe. I'll go take a look," Yunshu stated, temporarily shutting down the main store. Suspecting that there might be guests, she rose, took her keys, and summoned a portal to enter the main store. The main store was neatly organized by the little flying elephant, which had recently developed an obsession with animated films. After tidying up, it began watching the cartoons Yunshu had prepared for it. When Yunshu arrived, it didn't even notice her until she spoke, and then it excitedly rushed over. "Boss." Yunshu patted its head and inquired of Ning Yuyu. "Where are those people staying, Yuyu?" "Over there, on the second floor of that 3-story building." Ning Yuyu pointed to the opposite structure. "That man comes by every night to check if we're open. He looks quite honest, has a great attitude, and even mentioned wanting to thank you. He brought his wife and daughter, and yesterday he asked when you would return." In that instant, Yunshu remembered who he was. It was Yuan Zhuang, the man who had accidentally been teleported here while in a rather compromising situation. As they conversed, Yunshu's stomach let out a loud growl. Ning Yuyu chuckled. "You must be hungry after your outing. I couldn't resist splurging a bit after you left and bought a plate of shredded potatoes." They exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. "Then let us eat more today. Let us go." The two ordered several dishes and feasted heartily. Dining with a friend made the meal all the more delightful, and they indulged until they were both comfortably full. Eventually, they began to burp, signaling the final phase. Who ordered what would have to finish it all? In the end, they wasted nothing and finished every last bite, leaving them too stuffed to move. Just then, the hotel's doorbell rang. Who could it be? Yunshu wondered aloud. "Probably that big brother again," Ning Yuyu replied. When they stepped outside, sure enough, it was him. Yuan Zhuang waved joyfully upon seeing Yunshu. He had been waiting for the girl who had saved his entire family, and this time he intended to stay at the hotel. After the incident with his wife and child being taken hostage, he vowed to take the initiative and no longer hide. Throughout his journey, he had been seeking opportunities to eliminate solitary mutated creatures. Despite the dangers along the way, he had managed to accumulate a few crystal nuclei. As he gazed at the clean, bright hotel, he nervously fished out the 6 basic crystal nuclei from his pocket. He wondered if that would be enough for a stay. Yunshu opened the door. "Brother Yuan, how did you get here?" Yuan Zhuang chuckled sheepishly. "We walked over, but it took us a while. As soon as we arrived, I heard this girl say you weren't in the store. I truly want to thank you, and I also plan to bring my wife and daughter to stay. How much is it for a night?" "A single room is 3 basic crystal nuclei per night, and a double room is 5. Yuan Zhuang guessed the prices wouldn't be low, considering the warmth and safety of the place. As long as they could stay inside, his wife and child would be safe. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Can we stay in a single room?" "Of course. It's a bit small and cramped, but I can bring you extra blankets for sleeping on the floor," Yunshu replied. Yuan Zhuang immediately expressed his gratitude, booking 2 nights, and vowed to go out and hunt mutated creatures today. "Thank you, Miss Yin. I'll go fetch my wife and daughter right away." His face was beaming with joy. Before long, he returned with his wife, Su Xiaowei, and his daughter, Yuan Jingjing. Upon seeing Yunshu, Su Xiaowei deeply bowed, saying, "Thank you, benefactor. Last time, I didn't have the chance to thank you properly. If it weren't for you, our family would have been doomed." Yunshu waved her hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. Feel free to stay here. As long as you don't go outside, this place is absolutely safe." Yuan Jingjing, with wide, curious eyes, looked around. "Mom, it's so warm here. I really like it." She tugged at Su Xiaowei's sleeve and whispered. Yuan Zhuang lifted his daughter into his arms. "If Jingjing likes it, then we will work hard to stay here. You and Mom can stay in the room while Dad goes to earn money." Yunshu pointed to room 02. "You can stay in room 02 for now. Room 01 is occupied by Ji Bing, and Ning Yuyu is in the boss's room at the branch store. Only room 02 is available." After settling the mother and daughter, Yuan Zhuang was eager to hunt mutated creatures. Just then, he happened to encounter Ji Bing drawing in some mutated creatures from a distance. "Oh no, why is she bringing more mutated creatures over here?" Yuan Zhuang thought, watching 3 mutated creatures chase after Ji Bing, feeling anxious for her. "Move aside, move aside." Ji Bing panted as she rushed in, stopping at the air barrier, catching her breath. The 3 mutated creatures collided with the barrier. Ji Bing effortlessly dispatched them one by one, leaving Yuan Zhuang astonished. Is it really that easy? Just like that, she killed 3 mutated creatures? "Miss, what did they just run into?" Seeing he was a new guest at the same hotel, Ji Bing openly explained the air barrier's advantages in dealing with mutated creatures. Yuan Zhuang slapped his thigh. What a brilliant method. Miss, would you consider teaming up with me? Ji Bing noted his straightforward demeanor and genuine mannerisms. What do you have in mind? I possess earth-type powers. Let us attract creatures together, eliminate them, and share the crystal nuclei. This way, we can support each other. Ji Bing often faced the danger of attracting mutated creatures alone, so having a partner would certainly be beneficial. However, she inquired, how will we divide the crystal nuclei? How about this? Since you shared this method with me, you take 6, and I take 4. As for the bodies, I'll handle that. Yuan Zhuang proposed. Chapter 61, The Unusual Species. Fled? Ji Bing was not a person to take advantage of others. She waved her hand dismissively. That one do. We'll clean up the bodies together. And as for the crystal cores, we'll split them 50-50. Noticing Yuan Zhuang's ability to protect his wife and child single-handedly, she deduced that his powers must be quite formidable. It was uncertain who was stronger between them, so a 50-50 split would maintain equilibrium between the two. She was unwilling to sow discontent among her allies over a mere crystal core. Yuan Zhuang readily agreed. Sure, that sounds good. Thank you, sister. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Yuan Zhuang, and my ability is earth-based. I can summon earth spikes and walls, among other things. Ji Bing extended her hand. Hello, I'm Ji Bing, an ability user of the wood element. I can summon vines. The two exchanged polite handshakes, temporarily forming a partnership for hunting the unusual species. I'll take care of the few I just killed. Ji Bing had just dispatched 3 or 4 unusual species, which now lay at the entrance of the shop. After rummaging through them, she discovered only a basic crystal core. She wiped the blood from the core onto the tattered clothing of the unusual species before pocketing it. Yuan Zhuang stood back respectfully, waiting for her to finish before stepping forward to assist with the cleanup. The shop lacked fire element users, so they had to ignite the flames themselves. However, the unusual species clothing was quite damp, making it nearly impossible to ignite with a lighter. Ji Bing could only conjure some dried vines to bind the corpses before attempting to set them aflame. Perhaps we should just buy a loudspeaker? Ji Bing suggested, her mind racing with possibilities. Yin Shu, nearby, thought this idea might indeed hold merit. Their hotel was located in a less bustling area, with only a handful of unusual species wandering by each day. Announcing from the hotel entrance could attract the unusual species for guests to dispatch, and in turn, draw nearby fugitives, potentially becoming their future clientele. I think that's feasible, little sprite. Can we set up a voice broadcast? Or would I need to purchase the equipment separately? The little sprite, lounging under a small blanket on the table, soaking in the sun, lazily opened its eyes upon being called. Boss, our hotel doesn't have a loudspeaker installed. If you want one, you could buy an amplifier from Taobao. All right. It seems I'll have to spend some money, she mused. The hotel's account currently held 2,870 crystal core points, steadily increasing with the sales from the restaurant and vending machines. She opened her computer and searched for loudspeakers. As expected, there was a wide variety available, with prices ranging from dozens to thousands of crystal core points. The only difference was that she could not see customer reviews, perhaps due to the absence of other shop owners, or simply because such information was not provided. Ultimately, Yun Shu selected a loudspeaker priced at 270 crystal core points. The system prompted her to choose the color and installation location, indicating that it was capable of fully automated self-installation. Immediately after placing the order, a small white loudspeaker adorned with wings appeared before her. It fluttered its wings and flew outside the glass door, where it embedded itself with a soft pop. Truly, it was fully autonomous. Yin Shu then accessed the computer to set the volume and message. After some contemplation, she decided on a simple announcement. Survivors, come here. Crystal cores for supplies. Medicines and food, we have it all. She kept the volume moderate, akin to a grown adult's voice, ensuring it could be heard within a 1 or 200 meter radius. If it was too loud, it might attract an overwhelming number of unusual species, complicating the cleanup process. Once everything was configured, the loudspeaker began to operate. Being relatively inexpensive, it lacked sound effects but allowed for personal recordings. Yunshu chose to have the affable Yuan Zhuang record the message. After the recording, the small loudspeaker erupted with, "Survivors, come here. Crystal cores for supplies. Medicines and food. We have it all." The sound could be muted within the hotel, yet it resonated outside. Before long, two unusual species were lured to the sound. Yuan Zhuang and Ji Bing were exhilarated, already envisioning a future filled with crystal cores and wealth. However, to their astonishment, as one unusual species approached, Ji Bing swiftly dispatched it, while the second, witnessing its companion's demise, turned tail and fled. Wait, did I just see that correctly? That was an unusual species. Wasn't he it? Ji Bing rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Yuan Zhuang, equally stunned, nodded. "I saw it too. It ran away." Yin Shu, her expression grave, rushed to the glass door, raising her phone to record the unusual species' retreat. "Boss, have you ever seen anything like this?" Ji Bing asked, a chill running down her spine despite it being broad daylight. The unusual species had begun to exhibit self-preservation instincts, which was a telling sign. Its implications were alarming. Yin Shu shook her head. "I've never seen this before. Logically, unusual species lack any consciousness. They are merely monsters driven by primal instincts. But if they begin to develop intelligence..." Silence fell over the hotel. The earlier light-hearted atmosphere dissipated, replaced by shared concern for the future. "You all stay in the hotel. Even if you intend to hunt the unusual species, try not to venture too far. I need to step out for a bit," Yin Shu instructed Ji Bing. She then pulled over Ning Yu and Yuzi, saying, "Keep an eye on these two stores and don't go out. I'll be right back." Ning Yu, visibly anxious, nodded. Shu, please be careful. Don't worry. I won't go far. I'm heading to the base." She needed to find Pei Si. The recent events were too significant to ignore. She had to inform the base of her discovery, though she could easily detach herself. As a human facing the evolution of the unusual species, she felt an instinctual fear and a desire to do something for her fellow humans instead of hiding in the hotel. With that, she turned the key and made her way to the base branch. Taking out her phone, she messaged Gu Pei Si. "Yin Shu, Pei Si, are you free? I'd like to show you something." At that moment, Gu Pei Si, attending a meeting at the base, felt his phone vibrate. He glanced at the screen. Han Jiao leaned over and whispered, "Is Wanwan looking for you again?" He disapproved of his sister Han Jiawan's pursuit of Gu Pei Si. After all these years, it had always been a case of unrequited love. However, his sister was determined to follow her path, leaving him helpless. Gu Pei Si, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, retorted, "Shut up and focus on your meeting." He then replied to Yin Shu, "Pei Si, what is it?" He knew Yin Shu would not contact him without reason. Something significant must be at hand. Chapter 62. Take me back, Cloud Shu. You may find it hard to believe, but I witnessed an anomalous entity fleeing. Where are you? I shall show you the video. Their mobile devices currently possessed limited functionality, preventing remote video transmission, thus necessitating an in-person viewing. Upon seeing it, Gu Paisai recognized the gravity of the situation. He immediately recalled the organized groups of anomalous entities encountered during the rescue of those experts. "Paisai, wait for me at your shop." After sending the message, he rose and departed. "Hey, where are you going? The meeting isn't over yet." Han Jiao futilely called out to his retreating figure, reluctantly taking over the meeting. Within moments, Gu Paisai appeared at the entrance of Cloud Shu's shop. He had not changed attire and still wore the commander's uniform, adorned with the insignia of the highest command on his chest. He stepped inside to find Cloud Shu in the living room. "Look, this is the recording from just now." Cloud Shu, foregoing pleasantries, presented her phone to him. They stood quite close, and she could even sense the chill emanating from him. The video displayed a brief clip of an anomalous entity in flight. "May I temporarily borrow your phone? I will return it shortly. This matter is of utmost seriousness and could potentially disrupt the current state of human existence." Cloud Shu nodded, unfazed by the loss of her phone, as its sole purpose was to summon Gu Paisai. "Here, does this imply that the anomalous entities have gained consciousness?" Gu Paisai's tone softened slightly. "Not necessarily. It may also indicate the emergence of an ability user capable of controlling these entities. Do not be overly alarmed, but limit your outings for now. I must take my leave." "All right, please keep me informed of any developments." "Understood." Upon finishing his words, Gu Paisai hastily returned to the meeting. The next moment, he was back in the conference room. The base's logistics officer was currently reporting on the cultivation of greenhouse plants. Gu Paisai waved his hand, and the officer immediately understood, presenting the microphone to him. This meeting comprised the core personnel of the base, devoid of any extraneous individuals. Gu Paisai took the microphone and recounted the encounter with the organized anomalous entities during the rescue, as well as the recent fleeing entity. The dozen or so senior members present became visibly unsettled upon hearing this. The meeting erupted into chaos, as everyone promptly disregarded other agenda items, making this matter the highest priority. The most agitated among them was Ling Si, who was conducting an experiment involving anomalous entities exhibiting abnormal brainwave activity. The subject was a pregnant entity brought back by Team Chu Jiuzhou. Thus, he had theorized that anomalous entities might evolve consciousness. Now, he had unexpected corroboration. Commander Gu, you must assist me in obtaining a specimen of the anomalous entity exhibiting these irregularities. Ling Si exclaimed, his excitement causing him to disregard decorum as he rushed to the stage. Many senior members in attendance also stood up to discuss fervently. Gu Paisai tapped the table to restore order. In the coming days, I shall lead a team to search for living specimens of anomalous entities. All command matters within the base will be temporarily delegated to my deputy, Han Jiao. Han Jiao stood and saluted, yes, sir. Thus, the matter was settled for the time being, with the base intensifying its research on anomalous entities. Meanwhile, the base leader began to take note of the unusual occurrences surrounding Cloud Shu's shop. The video had been recorded from within her establishment, and following its trajectory, might expedite the search for that peculiar entity. Although Gu Paisai possessed formidable abilities, the base leader harbored concerns regarding this rising star. He summoned a trusted aide. Investigate the location where the video was recorded. Understood. The aide swiftly vanished into the shadows, merging seamlessly with the darkness. After informing Gu Paisai of the situation, Cloud Shu could not truly relax. However, she had no effective means of investigation herself, so she resolved to wait for any outcomes from the base. To calm herself, she indulged in some fruit, just as the doctor returning to treat Yu Yangyang arrived. These two doctors had visited twice before, reporting that Yu Yangyang was being well cared for and was showing significant improvement. They anticipated that she would awaken soon. Cloud Shu leaned against the door, observing as they treated Yu Yangyang. Within 10 minutes, Yu Yangyang's fingers twitched and her eyes gradually opened. Wonderful, she's awake. The two doctors exclaimed joyfully, rising to their feet. Though Yu Yangyang was exceedingly weak, she instinctively turned her body, pressing against the wall and reaching for her waist as if to retrieve a weapon. However, she discovered that she had been inexplicably dressed in a white cotton nightgown. It was Ning Yuyu who had changed her. She had not bathed, her face still smudged with dirt, but the pallor of her lips revealed the severity of her condition. Cloud Shu gestured for her to remain calm. Yangyang, it's all right, you are safe. Upon seeing Cloud Shu, Yu Yangyang slightly lowered her guard, surveying her surroundings. This place was so clean and warm, everything was pristine, much like Cloud Shu herself. She opened her mouth, intending to inquire about her location, but her cracked lips and hoarse throat rendered her speechless. Where is this? A small sprite brought a glass of water, and Cloud Shu encouraged Yu Yangyang to drink. This is my hotel. Lin he intended to harm me, but inadvertently it affected you. Thus, I brought you here to recuperate. Have a sip of water. Yu Yangyang did not drink. Cloud Shu, recognizing her concerns regarding potential toxins, took a sip herself. See, I'm perfectly fine. Drink up. Had I intended to harm you, I would have done so while you were unconscious. Only then did Yu Yangyang accept the water Cloud Shu offered. After one glass, her throat felt slightly better, yet her limbs remained devoid of strength. What has happened to me? She remembered nothing, only the sudden darkness that had enveloped her. I will explain shortly. The two doctors, seeing Yu Yangyang was stable, hurried to leave and claim credit from Gu Paisai, politely bidding farewell. Cloud Shu presented each of them with an apple as a token of gratitude. After sending off the two doctors, she settled beside Yu Yangyang's bed and peeled an orange. Here's the situation. That Lin he from your base is a psychopath. You must have heard the rumors about him, right? The truth is, many of those girls have either been murdered or consumed by him. Those candies were merely a means for him to siphon the life force of the girls. However, since I gave you the candy, you were inadvertently implicated. My apologies. Upon hearing this, Yu Yangyang's eyes widened, her fingers trembling. Are you saying that eating that candy would lead to death? Essentially, yes. Yu Yangyang's usual indifference evaporated, her voice quivering as she implored, Take me back. Take me back. Cloud Shu, bewildered by her sudden distress, responded, What's wrong? Don't be agitated. I will take you back. Chapter 63. Xiexinglan Yin Shu found it challenging to send her back. It was neither straightforward nor overly complicated. It merely required the expenditure of a teleportation voucher. Currently, she possessed a mere 2,600 crystal core points, and a discounted teleportation voucher for 2 was priced at 1,000 points. She was uncertain of the current rate. Upon checking her computer, she was taken aback to discover that a single voucher now cost 3,500 crystal core points. Wasn't that an exorbitant increase? In her astonishment, she inquired of the little sprite. The sprite scratched its head. The teleportation vouchers available on Taobao are all sold by the same chain store. So they set the price. Perhaps the store owner is in a bad mood lately. Normally, the price hovers around 1,500. Monopoly business. No wonder the pricing is so arbitrary. However, this meant she could not afford it, and thus struggled with how to send Yu Yangyang back. Yangyang, I initially intended to wait until you recovered to send you home. The distance to your base is a good 40 to 50 kilometers. Walking back in your current condition would be beyond your physical capability, Yin Shu stated. It wasn't that she was unwilling to spend the crystal core points. She had always planned to send her back. It was just that her finances were currently constrained. Yu Yangyang, clearly distressed, stumbled out of bed, lacking strength, and fell. You don't need to send me. I can go back on my own. Yin Shu refrained from pulling her back and earnestly replied, regardless of your reasons. Venturing out now would be tantamount to seeking death. If you insist on leaving, then so be it. My intent to bring you back for treatment stems from a desire to avoid the regret of my negligence. If you truly wish to leave, I will not stop you. Yu Yangyang halted her steps, sliding down the wall to the floor in a feeble heap. The candies you gave me, I share them all with my little sister. She insisted on leaving me one piece, and that's the only reason I ate it. As she spoke, she curled up helplessly, burying her face in her arms and weeping. I just want to know if my sister is still alive. There was a 12-year age gap between them, and they had grown up like mother and daughter. In this apocalyptic world, her little sister was her only remaining family. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu's heart sank. She was unaware if the pink skeleton had harmed Yu Yangyang's sister, so she sought to comfort her. When you fainted that day, Lin, he only absorbed the essence drifting from your direction. There were no other presences. Perhaps his abilities cannot harm a child? Do not despair. We shall devise a way to send a message to your base. Upon hearing this, Yu Yangyang seemed to regain her spirit, lifting her head with tears glistening in her eyes. Miss Yin, thank you. I know this is all Lin he's doing, and your act of saving me is truly kind-hearted. But my concern for my sister is paramount. I hope you can. It's all right, I understand. Yin Shu helped her to her feet. You should return to your room and rest for now. Yin Shu realized that seeking assistance from the wealthy Pei Si was not feasible at this moment, especially after the recent incident with the mutant. He was likely quite busy. She had to find alternative solutions. She was not well acquainted with others in the base. But given the apocalyptic circumstances, management systems were lacking, and no one had the time to fuss over gifts. As long as she was sincere, it would be relatively easy to enlist someone as help. With her abundant resources, finding someone to assist should not pose a problem. However, before she could seek out the base personnel, they came seeking her. The afternoon sun cast shallow shadows, and one shadow appeared particularly dark. From a distance, it resembled a drop of ink, and this ink was moving. As it approached the glass door, the shadow gradually transformed into a three-dimensional figure, revealing a person clad entirely in thick black attire. Yin Shu tacitly permitted his entry. Upon entering, the man nodded slightly and inquired, "Hello, may I ask if you're Miss Yin?" Observing his attire, it was evident he belonged to the base, as he bore a black crescent moon insignia on his shoulder. "It is I. What brings you here?" His attire and abilities suggested he was a fortunate individual with crystal cores. In her mind, Yun Shu silently wished, "Please say you are here for business." Regrettably, the man was quite polite. "I apologize for the abrupt intrusion, Miss Yun. The video you submitted regarding the mutant's escape has been forwarded. The base leader takes it very seriously, and thus I have been sent to request your account of the situation. Of course, only if you are willing." Yin Shu pondered for a moment. She had given her phone to Pei Si, who had not mentioned any such procedure. However, with her invincible buff, she felt fearless. "What are the benefits of me going?" she asked. "It would be a waste of time unless there's something in it for me." Xie did not anticipate her pragmatic response, and he chuckled. "Your hotel primarily relies on dining revenue, correct? If you attend, I believe the base leader may consider directly purchasing supplies in bulk." "Ah, well prepared are we?" Yin Shu felt a flicker of interest. Yet, she was also puzzled. Did the base leader not know about the supplies previously purchased by Pei Si? "Very well. Please wait a moment." Yin Shu donned her panda headband to activate her invincible buff, secured a lightsaber at her waist, and spent 500 crystal cores on a personal teleportation voucher, which had not increased in price. She tucked a few pieces of chocolate into her pocket and set off with Xie. Xie could meld into shadows, but lacked the ability to teleport like Gu Pei Si, so they walked to their destination. Although vehicles were available in this apocalyptic setting, Yin Shu's shop was not far from the base's administrative building, making a short walk of 20 to 30 minutes sufficient. Along the way, many observed them. For Xie was the right-hand man of the base leader, recognizable to most. He served as a sort of spokesperson for the leader. With his striking appearance, fair skin, charming peach blossom eyes, and dark curly hair, he drew attention effortlessly, standing out like a charming young noble. Yin Shu's beauty was equally remarkable, and together they garnered countless glances. "Miss Yin, when did you open your shop? Had I known there was such a wonderful establishment on Commercial Street No. 2, our first meeting would not have been now," Xie remarked as they walked. "Not long ago. All my paperwork is complete, and the process is compliant," Yin Shu replied, maintaining a distance of about a meter from him while ensuring her tone remained cool and reserved. She sensed that this man harbored many ulterior motives. Chapter 64. Meeting the base commander. Of course, Miss Yun's establishment only offers delectable dishes. It has recently garnered considerable fame within the base. Xie continued to speak in a seemingly casual manner. Upon discovering that Yun Shu's paperwork had been arranged under Commander Gu Paisai's instructions, he began to take note of this peculiar and unique hotel. "Isn't it a hotel? Naturally, one could book a room. Have you never stayed in a hotel before the apocalypse?" Yin Shu feigned ignorance in her response. "Never experienced such a distinctive hotel," she said as they arrived. "Miss Yun, please enter." Upon reaching the lobby of the government building, Yin Shu observed a dozen or so ability-wielding soldiers standing guard. Upon recognizing Xie, they automatically saluted and parted to allow him passage. With a swipe of his hand, he scanned his fingerprint, and the building's door swung open. The government building appeared to be a slightly renovated version of a former governmental hall, and Yin Shu could vaguely recognize certain features. Inside, numerous staff members bustled about, but unlike before, they were clad in heavy clothing and appeared somewhat disheveled, merely managing to stay warm and fed. To her surprise, the elevator was operational, a testament to its status as a government building, but it only ascended to the top floor, which housed the offices of high-ranking officials. Xie swiped his fingerprint again and escorted Yin Shu up. The decor on the top floor was noticeably different. The floors and walls gleamed with cleanliness, reminiscent of pre-apocalypse standards. Xie led Yin Shu to the entrance of the commander's office and knocked gently on the door. A middle-aged man's voice beckoned from within. "Please come in." Xie opened the door and gestured for Yin Shu to enter. Upon stepping inside, she was greeted by a large floor-to-ceiling window and an expansive desk cluttered with various documents and books. A middle-aged gentleman, clad in a warm, strap-style shirt beneath a thick suit, sat at the desk. Upon noticing Yin Shu's entrance, he smiled and gestured toward the chair opposite him. "You must be Miss Yin. Please, have a seat." "Greetings, Commander Han," Yin Shu replied, taking her place across from him. Hello. I've heard about the new establishment on Commercial Street. It has been quite the sensation, Even my little daughter has been clamoring to dine there. Commander Han Lin's glasses were removed, and he poured a cup of tea from the kettle on the small table beside him. Yin Shu accepted the cup, but did not drink. Having just opened, "Your precious daughter is always welcome," she remarked. Han Lin took a sip of tea, steam still rising from the cup. "I haven't dared let her roam freely lately. There are concerns about a second mutation in the mutated creatures. If that were to be true, it would spell trouble." He deftly steered the conversation toward the mutated beings. "Miss Yin, you witnessed the incident involving the escape of a mutated creature firsthand. Could you share with me the specifics of that event?" The situation was as depicted in the video I recorded. A guest in my establishment was hunting a mutated creature, and to my surprise, one managed to escape. "I only had time to capture a few seconds of footage," Yin Shu replied, aware that Commander Han had likely viewed that video numerous times. Han Lin cleared his throat and took another sip of tea. "Your timing was impeccable. I wonder where you acquired the newly developed Peace smartphone, Miss Yin?" At this moment, Yin Shu realized the true purpose of the Commander's invitation. She had mentioned the strange mutated creature incident to Pei Si, yet she had not seen him along the way, suggesting that Commander Han might not share the same political faction as Pei Si. With Pei Si holding significant purchasing power, it was possible that Han Lin was an ally of another faction leader. Hence, he was probing for information. "This is a personal matter. I only know so much. If there are no further business-related inquiries, I must return to my work," Yin Shu stated, preparing to rise. "Wait, Miss Yun," Han Lin interjected, "please remain calm. There are indeed business matters to discuss. I've heard rumors circulating among the populace that you possess a substantial amount of supplies. I wonder if there is any truth to these claims?" Yin Shu had anticipated this inquiry and retook her seat. "Indeed, it is true." Han Lin recognized that her supply sources were likely complex and noted her keen sense of caution. She was not one to shy away from authority, so he refrained from pressing further. The development of the base hinges on supplies, be they food, medicine, or basic necessities. If Miss Yin were willing to contribute to the peace base, she could also partake in its management. "Are you suggesting I provide resources for free? Do you take me for a fool?" Yin Shu chuckled lightly. "I can offer the power of a single chocolate bar. Anything beyond that would be excessive. I am but a humble businesswoman. However, the pricing is certainly negotiable. The more the base requires, the better the deal." As she spoke, she produced a chocolate bar from her pocket and placed it on the table, causing Xie Xinglan, hidden in the shadows, to stifle a laugh. Han Lin was not at all offended. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. "If this were before the apocalypse, you would have undoubtedly been an exceptional entrepreneur. Very well, let's discuss business. Would it be too much trouble for you to provide a comprehensive inventory list of hotel supplies?" Yin Shu nodded. "No problem. I can prepare it by tomorrow. However, I wonder if you could assist me with a small favor?" If the old man was making a request, she felt justified in making one in return. "Please go ahead. I have a friend whose family is in another base. I would like to know if it is possible to contact them to check on her family's well-being." This was the quickest way Yin Shu could think of to help Yang Yang find news of her sister. "Certainly, no problem at all." "Xie," Commander Han called, and Xie Xinglan emerged from the shadows. "Please escort Miss Yun to the communication office. Additionally, ensure to visit her shop tomorrow." With that, their meeting concluded. As Yin Shu rose, she noticed Han Lin extending his hand, and she shook it briefly. Xie Xinglan's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing the handshake. "Miss Yin, please follow me." Once outside, Han Lin's smile vanished, and he donned his glasses once more. His ability was poison. The handshake had secretly allowed him to track her through a toxin that would reveal her location, yet it seemingly had no effect on her. This woman was indeed extraordinary. He pondered what her relationship with Gu Paisai was. Chapter 65. "Do you know who I am?" Xie Xinglan walked ahead of Yin Shu, guiding her downstairs to the communication room. "Miss Yin, you can contact the base you wish to reach from here. However, the signal has not yet been restored, so relaying messages is rather complicated. I cannot divulge the specific method, but it should be limited to about 10 words. Is that acceptable?" "Yes." Xie Xinglan entered a password and verified his fingerprint before pushing the door open. Yin Shu followed him inside. The communication room was approximately 100 square meters, filled with various equipment, and, intriguingly, a few pigeons. The pigeons were not confined, but rather settled quietly in one area, where an ability user was feeding them, occasionally mimicking their coos. Seeing Yun Shu's gaze drawn to the birds, Xie Xinglan chuckled. He is an avian communicator, capable of conversing with birds. Thus, the ancient practice of using carrier pigeons has resurfaced in modern times. It took considerable effort to find a few live pigeons back then. The diversity of abilities truly astonishes. Xie Xinglan led Yun Shu to a liaison officer in his 30s, who was instructing a younger officer in their intricate jargon, which Yun Shu found incomprehensible. Uncle Liu, Xie Xinglan called out with a smile. Liu Yang turned at the sound, clapping a hand on Xie Xinglan's shoulder. It's been a few days. What brings you to my humble liaison point? Has the base leader given any instructions? Xie Xinglan stepped aside. Not exactly. This is my new friend, Miss Yun Shu. The base leader asked me to assist her in contacting a friend at the Zifeng base. Liu Yang's eyes lit up as they shifted to Yun Shu, thinking to himself, Xie Xinglan has finally found some sense, befriending such a beautiful companion. Yun Shu extended her hand. Hello, I am Yun Shu. I apologize for the trouble regarding the communication. Liu Yang removed his gloves and took hold of her hand. Hello. Since you're a friend of Xinglan, you're one of us. No need for formalities, just call me Uncle Liu. Yun Shu smiled politely. Come now, what message do you wish to convey? Please keep it within 10 words and let me know the recipient. Liu Yang settled before a complex machine as Yun Shu approached him. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I wish to send a message to Yun Wanwan, a little girl of about 10. I am uncertain about her safety. Absolutely, no problem. Just state, is Yun Wanwan safe? Please inform her sister. Done? It can be sent today, but I cannot guarantee a reply today since it is not urgent. I will return tomorrow. Will I know the exact situation then? Certainly. With a reassuring answer, Yun Shu felt a sense of relief and decided it was time to return. Xie Xinglan offered to escort her, but she declined. Although he was rather handsome, his incessant probing into her matters made her prefer keeping her distance. Having concluded her affairs, she anticipated that Yu Yangyang must be anxious. Indeed, as soon as she stepped into the shop, Yu Yangyang hurried forward, her expression grave, devoid of the earlier vigor she had displayed days ago. Miss Yin, how's my younger sister? Is she all right? Yu Yangyang's eyes brimmed with urgency and fear. Fixated on Yun Shu and Appo's lips, dreading the possibility of hearing bad news. Her heart raced, more so than when she first encountered the mutants. I have sent a message to your base. We will receive news tomorrow. Please try not to worry too much, all right? Yun Shu reassured her, patting her shoulder. Upon hearing this, Yu Yangyang exhaled deeply, relieved that at least it was not news of her sister's demise. A strained smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Miss Yun. She had grown accustomed to maintaining a cold demeanor, as she was solely responsible for her sister. If she did not appear formidable, the two orphan girls would encounter countless troubles in this apocalyptic world. Fortunately, her ability was of a higher potential in lightning, which allowed them to establish themselves in the base. Yun Shu sighed, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. However, she could only do so much for the sisters, as her attention and time were limited amidst the chaos. It was already a feat for each family to manage their own affairs. She left Yu Yangyang some solitude and positioned herself at the computer, retrieving a pen and paper from the front desk to document the offerings her hotel could provide. Intentionally omitting the cheaper items like buns and rice, she focused on listing the more expensive options. Soon, she compiled an extensive list. She hoped that tomorrow the base would yield significant profits for her. However, just as she was about to close for the evening, a small car pulled up outside, a rare occurrence. Despite being within the base, driving consumed gasoline and attracted attention, indicating the arrival of either a wealthy family or someone with formidable abilities. Coincidentally, Ning Yu happened to be passing by and witnessed this scene. Vocal, who is that? Such a grand entrance. In this apocalypse, they can afford a car that I couldn't see before. I'm not sure. I just hope they aren't here to cause trouble. The driver dashed from the front, opening the rear door and holding up a small umbrella. A girl dressed in a Lolita-style dress stepped out, wearing dainty shoes. Goodness, she's wearing that in this weather? Isn't she afraid of freezing? Ning Yu murmured. Yet, she's got a car and a driver. Clearly not like us. As a glass door opened, Yin Shu stood from the front desk. "Welcome. Please make yourselves comfortable." Han Jiawan stomped her feet, shaking off the snowflakes from her shoes, raising her chin as she surveyed the hotel. Yin Shu noticed her face adorned with meticulous makeup. Finally, Han Jiawan's gaze landed on Yin Shu, filled with hostility and a hint of jealousy. "So, you're the one who has seen the running mutants?" Realizing from her words that she was not a customer, Yin Shu's hospitable demeanor evaporated. Ignoring Han Jiawan, she sat down, sipping water while browsing for a movie on her computer. The little sprite, understanding Yin Shu's intent, perched on the table and inquired, "Do you wish to purchase something, dear guests? If not, please leave, as we are closing soon." Han Jiawan stared in astonishment at the talking figurine before reverting to her haughty expression. "What do you mean? Dismissing me? Do you know who I am?" Without lifting her head, Yin Shu replied nonchalantly, "I don't care." Chapter 66. The blind box is reopened. Which young lady has emerged again? She is too indifferent to engage. Such situations are most detestable, for she must establish a shop within this base, and with the esteemed Mr. Pei also residing here, it would be unwise to cause him any trouble. Thus, she refrains from carelessly eliminating others. Were they in the main store, any troublemakers would be swiftly dealt with. Han Jiawan, unaccustomed to such indignities, felt her cheeks flush with anger. Pointing at Yin Shu, she declared, "How dare you speak to me like that? I shall have my father expel you this instant." Her driver and bodyguard tensed, ready to spring into action at any moment. "Ning Yu, we are invincible in the hotel, right? They cannot harm us here, can they?" She sought confirmation, eyeing the imposing man in black. "As long as we remain in the hotel, we are safe. No one can use their abilities here. With my presence, no one can harm you," came the assured reply. Ning Yu's face lit up with admiration. "You are truly impressive now, my dear's as I." She placed her hands on her hips and turned to Han Jiawan. "And what of your father? Is he Li Gang? Aren't you old enough to comprehend right from wrong? You dress so elegantly, yet your words are so presumptuous." Han Jiawan shot a look at her bodyguard, signaling him to act. "Why are you still standing there? Do you not see them humiliating me on purpose?" The bodyguard, though resigned, had no choice but to comply. The little sprite, witnessing the scene, flew over and delivered a swift kick to the bodyguard's abdomen. To everyone's astonishment, this tiny creature sent the robust bodyguard sprawling over a meter away. Once on the ground, the bodyguard feigned groans, hoping to escape further entanglement with the troublesome young lady. "Boss, look how smoothly I polished the floor." "He flew out a meter," the sprite exclaimed, eagerly presenting its head for Yin Shu to pet. Han Jiawan stood in shock, bewildered by the spectacle. Had her carefully chosen bodyguard truly been vanquished by a mere toy figure? Overwhelmed with a mix of humiliation and rage, she raised her hand to unleash her powers, which, like her father's, were of the poisonous variety. This was why Han Lin doted so much on his little daughter. However, upon raising her hand, she found her powers entirely inaccessible. A wave of fear washed over her, and she kicked the bodyguard's leg, weeping, "Why aren't you leaving? What a disgraceful thing you are. Did I hire you to sleep on the floor? You can't even best a little toy." With that, she dashed outside. Yin Shu quickly added, "If you're embarrassed, don't return next time. Take care." Infuriated, Han Jiawan nearly stumbled in the snow. Seeing the young lady finally depart, the bodyguard turned to Yin Shu and the others, apologizing before hastily following her out to the car. TSK, what a revelation. Who is her father, I wonder? Ning Yu mused, swiping a piece of chocolate from Yin Shu's pocket and munching on it. Who knows? It must be some official from the base. Yin Shu replied nonchalantly. After all, she hadn't laid a hand on that girl. If they chose to complain, she had no fear of retaliation, as her hotel offered an unbeatable protection. While Han Jiawan was causing a ruckus, Yin Shu had already selected a movie she wished to watch and was enjoying dinner with Ning Yu and the sprite. Yu Yang, lacking the spirit to join them, had Yin Shu send her an apple, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a bun. Once Yu Yang regained her strength, Yin Shu would no longer be responsible for her meals. If Yu Yang wished to return home, she could do so, and if she desired to bring her sister to stay, she could simply provide a crystal core. Your life is truly splendid. I am fortunate to have encountered you. It is a blessing that I did not forsake our friendship due to your modest means, Ning Yu remarked, savoring the meal while watching the film. She conjured 2 small cups of juice, exclaiming with delight. Yin Shu, too, felt a profound sense of happiness. Having friends beside her amidst chaos was the greatest fortune. After finishing her meal, she glanced at today's earnings. For 1,100 crystal core points. Since opening a branch in the base, business had flourished. Many patrons came by food and medicine. Typically, the sprite or Ning Yu could manage the shop independently, allowing her to collect crystal cores daily without needing to be present. While 4,100 crystal core points may seem modest, it held significant importance. This meant she could finally upgrade the sprite. Once the sprite leveled up, she would complete the task of upgrading an employee and receive a reward of 100 lucky points, allowing her to reach the requisite 1,000 lucky points to open a grand blind box lottery. Overcome with excitement, she felt compelled to offer prayers to various deities, wishing for fortune to smile upon her and yield something extraordinary. Sprite, you can finally upgrade. Are you ready? She inquired eagerly. The sprite beamed, its eyes crescent-shaped with joy. I am ready, boss. Yin Shu confirmed the upgrade, consuming 4,000 crystal core points. A brilliant golden light enveloped the sprite, and the toy-like joints on its arms and legs vanished, allowing it to assume human form for an hour. Revitalized by the upgrade, the sprite transformed into its human guise, asking, "Have I returned to my handsome self?" Ning Yu, having never seen the human version of the sprite, was struck by the sudden appearance of the golden-haired, golden-eyed beauty. "Oh my Shushu, you eat so well." Yin Shu playfully nudged her. "Wipe your drool." The sprite, upon hearing this, arrogantly brushed a lock of hair from its forehead. Though a gesture that might seem overly flamboyant if performed by another, it exuded a sunlit, mysterious charm on him. "Is that you, sprite? The one who just shared a dish with me?" Ning Yu gazed at the sprite, enraptured. If the world had not ended, various boy band agencies would be clamoring at our hotel's doors. Yin Shu soon received a voice notification from the hotel. The task of upgrading an employee has been completed. Reward, 100 lucky points. Cumulative lucky points have exceeded 1,000 points. Would the store owner like to open the lucky blind box lottery? With excitement, Yin Shu wiped her hands and hummed a tune of good fortune. Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red ribbon good fortune, come she concluded, selecting yes. In an instant, the hotel scene faded away, and she was drawn into the void. This time, equipped with the experience from her first blind box opening, she felt less panicked. Curiously, she strolled through the unfathomable expanse, discovering that the blind box followed her every step. Abandoning her exploration, she approached the blind box, gazing at the crooked letters spelling "Do not touch me." Yin Shu resolutely extended her hand once more. Chapter 67, A Little World. Inside the box were smooth, polished orbs. This time, Yin Shu felt a surge of tension and reverence, a stark contrast to her previous nonchalance. "Oh heavens, please bless your granddaughter with good fortune." She carefully selected one orb and pulled it out. To her astonishment, it was not a white sphere, but a pale blue one. Filled with anticipation, she opened it, and a miniature Earth sprang forth, spinning in midair. "What does this mean? Did I just draw a globe?" She leaned in for a closer inspection of the tiny planet, only to realize it bore little resemblance to Earth, with the continents and oceans all in incorrect positions and sizes. Thus, it was not truly Earth. What then was this little trinket? As she poked it, the miniature planet was instantly absorbed into her body. A warmth enveloped her, particularly around her dantian, before she was transported out of that ethereal space. "Boss, what did you draw?" The little sprite, aware that Yin Shu had entered to draw from the grand blind box, awaited her return. However, Ning Yu, oblivious to the situation, rushed over upon seeing Yin Shu suddenly appear, checking her for injuries. Yin Shu herself was unsure of what she had drawn. "I don't know. Just a tiny planet-like thing that zoomed right into my body." The little sprite lacked access to the prize pool of the blind box, so it too was in the dark about what Yin Shu had obtained. "What are you two talking about?" Ning Yu queried with curiosity. "What draw?" "I want to draw too." "It's none of your business, go play. I need to return to my room and study what I've drawn." Yin Shu hurried to her room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and settled into a recliner by the window. She lifted her shirt, glancing at herself. Apart from her attractive figure and smooth skin, there was nothing unusual. Then she recalled Yunzei's description of abilities, feeling warmth in the dantian and being able to summon power. This sensation was remarkably similar to her current experience. Could it be that the miniature planet was her ability? Taking a deep breath, Yin Shu focused, closing her eyes to sense her body's energy. She distinctly felt a change within her, a warm energy flowing through her limbs like a gentle stream, ultimately converging in her dantian. In her mind's eye, the image of that tiny planet materialized. She reached out, eyes wide with expectation, but her hand met nothing. Why isn't this little orb responding? She closed her eyes again, this time relinquishing the thought of summoning it, and instead attempting to immerse her consciousness within it. To her surprise, she was instantly drawn into the miniature planet. Gone were the ruins, the snow, and the strange creatures. Before her lay a lush expanse, approximately the size of a soccer field, with a few trees dotting the landscape under a vibrant blue sky and a warm climate. However, beyond this area, a thick white mist loomed. The grass flourished, reaching up to her calves, swaying gently in the breeze. Yet aside from the rustling leaves, there were no sounds of animals. Breathing in the fresh air, mingled with the sense of grass and earth, she felt as if she were a butterfly flitting about. This place was utterly enchanting. She crouched down to touch the blades of grass and plucked one. It was indeed real grass. The soil beneath her fingers was genuine as well. So, this was another realm? What lay beyond the white mist? She touched her ear, relieved to find her panda headband still intact. She was assured of her safety and could explore without worry. Thus, she ventured further afield. After walking for about 10 minutes, she reached the misty area. Upon entering, she found nothing, no ground, no grass, just an endless expanse of white fog. Yet, the moment she stepped inside, the location of the grassy field and all its details unfurled in her mind, as if she were in complete command. She silently willed return to the grassy field. In the blink of an eye, she was back on the verdant ground. She extended her hand toward a tree about 100 meters away, and a branch materialized in her grasp. Yin Shu was elated by this discovery. This place seemed to be a world that belonged to her. She pointed to the ground, and instantly, the earth began to swell, forming a small mound out of nowhere. She could manipulate the terrain. Could she also control the cycles of day and night, the winds, rains, and storms? Elated, she reveled in her newfound abilities. With a mere thought, clouds gathered overhead and lightning flashed. In the next instant, the sky cleared again. My goodness! Yin Shu felt as if her heart were connected to the very core of this land. She was the sovereign of this little world. Before long, fatigue began to set in, a consequence of her energy being depleted. Reluctantly, she withdrew from this enchanting realm. She had spent about an hour inside, and upon exiting, she noticed that an hour had also passed in the outside world. Boss, you finally emerged from your room. The little sprite greeted her, having already entertained several guests. Recently, it had taken advantage of the busy atmosphere, transforming into a human-sized figure to attract many female patrons, significantly boosting the hotel's revenue. Yin Shu yawned widely, exhaustion washing over her. I think I've drawn an ability. What? Ning Yu exclaimed, rushing closer. ISNT, your ability tied to this hotel? What do you mean you drew an ability? Yin Shu playfully tapped her forehead. I drew a second ability. Actually, it's my first one. The little sprite leaned in curiously. What kind of ability, boss? Yin Shu poured herself a glass of water, and Ning Yu, noticing, conjured a glass of sparkling lychee cherry water for her. After taking a sip, Yin Shu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, her fatigue slightly alleviated. That little orb seems to be an independent space. Before she could finish, Ning Yu exploded with excitement. Vocal. Spatial ability. You're amazing right now. Do you know how rare spatial abilities are? There are only 2 spatial ability users in the entire P-space, and they are highly valued, living without worry. Yin Shu chose not to elaborate further. Her spatial ability was not just any ordinary one. It was a miniature world. If Ning Yu were to discover this, she would likely scream with excitement. With this thought, Yin-Shu pondered whether, since it was a spatial ability, she could transfer real-world objects into her little world or bring things from their back out. Eager to experiment, she found her energy levels nearing depletion, preventing her from continuing. Taking a hefty gulp of her sparkling water, she felt a slight resurgence of energy within her. Chapter 68. It's you again, Yuzu. I sense that your sparkling water is rather extraordinary. Yin-Shu took another sip, carefully savoring it. Indeed, her energy levels had slightly increased. Ning Yu also conjured a cup for herself and took a sip. It wasn't particularly special, but the flavor was quite delightful. Your drink seems capable of replenishing the energy expended from abilities. After finishing the Sakura Lychee sparkling water, Yin-Shu noted that although her energy had not surged dramatically, it had certainly risen. If she were to wait for it to recover naturally, it would take at least half a day. The known best method was to absorb crystal cores, which, while effective, was also quite taxing on resources. If Ning Yu's drink could restore energy, it would be splendid. Yuzu, how many more can you make? After some thought, Ning Yu replied that she could still prepare about 4 more cups, having already served a guest who had spent generously. Then, please make me another cup of a different flavor. I wish to see if it can further boost my energy. Ning Yu pondered for a moment before conjuring a green drink that looked rather unappealing. What flavor is this? It appears quite unpalatable. Ning Yu grinned mischievously, urging her to try it. Yin-Shu took a sip and exclaimed, "Yuck." It tasted like a blend of bitter melon and cucumber. Truly dreadful. Ning Yu. Yin-Shu leapt to her feet, chasing after her, while Ning Yu dashed around the now empty shop, thankful that there were no customers to witness the commotion. Ultimately, adhering to the principle that wasting was shameful, Yin-Shu pinched her nose and downed a cup of bitter melon cucumber juice. Remarkably, her energy levels surged once more. With 2 cups consumed, she regained half of her energy. Excitedly, she grasped Ning Yu's hand, exclaiming, "It's true. Your drinks do restore energy." Ning Yu felt even more exhilarated upon hearing this. She had always regarded her ability as somewhat trivial. Though delicious and filling, it seemed to serve little other purpose, especially after being supported by Yin-Shu, which made her feel a tad guilty. Now that she discovered her ability could aid others in restoring energy, she realized her worth. At the very least, she could offer a drink when her dear friend was depleted. The day's events filled them both with joy, and after dinner, they retired for the night. The following morning, Yin-Shu tidied up and gathered her prepared items. Just as she was about to depart, Xie appeared at the hotel entrance. Snowflakes danced in the air, and though light, Xie held an umbrella, waiting for Yin-Shu outside the glass doors. Upon seeing her, he greeted her with a smile. As Yin-Shu stepped outside, Xie promptly tilted the umbrella towards her, causing the delicate snow to fall to the ground. A few flakes landed on his shoulder. "You can manage it yourself." Yin-Shu preferred not to be too close and pushed the umbrella back towards him. Xie chuckled helplessly and produced another umbrella, offering it to her. "Here, take this. Why didn't it oppose till you bring it out sooner? Are you trying to stage a Korean drama?" Yin-Shu accepted the umbrella without hesitation. They walked at a leisurely pace, taking about 40 minutes to reach the government building. They first headed to the liaison office. "Miss Yun, the base chief and other high-ranking officials are currently in a meeting discussing the potential for secondary mutations of the aberrants, so we will need to wait a while." Xie opened the door to the liaison office, and Yin-Shu nodded, indicating it was fine. Upon entering, Liu Yang recognized her. "Young lady, they have returned, rest assured. Your sister is perfectly fine. She merely misses you. However, it seems the base is experiencing some internal unrest. A coup, according to our liaison. You should consider bringing your sister back promptly." Yin-Shu felt relieved. As long as Yuan was safe, she could surmise the cause of the turmoil. According to Lin He and Lin Jue, the regime at that base relied heavily on Lin He for stability. Their father, the base chief, was merely a figurehead. Now that Lin He had been slain by the formidable Pei Saida, it was only natural for unrest to ensue. "Thank you so much." Yin-Shu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Xie then led her to the lounge. "Let us wait here. The meeting will likely last another hour." He poured her a glass of water with a few tea leaves, infusing it with a hint of fragrance. Miss Yin, do you also have a sister? Was she previously from that base? Yin Shu took a sip of water, smiling but remaining silent. Noticing he could not extract any information, Xie chose to remain quiet as well. The two enjoyed a serene moment, sipping their drinks and gazing at the snowy landscape outside. After waiting for over half an hour, the lounge door suddenly swung open. I want to see who has arrived. They say she is beautiful. Han Zhaowan barged in, causing the soldier on duty to wear a helpless expression. He dared not intervene. Upon spotting Yin Shu, Han Zhaowan took a step back. Recalling that Yin Shu was not accompanied by that imposing figurine, and remembering they were in her father's base, she gained some confidence and approached. Miss, what brings you here? I am entertaining guests. Xie stood up and poured Han Zhaowan a glass of cool water without tea, knowing she preferred it that way. Han Diovon pointed on accusing finger at Yin Shu. What guest? Her? She just bullied me. I was about to call my father to kick her and that shabby store out. Xie, clearly unaware of the past altercation between them, worried about offending Yin Shu and jeopardizing their transaction. He approached Han Zhaowan, softening his tone. Miss, the base chief will soon meet with Miss Yin. Perhaps you should return home for now? Han Zhaowan shot him a glare. What? Xie, are you siding with her now? Didn't an amp oppose till you say you liked me? Now that someone is bullying me, this is your attitude? Xie rubbed his temples. His declaration of affection was a distant memory from 4 or 5 years ago. They were merely high school students then, and he had since regarded her as a younger sister. Calm down, don't make a scene. Seeing that Xie was not taking her side, Han Zhaowan concluded that he must have developed feelings for Yin Shu. Spotting Yin Shu sipping tea nonchalantly, she grew furious and stepped forward, splashing the water she held towards Yin Shu. Yin Shu was caught off guard and got splashed with the cold water. Rising to her feet, she swiftly retaliated by throwing the remaining hot tea from her cup at Han Zhaowan. Han Zhaowan was doused with hot tea, a tea leaf sticking to her lashes. The water was not scalding, yet she felt her face burn with embarrassment, losing all dignity. Anger coursed through her as she clenched her fists, her powers spiraling out of control, releasing green smoke from her being. Stop it. Chapter 69, The Big Deal. Gu Paisai, the base commander, and the senior executives had just concluded their meeting. Upon hearing commotion nearby, they approached to investigate. The moment they recognized Han Zhaowan, they discreetly departed, leaving only Gu Paisai and Commander Han Lingjin behind. Han Lingjin's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Gu Paisai was employing his second ability, psychological insight and emotional control, attempting to quell Han Zhaowan's turmoil. Gradually, her emotions stabilized, but the exertion of her powers left her weak, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Surrounded by toxic fumes, no one dared to assist her. Thus, Han Zhaowan sat alone on the floor, her powers dissipating along with the green smoke. Zhaowan, what are you doing? Han Lingjin furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with seriousness. Gu Paisai stepped forward, offering Yin Shu a tissue. Are you all right? Yin Shu accepted the tissue, wiping away the moisture on her clothing. She had been wearing a panda headband, rendering Han Zhaowan's powers ineffective against her. I'm fine. Xie silently retracted her own tissue-clenching hand and handed it to Han Zhaowan. In a fit of anger, Han Zhaowan swatted the tissue away. Daddy, it's this woman. Look what she splashed on me. Han Lingjin pulled Han Zhaowan to her feet. Zhaowan, you're being willful again. This is a distinguished guest of mine. Nevertheless, upon seeing his daughter drenched in tea, he felt a pang of pity, even though he knew she had instigated the incident. He extended a hand to wipe her face with a tissue. Miss Yin, there is no need for such actions. My daughter did not intend any harm. Yin Shu's temper flared instantly. Was Commander Han implying that she had somehow controlled Han Zhaowan's hand to splash tea on herself? Han Lingjin, sensing the girl and Appo's displeasure, felt his composure slipping, adding to his irritation. Gu Paisai subtly positioned himself to shield Yin Shu. Ultimately, Han Lingjin, a seasoned strategist, donned a smile. Let us consider this a misunderstanding. Miss Yin, might we discuss the procurement of supplies? Before Yin Shu could respond, Han Zhou interjected, unwilling to relent. She watched as Gu Paisai handed Yin Shu a tissue and shielded her. Grabbing the corner of Gu Paisai's sleeve, she implored, "Brother Gu, are you very familiar with this sister? It was Jiawan's fault just now." Gu Paisai tugged his sleeve free. "Since you acknowledge your mistake, apologize to her." Han Jiawan was taken aback by his response, feeling a lump form in her throat. "I accidentally spilled water and didn't amp. Amp, oppose. T mean to get on sister. I and amp, oppose. I'm sorry. It's fine that she splashed tea on me. It was my fault from the start." Yin Shu rolled her eyes in silence. No wonder she disliked tea. She was already too much like it. Indifferent, Yin Shu shifted her attention back to Han Lingjin. "Commander, I have prepared the list. Can we discuss the business now?" Han Lingjin's expression was begrudging, yet the items in Yin Shu's possession were indeed what he required. Moreover, he had yet to gauge the depth of her abilities, finding her influence increasingly enigmatic. Thus, he chose to tread carefully. "Of course, Miss Yin, please proceed." Only Yin Shu, Han Lingjin, and Xie Xinglan, his loyal aide, entered the conference room. Yin Shu produced the pre-prepared price list, which Xie Xinglan promptly handed to Han Lingjin. "Commander, this is the list of items our store is willing to wholesale to your base. Please take a look." Han Lingjin and amp, oppose. His eyes widened in astonishment as he scanned the list, which included not only daily necessities like soap, toothpaste, and tissues, but also compressed biscuits, chocolate, and even medicinal items such as alcohol, anti-inflammatory drugs, and antibiotics. Most astonishing was the inclusion of fresh foods like sweet and sour ribs. "Miss Yin, do you realize the scale of our procurement? Do you have sufficient stock?" Han Lingjin unconsciously began to refer to her as Miss Yin. Yin Shu replied with an air of nonchalance, "Rest assured, I have as much as you require. However, our store does not extend credit and requires a full payment up front." At that moment, Han Lingjin felt immense relief that he had not offended this young lady. He was increasingly convinced that she had formidable backing. Yet, this realization also troubled him, for it was evident to any observant individual that Yin Shu and Gu Paisai shared a close rapport. With Yin Shu's assistance and Gu Paisai's extraordinary dual abilities, his position as base commander might soon become precarious. After careful consideration, Han Lingjin finalized an order worth a staggering 23,000 crystal points. And this was merely the initial batch. More purchases could very well follow. As Yin Shu departed, her smile radiated pure joy, a genuine expression of delight at the prospect of receiving such a substantial sum. Upon reaching the first floor, Yin Shu noticed a tall figure waiting by the entrance. Aside from Xie Xinglan stood behind her, escorting her. Upon spotting her, Gu Paisai approached, addressing Xie Xinglan. "I can take it from here. You may return." Xie Xinglan had no choice but to comply. Seeing Xie Xinglan so obedient to Gu Paisai, coupled with Han Jiawan's earlier reference to Gu Paisai as Brother Gu, Yin Shu realized that he had been concealing his true identity from her. "You're not called Gu Paisai?" Yin Shu inquired. Gu Paisai smiled, enjoying her use of his first name, but recognized that the truth could no longer remain hidden. "I'm Gu Paisai." "Oh, so you aren't involved in procurement. Otherwise, why didn't the commander send you to meet with me earlier?" "Indeed, I am not in procurement. When did I ever claim to be?" Yin Shu considered this and realized he had never stated such. It had merely been her assumption. "Are you two not on good terms?" Gu Paisai shook his head, avoiding the topic and instead addressing the matter of Han Jiawan. "If you encounter that girl again and find it difficult to handle, contact me. Her ability is toxic, so be cautious." As he spoke, he retrieved Yin Shu's phone from his pocket and handed it to her. Upon receiving the phone, Yin Shu felt its warmth, as if it had been held there for quite some time. "All right, but if I end up in a conflict with her, I won't cause you any trouble, will I?" Yin Shu genuinely wished to confront Han Jiawan, her mind drifting back to the earlier incident with the tea. However, considering Gu Paisai had been a supportive ally, she hesitated to create any issues for him. Gu Paisai observed Yin Shu, noticing the sparkle in her eyes and the soft mist of breath she exhaled, reminiscent of cotton candy. "No, just avoid getting hurt." Chapter 70. The Coom. She must not be harmed. Yin Shu pouted and fell silent, unaware that Gu Paisai merely meant for her to be cautious. As they trudged through the snow back to the hotel, Gu Paisai soon vanished into the fabric of time and space, prompting Yin Shu to realize that he could have effortlessly transported her home. Why then did they walk through the snow for so long? Yin girl, how did it go? As soon as she entered, Yu Yangyang rushed over, her expression fraught with concern. Yin Shu smiled. The base sent word, your sister is well and misses you dearly. However, there is a possibility of a coup. Do you plan to return or bring your sister here to stay? Upon hearing Yin Shu's words, Yu Yangyang's anxiety dissipated in an instant. The tension that had gripped her finally eased, and she felt considerably lighter. Yet, with the coup looming, she found herself deep in thought. Your health has improved significantly. If you wish to bring your sister over, you will need to pay for the crystal cores, Yin Shu added, mindful that her hotel did not accommodate idlers. Yu Yangyang reflected on her days at the base, where she completed various tasks merely to ensure her sister did not go hungry. They had shared a cramped room, with only a few tattered quilts salvaged from outside to keep warm. Each night was cold and hard. In contrast, Yin Shu's hotel promised warmth and security. Each time she embarked on a mission, she was consumed with worry for her sister, often needing to entrust her to others. But if they moved to the hotel, everything would be different. With Yin Shu and Amp, Oppos, as protection, they would be safe, and she could seek crystal cores without additional concerns. Thus, she resolved quickly, I want to bring my sister here. I will find the crystal cores. Yin Shu was delighted to have another guest, and felt joy at her decision. Very well, let's help each other completely. After my meal, I will accompany you to fetch your sister. Yin Shu had just earned 23,000 crystal cores and decided to use a group teleportation voucher to bring both Yu Yangyang and her sister back to the hotel. Thank you, Yin girl. I will always remember your kindness and repay you whenever I am able. Yin Shu, however, did not seek repayment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. During dinner, she spent 500 crystal cores to unlock several new dishes. Millet porridge, 8 treasure porridge, mango, crispy fried pork, and cumin lamb. She summoned the little sprite and Ning Yu Yu, and the three of them indulged in a hearty feast, even sending a bowl of 8 treasure porridge to the still recovering Yu Yangyang. After the meal, Yin Shu led Yu Yangyang back to her small base. Upon arriving at the entrance, Yin Shu noticed a palpable change in atmosphere. Previously, many soldiers stood guard in an orderly fashion, but now there were only 3 or 5 on duty. The number of people in the base had increased, and many wore expressions of discontent. An air of tension pervaded the entire base. Today, no one was allowed to venture out for supplies, likely indicating that the higher-ups were too preoccupied with internal strife. Having assisted with many tasks in the past, Yu Yangyang quickly assessed the situation. Go find your sister, she urged. All right. Yu Yangyang led Yin Shu into a building, racing up the stairs to the 7th floor. Yangyang, you're finally back. We haven't seen you for several days. A woman in her 40s approached, grabbing Yu Yangyang's hand. This was Aunt Wang, who had often been entrusted with caring for Yu Yangyang's sister and was a neighbor before the apocalypse. Aunt Wang, what has happened at the base? Why hasn't anyone been allowed to search for supplies? Aunt Wang lowered her voice. It is said that the Lin family is in trouble, and the management is currently in a power struggle. The people from the peace base want to take over, but our base's leaders are unwilling to yield. Things are likely to get chaotic. Yin Shu and Yu Yangyang exchanged glances, and Yu Yangyang bid farewell to Aunt Wang before leading Yin Shu into her room. As soon as they entered, a little girl rushed over and threw herself into Yu Yangyang and Amp, Oppos, arms. Sister, where you been? Yu Yangyang cried, her voice trembling but stifled to avoid wailing. Shu, sister went to find some delicious food. Would you like to eat something good? Yu Yangyang clung tightly to her sister. No, I don't want anything good. I just want you here. Watching the tender scene unfold, Yin Shu felt a pang of reluctance to interrupt, yet a sense of foreboding gnawed at her. Quickly gather your things. We must leave at once, she urged. Okay. Yu Yangyang looked puzzled. Sister, who is this? Where are we going? I'll explain in a moment. Just hurry and pack your belongings. They had little to pack and soon readied a small bag. Just as Yin Shu prepared to take out the talisman paper, a deafening gunshot erupted from outside the building. Bang! Yu Yangyang jumped in fright, and Yin Shu was startled as well. The gunfire seemed to signal chaos, quickly merging with screams and cries of despair. It's over. They are really fighting among themselves. This commotion is sure to attract the creatures. Yu Yangyang fretted. Yin Shu could not fathom why humanity would overlook what truly mattered for the sake of power. In the apocalypse, the real threat was the creatures outside. Yet, they chose to engage in warfare, risking drawing the creatures closer. Would they not all perish in the end? We must hurry and tell the soldiers at the gate to open the doors and evacuate everyone. Otherwise, those trapped here will surely die. Yu Yangyang grasped Yin Shu's arm. To her surprise, Yin Shu shook her head. No, we're going back. Huh? Yu Yangyang was taken aback. People are not foolish. They know when to flee. You and I are mere bystanders. The soldiers at the gate will open the doors if they wish, and if not, they will ignore us. We're going back to the hotel. Yin Shu had no desire to meddle in this turmoil. She was merely a fortunate survivor, not a creator. Even with her hotel and unique abilities, she remained a survivor in this harsh reality. Thus, she resolutely refused to involve herself in the base's coup. Seeing that Yin Shu had made her decision, Yu Yangyang ceased to press the issue, only wishing for Yin Shu to take Aunt Wang along as well. Yin Shu's voucher could accommodate more than one person, and she was not opposed to bringing someone else along. All right, go fetch Aunt Wang quickly. With Yin Shu's affirming response, Yu Yangyang dashed out. Chapter 71. Renovation. Wang Lijuan's home was nearly deserted. Thus, when Yu Yangyang called out to her, she promptly gathered her belongings and set off with Yu Yangyang and Yu Nuanyuan. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Otherwise, who will look after little Nuanyuan? Let us go. Upon hearing the sounds of gunfire outside, Yu Nuanyuan, frightened, clutched Wang Lijuan's hand. The three swiftly returned. Yin Shu extended her hand, and a sheet of paper materialized at her fingertips. With a flick, the paper ignited spontaneously. Yu Nuanyuan gazed in admiration. In the next moment, the four vanished from the small base and reappeared in Yin Shu's main store. The peace base cannot accommodate just anyone, so I could only bring you to my main store, Yin Shu explained. Yu Yangyang, having never visited the main store, was astonished to see it was not like the base, but rather a bright and fragile glass door. She quickly pulled Yu Nuanyuan into a corner. She had intended to bring her family into the peace base, which is why she sought out Yin Shu, but she hadn't anticipated being outside. This was perilously dangerous. That flimsy glass door could be breached by mutated creatures at any moment. Boss Yun, this seems rather unsafe, she expressed, her tone filled with concern for their future. While she could manage on her own, she now had to care for both Wang Lijuan and Yu Nuanyuan. Wang Lijuan's abilities were merely a low-level water power, lacking any offensive capability. She hurriedly crouched down to take cover. Where are we? How do we suddenly end up here? Yangyang, protect your sister. Wang Lijuan shielded the two girls behind her, anxiously watching the glass door, fearful of a sudden attack from a mutated creature. Rest assured, no mutated creatures can see us here. This is my domain, Yin Shu assured them from the front desk. Her voice, clear and strong, alleviated some of their fears. Yu Yangyang was the first to stand. A domain? Yes. The mutated creatures outside cannot perceive what occurs within the hotel, but once you step outside, it becomes unsafe. Hearing this from Yin Shu eased Yu Yangyang's mind. Wang Lijuan, unfamiliar with Yin Shu, was naturally skeptical. Yangyang, who is this girl? Where have we come? Yu Yangyang grasped Wang Lijuan's hand and helped her to her feet. Aunt Wang, do not worry, this is Boss Yin. She saved me a couple of days ago. We are currently in her hotel, so let us settle in for now. Yu Yangyang patted her inner pocket, where she had stashed a mid-level crystal core and 7 low-level crystal cores, her entire savings since the apocalypse began. Boss, how much for a room? Ultimately, she decided on a single room, planning to take turns sleeping with Yu Nuanyuan while the other slept on the floor. Yin Shu's focus was not on them. She was busy examining the employee interface. The total account balance for the hotel stood at 170 crystal cores. She intended to upgrade her little sprite and little flying elephant. The little sprite, who had been accompanying her at the main store, alighted on Yin Shu's shoulder upon seeing her access the employee interface. Boss, are you planning to upgrade us? Indeed, Yin Shu replied. The little flying elephant, eager for its upgrade, nuzzled Yin Shu's leg. Thank you, boss. Yin Shu smiled. Silly child, an upgrade will make your work much easier. She spent 5 000 crystal cores to elevate the little sprite to level 5. Instantly, it shimmered with golden light and spun around. Its skin texture became more refined, and its transformation into human size was restored to 3 hours. Its movements became more agile, and the power of its arrow attack returned, allowing it to shoot 10 arrows daily. Ha ha ha, boss, you're so good. Am I not handsome now? The little sprite flew before Yinshu, striking what it deemed the most dashing pose. Handsome indeed. Now go play, Yinshu said, gently nudging it away with her finger. She began upgrading the little flying elephant. The little flying elephant could hardly contain its excitement. Yinshu spent 7,000 crystal cores to elevate it 2 levels to level 4. As the radiant glow faded, a lively, lifelike little elephant appeared before Yinshu. Though its joints still bore traces of being a toy, it resembled a real little elephant, looking particularly adorable. The wheels it had been standing on vanished, replaced by 4 agile legs. Boss, yay, I'm level 4 now. The little flying elephant rubbed against Yinshu and Amp, Oppo's S-leg, its childish voice now flowing more smoothly. Well done, Yinshu said, affectionately patting its little head. The little flying elephant closed its eyes in contentment. Wow, Dad, there's a little elephant here. Yuan Zhuang's family happened to emerge from a room, and his daughter, Yuan Xinyu, immediately spotted the little flying elephant. She tugged at Yuan Zhuang's hand, whispering excitedly. Yuan Zhuang patted his daughter's head. Xinyu, don't touch anything without permission, understand? I know, she replied, her eyes darting back to the little flying elephant before noticing Yuan standing in the room. The 2 young girls, of similar ages, exchanged curious glances. Yuan Zhuang had also taken note of the 3 unfamiliar individuals in the room. Brother Yuan, out hunting mutated creatures? Yinshu inquired. Yuan Zhuang scratched his head. What about you? I just came out to check if the restaurant was open. The kids are clamoring for buns. Ever since he brought his family to the hotel, his daughter and wife had not gone hungry. While they could not afford vegetables, having large buns and porridge was already a blessing. He didn't ask Yinshu any further questions, leading Yuan Xinyu to the restaurant. Yuan watched eagerly. Sister, I want to eat buns too. Only then did Yang remember that she had recharged her card, enough to buy food. Aunt Wang, Yuan, I'll take you in to eat. Saying this, she led her family to the restaurant. As the number of guests in the main store increased, Yinshu's room began to feel insufficient. 2 single rooms were occupied by Ji Bing and Yuan Zhuang's family, leaving no room for Yu Yangyang's family. Seizing the opportunity with her available crystal cores, Yinshu decided to renovate the hotel. She first expanded the 2 single rooms, increasing the total to 4 single rooms and 2 double rooms, numbered 0106. Then, she purchased several potted plants. 1 was placed at the entrance of the glass door, 1 in her room, and 2 in the restaurant. The vibrant green leaves breathed new life into the previously dull hotel. Finally, she gritted her teeth and installed a 50-inch television on the living room wall, adding 5 or 6 small stools and a new table. Having completed these purchases, she found her crystal cores dwindling to 500. The entire hotel was revitalized, particularly with the addition of the television. With the entertainment facilities in place, the overall sense of happiness was significantly enhanced, alleviating stress and promoting a more harmonious atmosphere. In the future, guests at the hotel could gather together to watch television. Chapter 72. The beverage ability. The living room was empty, as everyone had gone to the dining room for a meal, leaving the significant transformation unnoticed for the time being. Yinshu, having completed the renovations, instructed the little sprite. Soon, after Yu Yangyang's family finished dining, she planned to have the trio stay in room 03. All right, understood. Where are you headed, boss? I'm going to the branch store to discuss our abilities with Ning Yuyu. The other day, she merely formed a preliminary hypothesis, realizing that Ning Yuyu's beverage ability could assist individuals in restoring their energy levels. However, the precise amount it could restore and the varying effects of each beverage remain uncertain. Moreover, she had yet to fully comprehend her own unique ability. Having taken a brief respite, her energy levels were replenished, and she was ready to conduct more experiments. She turned the key and instantly arrived at the branch store. Ning Yuyu was bustling about, attending to the customers. Upon seeing Yunshu, she quickly beckoned her over. Hurry. There are quite a few customers. Help me out for a bit. The reputation of the branch store had soared, attracting a steady stream of visitors eager to purchase items. To accommodate this, Yunshu established operational hours. The store opened at 8 in the morning and closed at 5 in the evening, remaining closed on weekends, granting the staff some time off. Even before opening, long queues formed outside as patrons awaited their meals, necessitating supervision. Consequently, Ningyu had been occupied for quite some time. Wait a moment, I'll call the little sprite over, and we can delve into the study of our abilities together. Great, that would be perfect. My throat feels nearly hoarse. Ningyu exclaimed, collapsing onto a chair at the thought of a break. Yunshu summoned the little sprite while instructing the little flying elephant to keep watch. She then led Ningyu into the owner's bedroom. Once inside, Yunshu closed and locked the door, drawing the curtains. Ningyu, observing this, crossed her arms and remarked, "What are you doing? My feelings for you are purely sisterly. Even if you are now breathtakingly beautiful, I cannot engage in any indecent conduct with you. Get lost," Yunshu retorted, settling comfortably on the bed. She tossed 2 primary energy crystals at Ningyu. Having served 3 drinks to customers that day, her energy levels were not fully replenished and required restoration. I'll enter the little world and expend some energy. During that time, you can absorb the crystals to replenish your energy levels. Once I exhaust my energy, we shall see how much your beverages can restore. Ningyu caught the primary crystals and nodded. All right, go ahead. Yunshu closed her eyes, attuning herself to her little world, and then vanished from the room. Wow, that's incredible, Ningyu exclaimed, waving her hands in the air in astonishment at Yunshu's instantaneous disappearance. Meanwhile, Yunshu found herself in a grassy field, where everything was just as she had left it. Blue skies, white clouds, green grass, and tall trees. She crouched down, pulling up a blade of grass, roots and all, soil clinging to it. Then she silently wished to access her little world, only to find that while she had emerged, the dirt in her hand had followed her. Yet the grass had not. Ningyu was taken aback by Yunshu's swift return, noticing the dirt in her hand. "What are you?" Before she could finish her question, Yunshu returned to her little world. The grass she had just pulled lay freshly on the ground. Does this mean that living plants cannot be taken out of the little world? Yunshu pondered, tugging at another blade of grass. She emerged from her little world again, successfully bringing the leaf along this time. She repeated this experiment multiple times, concluding that living organisms could neither be brought in nor taken out, be they animals or plants. In contrast, inanimate objects could be brought in, but the larger the item, the more energy it consumed. After these experiments, her energy levels were nearly depleted. When she exited her little world, beads of sweat formed on her forehead due to the excessive energy expenditure, leaving her fatigued. Ningyu quickly caught her. "Are you all right? Have you exhausted your energy?" Yunshu nodded. "I'm fine." Although she felt tired, her spirit was invigorated. Possessing the little world as an ability meant she could access its resources infinitely. Within her little world, she was akin to a deity, capable of controlling the growth of plants. However, she could not alter or introduce new species. For instance, if her little world contained only 20 types of plants, she could only manifest those same 20. These plants could be plucked and brought into the real world. Furthermore, this also implied she had access to an immense storage space. Any inanimate object from the real world could be stored within her little world, and she could even pause time inside it, allowing items to remain eternally fresh. Ningyu wiped the sweat from her brow. "Can we start making beverages now? I've absorbed a crystal, and my energy levels are fully restored." Ningyu rubbed her hands together, eager to begin. She, too, was curious to see how much energy her ability could restore for Yunshu. "All right, let's do this." Ningyu had already prepared 7 cups, neatly arranged on the small table in Yunshu's room. With a wave of her hand, she brushed across the rims of the cups, and they filled with vibrant, colorful beverages. The first cup contained lime pineapple juice, the second was watermelon juice. The third was wheat juice, essentially beer, and the fourth was rose, sparkling water. Ningyu recounted the drinks with pride. The 7 vividly colored juices looked splendid on the table. Yunshu picked up the first cup and drank heartily. The refreshing lime combined with the sweet and sour pineapple created a chilling beverage that alleviated much of her fatigue. She checked her energy levels and found they had returned to about 1/5. After finishing the second cup of watermelon juice, she felt quite full. These juices are enormous. Can you make them more concentrated? Yin Shu queried, eyeing the remaining 5 sizable cups. Ning Yuyu beamed with pride. This is what I call great value. What do you know? In truth, she was unsure of how to create a concentrated version. Yin Shu gestured for a pause and dashed to the restroom. Upon returning, she noted that her energy levels had recovered to roughly 2/5. Does the energy cost remain the same for each beverage you make? Ning Yuyu pondered for a moment. Not exactly. The more complex the drink, the greater the energy cost. For instance, the lime pineapple juice is more intricate to prepare than the watermelon juice. Yin Shu formed a hypothesis in her mind. Ning Yuyu pushed the third cup of beer forward, eagerly watching Yin Shu. Hey, the third cup is wheat juice. Chapter 73. Delightful television moments. Yin Shu took a moment to relax, sipping a refreshing beer. The cool liquid flowed down her throat, and she savored the taste. Although she initially intended to gulp it down in one go, she found herself too full and had to take small sips, eventually making another trip to the restroom. Feeling the surge of energy within her, she noted that she had regained a significant amount, more than from the second drink, but less than from the first. Ning Yuyu contemplated that the energy consumed in making her drinks was greater for the second than for the third, yet still less than the first. It seemed that the more energy Ning Yuyu expended in crafting a beverage, the more energy one could recover from it. Try drinking one yourself, and see if your energy increases, Yin Shu mused, intrigued by the fact that Ning Yuyu's concoctions restored slightly more energy than they consumed. If she could replenish her own energy, it would be akin to possessing a unique form of supernatural perpetual motion. Encouraged, she urged Ning Yuyu to give it a try. Although Ning Yuyu had previously consumed several drinks without noticing any effects, she complied under Yin Shu's eager gaze and took a sip. As anticipated, there was no increase in her energy levels. So, your own drinks have no effect on you, she concluded. No, there's no energy gain, Yin Shu affirmed. This means your ability serves as an auxiliary power. Yin Shu was pleasantly surprised by the discovery. While others might take an hour to absorb a crystal core for recovery, Ning Yuyu's beverages could be consumed in mere seconds. You are truly remarkable, Yuyu. With Yin Shu's compliments, Ning Yuyu stood a little taller with pride. Finishing her drink, Yin Shu restored her energy to full capacity and retreated to her miniature world. She was curious to explore whether it contained only plants and no animals. Listening intently to the birds, she realized there were none. Next, she knelt to inspect the grass for locusts but found none. Ultimately, she even altered the weather to a light rain, turning the soil in search of earthworms, yet still found nothing. Though the absence of animals was disappointing, at least there were plants. She focused her attention on the vegetation within her little world. Possessing the power to manipulate time, she gradually adjusted the seasons, observing the changes around her. Leaves flourished and withered, as if an entire year had been compressed into mere moments. As she surveyed her basketball court-sized realm, she noticed some wild fruits on the ground and trees. Adjusting the time again, she picked several fruits, raspberries, blackberries, and small wild pears. While blackberries were inedible, the raspberries were deliciously tart and sweet. The wild pears, however, were hard, distinctly different from cultivated varieties, and quite sour. The only truly delectable fruit was the raspberries. These fruits appeared somewhat primitive, hinting at a lack of human cultivation. Yin Shu gathered a handful of raspberries, attempting to take some with her. To her delight, she succeeded. Ning Yu was astonished to see Yin Shu appear with a large stash of raspberries tucked in her clothes, her white attire stained with red juice. Her fingers and mouth similarly tinted. The sight was comical. Goodness, where have you been? Are these raspberries edible? Ning Yu inquired. Yin Shu placed the raspberries on the table. Yes, they are deliciously sweet and tangy. Go ahead and try them. We have an abundance. She envisioned a future where raspberry freedom was a reality. There were also numerous wild vegetables, which she could pair with some bean paste for a nutritious and tasty meal. Freshly picked, the vegetables even glistened with morning dew, and she imagined the astonished faces of those at the base when they saw such bounty. After washing the juice from her hands and face, she changed into another pristine white dress and closed her small establishment, joining Ning Yu at the main venue. By the time they arrived, it was nearly dinner time, and the atmosphere was lively with everyone gathered in the hall. There were Yu Yangyang and his companions, Yuan Zhuang and his group, as well as Ji Bing. Alongside the diligent little elephant cleaning the floor, the sprite figuring out how to operate the television, and the newly arrived Yun Shu and Ning Yu. With 11 people present, the room buzzed with warmth and camaraderie, dispelling the tension of the apocalypse. Everyone felt secure living together, free from the worry of hunger, and they interacted harmoniously. They were engaged in animated discussions about what might be broadcasted on the television. Ji Bing was the first to spot Yun Shu. "Boss Yun, quickly sit in the middle. You've installed a television for us, and everyone is thrilled." Yun Shu was ushered to the center, where the group eagerly cleared the 2 seats for her and Ning Yu. "This television is complimentary. However, I hope we can avoid disputes over channel changes. It's merely a source of entertainment, and as our establishment flourishes, we shall offer even more such amusements." Yin Shu set the ground rules before sweetening the deal. The group readily agreed. Yet, Yin Shu was not merely making empty promises. She was inherently optimistic and believed in savoring the moment, even amidst adversity. She envisioned the television as just the beginning. In the future, she planned to acquire speakers, establish a small bar, create a library, build a gym, and perhaps even a Dolby Sound indoor cinema, complete with a temperature-controlled swimming pool. In short, as long as she had the means, she was determined to create the perfect hotel that aligned with her desires, ensuring that the luxuries missed before the apocalypse would be fully realized afterward. After a few minutes of tinkering, the sprite finally managed to turn on the television. The remote control naturally found its way into Yun Shu's hands. Given the presence of the 2 children, Yun Shu opted for the most universally appealing program, Animal Planet. While the show might have seemed mundane in the past, in a world where ice and snow prevailed and flora and fauna were nearly extinct, the vibrant life portrayed in Animal Planet became a beacon of hope for all. Children and adults alike were captivated by the sights of the African savanna. Yun Shu, too, was drawn in by the expansive landscapes displayed on the screen. She pondered how wonderful it would be if her own little world could expand to include vast oceans and continents, teeming with countless species and diverse wildlife, perhaps even accommodating human habitation. Chapter 74. News of the other species that evening. The hotel was splendid. Regardless of what anyone dined upon, no one went hungry. No matter which room they occupied, no one felt the chill. Gathered together, they watched the wonders of the animal kingdom. Thus, when the next day dawned to reveal swathes of other species outside, the previous night felt like a beautiful dream, starkly contrasted by the brutal reality before them. None dared to venture outside. Everyone remained in the lobby, anxiously gazing out the windows. Good heavens, how many of these creatures were there? Wang Lijuan tightly clasped Yuan's small hand, her voice trembling as she surveyed the dense throng of other species outside. Even though the beautiful proprietress assured them that the creatures could not perceive the hotel, her fear was palpable. The 2 young girls, Yuan and Yuan Sinyu, had already sought refuge behind the adults, while Yun Shu wore a grave expression, her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene outside. What was once a street with only a few other species now teemed with at least 100. Marching in orderly formation towards the small base where Yu Yangyang and her companions resided. This was dire. It appeared that the commotion from that direction had attracted a multitude of these beings. Yin Shu donned a tattered coat, wrapping herself snugly in a mask, scarf, and hat, and adorned herself with her panda headband and warm, fluffy wristband. She resolved to visit the branch store to inquire whether Gu Paisai had any findings regarding the secondary mutations of the other species. Such results, once discovered, would not be disclosed to the public without thorough preparation. Yet, often by the time such information was made available, it was already too late for the masses. Observing the orderly advance of the creatures outside, Yin Shu felt a chill run down her spine. If these beings learned to converge in their hundreds or thousands to assault the base, humanity would truly be facing annihilation. Though her hotel remained unscathed, it was a hollow victory. If her kind were to be eradicated, what purpose would a solitary, dilapidated hotel serve? Thus, Yin Shu, filled with genuine concern, bid her farewells and hurried to the branch store. Upon arrival, she hung a temporarily closed sign and made her way directly to the administrative building. The last time Gu Paisai had escorted her back to the hotel, he had returned her phone. Before coming to the branch, she had recorded a brief video. As she walked, she sent a message to Gu Paisai. Yin Shu, have there been any updates regarding the mutations of the other species? I just saw a large number heading towards a small base. Would you like to see the footage? However, Gu Paisai did not respond for quite some time, as he had been tirelessly engaged in work for 2 days and nights. Ling Xi's research indicated that these creatures had indeed undergone some mutations, granting them a rudimentary form of intelligence, while simultaneously intensifying their craving for flesh. Moreover, with consumption, further mutations were possible. The higher-ups at the base had been preoccupied with this matter lately. As Yin Shu strolled down the street, she noticed that panic had already begun to set in among the populace, with frequent mentions of the madness of the other species echoing around her. By the time she reached the entrance of the administrative building, there was still no reply from Gu Paisai. Unable to enter, she lingered at the door, hoping for a chance to speak with him. After a few minutes, 2 patrolling ability users approached, instructing her to leave and not linger there. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, she had intentionally dressed in shabby attire, which likely contributed to their dismissal of her. Hello, I'm a friend of Gu Paisai. Could you please inform him that I need to speak with him? Or perhaps summon the assistant to the base leader. The 2 ability users exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. What did you say? You're a friend of Commander Gu, and you expect us to fetch the assistant to the base leader? Haha, where did this drifter come from? Off you go. There are plenty of people wanting to see the commander, so hurry along. Yin Shu did not hold it against them. All they needed to do was relay her message, and they would verify the truth of her claim. My name is Yin Shu. I kindly ask you to pass that along. To her surprise, the 2 crossed their arms, regarding her as if she were a joke. You beggar, and you dare to instruct us? With the time you're wasting here, you'd be better off scavenging for something to eat. I've seen plenty like you. You just want to cling to the commander. If you don't leave, we might have to take action. Yin Shu was rendered speechless, but the urgency of the situation compelled her. Although she wished to avoid entanglement in the turmoil of the small base, witnessing the horde of other species advancing in that direction and recognizing their apparent abnormality, she knew that ignoring this would mean Peace Base would soon be surrounded, and then her business would be in jeopardy. Other matters could wait, but losing her livelihood was not an option. Frustrated, she realized that she had only stored Gu Paisai's contact information in her phone. Had she known, she would have saved Xiexinglan S as well. Meanwhile, Gu Paisai was in the midst of a meeting, seated by a floor-to-ceiling window. Casually glancing out, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance of the administrative building. Although clad in tattered garments that made her resemble a stray ragdoll, he recognized her instantly. She must have something important to discuss. Apologies, please continue, he said, signaling to Han Jiao before exiting the conference room. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that Yin Shu had messaged him half an hour earlier. With no time to reply, he opened a portal and instantaneously arrived on the first floor. The 2 patrolling ability users were still mocking her, with one even raising his hand, flames dancing upon it, clearly threatening her to leave or face consequences. Are you leaving or not? It's irritating enough to be on duty. Gu Paisai seized the wrist of the ability user, extinguishing the flames with a firm grip. Oh, is it bothersome then? The 2 patrolling users turned to face Gu Paisai, their expressions frozen in shock. Could it be that this ragged drifter truly knew Commander Gu? No, it's all a misunderstanding, Commander. Gu Paisai dismissed them with a wave. Your duty as guards is to be vigilant of any anomalies and report them promptly. Since you 2 seem dissatisfied with this responsibility, you are relieved from your posts and are to report to the logistics team. The 2 were struck like lightning. They had merely made a passing remark and had no intention of relinquishing their posts. Standing guard at the entrance, though dull, was a safe and respected position, one of the more respectable roles within the base. However, the logistics team was an entirely different story, where they would be required to heed orders and venture out to gather supplies, a position fraught with hardship and danger. This was it. Everything was lost. Their faces drained of color, yet they dared not protest. Filled with regret, They shot a resentful glare at Yunshu before slinking away. Apologies for the delay. I was in a meeting. I just saw your message. Please come in. Gu Paisai opened the door for Yunshu, gesturing for her to enter. Chapter 75. Joining the 5th Abilities team, Yunshu stepped inside, and Gu Paisai led her directly to his office. This was Yunshu's first visit to his workspace. Upon entering, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is larger than my entire hotel." It seemed that the apocalypse had only affected the lower classes. Individuals like Gu Paisai, belonging to the upper echelons, continued to thrive. The spacious office boasted flawless marble tiles and pristine white walls, free from any blemish. A grand floor-to-ceiling window illuminated the room, offering a bright view even in the absence of sunlight, allowing one to gaze upon the outskirts of the base. To Yunshu's surprise, a large bookshelf occupied one wall. Was it possible that someone was still reading amidst the apocalypse? The books displayed were dust-free, suggesting either daily cleaning or frequent use. The shelf contained not only military and political tomes, but also celebrated literary classics and a few art books tucked into a corner. The office was devoid of greenery. Yet everything else aligned perfectly with Yunshu's impression of a commanding officer's domain. Almost instinctively, Yunshu blurted out, "How about I bring you a couple of potted plants? Your office could use some greenery." Gu Paisai and Oppos. His heart lifted at the thought of receiving a gift, but his expression shifted when he heard her mention the lack of plants. "No need for that," he replied. Yunshu dismissed his words, thinking that officials often refrained from receiving gifts. She intended to simply present them, perhaps even attaching a note at the hotel entrance. Political magnate spoiled by his own charm. Gu Paisai had already pulled out a chair for her and poured a glass of water. As Yunshu settled down, she pushed aside her strange thoughts and opened her phone to play a recorded video. It depicted swathes of mutated creatures surging in unison, some trampling over others that had fallen. A serious expression crept on Gu Paisai's face. "You should avoid going out for the time being. Significant events may unfold. If resources at the hotel are limited, refrain from selling any further." Yunshu nodded. Preliminary research on the second mutation of these creatures had suggested a potential for rudimentary thought and even enhancements in physical abilities or sensory perception. Does that mean they might possess abilities similar to humans? Gu Paisai seemed to sense her concern. Indeed, as he surmised, it won't be long before these creatures begin exhibiting powers. Throughout the journey back to the hotel, Yunshu's mind was preoccupied with these revelations. The advantages of humanity rested upon intellect, technology, and the ability to absorb crystal cores for evolution. Meanwhile, the mutated creatures possessed the benefits of being pain-free, tireless, capable of infecting humans, and potentially developing their own abilities. This posed a formidable challenge for humanity. Upon returning to the main hotel, she noted that the hordes of mutated creatures had dispersed. The streets were in disarray, littered with remnants of the creatures, some having been crushed by their own kind. Guests in the hotel hesitated before venturing outside to scavenge for crystal cores, relieved that a second wave of mutated creatures had not emerged. Observing Yuan Zhuang and Ji Bing scouring for cores, Yunshu suddenly had an epiphany. As long as she wore her panda headband, the creatures would not perceive her and would refrain from attacking. This would allow her to infiltrate their ranks and harvest at will. Moreover, with her newfound abilities, she was in dire need of crystal cores. Her small world had only unlocked an area the size of a football field, with the rest shrouded in mist. She felt a premonition that as her powers grew, the unlocked regions would expand. Perhaps with the discovery of new territories, other species might emerge. Thus, she needed to secure more crystal cores. With that thought, she took out her phone to contact Gu Paisai. "Yunshu, are you sending anyone to the small base?" Gu Paisai, "Yes, why?" "Yunshu, I'd like to go too. Can you take me along?" There was a long pause on the other end, as if he was contemplating her request. Gu Paisai, "It's dangerous. If you insist on going, be fully prepared. If you decide to go, I'll come and pick you up." Yunshu felt a surge of confidence. She possessed an invincible buff. Once her decision was made, she began packing her belongings. Along with her light sword and some crystal cores for charging, she filled her bag with food, various flavors of compressed biscuits, chocolate, and even a few newly unlocked varieties of sausage. After all, She was heading out to acquire crystal cores, not to endure hunger and suffering. She had already experienced enough hardship. Now that circumstances permitted, she would not allow herself to suffer any further. Having finished her packing, Gu Paisai appeared at the hotel entrance almost instantaneously. "Shall we go?" Yin Shu handed him a few sausages. "For the road, of course." Gu Paisai smiled slightly, tucking them into his pocket, and led Yin Shu to a military training area at the base, where many ability users and soldiers were already preparing. The task at hand was to rescue a small base surrounded by mutated creatures. The presence of Yin Shu and Gu Paisai drew attention. Though she wore a snug mask and a thick coat, her cleanliness and aura remained striking, especially alongside the highest commander, Gu Paisai. Approximately 100 ability users and 200 soldiers were assembled below. After Yin Shu informed Gu Paisai of the mutated creature swarm, he had visited the small base and discovered an assembly of 200 to 300 mutated beings. He returned and issued an urgent summons. His ability level was currently 3, allowing him to teleport a maximum of 20 individuals at once, depending on the distance between the peace base and the small base. The ability users quickly organized into groups, each led by a captain, to gather near the small base. Once 5 groups were assembled, they were to act on command. With Gu Paisai's order, everyone swiftly took their positions. He instructed Yin Shu to join the 5th abilities team, while he proceeded to teleport the 1st team. As Yin Shu approached the 5th team, she recognized a familiar face, Gao Jiuyu. "Yin boss, what brings you here?" Gao Jiuyu inquired, surprised to see Yin Shu, who had everything at the hotel, now participating in a mission. Yin Shu hadn't expected to encounter someone she knew here, especially given her current need for crystal cores and struggling business. She glanced around, noticing that Gao Jiuyu was alone. "Where are your team members?" Gao Jiuyu's expression dimmed slightly. "It's just me now." A long silence followed. Such losses were inevitable in the apocalypse, yet witnessing it firsthand still brought sorrow. After a while, Yin Shu patted her shoulder. "Let us aim to take down a couple more mutated creatures. We can feast afterward at the shop. Consider it a boost for my business." Gao Jiuyu nodded earnestly. "Absolutely." Gu Paisai's teleportation was swift. Soon, it was time for the 5th team. He stood at the forefront, tearing open a rift in space, sweat beading on his forehead, clearly indicating the depletion of his energy. Quickly, with a command, the members of the 5th abilities team entered the rift one by one. Chapter 76. Mother Yin Shu even caught sight of his trembling fingertips. His extraordinary abilities had been excessively depleted, even though he had reached the 3rd level. The strain of transporting 100 individuals over a long distance was nearing his limits. As she passed by him, Yin Shu remarked, "You may visit my store and request energy-replenishing beverages from my staff." Ning Yuyu typically provided drinks for the patrons. As the store's most valued client, Gu Paisai naturally enjoyed this special VIP treatment. Before Gu Paisai could respond, she was urged by the leader of the 5th team to step into the rift. Upon entering the temporal fracture, she sensed something was amiss compared to previous experiences. In the past, stepping through would immediately transport one to another location. However, due to Gu Paisai and Appo's rapid energy depletion, the rift exhibited some instability. It took them a good 3 to 4 seconds to arrive at a concealed spot near the small base. The leaders and vice leaders of the 5 teams each possessed a walkie-talkie, with the 5 extraordinary squads positioned in various directions, awaiting orders. A few hundred meters away lay the small base. Yin Shu crouched behind the wall of an abandoned gas station with the members of Team 5, gazing toward the base. She observed thick smoke billowing from within, accompanied by the incessant sounds of gunfire and explosions. Soldiers armed with rifles lined the base's walls, valiantly resisting the onslaught of the mutant creatures. The mutants relentlessly climbed over one another, with each fallen creature serving as a stepping stone for another. Before long, a pile of corpses had accumulated to over a meter in height at the corner of the wall, and the influx of mutants showed no signs of abating. At this rate, the small base is bound to fall. Its walls cannot withstand such pressure, Gao Jiuyu murmured. Yin Shu watched the approaching mutants and sensed a semblance of strategy in their advance. The mutants seemed to direct their assault toward the soldiers in the weakest positions, exhibiting a surprising level of intelligence. It appears they possess some form of awareness, Yinshu remarked. Gu Paisai soon reappeared, seizing the opportunity of those 2 minutes. He had visited Yinshu's store, where he followed her suggestion and requested a drink from Ning Yuyu. After consuming it, he indeed felt a revival of energy. However, believing these beverages were for sale at Yinshu's establishment, he left a mid-level crystal core as payment. Ning Yuyu was overjoyed. Once Gu Paisai's energy was slightly restored, he promptly returned. The first team moved southeast, circumventing the gas station to approach the eastern gate of the base. The second team provided cover on the left flank, remaining vigilant for the converging mutants. Gu Paisai orchestrated the arrangements with precision, while the remaining 200 soldiers had to make their way over on their own. Until the extraordinary soldiers could provide support, the burden rested entirely on the shoulders of the 5 smaller teams. They had to safeguard the small base while ensuring their own survival. Of course, the peace base was not merely there for altruistic purposes. Their willingness to assist was ultimately aimed at seizing control of the small base's governance. Yunshu accompanied Team 5, tasked with entering the city once Teams 3 and 4 had breached an opening. Gu Paisai had already coordinated with the informants inside. Once an opening was created, the base's gates would temporarily open to allow Yunshu's team access. The 100 extraordinary beings soon joined the fray, and a dazzling array of abilities erupted on the battlefield. Gu Paisai, wielding dual blades, also engaged in combat. His abilities included psychological insight and temporal manipulation, neither of which were directly combat-oriented against the mutants. Nonetheless, his exceptional marksmanship and martial prowess, coupled with his highly developed physique, turned the dual blades into a whirlwind of lethal precision. Wherever the blades sliced, mutants fell to the ground. Yinshu was nearly compelled to applaud, exclaiming, "Impressive!" Amidst the kaleidoscope of elemental powers, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, only Yinshu remained untouched by the mutants' assaults. With a flick of her wrist, a brilliant sword materialized in her grasp. She aimed at a mutant attempting to attack Gu Paisai from behind and swiftly dispatched it in 2 clean halves, calmly standing amidst the chaos of mutants. Each swing of her sword resulted in another creature being cleaved asunder. The scene was nothing short of brutal. Gu Paisai, taken aback by Yunshu's formidable combat prowess, entrusted his back to her while directing the others. As she slaughtered the mutants, Yunshu contemplated crouching down to collect crystal cores. However, with everyone engaged in fierce combat, she hesitated to kneel. Thus, she could only watch the mounting pile of mutant corpses on the ground, her mind racing at the thought of the wealth of crystal cores they represented. The ground seemed less a collection of bodies and more a dazzling array of sparkling cores beckoning her greedily. Yet, she could only continue her relentless assault. Gao Juyu noticed Yunshu's battle capabilities and was astonished. She had known that the little sprite beside Yunshu was powerful, but had not expected her to be so formidable herself. It appeared that Yunshu's potential must be at least at the SSS level. While others fought for their lives, Yunshu faced no pressure. She was engaged in a one-sided massacre. As she surveyed the increasing number of corpses around her, her desire grew stronger. If she waited too long, the quicker hands would have cleaned out the area before she could collect anything. An idea struck her. Since she could absorb lifeless objects in her little world, could she do the same with these mutant corpses? Stepping on one of the mutant carcasses, she concentrated her thoughts. In the next moment, the body vanished from beneath her foot. Though this might dirty her little world, she reasoned that she could simply dispose of the bodies after collecting the crystal cores. After all, she was the creator in that realm. Realizing this method was effective, Yunshu continued her onslaught, each step resulting in the disappearance of another corpse. In a short while, she gathered dozens of bodies. Meanwhile, the battle escalated rapidly. Under Gu Paisai's command, a breach was swiftly created. Team 5 advance. Yunshu was reluctant to enter the city. The mutants had yet to breach the base's gates, and once inside, there would be no more foes to vanquish. Just as she was about to follow Team 5, her peripheral vision caught an unusual figure. More accurately, it was the figure that was fixated on her. Sensing a chill from the gaze behind her, Yunshu turned to look. There, on the rooftop of an abandoned building, stood a little girl clad in a bright red dress, staring intently at her. Upon noticing Yunshu's gaze, the girl immediately vanished, though it was but a fleeting glance. A wave of goosebumps cascaded over Yunshu's skin. What was that? A human? What appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. And that gaze was undeniably unsettling. Unbeknownst to Yunshu, after disappearing into the shadows, the little girl clutched her doll tightly, uttering a few dry and ragged syllables, as if her vocal cords were decayed. Mom. Mom. Chapter 77. Support for the small base. Everyone hurriedly rushed towards the breach. Gao Jiuyu noticed Yunshu lost in thought and quickly grabbed her hand, pulling her into the city. The surrounding chaos was deafening, filled with the eerie screeches of the aberrations and the anguished cries of humans. Gunfire, the sounds of abilities being unleashed, and the howling winds all melded together. As they ran, Yunshu shouted to Gao Jiuyu, "Did you see anyone on the upper floors in the distance?" Gao Jiuyu was preoccupied with dispatching an approaching aberration and could hardly hear Yunshu's words. "What? You need to get inside, Boss Yun." With no choice, Yunshu followed the other team members into the city. Outside, the battle against the aberrations raged on, and conditions within the city were scarcely better. The populace had descended into pandemonium, with some individuals affiliated with the base desperately trying to escape. Upon seeing the gate ajar, they clamored to squeeze through. "Let's out. Get out of the way, I want to leave." The soldiers guarding the city, witnessing the chaos, fired 2 shots into the ground, warning that anyone who dared to advance would be shot on the spot. The previously jostling crowd fell silent, retreating as they sought alternate routes to escape. Others, either gripped by fear, clung to loved ones, or bravely joined the fray against the aberrations. The factions that had previously vied for power in a coup now temporarily united to defend the base together. Gu Pei-si issued a new order to the 5th team, directing them to ascend the city walls to assist in combating the aberrations. Yunshu and Gao Jiuyu followed suit, observing those around her, some shooting arrows, others firing guns, and yet others unleashing their powers. Yunshu felt utterly helpless, standing still. She was incapable of ranged attacks. Had she known, she would have preferred to remain outside and confront an aberration directly. However, she soon sensed a peculiar gaze upon her. Yunshu's senses had sharpened to their utmost limits, and her intuition seemed to have evolved, allowing her to perceive this gaze with an uncanny clarity. It felt cold yet inexplicably affectionate. She raised her eyes in the direction of the gaze, only to find it had vanished in an instant. Who was the mysterious figure playing tricks? With little time to ponder, she turned her attention to the battle below. The inclusion of the ability users from Peace Base significantly shifted the tide of battle, as aberrations began to fall one after another. Yet, from her elevated vantage point, Yunshu quickly discerned something amiss. The aberrations engaging with the ability users seemed to be sacrificing themselves rather than merely fighting. In the rear, some aberrations lingered, hesitating to join the fray. Even when confronted by ability users, they appeared to engage in self-sacrificial maneuvers, shielding their fellow aberrations. What was happening? Yunshu dashed to the 5th team leader's side, disregarding formalities as she seized the walkie-talkie from him. Gu Pei-si, something feels off. Some aberrations in the rear are neither joining the fight nor retreating. The voice on the other end crackled before Gu Pei-si's slightly breathless, gravelly tone responded, "Understood. These aberrations must be attempting to exhaust human stamina and energy levels. Continue observing from your position and alert me immediately if anything changes." Seizing a moment between slaying and aberration, he glanced toward Yunshu's direction, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment. She took on the role of lookout, her mind racing with Gu Pei-si's earlier words. Were the aberrations truly that intelligent? Did they understand tactics? It seemed implausible. Even if they possessed such intelligence, they would not willingly sacrifice themselves for others. After all, she had witnessed an aberration abandon its companion to flee at the hotel. Gu Pei-si shared this suspicion. He surmised that some force was manipulating the aberration's actions. He recalled a team member mentioning a little girl in a red dress during their rescue of the biologist in the underground lab. The number of aberrations charging forward had slightly diminished, easing the pressure. He instructed 2 teams to rest in shifts, feigning exhaustion, while another group defended against the aberrations, with several pretending to be injured. As the rear aberrations observed the humans displaying signs of fatigue, it was as if they collectively received a signal, suddenly screeching as they charged forward. Meanwhile, the aberrations at the front began to retreat. Yin Shu shouted in the walkie-talkie, "They're coming, Gu Si." At his command, the feigning ability users secretly gathered their strength, preparing for a last stand. The aberrations racing towards them exhibited a speed and strength unlike ordinary aberrations. A couple of slower, ordinary aberrations were brutally shoved aside or torn in half by those charging forward. Yin Shu was taken aback, witnessing a scene reminiscent of tearing through foes, now replaced by the tearing of aberrations. Some aberrations even emanated lights of various colors from their hands. The collective scream of terror erupted from the onlookers. It's abilities. The aberrations have abilities. Several soldiers from the small base were overwhelmed by despair upon witnessing this spectacle, abandoning their weapons and fleeing. What orders? What base? In their hearts, they harbored a singular thought. Humanity was doomed. The secretly gathering ability users were astonished. Yet they had been informed of the potential for aberrations to undergo secondary mutations and even develop abilities, allowing them to mentally prepare prior to arriving. Nonetheless, trepidation lingered. Trapped in the battlefield, they had no choice but to fight. To refrain from doing so would spell certain death. With resolute determination, they charged forth. In an instant, an array of colors illuminated the scene. Earth spikes, ice shards, wind blades, wooden shields, and more manifested simultaneously. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that while the aberrations had unlocked abilities, they were still relatively new to their powers and lacked refinement. Coupled with their underdeveloped intellect, their control and potential were limited. The present ability users, seasoned and skilled, maintained their composure, ensuring that the battle remained manageable. The fifth team, including Yin Shu, swiftly joined the fray, and alongside the ability users from the small base, they united their strength. Within an hour, the aberrations began to withdraw collectively. Yin Shu felt a wave of relief wash over her, rubbing her sore arms from wielding her sword. The aberrations had not targeted her, yet her prolonged efforts had left her fatigued. However, she seized the opportunity to collect numerous aberration corpses within her small world. In her small world, she possessed absolute control, eliminating the need to personally extract the cores. With a mere thought, the cores emerged on their own. Taking advantage of the respite when no one was watching, she informed the fifth team leader of her intention to step away for a moment and swiftly made her way to an unoccupied area. She then entered her small world. Chapter 78. The disappearing wrapping paper. Upon entering the small world, a peculiar sight greeted Yin Shu. A mound of alien corpses lay strewn across the verdant grass, their ash-brown blood seeping onto the previously green blades. How grotesque! A wave of regret washed over her as she pondered whether she could cleanse the area afterward. With a mere thought, radiant crystal cores floated forth from the bodies of the various alien entities. Under Yin Shu's control, they emerged spotless, cleaner than if washed 100 times. As she gathered the glimmering gems, she discovered two that stood apart from the rest, those shaped like rhomboid crystals. The energy coursing within them shimmered in distinct hues, one a vibrant green and the other a rich brown. A flicker of realization sparked in her mind. Could these be the crystalline cores formed within the bodies of those with supernatural abilities? The thought of absorbing these cores filled her with curiosity about their potential effects. She hastily secured them close, while the remainder consisted of 42 primary cores, 3 intermediate cores, and 2 advanced cores, all temporarily stored within her small world. Next, she focused on removing the pile of corpses. Closing her eyes, the small world remained vividly clear in her mind's eye, more pronounced than mere sight could convey. The intricate patterns of each leaf, the directions and growth of roots buried beneath the ground, even the sound of sap flowing, were magnified before her. With a gesture, the corpses levitated, and the spilled blood began to flow back into the deceased bodies, while the crushed grass blades stood upright once more, as if time itself had reversed. In a swift motion, she sent the alien remains back into the reality from whence they came. Opening her eyes, she beheld the restored meadow, pristine and inviting. Satisfied, she sat upon the grass and indulged in a piece of chocolate before retreating from her small world. However, the moment she returned to reality, a chilling gaze enveloped her, more intense than ever before. A shiver coursed through her, raising the hairs on her arms and sending goosebumps rippling across her skin. She clenched the chocolate wrapper tightly in her hand. If she weren't a staunch atheist, she might have questioned whether she had encountered a ghost. Whoever you are, stop lurking and reveal yourself. Are you some kind of pervert? Yinshu gripped her light sword, ready to confront the unknown presence. Just then, she heard the faint sound of a little girl sobbing. Woo-woo, Mama, I don't like it. The voice carried an unsettling chill, tinged with the innocence of youth and a haunting rasp. Yinshu shuddered. Could it be? Had she truly stumbled upon a ghost? She quickly abandoned her intentions of confrontation and turned to flee toward the crowd. It was then that she caught a glimpse of a figure clad in red, hiding behind the glass of a nearby pet shop, the very person she had just seen moments before. With determination, she pursued the figure, having already faced death once. She had little fear of spirits. After all, she had little to lose. She was eager to uncover whether this girl in red was human or ghostly apparition. The moment she sprinted toward the girl, the sobbing ceased abruptly, and the child vanished into the darkness. Only laughter lingered in the air, echoing with a chilling resonance. Mama. I like it. Yinshu shouted with all her might. Stop. Don't run away. Yet, she gritted her teeth, fearing her own wavering resolve. Heaven knows how much she despised these supernatural entities. Reaching the spot where the girl had stood, she found it deserted, save for a couple of desiccated corpses. Glimmering on the ground were two crystal cores, pristine as though polished. How could there be cores here? Yinshu mused, picking them up to discover they were both advanced cores. Had the child dropped them? Adhering to the principle of sharing spoils, she promptly stowed the cores in her pocket. Discarding the crumpled chocolate wrapper she had clutched in her nervous grip, eager to escape this eerie place. Only upon returning to her companions did she feel the temperature normalize, the icy sensation dissipating. Why the delay? Encountered no dangers? Gu Paisai approached, tossing her a small bag. Here's your share. Opening it, Yinshu was astonished to find a handful of cores, around 7 or 8 in total. Wow, I have struck it rich today with her acquisitions. An ordinary ability user would struggle to consume them all in 2 months. No wonder so many supernatural beings were willing to risk their lives for this mission. Though she had faced no real danger, Yinshu tucked the cores away and leaned in closer to Gu Paisai's ear. I think I encountered a ghost. Do you believe me? Gu Paisai felt an itch at his ear and instinctively turned away, maintaining a serious demeanor despite the slight movement of his throat. A ghost? Really? Yes. I saw a little girl in red twice. Gu Paisai's brows furrowed at the mention of the girl. Previously, during an incident in the underground laboratory, his team had reported similar sightings of a girl in red amidst unusual alien behavior. I believe you. Lead me to the place where you saw her, and be specific. All right. I first spotted her in the building to the right, behind an advertisement. Just as Team 5 entered the base, I felt a presence watching me and saw her. Gu Paisai followed her gaze, though it was distant. A perceptive ability user could discern details. Did you see what she looked like? No, she vanished instantly. What about the second time? That was in a different location. Follow me. She guided Gu Paisai to the entrance of the abandoned pet shop. Upon entering, he noted an unusual mound of alien corpses across the street, fresh and oozing brown blood, raising an eyebrow. Yinshu awkwardly rubbed her nose, wondering if he would believe her if she claimed that peculiar mound had always been there. Fortunately, Gu Paisai did not question her. Shifting the topic, she pointed to where the girl had stood. She was right behind this window, but she prefers the shadows and moves quickly. Despite my utmost speed, I couldn't glimpse her. Yinshu refrained from mentioning the advanced core she had collected. Gu Paisai pushed open the half-destroyed glass door of the pet shop and stepped inside, prompting Yinshu to follow. As she crossed the threshold, an unsettling sensation washed over her. The chocolate wrapper she had discarded was gone. Chapter 79. Humanity seems forever engaged in infighting. Gu Paisai noticed Yinshu standing somewhat stiffly. What's wrong? Yinshu surveyed her surroundings, finding nothing amiss. There was no wind, and the supernatural beings were either searching for crystal cores or resting at various entrances of the small base. It was improbable that someone had come to retrieve her discarded chocolate wrappers. Additionally, the packaging was nowhere to be seen. It hadn't been blown away by the wind. Could it be that she had returned to take back the trash she had carelessly thrown on the ground? This thought perplexed Yunshu. Why would a ghost want her scraps? The spirit realm was no easy place to navigate. Was she now peddling wrappers in the human world? Before I left, I tossed some waste on the ground, and now it has vanished. Gu Paisai crouched down to examine the ground. Having studied criminal investigation and achieving top marks, he observed the accumulated dust and frost on the ground, making the traces evident. It was a small girl, approximately 4 years old, with a notably light frame, about 30% lighter than the average child of her age. After you departed, she returned, seemingly troubled, her footsteps somewhat erratic. Upon hearing Gu Paisai's description of a little girl leaving footprints, Yunshu felt a measure of relief. As long as it wasn't a ghost, it could merely be a mutant. She recalled encountering an exceptionally intelligent little girl in her shop before. Taking a deep breath, she sensed a significant relaxation. As long as it was a supernatural being, she felt no fear. Physical attacks posed no threat. She merely needed to avoid any psychic assaults. If it were a mutant, she would at least possess 3 superpowers. Gu Paisai's expression turned grave. As the highest commander of the large base, he maintained connections with other significant facilities. Thus, he was acutely aware that those who had unlocked dual abilities were exceedingly rare among the bases, with only a handful of individuals possessing such traits. Moreover, individuals with dual abilities often exhibited low potential in both powers. The mere notion of someone wielding 3 distinct abilities was unheard of. According to the reports from his team and Yunshu's description, this 4-year-old girl possessed at least one extraordinarily high-speed ability, an intelligence-based power, and a presumed ability to control mutants. Each of these powers, when considered separately, was already formidable, let alone their convergence in a mere child. Worse still, this little girl was in opposition to humanity. 3 abilities, truly remarkable for a child. As Yunshu mused, she secretly thought, since she isn't a ghost, next time I encounter her, I must pursue her to transform her into one. After all, I had discarded a multitude of mutant corpses, which she must have witnessed. And, given that she was clearly fixated on me and opposed to humanity, she could not be allowed to remain. She had no inclination towards blind affection for children. She firmly believed in the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, I shall retaliate. Gu Paisai produced a device to document evidence, and then returned to the small base with Yunshu. The small base was in dire straits, with several walls showing signs of imminent collapse, and numerous injured individuals were bleeding profusely. Smoke permeated the air, and in the center of the square, an unknown person had ignited a bonfire. "You're injured. Stay away from us. Get lost," one guard exclaimed, his arm severely bitten by a mutant, his complexion pale as he sought warmth near the fire. However, a man sitting by the bonfire kicked him away. The guard glared at the man, furious. "If we hadn't fought to protect this base, you would have been dead long ago." The man, roasting by the fire, retorted, "Who knows if you've been infected? Step aside." The guard seethed with rage, thinking that since he wouldn't survive much longer, he may as well take this ungrateful wretch down with him. Drawing his knife, he advanced, but the man rolled away, shouting, "He is infected. Help! This man is infected." Those nearby, initially indifferent, turned alarmed at the mention of infection, with many preparing their abilities to attack the guard. Blood flowed from the guard's arm. But as he surveyed the cold stares of those around him, who seemed on the verge of killing him, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Was this the gratitude of those he had just risked his life to protect? He had fought valiantly among the mutants to safeguard the base for these very people. He dropped his short blade, and, as if seeking to expend all his powers, fireballs erupted from his hands, indiscriminately launching towards the crowd. This act marked the beginning of chaos, as those uninjured instinctively banded together to expel the wounded, fearing they might spread infection. Conversely, the injured also formed a coalition, questioning why they should be subjected to such treatment after defending the base. A fight broke out, And as Gu Paisai and Yin Shu entered, a dirt arrow shot straight towards Yin Shu's face. Gu Paisai swiftly pulled her aside, causing her to collide with his firm, muscular chest. "Oh, nice physique," she remarked, but added, "I'm fine. No need to pull me. I want to get hurt." Hearing her words, a phrase flitted through Gu Paisai's mind: romantic isolation. "Do you intend to intervene?" Yin Shu asked, observing the brawl before them. As the commander of the large base, she expected him to stabilize the situation. To her surprise, Gu Paisai, with an expression of indifference, replied, "I don't know them. It's not my concern. Once they finish fighting, I'll wrap things up, and the task will be complete." "What? Splendid. Your mental state is commendable. I truly admire it." Thus, the two settled on the sidelines, awaiting the conclusion of the conflict. Each side had its reasons. The uninjured feared the mutations of the wounded, which could threaten their lives or those of their loved ones. Meanwhile, the injured were already engulfed in terror, finding it intolerable to be met with hostility from their own. Thus, both sides held valid points. If they wished to fight, let them do so. They would not serve as judges of fate, respecting the destinies of others. After about 10 minutes, the leaders of the factions within the small base intervened, guiding the injured to a separate building for rest and isolation. Each individual was assigned a room, with the promise that if they showed no signs of mutation after 2 days, they would be released, along with assurances of food, water, and some medicine during their confinement. This promise quelled the anger among the crowd. Qin Fun was one of the leaders of one faction within the small base, while Lin Che and his father, the elder base leader, led another faction. Having lost the strong-willed Lin Che's side was at a disadvantage, suffering significant losses in the power struggle. Leaving Qin Fun in command, he ordered his subordinates to arrange for the injured to be taken to an independent building in the southeast corner of the base. "Rest assured, you are all heroes who have contributed to this base. Food, water, and some medicine will be prioritized for you and distributed as quickly as possible," Qin Fun declared. His arm raised, and the injured expressed their gratitude. Those who had fought but remained uninjured were somewhat appeased by his arrangements. However, just as his deputy was about to leave, Qin Fun grasped his arm and whispered instructions. "Seek out our people, arrange for them to be isolated in batches, and eliminate them all while they're distracted to conserve resources." His expression was cold and indifferent, as if he were disposing of mere refuse. Having finished, he turned, donning a sycophantic smile, and approached Gu Paisai with servile gestures.